It's a desolate wasteland, not a living soul in sight. This young guy stands before a massive military base. Two mutant guards spot him, surprised at first, then smirk. They never expected a meal to just walk right into their mouths. "Hey kid, what are you doing wandering around here in broad daylight? Did you come to save your friend that we caught today?" The two approach Mire, grinning ear to ear. Tonight's dinner is going to be a real treat. Mire doesn't answer. His left arm tenses, and in a split second, he slices off both of their heads while they're still busy laughing. At the top floor of the base, the mutants are clinking glasses, partying the night away. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Finally, after all this time, we've got human meat to eat. The leader grabs a young man by the hair and drags him over. The guy trembles, staring at the pile of human bones next to him. The mutants howl and shriek, performing a ritual before their feast, the flames rising high on the plateau. Suddenly, someone steps inside, making the whole floor jump. Mire appears, looking gloomy, holding something in his hand. Leader Craven frowns. He's definitely going to have to dock those two guards' pay though. That's probably not going to happen, considering their heads are currently rolling toward his feet. Craven is so furious, the veins on his forehead start bulging. Right then, Mire holds up a super cute cheesy drawing and asks, excuse me, is Craven here? What the hell? Craven is stunned by his casual attitude. Getting no response, Mire seems a bit let down, but this nonchalant vibe only makes the tied-up guy sweat even more. He has no idea why this guy would single-handedly storm a human mutant base like this. Craven assumes the guy tied up is Mire's friend, but Mire says absolutely not, he hasn't even seen him before. The hell? Then why the hell did you kill my subordinates? Craven asks, his face darkening. Mire innocently replies, because they were annoying. Why were they blocking my way? That answer only makes Craven's blood boil. He orders his right-hand man, Dep, to finish him off. Today, he wants to have some minced meat with a side of, well, whatever. Yes, boss, Dep says, charging at Mire with a meat cleaver, ready to chop him into little pieces. Craven laughs happily, thinking the kid was just all bark and no bite. Dep turns back to announce that the prep work is done, but behind him, Mire's severed body parts start reattaching themselves in the most impossible, supernatural way. That's all it takes to kill me? Mire says, and before anyone knows it, he's leaped over to Dep, kicking him so hard he flies off the top floor. That's why you don't mess with a guy who's got nothing to lose. What the hell? Craven is too shocked to even close his mouth, and even the kidnapped guy can't believe his eyes. Livid, Craven orders his gang to swarm him. The whole pack of zombies rushes in, shouting and snarling. He points at Mire's face and yells, "How dare you step into J-human territory? And you killed my best man. Men, avenge Dep." Mire stretches his arms back and fires a barrage of bones, 99% calcium and hard as rock, straight at them. Before they can even process how he shot bones at them, Mire is already slashing through them a second later. A long-haired zombie lunges forward, only to be sliced vertically down the middle by Mire, perfectly centered. The rest of them, still stupid, keep charging in. Mire stabs his hand into his own stomach, pulls out a steaming segment of large intestine, and uses it like a whip to smash the zombies to bits. Soon, the organ starts sizzling and fading away. Mire tosses it aside, pulls out a fresh one, and lashes out with swift, clean strikes. The hole in his stomach heals in mere seconds, as if nothing ever happened. The rest of the gang freezes, terrified to advance. But Mire attacks first, drawing brain matter from his fingertips. The low-level zombies don't know what he's planning, but they start shaking in fear. A second later, Mire's tiny brain projectile shoots like a bullet, hitting one of them and making its head explode like a New Year's firework. Not stopping there, Mire uses a bone with his elite golf swing technique, hitting the brain projectile right into the head of the last one. Just like that, using nothing but guts and brains, Mire wipes out all of Craven's henchmen, making the boss scream in rage. "You, what the hell are you?" Suddenly, Mire appears right in front of him, making Craven jump out of his skin. He asks, "Are you Craven?" Craven's face goes dark, sweat pouring down like rain. "Why are you looking for Craven?" Mire answers as honestly as possible. Because someone told him that guy could kill him. Craven loses it at the kid's stupidity and lifts his spiked mace to smash him. Suddenly, Mire's veins bulge out, wrapping tightly around Craven, squeezing his flesh, until finally, he crushes the man to death. The guy who was tied up has watched everything from start to finish, frozen in shock. Right then, Mire turns to look at him, making the guy panic. He wants to call for help, but his mouth is sealed shut. Mire rips the tape off his mouth so quickly, the guy doesn't even feel the pain. He thought he was next, but Mire just holds up the drawing of Craven again to ask for his whereabouts. The guy is sweating buckets. He thought the kid was joking, but he realized Mire really didn't know who Craven was. He points at the steaming pile of meat and says, "The guy you just killed, that was Craven." Mire keeps his cold expression, but he seems disappointed. He's failed again. He stands up and leaves. The guy calls out to him, trying to say something, but seeing Mire's soulless eyes, he shuts up. Mire walks out of the base, takes out a pen, crosses out the drawing of Craven, and puts his notebook away. Years ago, a zombie virus destroyed the entire world. A few managed to survive, but the vast majority turned into the walking dead. Over time, that species evolved into monsters called J-humans, a fusion of man and zombie. This could be called the rise of the J-humans and the end of human civilization. Mire tried to live like a normal person, but ever since that fateful day, he became immortal. Mire stands before his mother's grass-covered grave. Today is just another day where he can't seem to die. The guy who was kidnapped is trying with all his might to free his hands from the ropes, thinking, "He saved me, but couldn't even bother to untie me before leaving." Just then, someone calls his name, Ki-ho. It's Captain Lai. Kyung, along with his subordinate Dong-ho, out looking for him because Ki-ho didn't respond on the radio. Ki-ho thought Craven wasn't around, so he went to scout, but ended up getting caught as food. But first, the two newcomers can't believe the scene in front of them. Ki-ho tells them about Mire, a young guy who single-handedly wiped out all the J-humans here. It sounds insane, but it's the truth he witnessed with his own eyes. He has no idea why Mire showed up, but he completely decimated Craven's gang. Lee Kyung asks about Mire's whereabouts, but Ki-ho was so terrified at the time, he didn't dare ask any more questions. The captain looks around, spots some sports shoe tracks heading for the exit, and asks Ki-ho. He doesn't quite remember the details, but it seems likely. So, Lee Kyung follows the tracks to find Mire. The group eventually finds the site of his mother's grave. Seeing such a small, fragile body that looked like an elementary schooler, Dong-ho still couldn't believe it. He wondered, what was Mire doing in front of the grave at this hour? Suddenly, Lee Kyung lunged out, swinging a knife at Mire's throat. He managed to dodge in time, which amused her. She had actually intended to finish him off with that blow. Ki-ho and Dong-ho, watching from outside, jumped up in worry. But that was just her unpredictable, hot and cold temperament. Mire looked like he had dodged it, but his head fell off right after. Just as Mire raised his hand to do something, Lee Kyung opened fire. "Well, what are you going to do now?" Mire had no mouth to answer, so he reached into his neck and pulled out a fresh head right in front of Lee Kyung. She was astonished and said, "So you really are immortal. Could you please stop bothering me and just leave?" Mire asked politely, but was met with a strike from the butt of her gun, followed by a kick straight to the gut that sent Mire flying into midair. Not stopping there, she kept firing at him. Mire raised his hand, unleashing blue veins to block every bullet. Lee Kyung was surprised once again. She had never seen this ability before. Pretty impressive. "I'll kill you for real," Mire warned coldly. Lee Kyung smirked, ready to fight again, only to realize Mire's veins had surrounded her without her noticing. She accepted her defeat. He didn't like harming humans, so he let her go. Who would have thought Lee Kyung would suddenly lunge forward, use a knife to slice his throat, and ask how long it usually took for his wounds to heal? Mire didn't quite understand, but the cut on his neck still hadn't healed. He touched the cut, stunned. This had never happened before. "What did you do?" Mire turned to ask her. Lee Kyung didn't answer his question directly. Instead, she introduced herself as the commander of the Lyso squad. Furthermore, she invited him to join their team. The sight of a talent scout heading underground made the other two afraid to admit they knew her. Of course, if Mire joined their squad, he would definitely be compensated accordingly. Wait, let me fix the flow. The way this talent scout dug underground made the other two too embarrassed to claim they knew her. Obviously, if Mire joined their squad, he would surely be paid what he deserved. Lee Kyung declared that she would find a way to kill him. There was a scientist in the squad who could do it, but Mire couldn't trust them right away. Lee Kyung didn't know for sure. She only knew that the knife she made had stalled his recovery process. She was certain this was his first time experiencing something like this, so it wouldn't hurt to try once. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Mire seemed 50% convinced, so that was that. Lee Kyung asked for his name and presented their contract. Mire would join them in wiping out the D-humans and reclaiming human territory. Then, the day human civilization was restored would be the day he could go to heaven. Their promise was made. Once again, light returned to Mire's eyes. Even if it was just a small glimmer of hope, surely one day he would be able to die and reunite with his mother. A while later, Lee Kyung contacted the remaining member, Garam. The one without a driver's license was speeding over to pick them up. From afar, they could already hear her frantic screaming. Garam slammed on the brakes so hard the car seemed ready to escape the pull of gravity. Garam jumped out, her voice full of energy. "Sorry everyone, am I late?" Lee Kyung patted her shoulder, told Mire to get in the car, and took the chance to introduce them. From now on, he would be working under Garam's authority. Garam was thrilled. She finally had a junior underling. "Hi there, I'm Garam. Nice to meet you." In response, Mire just walked past her as if gliding on waves. Garam felt awkward and reassured herself that Mire was probably just an introvert. Lee Kyung took the wheel to ensure the team's safety, assigning Mire and the reconnaissance team to Jin, a place occupied by the Raiden group. Mire had never heard of them because he lived isolated from the world and was completely out of the loop. Redon was one of the few D-human groups that had conquered many cities, and they were their primary target. First, they needed to locate the leader. That was why Kiho and the others went to scout Kraven's territory, as he was also a member of the Redan group. "Oh, is that so?" Mire replied, showing no interest in the two of them. In Jin, there was a guy who was one of the Guardians of Redan, so he might have some information about the leader's location. Lee Kyung assigned him to go with Garam to track down the leader's trail. They had to be careful because Kraven only led a small group, while a Guardian managed an entire city. Lee Kyung wouldn't go with them because she needed to check another location, though who really knows with her? After arriving, Lee Kyung let the two get out and walk because the road was full of potholes. Garam would be responsible for explaining the mission details to Mire. She clenched her fist, showing her determination. This was Garam's first mission as a senior, so she would try to be a good role model for her junior. "Okay, let's go." Garam skipped ahead with her backpack. After walking for a bit, they reached Xinher and prepared to enter the city center. Garam was tense. She hid behind a car, which baffled Mire. Garam pulled out her documents to check. This place was a gathering spot for many different species, which meant they could run into Z animals, so they needed to be on high alert. Meanwhile, on a distant ridge, the other three were observing the two oblivious ones below. Lee Kyung was at ease because with Mire protecting them, there was no fear of losing their lives. Most importantly, she wanted to see if he would follow her orders. They didn't know Mire's true intentions yet. This was a test to see if they could trust him later, so they just sat there eating sunflower seeds and watching. Garam suddenly realized something was wrong and pointed at him in a panic. "Hey, why are you still standing there? Get over here and hide, quick." "Why should I?" Mire asked innocently, leaving her helpless. "I have to get up and drag you over." Right then, two Z animals appeared behind them. Garam crouched down behind the car, her nerves frayed. She thought she just saw a tiger and something else, right? The two were discussing the hot news about Kraven's defeat when they spotted Mire standing there sightseeing. Lee Kyung just remembered the most basic rule not to get caught, which she hadn't told Mire yet. Things were going south. "Hey, who are you? What is a human doing here?" The lead tiger spoke up. Garam sat nearby, burning with anxiety. "Everyone knew that when you meet a zombie, you have to hide. So, I just need to kill them all, right?" Mire asked his superior, Garam, and then lunged toward the enemy. He pulled out a giant brain and slammed it into the middle of the zombies, catching them off guard. The force of the impact made Garam jump. That was when she realized he had special abilities, though these seemed to be the most special of all special abilities. Mire landed gracefully, leaving the animal zombies stunned and confused. Before they could recover, Mire rushed in and used his blue veins to slice a group of them in half right before their eyes. Even the car Garam was hiding behind was cut in two, making her scream in terror. Finally, Mire dropped another giant brain, crushing the rest of them. Everything happened in a flash, leaving Lee Kyung to exclaim, "No way, I can't believe this." The impact was more like an earthquake, drawing all the nearby creatures out to see what was happening. They ran into zombies that had just escaped death. In the distance, Mire was tearing up the entire road, sending the zombie horde scattering toward Garam. She gritted her teeth. "If Mire has joined the fight, then I have to take action too. Hey, you human. This is all because of you, isn't it? Why are you people so cruel?" The zombies wailed in protest as they ran. Garam flipped through her book, activating a special ability that channeled knowledge and kickboxing techniques. In the blink of an eye, she dashed past, punching them one by one. Knowledge is power, indeed. Meanwhile, Mire continued his relentless, frenzied slaughter, landing gracefully while Garam was already completely exhausted. "Wait, hold on. Are you seriously planning to destroy the whole city like this? That's just going to attract even more zombies." Mire didn't care. He walked toward a zombie sitting on the ground, whimpering and clutching a bone. He wondered why it couldn't speak normally like the others. Garam gasped for air. "You can still say things like that after wiping them all out? That little zombie is just a low-level one. That's why it can't talk properly." Mire recalled his own mother, who had only been able to moan when she turned into a zombie. The painful memory made him frown. He turned away, sparing the creature's life. The little zombie didn't understand what happened, but it didn't dare stay. Staying any longer would mean losing its head. Another wave of zombies arrived, and Garam felt like losing her mind. She was exhausted but had to keep fighting. By nightfall, they had wiped out almost the entire city. Mire calmly looked around, searching for the Guardian. Garam was confused, too. Wasn't this enough to provoke the Guardian? Why hadn't he shown his face yet? Had he died somewhere already? Oh, who knows. Let's just hide for now. Garam huffed, looking for a place to take cover. Mire couldn't understand why they had to hide. If zombies came, they could just kill them, even if he hadn't spotted anyone who looked like a Guardian yet. Garam felt helpless. We're here to gather intel, not to wipe out the whole city. But we can do both at the same time, Mire replied, still confused. Garam had to explain it to him. Even though he was incredibly strong, she wasn't. He was powerful enough not to worry about life or death, but she could easily be killed. But to Mire, this wasn't a big deal. Her life didn't matter. Completing the mission was all that counted. Garam lost her patience. She glared at him, her expression clearly saying, "What the hell is this guy talking about? Is he serious? Does he really not care about life or death?" Garam asked again. Mire truly didn't care, because he was looking for a way to die himself. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Garam shouted, pointing at Mire. "We're doing this to save the lives that are still left, including our own. No matter how urgent the mission is, it's not worth sacrificing our lives. To be blunt, I want you to use your brain. Stop being so reckless." Mire leaned in, staring straight into Garam's eyes, making her feel uneasy. "I'm not like that," he said coldly. Just then, a massive foot stepped onto the ground, moving toward them. A giant zombie, looking like a boss, appeared. "What's going on here?" With blades along his body and a lion mask on his back exactly as described in the reports, Garam's legs turned to jelly, and she fell. He was the Guardian. She panicked, not knowing what to do. She had no energy left to run, and could she even win if she fought? The Guardian had been planning to visit Craven but heard news of terrorists in the city. The underling behind him recognized Mire and reported back. After climbing back up to the upper floor, the underling only saw the scene of his brothers, and their leader slaughtered beyond recognition. The Guardian was furious. He had heard that the humans had some special abilities, but he didn't realize they were this strong. But if they touched his family, they would pay a heavy price. Li Qiang couldn't sit and watch anymore. This was beyond her expectations, so they had to go in and rescue them immediately. Mire stepped forward to prepare for battle, but Garam grabbed his hand to pull him back. "Don't throw your life away. Run with me now. No matter how strong you are, you could still die." Mire shoved her hand away. Death was exactly what he wished for, so there was no reason to run. "I'm going to chop you in pieces and serve you as a feast for my family," the Guardian charged. Before he could reach Mire, Mire lunged toward him, but instead of engaging, he leaped behind him. A single strike cut the minions into pieces. The Guardian was stunned, then roared in a frenzy. "You cold-blooded murderer! How dare you slaughter my family right in front of me?" He lunged, using his 4 sharp blades to slash at him repeatedly, flying around like a fly with wings on his back, hacking Mire into pieces. Garam covered her mouth, deeply shocked. The scene was too cruel to even breathe. Just as the Guardian felt satisfied, Mire's arm lunged toward him. The Guardian questioned reality. Something felt wrong. He shouldn't have missed. He knew it. He still hadn't died. Mire's sudden rage left the Guardian unable to keep up. Instinctively, he jumped away, his legs shaking uncontrollably, sweat pouring down like rain. Garam rubbed her eyes, not understanding what she had just seen. The Guardian suddenly sprinted around Mire, creating a whirlwind that enveloped him. "You'll regret touching my family. I won't let you get away." With that, he tucked his tail and ran. He knew he couldn't beat Mire. He had to report to the leader and summon the other Guardians. Mire burst out of the whirlwind, stomping down from above onto the Guardian's back, using his arm to pierce through him and spin him around like a pinwheel. The word family reminded Mire of the old days, sitting and eating with his mother, the simple but warm meals. Then came the day his mother turned into a zombie, lunging at him to tear him apart. In his fear, Mire unleashed his power, using his own bones to end his mother's life. The only family he had was killed by his own hand. Back to the Guardian, who was being drained of his life, he cried out, "You think the other Guardians will spare you, you brat?" Mire didn't want to talk anymore and crushed him in midair. Blood rained down before Garam's eyes. Just then, Li Qiang arrived and immediately ordered the mission to be aborted. The order was to investigate and scout around Jin, but Mire had slaughtered everything. By doing that, they wouldn't get any intel or anything of the sort. First, we need to return to base safely. Lee Kyung led the team away. She felt something strange about Mire. Even though he had defeated the enemy, there was no need to be that brutal. At least show a little bit of humanity. Even though it was for the sake of the human future, she couldn't see the human side of him. She even felt that the slaughtered zombies were pitiful. Perhaps this time, Lee Kyung had brought back a monster. Lee Kyung led the way, not forgetting to remind the whole team to stay vigilant. Shortly after, at the scene of the incident, 2 level 5 and 6 guardians were tracking footprints amidst a sea of blood. But there wasn't a single drop of human blood to be found. Risuru, a level 6, shouted in frustration. Are humans this strong now? As Rhea, a level 5, was about to call for another manager, he stopped her, narrowed his eyes, and said dangerously, I will hunt those humans down and kill them all. They had to eliminate the Mire group before the management council found out about this. And so, the two set off to follow the trail. Inside a small cave on a cliffside, the squad was resting by a fire, each chewing on a pack of food like cows grazing. Lee Kyung could feel the tension in the air because of Mire. Even so, they had to continue their mission, even though they had already destroyed nearly half the city. Furthermore, she didn't know what the J-Human group would do after their surprise attack. Besides, Mire was the only one capable of dealing with them now. Just then, Leung decided to reveal that she had just put him through a test. She wanted to see if they could trust Mire, and they had been watching him from start to finish. The mission was to investigate the city, but he destroyed half of Jin, and even forced Garam to participate in an unnecessary battle that could have cost her life. They were lucky to have won, but if Mire had lost that battle, everyone sitting here would have faced death. So, my conclusion is that you aren't trustworthy at all, Lee Kyung said sternly. Mire spoke up coldly. Didn't you tell me I needed to wipe out the Redan group? I did exactly as you wanted. Lee Kyung agreed she had said that, but the order was to investigate, not commit genocide. And above all, their top priority was to restore human civilization. If they followed Mire's extreme methods, humanity would be wiped out. When a city is built on the foundations of human society, what Mire did would put an end to that society. Lee Kyung pointed her blade at him in warning. I brought you here because I need your help to restore society, and you will have to follow my orders because you need me to help you die. Your reckless actions will endanger us all. If you want to die, you will do exactly as I say. Those threats from Lee Kyung toward a monster like Mire left the other three not daring to make a sound, holding their breath as they waited for his decision. Fine. Mire obediently agreed. Lee Kyung sheathed her blade. Everything seemed settled for now. The problem now was dealing with the consequences of Mire's actions. What he did to one of their management council members was practically a declaration of war. Surely the other managers had already started moving. At that moment, the two managers were on the hunt. They spotted a cave with firelight emanating from it. Rhea confirmed she smelled their scent coming from inside. Without hesitation, the two charged toward the cave. Rizuru shouted loudly, "You scum! Pay the price for what you've done." But inside, there was only a fire still burning. He clutched his head in frustration. They had been tricked again. After they masked the scent of blood with food, the two would have a harder time tracking them. Although they wanted to handle this quietly, they now had to report it to the other managers. The next morning, the team arrived in Busan. On the way, Mire saw zombies of huge stature exploiting human labor. Busan used to be a beautiful city, but now it had become a place where humans were slaves, serving just to survive. This was their only choice. The zombie guard saw that the other one wasn't stopping Lee Kyung's vehicle, so it spoke up. But the license plate was marked as a slave transport, so they assumed they were just moving supplies. The group stopped near a sewer, a squalid, foul-smelling place that served as the only entrance to their secret headquarters. After crossing the sewer, they reached a railway line, which was also the base of the Liu So squad. Just then, the commander shouted at Nuri to criticize Lee Kyung. Who knew what she had caused this time that made the city suddenly tighten security? "Oh, I'll tell you later," Lee Kyung said, scratching her head. Now she had something else to do with Mire first. Both stood under the tracks, while the others watched from above. The commander didn't know what she was up to, but was already used to it. Lee Kyung had determined that, in the future, they would have to face the management council. They had no way of knowing their numbers or their true strength. But one thing she was certain of was that the guardian he had dealt with was the weakest of them all. So, Lee Kyung needed to be sure of Mire's capabilities. She strictly ordered him to attack her without holding back. Mire tilted his head. If this was an order, he would obey. Kiho didn't know what she wanted to test, but in their previous spar, Lee Kyung hadn't used her special ability. Could it be that this time she wanted to see if she could defeat Mire? Lee Kyung knew he was very strong and would be their trump card. but she needed assurance that he could defeat the management council. It seemed Kehoe had guessed right, but he wasn't sure if Captain Liu could beat Mire. He possessed a rare supervive ability and was on a completely different level, meaning he was either vastly superior to or on par with the members of that management council. Mire was the only one with superphi in the team, but Li Qiang was also the strongest low in history. Not only did she have ability, but she also had fighting technique and vast combat experience. What was special here was her absolute vision, which allowed Li Qiang to predict the opponent's movements, so she could dodge all of Mire's lightning-fast attacks. This ability gave Li Qiang the judgment to come up with the appropriate solution. This ability had to be called superior. After dodging, Li Qiang returned 2 super powerful punches at Mire, sending him flying uncontrollably. But Mire still landed as light as a feather. Now the real fight began. Mire tensed his arm, shooting out arm bones. Li Qiang assessed his attacks as quite diverse, with a total of 9 bone fragments flying at an average speed of 70 kilometers per hour, but to her, this was still boringly easy. Li Qiang used her hands to catch each one accurately. Kehoe yelled in amazement. Only the commander was furious because these 2 monsters were going to wreck her headquarters. The bone fragments instantly turned to dust, surprising Li Qiang. Taking this opportunity, Mire lunged and kicked straight at her face. Li Qiang bent her body to the extreme to dodge. Mire landed, but without taking a breath, he lunged again, throwing dozens of punches in an instant. Li Qiang dodged while inwardly praising his supersonic speed attacks. To visualize them clearly, she used her superpower to dodge them like bullets. But Mire's attacks were even more brutal and terrifying than swirling bullets. Just one graze made Li Qiang's skin crawl. The shockwave from Mire's punch even blew the hat right off Li Qiang's head. But Mire's attacks were even more brutal and terrifying than a spinning bullet. Just a brush of her kick made Li Qiang break into a cold sweat. The shockwave from her punch blew his hat right off. His strength exceeded her expectations, leaving her thrilled. "Stop, I give up," Li Qiang said. "That's enough to test your abilities." The fact that she admitted defeat for the first time left the other 4 gaping in shock. Li Qiang had been on the defensive the whole time, unable to land a single counterattack. The fight lasted only a few minutes, but was truly spectacular, especially since Mire's power could be seen as their new hope. Perhaps with him, Lo could finally overthrow the management council. Mire was Lo's belief and hope for rebuilding human civilization. As for Mire, he had just experienced, for the first time, what it felt like to not land a single hit. It seemed Li Qiang was strong enough to keep him in check. After testing Mire, Li Qiang went to speak with Nuri in private. Nuri didn't even need to ask to understand the situation. The city's tightened security was undoubtedly because of Mire. Li Qiang always seemed to pick up interesting people and bring them back to Lo. This time, she'd brought home a kid who could wipe out an entire city. Li Qiang's lip twitched. "Wow, you're smart," she thought. Brushing that aside, they had to deal with the consequences of Mire's actions. Li Qiang believed they should head to Orito, a city that also enslaved humans. A major war was brewing there, so they needed plenty of weapons. Furthermore, their scientist, Jun, was currently doing fieldwork there, so Li Qiang planned to go get her immediately. Nuri didn't understand her intent, so Li Qiang explained how important Jun was. She was the one who could craft incredibly high-quality weapons, including the knife she kept on her. This knife had an effect on Mire, which was how she managed to bring him here and promise him death. Hearing this, Nuri was confused. Why did people want to live, while Mire kept insisting on dying? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Was the kid immortal? Li Qiang nodded. Nuri felt envious that he would never grow old. The current issue was that the knife only slowed down his regeneration. To truly control Mire, they needed Jun to return as soon as possible to craft something more potent. Nuri understood. They had to go to Orito no matter what. She put her brain to work, crafting a meticulous plan for the team. First, they had to escort Jun back, then recruit more members, because the Lo squad currently had so few people. For such a future-defining endeavor, that number was unacceptably low. Even though a few people had been sent out for reconnaissance, it still wasn't enough to get the job done. The bottom line for this mission was to escort Jun back and scout new members to build a powerful force for Lo. Key raised his hand to speak. If they were heading to Orito, they would need to steal a ship big enough, but the port was guarded by J-humans. So what? Nuri retorted, making him sweat. He just wanted to ask how they were going to handle that. Nuri didn't think the problem was the number of enemies, but how they handled them. You don't always have to wipe out the enemy to achieve your goal. Afterward, the group set out for the port, communicating remotely via wireless headsets. Li Qiang warned Mire to stay hidden as much as possible, because the surrounding area was crawling with zombies. If he attacked, it would stir up a hornet's nest. Then, the group split up to hide and search for a boat. Meanwhile, at the low urban district in Busan, the meeting between the 7 members of the Red Zan Management Council had begun. Risuru seriously recounted how Mire's group had destroyed Jin City and wiped out the number 7 Guardian. Although they had followed the trail, they couldn't pinpoint their location. Nat, the rank 4 Guardian, didn't believe humans were capable of such things. Rhea insisted her nose was sharper than a dog's, so she couldn't be wrong. Arrow, the rank 3 Guardian, was more knowledgeable and suggested that to kill a Guardian, the human must possess superpowers. So what? They're just humans. Why are you all panicking? Spectre, the rank 2, mocked. Tur, the rank 1 leader, asked for more details about the incident, then ordered a city lockdown and increased security in all their controlled territories. Without concrete evidence, they shouldn't act rashly. And Risuru, if you find them, you'd better not lose their trail again. This is the last time I'll overlook your incompetence, Ter warned coldly. Risuru obeyed on the surface, but was annoyed inside. Whether humans or zombies, the dynamic of superiors bullying subordinates remained the same. Rhea asked where he would start first. Risuru decided to check his own area, which was Orido. Meanwhile, Mire was moving without making a sound. 2 zombies were standing there chatting and laughing. Then a second later, both of them were headless. Mire's mission was to stay hidden, so he would eliminate anyone who saw him. The mission was a total breeze. Over here, Garam and Dongho were communicating via their headsets. Nothing on Dongho's side, nothing on Garam's side either. But between them, 2 zombies were holding hands while walking. Just then, a Mire whirlwind swept through, sending the lovebirds straight to hell. Dongho and Garam looked at each other and laughed sheepishly. Thanks to Mire, they were moving faster, but Kiho was completely lost. Teammates, I'm calling you, answer me. Just then, a shrill scream rang out, catching his attention. A woman was being cornered by 2 zombies, ready to be butchered. Even if they killed a slave, no one would care. The problem was that they had been losing weight lately due to reduced food rations. They only got to eat 1 fresh human per month, and that perk was reserved for the Guardians. Today was a lucky day. They would end her life. No zombie could sit still when food was running right in front of them. Get away! Don't touch my mom. A 5-year-old boy named Track lunged out to protect his mother. A touching mother-son moment, but to the zombies, it was just a comedy. One zombie mocked the boy. They couldn't eat children because they needed to raise them for breeding. So, if he wanted to be their meal, he'd have to wait until he was a bit bigger. The boy was thrown aside, catching Kiho's eye. He rushed in, shouting, "What's going on here?" Great. Another random idiot, the zombie thought. The zombies frowned, annoyed. Today's meal seemed like it would be hard to swallow. The little boy, Dongchan, cried, begging Kiho to save his mother. But Kiho had no idea what to do because he wasn't good at fighting. So, what was this guy planning to do? A human like you, there's no way you can kill us. The J-human was 2 heads taller than him. Kiho closed his eyes and punched it straight in the gut. He was committed now. It used a hand to crush Kiho's mouth shut. The next second, it was preparing to finish him off. But its head flew off into the distance. The other one was about to butcher the mother and had no idea what the hell had just happened. It was all thanks to Mire's tiny brainwaves. What are you? Before it could finish, its head exploded like a firework. The boy ran to hug his mother, crying, while Kiho struggled to stand and thank him, nearly meeting his ancestors. Seeing the mother and son hugging so tightly moved Mire, his face looking sorrowful to the point of being expressionless. Kiho noticed something and was about to ask, but the mother and daughter rushed over to thank him profusely. Mire, however, walked away quietly. Watching his lonely figure, Kiho wondered why a kid like him carried such a heavy, painful sadness. Just then, Li Kyung gathered the team. She had found a boat they could use. The pile of clothes in Dongho's arms caught her attention, so he held them up to show off his haul. They were work uniforms for port staff, and since they were his favorite orange color, how could he pass them up? Oh my god, did someone die here? The corpses of the J-humans were discovered, so the group scrambled to set sail and leave. On the way, Garam was reading the ship's manual while steering the vessel. Kiho approached Mire, who was sitting and watching the sea, to strike up a conversation. His superpower was enchantment, or more specifically, he could manipulate people's emotions. Seeing that he was sad, Kiho used his power to see if it would help him feel better, but his power couldn't reach him. Mire was confused. See what? This was outside of Kiho's playbook. Mire's depression was even stronger than his superpower. This made Kiho feel sorry for him. What kind of ordeal could Mire have gone through to be this sad? Anyway, if life is too tough, you can always talk to me. I'm a doctor, you know, Kiho said kindly. Oh, thank you. Mire nodded at him. Being thanked so suddenly made Kehoe joyful. He had originally wanted to help improve Mire's mood. As it turned out, one sentence from Mire had Kehoe feeling giddy all day. Dong-ho, seeing him dancing after talking to Mire, was curious why he wasn't afraid of him. In Kehoe's eyes, Mire didn't seem to show any emotion, and it felt like something wasn't quite right. And why did Mire only want to die? Kehoe pondered. In his view, Mire was currently extremely sad and hopeless, and he wanted to die because he had no reason left to live. Just then, Garam realized that a massive ship was approaching them from afar. On that large ship, information about the corpses scattered around Busan was being relayed, ordering a scout team to sweep the surrounding area. The captain of the ship, Feder, immediately ordered them to interrogate their fishing boat. Afterward, someone asked the captain, and he replied that he had spotted a suspicious boat ahead. A suspicious boat? Huh. Rizuru frowned. He ignored the captain's inspection and went to finish watching the video he had open. The boat ahead. Stop. If you don't cooperate, we will attack. Garam frantically asked Lee Kyung what they should do. Lee Kyung didn't know whether they should fight or not. Orido Island was right in front of them. If only they could just slip past them. Boss, look. It's a terrorist ship from the zombie horde. Should we report it to Mire to deal with them? Dong-ho ran in. Lee Kyung looked at the clothes in his arms, and her brain immediately clicked, telling Dong-ho to quickly put on his favorite orange outfit. A moment later, Dong-ho and Garam, dressed as staff, disguised themselves as transporters, bringing humans to Orido Island. As soon as the captain questioned them, they both answered in perfect unison. They didn't know why they were so in sync. The captain flipped through his logbook. There was no schedule for any trips today. Garam didn't know what to do, so Dong-ho spoke up. We are new staff members who were just added. The captain nodded, acting as if he understood. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Dong-ho silently thanked his ancestors for their protection. It seemed like things were fine, but that was just his opinion. The captain asked sternly. Usually, these things were done by zombies, so why was it humans now? The question was so tricky that Kehoe had to turn and whisper to Lee Kyung, Boss, we're really screwed this time. Lee Kyung remained optimistic and looked ahead because she had it all planned out. Dong-ho was sweating, trying to calm himself down. There was nothing strange about dealing with these situations. He had rehearsed it 100 times over. For those who don't know, Dong-ho's childhood dream was to become a Hollywood actor, an actor recognized by everyone. Sir Kim Cho-shu gave us the order. Dong-ho spoke as fluently as anyone, as if it were the truth. Garam was panicked to see his buddy making up a name like Kim Cho-shu. This was a high-stakes gamble where they'd either win big or get eaten. Dong-ho was also sweating. Surely among a whole horde of zombies at the port, there had to be one guy named Kim Cho-shu, right? It was such a common name. Kehoe whispered into Lee Kyung's ear, full of anxiety. Boss, the name Kim Cho-shu sounds super cool. But what if there's no one by that name? The captain stuck his face close to Dong-ho's, his gray complexion and pale lips making him terrified. Kim Cho-shu still works here? The captain's remark made Dong-ho jump. It turned out the Kim Cho-shu he made up was a guy with such rotten professional ethics that he couldn't even finish a report and was yelled at until all his hair fell out. Regardless of how much the captain badmouthed Kim Cho-shu, Dong-ho was silently grateful to that nameless scapegoat. Mire stood to the side, silently observing. I should just kill them all and leave. Humans really like to make things complicated. Why is it taking so long? Just then, Rizuru came down to check, and the captain explained the situation. Lee Kyung watched him, puzzled. Did Rizuru feel different from the usual zombies? Greet him quickly. This is Leader Rizuru. The captain ordered them. He narrowed his eyes and observed everyone, stopping in front of Mire. Have we met before? The question made Lee Kyung nervous, but Rizuru left first, leaving the rest to the captain because he didn't like to think. Watching him walk away, revealing a mask on his back, Lee Kyung told Mire to remember him well because, sooner or later, they would have a life-or-death battle with Rizuru. At the human breeding farm on Orido Island, the whole group went with Rizuru to the destination. The captain ordered the staff to arrange rooms for the three of them, then let Dong-ho and Garam leave, not forgetting to tell them to pass on his regards to Kim Cho-shu, even though they had no clue what that guy looked like. Lee Kyung told them to find more boats before returning, while she went to find June. After entering the camp, Lee Kyung was separated from the other two. Just as the name implies, this place was only for breeding human slaves. Some were exploited for labor, some were bred for darker purposes, and others were raised to be entertainment for them. These people were selected, categorized, and sold to many other places, but they all shared the same fate: becoming slaves, being treated as a form of food, and being slaughtered in the morgue. If you wanted to be chosen as a slave, you had to prove you were more outstanding than others. Thus, this place gave rise to competition between humans, which could be called a survival battlefield. Before they were separated, Lee Kyung ordered Mire to keep an eye on Kiho. This time, they needed to be more wary of humans than the zombie horde. Mire and Kiho's room was number 7. Lee Kyung secretly hoped everything would be okay, while her job now was to find June as fast as possible. The two entered the room, the atmosphere feeling a bit tense. A tattooed, bald man looked at them with glazed-over white eyes. "Who the hell are you guys? This is room 7. Get lost. We're here to rescue everyone. Let me explain slowly." Kiho spoke up in a friendly tone, but that was when he noticed the guy was grabbing a young girl in the room by her hair, ignoring her pleas for help. "What the hell are you doing?" Kiho said indignantly. Only then did he realize that everyone else in the room wasn't resisting the man's actions at all. The bald man shoved the girl aside and turned his target toward them. Cracking his knuckles, he said, "Newbies, so you must not know the rules, huh? Well, let me teach you." "Teach me what, you jerk?" Kiho had barely finished speaking when the man threw a punch straight at his face, sending him flying into the door. The man grabbed his head and ordered, "From now on, you're my dog. Everything you do, you ask my permission. No talking back, got it?" "What the hell are you talking about? We're here to save everyone," Kiho insisted. The bald man, seeing that Kiho was still blathering, prepared another slap. A small foot blocked his hand, making him even more furious. "What the hell is this?" Mire didn't care about him, just coldly asked Kiho, "Can I kill this bald guy?" Kiho quickly stopped Mire before another grave had to be dug. "If we were zombies, sure, but we can't just kill people, or we're done for." The bald guy pouted and rushed at him with a scowl. "Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a kid." He punched Mire square in the face, a sound so loud you could hear it all the way in Vietnam. Suddenly, he looked confused. "Why is this guy's face hard as rock? I punched him, and my hand hurts like hell. What the hell is this punk made of? Concrete?" Mire raised his hand, and for some reason, the bald guy suddenly felt intimidated. Kiho told him to use just a little force, like flicking his forehead just a tap. Mire placed a finger lightly on the center of the man's forehead and gave a flick that sent him tumbling backward. He flew in a straight line and slammed into the wall. Not just him, but everyone in the room gaped in shock. Kiho only worried that the loud crash would attract the zombies to investigate. Sure enough, a tall, dark, and menacing guard rushed in, shouting, "Can't you guys keep it down and let others sleep?" Kiho screamed internally. "We're screwed. We're totally screwed. I haven't found her, and I haven't even thought of a rescue plan yet." "You again?" The guard stepped up to the bald man. The bald guy was still confused when the staffer grabbed him by the throat and gave him a flurry of blows. "I've told you so many times to keep your trap shut, you dog." And just like that, he was dragged away to be turned into crispy pork belly. Kiho noticed that the others had no reaction, so this must not have been the first time. "At least we're not on the menu today. Don't be sad, Mire. It's all that guy's fault." Kiho turned to comfort him, even though Mire couldn't care less whose fault it was. Kiho then noticed the looks in the people's eyes. He was about to explain the situation when an old man knelt down, kowtowed 3 times, and said to him, "Please, help me get out of here." The old man cried while complaining, "I haven't been given any work for a long time. If this keeps up, I'll be sent to the morgue." A woman ran over to help the old man up. "The kid is watching. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Kiho watched them argue and finally realized the situation. They were actually assessing who the new bosses would be. So, this was how they had been living all this time. Being selfish and stingy is better than becoming a pile of rotting meat. "Don't worry, you won't die here." Kiho firmly affirmed that their goal was to rescue everyone. "Listen up, rookies. The rules of this place are your first lesson," a tattooed guy said, acting like the boss. Lee Kyung casually nodded, and even handed all her work to him. This lady just wants to sit and rest. Even though the tattooed guy didn't understand why she knew that, he ignored it and started doing a celebratory hip-shaking dance. Lee Kyung sat down to think of a plan to find June and escape, but she didn't even know where she was yet. Skipped line logic. Merging context. Just then, the loudspeaker turned on. "Time to work. When the food gets to the work area, report back to your superiors." Being allowed out of the room, made. Lee Kyung breathed a sigh of relief, though she felt that voice sounded strangely familiar. Outside at the construction site, Kiho was manually transporting wood with the others, wondering what work Mire was assigned, just hoping he wouldn't get annoyed and massacre the whole place. Meanwhile, Mire was assigned to sit at a sewing machine, and someone showed him the basics. When Mire sat down and mashed his hand into the machine, blood splattered everywhere, causing the guy to panic and shove him into a corner to sit. Just then, The girl from the room crept over, not knowing where she stole a pack of hot pink bandages from, and plastered them all over his wounds. Mire looked coldly at his red-stained hand. "I don't need these," the girl quickly said. "If you leave it like that, the infection will get worse." Then shyly asked for his name. After Mire gave his name, she shyly thanked him for keeping the peace in their room. "That bald guy, Rusi, took all of our work, so we were terrified of being sent to the morgue," she hesitantly recounted. Skipped line logic. Merging context. "Ha-young, where are you going?" Ha-young introduced the girl, Jian, the only one who cared for her and dared to stand up to the bald guy. Jian wondered why Ha-young was so excited. The girl chattered away to Mire, finally gathering the courage to hold out a notebook with the words, "You're handsome," written on it. Mire remained cold, simply because he didn't understand anything at all, while Ha-young ran over and sat down to talk to him. The atmosphere in their room was more harmonious than the others, even though there used to be that guy Rusi in charge, but it was still better than the rest. Now, thanks to Mire dealing with the bald guy, things were better, and she was truly grateful for his efforts. Looking closely at Mire, Jian noticed she had a face extremely similar to his mother's. Inside, sadness surged, making him not want to look at Jian's face anymore, so he stood up and left, leaving her stunned. Afterward, he returned to the sewing machine and dyed the fabric with his blood again. That evening, Lee Kyung sat slumped in one spot. She had turned this camp upside down but couldn't find June. Could I have missed a spot? Suddenly, she thought of the worst-case scenario, that June had already left on her own. "Well, that's game over, teacher. You pigs, stop working. Work hours are over," the loudspeaker announced again. Lee Kyung heard it for the second time, and it still felt familiar. That was Jun's voice. Lee Kyung immediately asked the tattooed guy where the loudspeaker audio was coming from. He said, "The surveillance office. There's office cleaning work there that I'm doing. But if you want to do Lee Kyung's share, you need her name tag." So he was demanding it. Lee Kyung was like, "Oh, so there's a thing called my name tag that exists?" After saying that, Lee Kyung delivered a thunderous punch that knocked the tattooed guy out cold on the floor. Lee Kyung took his name tag and headed to find the surveillance office. The guard sitting outside was napping, not caring who came or went. Lee Kyung walked straight in and called out to June, who was sitting slumped on a chair. Seeing Lee Kyung had come to rescue her, June looked up, tears and snot streaming down her face. "Captain, this isn't a dream, is it?" As it turned out, June had been scouting one day when she was caught and thrown in here. She had to work herself to the bone just to survive, and who would have guessed she'd eventually become a supervisor? Lee Kyung twitched her lips, though today was finally the day they were all getting out of here. June started sobbing even harder because there was no way to escape. Back in cell number 7, Jian came up with an idea to help everyone bridge the gap between them, so she handed out paper for everyone to write down their wishes. Ha-young enthusiastically cheered for the idea, while Ki-ho couldn't fathom how they were getting along so well in this situation. But perhaps this was also a chance for him to understand Mire better. Oh, Mire wanted to participate too. Mire sat there, looking like, what the hell? Who needs this? Then he spoke up. So, the 5 of them sat there scribbling away. Mire asked Ki-ho what he should write. Ki-ho suggested that he should just write down whatever his heart desired. "Is this an order too?" Mire asked innocently, then hunched over to write something, leaving Ki-ho feeling curious. A while later, everyone started sharing. Starting with the oldest man, his wish was to see his grandchildren again. Since the world changed, he hadn't seen them even once. Most importantly, he hoped the whole family was still safe and sound. Jian rested her chin in her hand, nodding in sympathy and understanding. Then it was her turn. Jian's wish was simply to be able to cook, whether they were zombies or humans. She hadn't found anyone she could trust for the past few years, so she really hoped one day she could cook a delicious meal for people who truly deserved it. God, you guys are absolute angels. I have to help them get out of here, no matter what. Ki-ho thought to himself, tearing up, which made Mire look at him with a judgmental gaze. Then, it was Ha-young's turn. The girl wanted to get close to someone, and then she stole a glance at Mire, blushing. Her unease was written all over her face, making Ki-ho feel awkward for her. Next was Ki-ho, but since he hadn't thought of anything yet, he let Mire go first. He glanced over and saw that Mire had filled the entire page in his notebook. It must be a big wish. I want to die. Mire said, "You want to die because of your mother." Many years ago, when Mire was still a child and his mother was still alive, he was a boy who always wore a happy smile. Every day after school, his mom would come to pick him up. On the way home, there were always silly stories Mire would recount. His mom would always tease him until Mire pouted, looking adorable. But that day, there were abnormal signs regarding his mother's health. That day, for some reason, many people were coughing strangely, which made Mire worried. His gut told him he might never see his mother again. So, when she got ready to go to work, Mire followed her. Throughout the entire time, Mire kept his eyes glued to his mother, which made her think he was even cuter. Worried that he would get bored waiting around, his mother decided to work hard so she could get off early. That day, Mire felt very tired. The strange customers and the surrounding noise lulled him into a sleep. However, that was the time he felt most happy. Even though he was exhausted, being with his mother always brought him peace. Mire hoped that moment would last forever, until his mother had a violent coughing fit and collapsed. Worried, Mire rushed over to hold her. His mother didn't feel well, so she decided to close the shop early, without needing an ambulance. That night, returning home, his mother still cooked and hummed the song she loved. Seeing his mother acting normal made Mire breathe a sigh of relief. Today, he got to eat the delicious food his mother made, and it felt like he was the happiest child in the world, even without his father by his side. Just then, his mother said she had a gift for Mire, a brand new uniform. She saw his clothes were worn out and wanted to surprise him. Mire eagerly tried it on, but it seemed a bit loose on him. Mire even slept in the new outfit because he cherished it so much as a gift from his mother. That night at 1 a.m., the news broadcast an emergency report about a virus spreading at a terrifying speed. The sound of the TV woke Mire up. He sat up, looking for his mother. She was standing in the kitchen, coughing violently. The floor was covered in blood. Mire rushed to his mother. She turned around, her face distorted and withered, leaving Mire stunned. His mother lunged at him, grabbed him, and bit his shoulder, making him scream in pain. "Mom, what are you doing?" 5 minutes passed, and Mire woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. Seeing his body intact, he thought it was just a nightmare. Thank goodness, that was terrifying. That's right, it was just a dream. There's no way his mother could turn into a monster. She must be outside. Just as he thought that, his mother's mouth, agape to the limit, lunged at him again, making Mire's face go pale. He raised his arms to defend himself, so terrified that tears streamed down his face. This isn't a dream. Mom, wait a second. Suddenly, Mire pushed his mother away. Even Mire felt confused, since when had he become this strong? Seeing his mother unconscious, Mire ran outside to call for help. If this wasn't a dream, how was he supposed to survive? At that moment, the scene before him was even more horrifying. The town was in ruins. From an alleyway, a pack of zombies shambled out, so Mire crawled under a car to hide. Two young men who hadn't caught the virus were Googling what the hell these things were. It seemed like getting bitten meant you became a zombie, but he had been bitten and was still completely fine. "I'm so hungry." Just then, two zombies lunged at him like starving tigers. Mire covered his mouth to stop from screaming, but one of the zombies found him. Mire scrambled to run away. The zombie from behind leaped and caught him, biting Mire's upper arm, causing him intense pain. "Let go! Let go right now!" Mire screamed, using all his strength to run away. His arm had been torn off. Finally, he returned home. His arm was slowly growing back, but Mire still felt the pain. He looked at his mother, who had also turned into a zombie, sitting in a corner. "Mom, it hurts so much." Hearing the call, she sluggishly stood up and lunged toward Mire. Mire fearfully waved his hands. "No, don't. Stay back, Mom." She groaned as she approached, making Mire unable to suppress his fear, screaming, "Get away, you monster." Bones shot out, piercing through his mother's body. Mire didn't realize what happened, still covering his face and trembling. "Stop, please." "Mire," his mother groaned. She used the last of her strength to hug him. "I'm sorry, Mom." Mire wept as he called for her, but she had collapsed, her body twisted and riddled with holes. Mire stepped back in shock. No, this can't be. He remembered vividly that his mother's voice grew fainter and weaker, and he had killed her with his own hands. Just then, Risuru, as a young man, kicked the door open and walked in. After hearing Mire's screams, he saw the boy and lifted him out for the two men accompanying him to guess what their dinner was tonight. The black guy wanted to see his face before eating, but Mire's face was deathly pale. He was still in shock after experiencing such horrors. "Hey, he's probably scared because he saw us." "Haha," the three men laughed together. Mire muttered, "They should just kill you, because you've committed an unforgivable sin." "All right, suit yourself, little bro." A few seconds ago, they were just mindless zombies. But suddenly their memories flooded back, and they felt an insane power surging through their bodies. Normal zombies wouldn't even be able to spit out a coherent sentence. While he was at it, he decided to send Mire to the afterlife, reaching out to tear out his still beating, warm heart. "Easy there, bro. You look just like those movie killers." They were excited to experience this new feeling. Suddenly, Mire spoke up, his face filled with rage. I told you to kill me, so why are you just standing there? What the hell is going on? The black guy didn't understand what was happening. Seeing that the boy wasn't dead yet, he continued to torment Mire. They kicked him around like a balloon. Just as they were about to leave, Mire slowly stood up, making the whole group tremble. Mire was small, but he radiated terrifying power as he slowly approached them, his eyes brimming with tears. I told you to kill me, didn't I? In a flash, Mire lunged at the black guy, grabbed his head, and ripped it right off. Do it like this. Kill me. Just like this. As he spoke, tears streamed down Mire's face, and in an instant, he ruthlessly slaughtered the guy. The other two ran for their lives before they could become the next victims. Left alone, Mire felt a surge of pain despite being the one who dealt the blow. If he felt this way, his mother must have been in 1,000 times more pain. From that moment on, Mire began to wander, carrying a heavy burden of guilt. He wandered only in search of death. After hearing his story, the whole room fell into silence. It wasn't because they were scared or sympathetic, but because they didn't know what to say to comfort him. He looked truly pathetic. Jian suddenly spoke up. Why do you want to die? Do you really not know what your mother wanted? For the first time, someone spoke to him like that, and Mire couldn't help but feel confused. You killed your own mother, so it's only natural that you want to die. Is there something wrong with that? You're wrong. If I were your mother, I wouldn't want to see my child like this. Mire stood up, annoyed, and growled at Jian. Don't act like you know everything. Jian remained firm. I wonder, did Mire understand back then why his mother apologized? Why would she do that? Because she didn't buy the right uniform or the food didn't taste good? Shut up, Mire frowned. Suddenly, the whole room shook as if there were an earthquake, making everyone panic. Kiho now had only one thought. He had to stop Mire before something terrible happened. Even though she saw the gravity of the situation, Jian remained determined. I always thought you were emotionless, but I was wrong. Based on what you just said about your mother, you're just a normal person capable of feeling rage. You loved your mother so much, so why are you so bent on dying? Do you think your mother would be happy if you died? Would she say, oh, my son died so well? Mire warned her not to lecture him like she was his teacher. Jian continued. If your mother knew you would end up like this, that's why she apologized back then. Because you'd have to live without a father or mother. Mire, please let go of the mother you've been keeping locked in your heart. That is the only apology you can give your mother. These words, which no one had ever said before, combined with a face that resembled his mother's, made Mire go quiet. At that moment, their images seemed to overlap, as if his mother were standing there talking to him. Suddenly, the earthquake stopped, and Mire quietly went to a corner to sit. The old man still couldn't understand what was happening. So, was the earthquake really caused by him alone? Back to June and the escape plan. It was hopeless, because if they wanted to leave, they had to take down the leader, Risuru. They didn't know the rules, but there was a barrier outside this camp. You could enter freely, but you couldn't leave. Risuru must have been playing dirty. In short, they had no choice but to fight Risuru. They didn't know who would win or what the losses would be. They weren't familiar with the terrain, so it was hard to plan. I understand. Lee Kyung nodded, surprising Jun. Before coming here, Nuri had warned them that they wouldn't be able to escape because, in all likelihood, the farm was controlled by the leaders, so coming and going wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, Jun might not even know the structure of the floors, let alone how to escape. They might even have to suffer together. Hearing Lee Kyung relay Nuri's words, Jun was filled with admiration. Just then, Jun's alarm went off. The bell stick they made could temporarily erase memories and also function as an alarm. Since it was time for the shift change, the alarm sounded. Right then, someone opened the door and walked in. When they were in Busan, Lee Kyung had also asked Nuri about the escape plan, but she said it wasn't the FLW. In a vast, chaotic world like this, there must be others out there just as desperate as them, and it would be the same here. The person who walked in was a normal human named Ho Dong. He spread a stack of A4 paper with some sketches on the table and sighed. What should I do about this? Escaping shouldn't be this hard. Lee Kyung went over to look at his farm blueprints, and immediately suggested that Ho Dong join them in leaving. Before Ho Dong could even react, Lee Kyung picked up the drawing to examine it further. He shouted, Hey, once you're done cleaning up, get lost, don't joke around. I'm not joking, Lee Kyung said, seriously. Ho Dong was left speechless. What the hell was wrong with this woman? Give it back. What if we get caught by zombies? Ho Dong snatched the sketch back. Lee Kyung saw this and grabbed the guard, demonstrating by throwing him flat on the ground. Both observers were stunned. Miss, what the hell are you doing? The guard stood up, clutching his aching back. "What are you doing, you dog? Shut your mouth," Lee Kyung said, then punched him, knocking him backward and making him lose a few teeth. The 2-meter-tall zombie lay flat on the floor. Ho Dong's jaw dropped. He thought to himself, "No way. She dealt with a zombie like it was nothing." After that, Lee Kyung used Belly to erase his memory. She could take out 100 of these weaklings if she wanted to. Plus, with that monster Mire in the group, they could take on the whole lot. "Do you believe me now?" Lee Kyung said to Ho Dong. Even if he wasn't convinced before, Ho Dong nodded. Even though she was a stranger, the escape plan was already set, and adding an ally wasn't a bad thing. Besides, Lee Kyung got straight to the point. They would escape and free everyone. Naturally, Ho Dong didn't agree. They didn't even know how many people were there. But this time, they had to take everyone with them. If they didn't bring them along, everything would be meaningless. Ho Dong was confused, but after seeing how that woman handled a zombie, he was 70% convinced. His plan was to go out the gate first because the zombies thought they were just low-level pests, so security was lax. The escape wasn't the problem. The problem was that the humans here were absolutely terrified of the zombies. They probably hadn't even thought about escaping. It was clear that if they fought the zombies, they would be toast. The main issue was that guy, Risuru. If he was the problem, Lee Kyung would just kidnap him to use as a free pass to get out of this place. At that moment, Ho Dong truly felt like Lee Kyung had lost his mind. Where would his future lead? The next morning, the whole group was summoned for school. Last night, there was an official announcement regarding the discovery of the person who killed the Guardian, so both humans and zombies had to assemble. Even Risuru had to be there, even though he hated working more than anything. At the meeting, both humans and zombies were present. There was no better place to erase humanity's fear than right here. Everyone was waiting for this moment. The time for a showdown had finally come. Lee Kyung suddenly stopped, confusing everyone. A guy signaled for her to hurry up and keep moving. Right then, Lee Kyung took a deep breath and shouted, "Garam, can you hear me? The ship is in front of the main gate. The place we just arrived at, that's where we're going to make our escape." Garam and Dong Ho, who were eating noodles, were startled when they heard her voice. They rushed to move the ship to prepare for the escape before Lee Kyung shredded her vocal cords. "What the hell is she doing? My eardrums are about to burst," people muttered. A zombie guard stood in her way to question her. "But why play the hero when you're that stupid?" Lee Kyung slammed his head against the wall with one hand, killing him on the spot. Risuru didn't understand what was happening. Lee Kyung coolly declared, "Escaping through the main gate is the easiest way out of here. Everything that happened is a consequence of your own arrogance. Starting today, your era comes to an end." Risuru found it annoying, so he jumped down from above. He was certain that Lee Kyung was the one who killed the 7th Guardian. But Lee Kyung thought his imagination was quite vivid. Still, she had come today to reclaim freedom for humanity. Though the people around them didn't dare believe her, seeing her take down a zombie with one hand gave them a spark of hope. "Shut your mouths, you dogs, barking so much." Risuru wasn't just talking crazy. He radiated a powerful magnetic field that affected everyone, a harbinger of fear. He walked toward Lee Kyung, telling her that she was only confident because she had killed the weakest guardian. There was a reason for the hierarchy among the guardians in the management council. "I'm curious too, but you picked the wrong person to punish. I'm not the one who killed that guardian." Lee Kyung smirked. Behind her, Mire moved like a gust of wind, punching Risuru squarely in the face and sending him off to solo. Meanwhile, Lee Kyung stayed behind to signal everyone to flee. While the others were still under the influence of Risuru's fear, Ki-ho shouted, "Everyone, run! If you don't, I'm taking off alone." Following his lead, everyone scrambled to escape the prison. The zombie guards ordered the gates to be shut to stop them. The doors slammed down, but Lee Kyung stayed behind. Ho Dong followed her orders but worried about her fighting them alone. But Lee Kyung said, "You go ahead, I've got this." So Ho Dong and another supervisor ran for it. He was skeptical about this escape attempt. Ho Dong couldn't fully trust it yet, but Lee Kyung's firm voice and confident attitude were strangely convincing. It really felt like a new era was beginning. Either way, they had to escape anyway, so they might as well consider the plan already in motion. "Are you tripping? A human like you dares to fight us?" There were dozens of zombie guards. Lee Kyung activated her ability. They might win on numbers, but she had many lives to protect behind her. She wouldn't let a single one of them step over her dead body. Meanwhile, Risuru was having a little chat with Mire. He recognized her as the rookie from the suspicious ship, and to be tasked with fighting him, she had to be a commander. "No," Mire replied briefly. Risuru didn't understand the full story. Suddenly, a few others jumped out, saying, "A new era? That sounds nice, but it's not guaranteed." "I don't care," So I'm not sure. Mire replied again, showing she truly didn't give a damn. Risuru got angry. Why do you look so sluggish? If you aren't sure, get lost, you female dog. Impossible. Mire's response made Risuru go insane. He hated being disobeyed more than anything, and he roared as he charged forward in a grand display. To his surprise, Mire sent him flying with one hit. Then, Mire lunged forward, sweeping with her green tendons. Risuru dodged, but one of his eyes was sliced in two. He sat down, clutching his left eye in pain. Suddenly, something felt wrong. He was clearly the villain, so why did he feel suppressed? It was as if defeat was inevitable. He had felt this sensation before. He realized Mire looked familiar. He remembered back when he was young and reckless. He had dragged Mire away like a piece of food. Then, she went berserk and slaughtered someone right before his eyes. So his intuition hadn't been wrong. They had met before, and he had actually been the one to run away out of fear. Aha! Risuru started laughing like a madman, unable to contain his excitement. My master has finally returned. Mire didn't understand what had happened to him. Risuru's life could be summed up in 2 words. Lazy. But that was just his life now. The day the zombies broke out was the first time he had faced true fear. He realized that, to survive, he had to become stronger. To stay alive, he would do anything, becoming so strong that he was promoted to guardian before he knew it. He felt he had become so powerful that there was no more fear or terror left. Life was dull, and he became extravagant, indulging in bloody things. He thought life would just drift on like that, until today, when Mire appeared right before his eyes. She was the reason he realized he had to become stronger, and the only one who made him feel fear. Teach me again. Make my life as interesting as it used to be. Risuru jumped at her to give her a hug, only to be whipped in the face by her small intestine. He was sent flying, yet excitedly charged back, as if he hadn't just been thrashed. Amazing, she's gone. A giant brain mass flew into his stomach. Mire leaped up, whipping her intestinal whip repeatedly at Risuru, giving him no time to breathe. Risuru realized she was in a different league. If this kept up, he would really die. But Risuru loved this feeling the most. He zoomed up, escaping the encirclement. While humans had superpowered individuals, zombies had their own. Those zombies were called Fredion. Risuru activated his power and sprouted wings. He fired feathers at Mire, piercing her body like it was cheese. Oh, is that so? Mire said before launching bones at him. Risuru laughed, flying around to dodge. Master, that's nothing. Look, I can fly. You look like a clown, Master. Mire thought for a moment, then placed her hands on the ground. He focused his blood pressure into his legs and launched himself into the air, kicking Risuru right in his smug face before grabbing him by the hair. Master, can you fly too? Mire didn't answer. Instead, he hurled him down to the ground. Then, he dove down, lashing out with blue veins. Risuru spread his wings and flew back up. Damn, you're beyond anything I could have imagined. While Risuru was still busy praising Mire, Mire had already appeared behind him, using a bone whip to send him crashing back down. To an outsider, it looked like Mire was flying, but according to Lai Kyung's analysis, the pressure was so intense that the blood spurting from Mire's legs acted like propulsion, mimicking flight. Jun was surprised to see Lee Kyung, as she had arrived much faster than they expected. In truth, while Lai Kyung might be lacking in raw numbers, her skills were top tier. While Mire was busy fighting Risuru, she ordered Jun to evacuate everyone onto the boat. But they forgot that 2 guards were still at the gate. The guards rushed at them with machetes, but suddenly, Garam appeared from behind and knocked them both out with swift taekwondo strikes to the head. Captain, is everyone okay? Why are there so many? Ho Dong felt like this world was twisted. How could creatures like that be dealt with as easily as pie? Everyone was ordered onto the boat. Jian called for the old man, but he couldn't find Ha Young anywhere. Jian immediately rushed off to find her. Meanwhile, Mire was still battling Risuru, who managed to slice off Mire's arm. Mire didn't even flinch. Instead, a barrage of bones erupted from his arm, slamming into Risuru's face before throwing him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Just as Jian arrived, Mire was confused as to why she was there, but knowing it was dangerous, he told her to get out of there quickly. What the hell, Master? Risuru grimaced and flicked a feather toward Jian. What was with that weak display? Jian was about to die right in front of Mire, and she happened to have the same face as his mother. It felt like he was about to watch his mother die all over again. Mire shielded Jian, catching Risuru's feather with his bare hand, leaving Risuru stunned. Risuru questioned him as if he were jealous. Master, who is that woman? Mire carried him away to talk in private. Right then, Hong brought in the bald-headed Rusi. The girl had gone looking for him because he hadn't been evacuated yet. Jian went pale. They said Rusi was a special case, but looking at his outfit, she couldn't imagine what the hell he had been through. Back to Rizuru. He felt like Mire's attacks were even more powerful than before. Had he done something to provoke him? Mire attacked continuously from all angles, leaving Rizuru no time to dodge. His life had gone from being a guardian to becoming Mire's punching bag. Finally, Mire severed his limbs and grabbed him by the throat until his eyes rolled back and he started groaning. Rizuru's body fell freely. It was ridiculous, but he was going to die today. To die by the hand of the one he loved. Rizuru laughed like a madman. It's an honor to fight you to the very end. I only became who I am today because of you. Even death is worth it. Please, make these final moments of my dull life a brilliant masterpiece. I won't kill you. Mire's answer left him disappointed. Meanwhile, Lee Kyung screamed at Mire to hurry up and leave. Everything was ready. Mire delivered a final strike, his bone blade slicing the surface of the water in two. That's how I beat people within an inch of their lives, he thought as Rizuru spat blood. Master, if you hit them any harder, they'll die. Garam announced that the barrier had vanished, likely because Rizuru had lost consciousness. Kiho went to control the crowd, while Garam and she went to deal with the remaining zombies. As dusk fell, everything had been cleared. They never expected to see the day they'd be freed. Just then, Mire dragged Rizuru past and handed him over to Lee Kyung. At that moment, he saw Jian but had no intention of talking. She thanked him for saving her life. Mire remembered what she said. You've let go of the mother in your heart, so how are you supposed to live now? By finding a new reason, Jian had said. After the zombies took over the world, no one could live a normal life. They struggled to survive to find their loved ones, either living or dying. Recklessly surviving to pray for a brighter tomorrow. They didn't live because they had hope. They lived to find it. Mire could be the same. Only now did Lee Kyung understand Mire's story, so she wanted to tell him the truth. For all this time, he had been nothing but a tool for their goals. But if Mire wanted, they would treat him like a member of their group. But first, they needed to know if he still wanted to die. Mire nodded. Lee Kyung bowed her head, signaling she understood. That's enough for today. It's time to go home. On the boat, Rizuru opened his eyes, thinking he was a goner, but Lee Kyung's face appeared above him. She demanded he spill every piece of information he had. Rizuru realized he was still alive, only to serve as a useful source of information for them. He glanced at Mire, his dream lover. Even if he gave them the info, what good would it do him? It wouldn't guarantee any deal between them. It seemed like there was some misunderstanding here. We don't want to negotiate with you. Lee Kyung spoke and signaled Kiho to cast a sleep spell on him. Kiho commanded him to smile. Rizuru started laughing uncontrollably, his expression looking absolutely hideous. Lee Kyung held his life in her hands, so after getting all the info, she would send him to the afterlife. Understood, please let me go, Rizuru said while laughing, making June unable to hold it in. But she immediately regained her focus. She had to be serious in front of the enemy. You were going to say, let me go anyway, weren't you? Rizuru's words after the spell took effect shocked Lee Kyung, forcing her to ask again. It turned out Rizuru didn't stay silent to protect the zombies. He wanted something from them too. The zombies were useless to him. The most important thing was that none of them were Rizuru's dream person, so he didn't give a damn. Recalling the intense physical encounter with Mire, it felt better than any high. Don't beat around the bush, just say it already. What do you want? Lee Kyung asked, annoyed. He just laughed and said something no one could believe. Let me join your side. He begged Lee Kyung. He would do whatever they asked, as long as he could follow and be with Mire. What the hell was he talking about? I guess when you want to save your own skin, you'll say anything. At that moment, Kiho wanted to splash acid on Rizuru's face to keep him away from Mire. But Lee Kyung thought otherwise. She wanted to squeeze every bit of info out of him, even if his proposal meant nothing. Rizuru looked at them with contempt. He might look stupid, but he had a brain. He knew perfectly well that they had no plan once they evacuated the people from the camp. If they just drifted through the ocean on this boat, they would eventually be caught when the energy ran out. Even if the suicide squad could survive, the civilians would have nothing left. Lee Kyung was speechless because he was absolutely right. Had she underestimated his intelligence that much? Rizuru revealed there was an island nearby where people could be hidden, but he was the only one who knew about it. Kiho still reacted aggressively toward the third wheel. Even if he was telling the truth, he opposed it, certain that Rizuru would just go on to kill more people. But Lee Kyung agreed to the trade, on the condition that Rizuru wouldn't eat anyone and would be under 247 surveillance. Rizuru couldn't be more satisfied. After all, high-level zombies don't really need to eat anyway. Lee Kyung ordered him to take them to the hiding island. She apologized to Kiho, but this was the only and best choice. From now on, he'd just have to get used to living under the same roof with Mire and Rizuru. Kiho could only silently agree. To him, her decisions were never wrong. But sometimes, he wondered what exactly Lee Kyung was searching for. After Lee Kyung left, June finally had the chance to ask about her long-standing curiosity, the defensive shield at the breeding camp. Rizuru said the answer was at the island they were heading to. It was a tiny island with just one coconut tree on it. It couldn't even hide a mouse, let alone their 100-strong group. Everyone was skeptical. Was Rizuru trying to pull a fast one? Lee Kyung spoke up first. "Are you trying to scam us?" Rizuru suddenly felt a chill. For some reason, he felt like he was standing in front of Mire. Had she been hiding her true strength all this time? He had to clear his name first. She had such a short temper. He told her to hurry and press the stone on the island. After Lee Kyung pressed it, the island suddenly sank to the ocean floor, where a secret base was hidden. Rizuru pouted. "See? I didn't lie, did I? This place is more than enough to house all your people. It's a spot I stumbled upon. You can tell it was built a long time ago. Whenever he wanted to slack off, he'd come here." Lee Kyung nodded. This place was more than enough. Just then, Rizuru honestly asked why she had to hide her strength. With those abilities, she was more than capable of fighting the other guardians. But Lee Kyung had her own reasons, and she wasn't as strong as he claimed. "Oh, really?" Rizuru was suspicious. He felt she was on par with Mire. But more importantly, where did these terrifying people come from? And why were they so strong? After pushing the initial button, they returned to the surface and brought everyone down, much to their amazement. Lee Kyung asked Ho Dong to help everyone move their luggage. Her polite attitude made him question reality, but he complied anyway. Afterward, Lee Kyung gathered the suicide squad and dragged Rizuru to a house. Nuri popped out from somewhere to pass judgment. He didn't know where this was, but it wouldn't be a bad place for a new headquarters. Turns out, Mire had transformed into a plane to pick her up. Mentioning that made Nuri want to knock Lee Kyung on the head a few times. So when Nuri saw Lee Kyung, he nipped at her head to scold her. She knew he was afraid of heights, yet she still put him on a plane with only one pilot. But since the mission was a complete success, Nuri let her off the hook, capturing Rizuru and escorting June back safely. Seeing the commander worried about her, June teared up in gratitude. Who would have known that deep down, Nuri was thanking his ancestors for helping them find this massive base. Lee Kyung didn't forget to thank Mire for her contribution. Speaking of that huge yacht, Mire had already tossed it aside. Before regrouping, Lee Kyung let everyone rest and tour their new home for a bit. Then, Nuri summoned everyone for a new operational plan. They had just achieved an unexpected victory, and from now on, this deep-sea base would be their new headquarters. Even though everyone wanted to enjoy the moment, work couldn't stall. For now, according to Rizuru, the hideout of the leader, Raydon, was still a mystery. That guy had never shown his face to the Guardians. So, Nuri decided there was only one thing they could do: destroy Raydon's infrastructure based on the intel from Rizuru. Rank 5 Rhea, Rank 4 Nat, Rank 3 Arrow, Rank 2 Spectre, and Rank 1 Terret. The campaign, titled The Hunt, for the leaders of the Suicide Squad officially began. The first targets were Rank 5 Rhea and Rank 4 Nat at Chang World, the training farm for zombies, which had extremely strict defense systems and stockpiled military weapons. This mission wouldn't be easy, but if they pulled it off, they'd have a massive military base in their hands. So, the first big goal was to infiltrate Chang World. More importantly, they had to expand their forces. They couldn't just rely on Mire to save them. And Mire, she'd dive headfirst to meet her maker given any chance. June raised her hand to speak. Assuming their mission of the century succeeded, how would they deal with the aftermath? If they got caught while infiltrating, the zombies would drag their entire nest down on them. Nuri looked dangerously serious. That's why I chose Chang World. What I'm aiming for are the insane defensive weapons of Chang World. Plus, there are high walls and gates. Overall, the defense is super tight, so this city isn't easy to infiltrate. Rizuru nodded because this was a highly fortified territory created by the Rank 1, Terret, himself. If even zombies couldn't get in, they didn't stand a chance. Nuri didn't have a plan yet, but he wasn't too worried. In short, just thinking about the future where they captured Chang World and turned it into human territory felt like reaching the peak. What if that guy is lying? Kiho still doubted Rizuru. He was afraid that if they went to Chang World and the whole zombie horde was waiting for them, they'd all be dead and buried. Maybe they wouldn't even get a grave. And Rizuru was providing all this info just to stay by Mire's side. It was unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about that? You think I wouldn't dare betray those zombies? Why do you keep dismissing the loyalty I have for my master? Rizuru defended himself. But thinking back, he realized Kehoe had a point. He didn't just want to be by Mire's side. He wanted to get physical with her too. But now that he didn't have limbs, what was there to get physical with? It was because he was so happy to see Mire again that he forgot to think about the long-term future. Lee Kyung said Kehoe wasn't a fool. They would scout the situation first to verify whether he was telling the truth or lying. She wasn't asking them to follow blindly, but to consider the most appropriate plan. Nuri cleared his throat, cutting through the tense atmosphere. This mission would last for a few months. First, he wanted to ask them for a favor. Among those who returned from Orito Island, select the ones with potential to expand their forces. This was also the original reason he ordered everyone to be saved. After the meeting ended, June ran to the surveillance room. The advanced technology kept her eyes glued to the screens. Clearly, they were underwater. Yet the computers still worked, and there was even electricity. The important part was how this city existed on the ocean floor and where these inventions came from. It seemed they used the same technology as the barrier on Orito Island, perhaps developed 100 times over before the disaster even happened. A world that no one seemed to have discovered, yet had such top-tier technology. Who on earth created it? Just then, Lee Kyung brought Mire over to talk to June, handing her the knife June had invented in the past, which had the effect of delaying Mire's regeneration process. So, Lee Kyung asked June to use this technology to create a weapon that could end Mire's life. "Are you telling me to create a weapon that kills people?" June asked, bewildered. Lee Kyung knew it sounded cruel, but this was exactly why Mire had come to them, and it was Mire's own wish. June wasn't creating a weapon to kill people, she was creating something to fulfill Mire's wish and set him free. "That's right." Lee Kyung nodded. After examining the knife in her hand, June suddenly recalled that the material she had used to forge it was something she'd found by chance, so she didn't even know its name. But just a moment ago, June had seen an image on the computer. It was the Renji flower, a species discovered after the catastrophe. If they extracted the essence from the flower and combined it with metal, it would make the weapon dozens of times stronger than ordinary metal and could create an alloy containing special power. That's what the files said. This meant that as long as they had the Renji flower, they could craft weapons capable of killing Mire and many others. Luckily, the computer already had the coordinates for this flower. Now, the problem was, who would go out and retrieve it? After some thought, Lee Kyung made a decision. The very next morning, they were on a plane, piloted by someone using Mire's fresh blood as fuel. Garam and Dong-ho were escorted to find the Renji flower. While Garam was straining her eyes to find the marked location on the map, Dong-ho beside her collapsed in pain. He was terrified of heights. Finally, the group reached the mountain designated for the search. As soon as they landed, Dong-ho started wailing because of the altitude. Garam asked Han why Lee Kyung had sent the three of them. Mire could have done it alone, after all. Once Dong-ho was done, Garam led the team to scout the area. They didn't know where it was, so they had to search every nook and cranny. Just then, Dong-ho felt nauseous again. He rushed away, out of camera view, to take care of business. Suddenly, the face of a zombie popped up right in front of Dong-ho, causing him to freeze before screaming at the top of his lungs, "Help! A zombie is going to eat me!" Garam rushed over in a panic, but it was just a dried-up corpse that had been there for a long time, though it was covered in splatters of colorful paint. Dong-ho boldly guessed that there must be a superpowered person living nearby who was dealing with these zombies, so they would look around to see if anyone was actually living there. And while they were at it, they could try to convince them to join their suicide squad. Just then, Mire spotted another corpse, but this one was a child. At that exact moment, a thought flashed through Garam's mind. The nameless paint streaks on both bodies suggested this was the work of a killer. Just kidding, if someone with superpowers was actually living here, that person would definitely be extremely dangerous. Right then, Dong-ho remembered a rumor he'd heard somewhere about a mad scientist who wanted to fuse humans and zombies together. With corpses of both humans and zombies appearing lately, could they be being used for experiments? Garam thought his imagination was running a bit wild. "I don't think they're related," Garam said, though she felt a bit spooked, deciding to head back to headquarters to report. However, her logic immediately commanded her not to turn back. She was the leader of this mission, after all. Upon hearing the news, Garam was just as shocked as the audience, but Lee Kyung persuaded her with sweet words, making it impossible for Garam to disagree, especially when she said, "I trust you," which convinced Garam to continue scouting the mountain. "Everyone is waiting for us at home, so let's find that Renji flower and head back," Garam declared like a true commander. Who would have thought that by late night, they still hadn't found anything, not a single petal? Could the Renji flower be extinct? Garam couldn't accept this reality. Was her only ability eating and sleeping? "Tomorrow, I'm going to turn this mountain upside down even if I have to, just to find one flower." After complaining, Garam crawled into her sleeping bag to get some shut-eye. She needed sleep to keep her head clear. Mire volunteered for the night watch. Garam suddenly remembered she had never seen Mire sleep. He didn't seem tired or sleepy either, so Dong-ho got a full night's sleep without having to take a shift. Garam sighed. Why is the world so unfair? Mire was already strong enough to take on the world, and he didn't even get tired or sleepy. Previously, she had been so terrified of Guardian number 7 that she could only sit and wait for death. Back on the island, she had just run errands without contributing anything, and today, as a leader, she was already getting lost, utterly incompetent. Garam had once dreamed of becoming a hero. It all started the night she got trapped in a burning school. While that might be a common dream for many students, Garam was currently at risk of dying right here. Just then, the door burst open, and a cool firefighter saved Garam. Even though he didn't have superpowers, he was a true hero to her. Since that day, her dream of becoming a hero to save the world had taken root, but reality was like a slap in the face. Garam wasn't as strong and decisive as Lai Kyung, didn't have a giant brain like Nuri, and wasn't an inventive genius like June. In short, she was pathetic. Right at that moment, a shrill scream rang out. A little girl was crying for help while facing a zombie. He hadn't eaten in a month and really needed to pack in some protein before hitting the gym again. Just then, Garam jumped out and smashed him on the head to snap him out of it. He rubbed his face and muttered, "I knew it. There's no way a kid would be wandering around here alone. Are you one of those bait trap killers?" Garam didn't have a clue what the hell a bait trap was. Meanwhile, on the cliff above, a shadow was observing the battle. The zombie lunged to attack, and Garam pulled out a book to read. Every time she read a book, she gained the power within it. This time it was the W style, hitting him repeatedly. But Garam's speed was quite slow, so he managed to block the blows. She took the chance to elbow him in the stomach. He was still standing after all those attacks. "So, you really aren't an ordinary person," like they said. Just then, Dong-ho and Mire arrived. Why would they split up when they were supposed to be earning merit? Garam told the little girl to go to them. The zombie couldn't let his meal escape, so he threw a boulder toward the girl. Garam screamed for Mire to save the girl, but Mire stood still like a statue, pretending to be deaf. Garam gritted her teeth and lunged with all her might to shield the girl. "Heh, what the hell? Throwing yourself in the line of fire? You're not very strong, are you?" The zombie turned to Dong-ho, thinking he had to take out the accomplices one by one. Dong-ho frantically urged Mire to help Garam, but he couldn't move because he had orders. The zombie demanded Garam take him to the human hideout, but she had no idea such a place existed. A paint palette opened, and a streak of yellow light slashed across his neck, separating his bald head from his body. Garam was released and slumped to the ground, wondering which deity had come to her rescue. The little girl saw the person and cheered. "A hero has come to save us." An artist who looked even prettier than Garam walked up, holding his weapon, a paint palette. The little girl ran up and hugged him tightly, saying that Garam's group had saved her. The artist flashed a smile brighter than the stars in the sky and said, "Thank you all for saving this little one. I am Kim Min-sung, a hero." Upon hearing his introduction, Garam was suspicious. Usually, nobody just introduces themselves as a hero like that. Seeing that she was injured, Kim Min-sung offered for them to return to the village for treatment. Hearing this, Dong-ho told Garam to go with him to find a place to rest. But Garam, as tense as a guitar string, refused. They still had other matters to attend to. Min-sung didn't force the issue. After wishing them luck, he took the little girl back home. Dong-ho watched them go but didn't dare to follow. Garam needed bandaging too, so why didn't she go? She didn't refuse because she didn't want to, but because she had noticed a smear of color on the zombie's neck earlier. It looked exactly like the corpse they saw earlier that morning. According to the deductions of the great detective Garam, Kim Min-sung was the prime suspect. Now, back to Mire. Garam couldn't understand why he wouldn't help her. Mire was just following Lee Kyung's orders. Even so, Garam was deeply frustrated. Why stand there and watch when people were about to die? Suddenly, an image of Mire flashing in anger crossed her mind. He looked terrifying. She stopped talking and turned to leave. Garam told herself that even without Mire's help, she could do it on her own. After Kim Min-sung returned to the village with the rescued girl, the villagers cheered and praised him. The child's parents were overjoyed to see their daughter back with Min-sung, constantly calling him a hero. Watching from a tree, Garam found the whole thing strange. The entire village treated him exactly like a hero. But why was there a human village here? Garam tried to contact Dong-ho to see if he had observed anything else, but Garam had taken the only pair of binoculars they had. Just then, she saw Min-sung walking alone and seized the chance to follow him, because when people are alone, their true colors come out. He wandered around the village like a guard. Suddenly, Min-sung stopped and muttered, "Unification?" At that moment, he was looking at the little girl and her puppy playing together. Through Garam's eyes, Kim Min-sung's image looked as hungry as if he had been starving for days. Should I unify them? Garam hurriedly held her breath and hid behind a wall when he left. Remembering the story Dong-ho told about the human-zombie unification experiments, she became even more curious and determined to follow him to the end. If he really was a mad scientist, she had to stop him. In Kim Min-sung's house, he was talking to a blue bird named Freddy. It chirped out broken words. "Do it, you won't regret it." Garam stood outside the door, straining to listen, knowing Min-sung was with someone, but unable to hear clearly. "Ha ha, I almost got caught, but let's try unifying them." Kim Min-sung laughed out loud, hearing those words about unification again. She was 100% sure he was a mad scientist. So she kicked the door open and lunged in. "You madman, I won't let you get away with this." Min-sung laughed happily, bowing to the heavens in thanks, and by doing so, he dodged Garam's attack. "Found you. Someone strong and kind, too." Kim Min-sung's words confused her. After some explaining, it turned out he was being mistaken for a hero. Although he had superpowers, he wasn't exactly strong. One fine day, while he was wandering around looking for scenery to paint, he accidentally took down a zombie. After that, the villagers started hailing him as a hero. At first, Min-sung felt awkward because winning against the zombie was just pure luck. But the problem was that the villagers kept praising him, which made Kim Min-sung feel great, and he became arrogant without even realizing it. His whole life had been spent in his room painting, but now he was being lauded like this, hogging the spotlight on this mountain. Although he didn't want to keep pretending to be a hero and wanted to end it, he missed his chance. And besides, everyone here trusted him. "Liar," Garam shouted. She clearly heard him talking about unifying something. "I just wanted to collaborate with everyone as a hero," Kim Min-sung innocently explained. He had just used the wrong word. Garam asked why he was wandering around the village. "That's because I was afraid you would turn me down." And the sinister laughter? "Oh, I have a habit of laughing when I panic." Garam couldn't believe it. But the one thing he couldn't explain away were the zombie corpses scattered all over the mountain, including the child's body. Kim Min-sung looked dejected when mentioning that it was a child he couldn't protect. This place was very secluded, so zombies rarely passed through. Even though they had been spotted a few times, Min-sung had set traps everywhere. Any zombie that got too close was killed. But because of that, rumors of the trap maker spread. Zombies looking for the village became fewer, but humans couldn't avoid being caught in the crossfire. Later, Min-sung thought about leading the villagers out of there, but since zombies were everywhere, there was nothing else he could do. Besides, Kim Min-sung had a request for Garam. Some time ago, a few zombies mentioned they would come to the area soon to catch him, and he couldn't face them alone. Just then, a loud noise erupted, followed by a zombie's voice. "Where are you? Come out here, you trap-setting piece of trash." "I'm here! I'm here!" A red-haired zombie arrived, bringing its 3 triplets to party. The villagers saw it and started screaming, running for their lives. Garam hadn't even finished her sentence when Min-sung bolted outside. A half-zombie had appeared in the village. How could he just sit there and keep chatting with her? What the hell? He was scared stiff a second ago. Garam was baffled, but immediately followed Min-sung, not forgetting to call Dong-ho. "Senior, get here now." Beep. Dong-ho was annoyed. "Get where?" "To heaven?" Meanwhile, the red-haired half-zombie was slaughtering the villagers to find the predatory trap, which was Kim Min-sung. Not finding him was a bit disappointing, but having the chance to strike at these small, weak humans made it excited again. "Aha! This is so fun. Can't believe Rhea ordered a regular half-zombie like me to handle something so interesting," it said while dancing amidst the blood spraying from the villagers. A streak of blue paint slashed across its face. Kim Min-sung arrived, but the villagers were already mostly dead. He knelt down and whispered to them, "I'm sorry I didn't make it in time." "Heh heh, you're the predatory trap, right? Why are you so late?" "I've almost finished killing everyone." The blood in Kim Min-sung's veins began to boil as he immediately opened his paint palette. He used every trap and every color he had. "You son of a bitch, you're gonna pay for this," he screamed. Just then, a foot pressed down on Min-sung's head. The half-zombie had jumped over in an instant, leaving him stunned. All the traps he had laid over the past months had missed their mark. The half-zombie leaped up, firing 4 shooting star swords toward Kim Min-sung. He stood frozen like a statue, apologizing to the villagers in his heart, and braced himself for the impact. "Huh, what the hell? Don't tell me that's all you've got," she sneered in anger. "If that's the case, this isn't fun at all. Everything ends here." Just then, Garam leaped out and kicked straight into her back, making a crisp cracking sound. Seeing Kim Min-sung injured, and then looking at the bodies of the villagers scattered on the ground, Garam turned pale. Luckily, there were still a few survivors, but only a handful. Garam rushed over. "Can you explain later?" "Right now, hurry and use the Che," suddenly appeared behind her, asking excitedly, "Who is this girl?" She finished her sentence and slashed horizontally. Fortunately, Garam ducked just in time. She clenched her fist to swing a punch. But at that moment, Garam hesitated and backed away. Garam was panting hard. She was terrified, thinking if she had reached out just a little further, she would have been cut. Jisoo Che folded her hands and praised, "You're pretty quick, aren't you? Don't tell me. You're a real predator trap." Garam realized, this is bad. I can't win. Running away is the best option. She turned to Dong-ho and said, "Hurry and get everyone out of here. I'll follow you." Dong-ho agreed. "Got it." Che narrowed her eyes excitedly. Dong-ho shouted, "Is there anyone else here who can move? Pick up the unconscious ones and run, quickly." Suddenly, something flew toward him, accompanied by Che's voice. "Wait a minute." That thing glided past Mire and the others, finally circling around Garam, who was frozen like a statue. Che caught it. "Don't move. Anyone who moves dies." She brazenly introduced herself as the captain of the 3rd Defense Squad, World of Jisoo Che. "My beloved sisters and I share the same body." The others echoed. "The same body. Our thoughts and actions are identical. We get 4 times the benefit from a single attack." She leaned close to Garam's face and suggested, "Let's have some fun together. Let's kill each other until one of us is dead." Garam stared blankly. "What are you talking about?" Jisoo Che laughed eerily. "Silence. That means you agree." Mire stood there like a statue. He remembered asking, "I don't have to do anything?" Kyung nodded. "But if something happens, leave it to Garam alone." Mire gave an example. "What if she's about to die?" She replied, "If that happens, Garam's journey ends here." Che announced, "Let's begin." She believed with absolute certainty that this wasn't the end of Garam's journey. Back to the fight, Che sneered with absolute arrogance and disdain. "Not bad. This is the first time I've seen someone dodge my attack." She moved like lightning, leaving blurred after images with every step. She surrounded Garam from 4 corners, forming a tight trap. "Surely you can dodge this one too, right?" Simultaneous attacks rained down from all 4 sides. Garam narrowed her eyes and suddenly leaped gracefully into the air. Even though she kept her cool, she couldn't stop sweating from the sheer tension. "Why is it playing with me? Why is it focused only on me?" She turned to look at Jisoo Che, who was still smiling brightly. Her eyes narrowed with intent, like a predator that had found its prey. "Can I really beat this girl?" Jisoo Che was like a violent cyclone, unleashing relentless attacks. After just a few short seconds, Garam was covered in wounds, her breathing ragged, almost unable to fight back. She thought to herself. Every move is fast and precise. She watched Che attacking aggressively, noticing every strike was aimed right at her. She put her hands up to guard her chest, standing frozen, her expression filled with confusion and panic. "Oh man, how am I supposed to fight this?" She didn't know. Someone watching the scene trembled uncontrollably, their face deathly pale. "Ugh," Dong-ho gasped in shock. He was terrified, tears streaming down his face, and he ran away. "I'm out of here!" Che's eyes turned ice cold, sharp as if wanting to pierce through her opponent, her killing intent undisguised. She unleashed a technique, and the person's body was split in 2, to Dong-ho's horror. "I told you to stand still, didn't I?" Garam's jaw dropped, unable to believe what she was seeing. Meanwhile, Che was preparing her next move. She scoffed. "Humans really are foolish creatures." Garam's eyes hardened. Her gaze was sharp and decisive. "This is not the time to lower my guard. If I want to save everyone, I must fight back." She immediately thought of the martial arts books she possessed. "I have 3 martial arts books in my hand. I must make the most of them." She nervously flipped through the pages, searching for a way to defeat her. Che's smile was full of mockery. "Look at that confused girl. Are you going to show me your skills now?" She stood there swaying, confident in her own abilities. During that moment, Garam tried to charge in to attack. So exciting! She lunged with incredible speed. Her fist was ready to fly straight at Che's face. In an instant, the distance between Garam and her closed up. A fierce flame of determination burned in her eyes, as if nothing could stop her. Now that the distance has closed, she can't hold her sword. The chance to turn the tables is here. Che tilted her body, clenched her fist, and suddenly threw a right hook to Garam's chin, forcing her head back violently. "Get lost. Because of you, I can't hold my sword." By inertia, Garam leaned backward, still thinking. Just surround her, then make her let her guard down. Her eyes became strangely resolute. I will definitely land this hit. She tapped her hand against the backpack she was wearing, which had the power to absorb knowledge through her entire body. The more she read, the more she understood. She stood firm, absorbing knowledge with just a single touch. Using the knowledge she had just absorbed, Garam delivered a fast, accurate knee strike to Jisoo Che, like a professional fighter. Grabbing the moment the opponent left an opening, she immediately pivoted her hips, put force into her legs and shoulders, and unleashed a powerful punch. Che screamed in pain. That hurts, and Garam realized, this is my chance. Punches were unleashed in rapid succession like tidal waves. Straight punches and hooks followed each other non-stop, leaving Che almost no chance to counter. Jisoo Che's eyes flashed with steady confidence, without a hint of hesitation or fear. She's actually pretty good at being serious. This is getting difficult for me. Garam gritted her teeth. She's lowering her guard. She'll open up soon. Che backed away. What is this? Garam's will to fight reached its peak. She pushed off the ground, quickly jumping into the air during that split second of carelessness. Her body spun in a perfect circle, every movement decisive and fluid, like a dance in midair. If I can make use of that thread, I can defeat her. Che calmly and lightly swung a punch so powerful it felt like it could pierce right through Garam's body. It's not what you imagined, girl. See that? The hit was so powerful that she couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Jisoo Che looked at her with a sarcastic glare. She stood there, exuding an air of calm, detached arrogance. If you're going to play with me, you'd better give it everything you've got. That was a pretty decent attempt. Garam fell to her knees in pain, clutching her wounds. Her hands were stained with fresh blood, streaks of red tracing between her fingers before slowly dripping onto the ground. Fear filled her eyes as Che stepped closer. Che sneered. What game should we play next? Terrified, Garam went pale, bracing her hands on the ground as she instinctively dragged herself backward. Stay away. Seeing Jisoo Che aggressively advancing with her weapon, Garam thought to herself, no, absolutely not. What do I do? She urged herself on. Think, Garam, use your head. You said you would save everyone. Get up and find a way to win. She sat slumped on the floor, eyes filled with terror, tears streaming down. I want to be able to say those words, but I'm so scared. Suddenly, Garam bumped into a pair of sturdy legs. Mire's voice spoke gently. Need a hand? Regardless of the situation, his face remained calm and composed. She said I could help you at the critical moment. Garam lowered her head, silent, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind. This would be easy for Mire. He probably wouldn't even be afraid. If he helps, everyone gets saved, right? In Mire's eyes, he saw a cowering Garam. Yes, that's enough for now. I don't need to be a hero. Garam's mind flashed back to her childhood, to the image of a strong firefighter carrying her out of a burning building. I will become a hero. Tears of happiness had welled up back then. One day, I'll be just like him. Garam dug her fingers into the ground. She sat silently in a corner, face sullen, her gaze heavy as if burdened by something she couldn't express. Thank you. Her expression darkened. She suddenly realized something about growing up. The firefighter's image returned. The thoughts of a child and an adult weren't so different after all. Garam stood frozen. I was terrified just now. The firefighter must have been scared too. She braced her hands on the ground. With a job that dangerous, there was a chance he wouldn't make it out either. As she was lost in thought, realizing that was the true nature of saving people, Jisoo Che interrupted her. Ha! Garam roared as her power erupted, her eyes glowing green, her body wrapped in violent lightning energy discharging from her hands. Instead of overthinking, I just need to act. She lunged forward, her power surging wildly. Jisoo Che remained calm. Oh? A new skill? What's this? You planning on making us fall again? Dongho screamed. Garam! Garam's gaze was full of determination. A thought flashed through her mind. She remembered her power manuals, channeling that knowledge. She whispered to herself, what would happen if I applied knowledge that defies logic? Garam dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, channeling her knowledge. She unleashed a massive shockwave that left Che wide-eyed in astonishment. Suddenly, Jisoo Che leaped high into the air, and the force of the blast shifted 90 degrees in the other direction. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire space. Che crashed to the ground with a thud, her body stiffening in a moment of stunned silence. She gasped, panicking inwardly. What the hell was that? If that had hit me, I'd be dead. Where did she suddenly pull that kind of power from? I need to get out of here before this becomes a headache. After the attack, Garam suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure it. Her body felt like it was about to explode. This ability only lasts for a minute or two. Garam glanced at her opponent on the ground, calculating that she had to finish them off quickly. Seemingly sensing the murderous intent in her eyes, Che immediately jumped up and shouted, "Well, it's been fun, but I'm going home now. I'll spare you today. See you later. Such a pretty girl." Garam quickly launched a palm strike and shouted, "Where do you think you're running to?" The force struck Che's back, sending her face planting into the ground with a loud thud. Garam snapped, "This game should be over by now, right?" Che roared, "My beautiful face." She sat up, cursing loudly. "You think you're so tough now? You think I'm leaving because I'm scared? I'm just being generous." As she spoke, Jisoo Che lunged toward Garam for a counterattack. But as she closed in, she heard a strange sound accompanied by a large 5-pointed star. Jisoo Che wondered, "What's that sound?" Before she could find the answer, she was blasted backward. A terrifying force surged from Garam's body. Garam demanded, "Who asked for your generosity?" Che struggled to regain her footing. She yelled, "You're starting to piss me off." She reached into the pouch at her waist, pulled out a handful of hidden weapons, and threatened, "Now I'm playing for real." The weapons were thrown toward her opponent in an unpredictable trajectory. They emitted a blinding light, like a meteor shower. Garam wasn't afraid. She focused, searching for a countermeasure. Crane Wing Formation. A detective novel about the Crane Wing Formation. The story was based on a real figure, Admiral Yi Sun-sin. In the original history, Admiral Yi Sun-sin used wave tactics, a strategy he employed throughout his life. All three of those tactics were adapted into the novel, and one of them was the first strategy, Jiansajin. Garam immediately unleashed a powerful strike, the sheer force of it blowing away all of Che's hidden weapons. They fell, scattered to the ground, creating a visually stunning sight. The clones mimicking Che's movements yelled, "Look, isn't it beautiful? Pick them up!" Che barked, "No, stop copying me. Pick them up." As Garam finished her attack, she suddenly coughed up blood. She covered her mouth with her hand, thinking, "I can feel everything shutting down inside. I have to land the decisive blow now." Che, still gathering her weapons, suddenly widened her eyes, stuttering, "No way Garam is using the second strategy." Two massive bursts of force were unleashed, but Che quickly noticed something off. She laughed triumphantly. "I see it now. You're pushing yourself way past your limit, aren't you?" Even though that was true, Garam didn't give up. She screamed, "Hong Aonin," and struck toward her opponent. Che dodged it without much difficulty. She mocked, "I was right, wasn't I? Your attack is so obvious. Who could possibly get hit by that?" She leaped behind her opponent. Jisoo Che smirked and lunged forward, yelling, "What a waste of a good move. You're leaving your back wide open." At that moment, Garam was standing with her back turned to Che, but a voice rang out, "Wait. No." Che realized something wasn't right. Garam turned, glared at Che, and said coldly, "I did that on purpose just for you." With those words, Garam suddenly threw her arms wide open, the sheer force looking as if it would tear the very space apart. Hong Eon-jane is a tactical feint, a fake retreat. In reality, Major General Wei Sun-sa had used the Hong Eon-jane strategy to lure the enemy in. Then, by immediately turning back, he executed his true plan. Once the enemy fell into the trap, Garam unleashed her third tactic. Two powerful streams of energy struck like a pincer movement, suddenly rushing toward Jisoo Che. That was Hakin. Jisoo Che truly hadn't expected to fall into a preset trap and couldn't react in time. "Hero, what is the meaning behind that word?" Garam's power struck Che, sending her flying far away. Mire stood there. He silently watched without a trace of expression, thinking, "Overwhelming power, sky-high fame, these might all be traits of a hero, but they absolutely do not make someone a hero. Being a hero is sometimes a very simple, even foolish conclusion. And sometimes that conclusion means knowing when to risk one's own life." After unleashing her move, Garam stood silently in one spot, gasping for air without a word. Hit by such a powerful blow, Che had no strength to retaliate. She just screamed in despair. That power was so intense it blew everything away, causing her body to tremble from the impact. A long, deep trench now scarred the ground after Garam's attack, the result of her decision to risk it all for that final strike. At that moment, Kiho, Garam, and everyone else witnessing the scene stood there, jaws dropped in astonishment. In the eyes of one young girl, there was even a sense of admiration. In that instant, Garam had truly become a hero to someone. Dongho stood behind her and called out loudly, "Garam, are you okay?" Seeing her stagger, his voice carried a hint of panic. Garam's legs could no longer hold her up. Her whole body felt as light as a flower petal. Garam muttered softly, "Feels good, doesn't it? If it were you, you wouldn't have made it this far." With that, She collapsed to the ground, completely drained of all her strength. Seeing this, everyone called out to her in concern. From the ground, a single rose sprouted, and then countless other flowers bloomed, leaving everyone in shock. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Flowers." Garam lay on the carpet of flowers, her consciousness sinking into an undefined space. In that hazy moment of her life, she saw Mire standing before her and asked, "I look pathetic, don't I?" He thought for a moment before quietly replying, "No." Garam remained motionless on the flower bed. Suddenly, she made a request. "Can you help me just this once?" Mire asked bluntly. "What?" The sky was beginning to brighten, the sunlight peeking through with warmth. She said, "Help me stand up." Mire stood there, his face emotionless. He reached out his hand and replied, "All right." Garam gripped his hand tightly. She offered a faint smile and said, "Thank you." In that moment, the rose growing from the ground finally bloomed in the new sunlight. Mire then helped Garam up from the flower bed since she couldn't move on her own. As Mire supported her, Garam moved with some difficulty, saying, "Hey, slow down, I'm actually going to die here." Mire only grunted in response. Just then, Min Sung, having narrowly escaped death and looking disheveled, hurriedly ran toward them. He anxiously asked aloud, "Are you okay?" Seeing him run so fast, Garam remarked, "What's this? You seem to be doing better than I thought, huh?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Kim Min Sung coughed up a large mouthful of blood. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he sobbed, "Just lie down, please." Seeing his pathetic state, Garam was startled and said, "You're the one who should be lying down." But Min Sung acted as if it were perfectly normal. He kept crying as he stepped toward Garam, saying that without everyone, who knows what would have happened. Seeing him cough up blood continuously, Garam looked disgusted, backed away, and said, "Get away from me." But Min Sung didn't seem to care, and kept fumbling. "Thank you, Garam. Thank you for saving us." Garam kept dodging, saying, "Back off already." Dong Ho watched the scene from afar, standing silently. Bowing his head in thought, he mused, "Garam has been through so much. What have I actually been doing? I am so useless." Scene change. In a place where glowing flowers appeared, there were so many of them below that everyone cried out in amazement. Someone asked, "Is this the flower you were looking for?" It's Mire's group. They are in a cave filled with glowing flowers. Garam couldn't help but say, "There are more than I expected." Dong Ho turned to the girl beside him and asked, "Is it really okay for us to take them all?" The girl who led them there replied, "Are these flowers really that valuable? They don't smell like anything." Garam, being supported by Mire, began to tear up, her body trembling with joy. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably, and forgetting her image, Garam thought to herself, "Captain, I did it. Commander, Garam, I did it." They quickly headed into the field of flowers. Garam spoke up, "Senior, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and put them in the bag." Dong Ho obeyed, hurriedly kneeling to pick the flowers. Seeing them like that, the girl just muttered, "Glad they're useful." Scene change. Outside, it was still daytime, and clouds were drifting across the sky. Shovelfuls of dirt were lifted. Quickly, the deceased were laid to rest by the villagers in a single plot of land. Kim Min Sung, along with Mire and Garam, stood behind, silently mourning the departed. Looking at the graves side by side, Min Sung could not hide his sadness. In his mind, he remembered being a child, being cheered on by other kids, and thinking, a hero has appeared. Remembering that moment, Min Sung couldn't hold back his tears, but in the end, he just sighed and held them back. Garam seemed to notice the change in him. Just then, one of the villagers stepped out and told everyone, "Come on, let's clean up the village." Garam proactively stepped forward and asked, "Can you and everyone else find another place to hide?" She spoke out of turn, thinking to herself, "Walking there myself is hard enough." Min Sung was slightly surprised. He turned to look at Garam and asked, "Find a place to hide?" Garam seemed to be having trouble speaking, gasping for air as she said, "There is a place not far from here, and it's very safe. We will save everyone as soon as we can, so just stay there for now." Everyone standing there stopped and turned to look at her when they heard Garam say that. Dong Ho was confused and stepped forward, asking, "But why? That's going to take extra time." Hearing him ask that, Garam turned and replied, "That's not a good idea." Garam then spoke up to explain, "Moving everyone at once is too risky. If we're spotted by the zombies, we'll be in big trouble. We should head back to base first, then figure out a way to get people out. I need to report this to the captain too." Dong Ho nodded in agreement after hearing her explanation. "I guess you're right." Garam noticed Dong Ho standing right in front of her, looking a bit awkward, and wondered to herself, what's up with him? Why is he acting so shy all of a sudden? Before she could think about it more, one of the villagers asked, Garam, is there really a place safer than this? You'll come back for us, right? Garam was caught off guard and wasn't sure how to respond, but she quickly pulled herself together, clenched her fist, and promised, don't worry, we will definitely come back. Garam then walked over to Minsung and said, Minsung, take this. She pulled out a walkie-talkie, handed it to him, and continued, we'll use this to keep in touch, so please take care of everyone. Feeling the weight of the responsibility being placed on him, Kim Min-sung waved his hands frantically and said, I can't do that. Garam's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Kim Min-sung looked miserable, sweat pouring down his face from the pressure as he spoke. I don't know why so many people died. I'm not a hero. I just kept up that lie because I was scared. In reality, I'm just an ordinary guy who's been thinking about running away. Garam stayed silent. Seeing her quiet, Kim Min-sung turned to leave. Garam called out, who was the one who ran straight into danger? At her shout, he stopped in his tracks. Min-sung paused and muttered. That Garam continued, you were probably terrified, but you didn't run away. She walked over and placed the radio into Min-sung's hands, leaving him no room to refuse. Protect everyone. By the time I get back, you'll still be the hero of this village. As he took the radio and heard her words, a flash of complex emotions crossed Min-sung's eyes. The villagers also began to encourage him. That's right. You've protected this village every single day. We're only alive today because of you. Hearing the villagers, Min-sung said in a low voice, please, everyone, wait just a moment. As Kim Min-sung turned and walked away, Garam asked, where are you going? Still feeling down? After a while, the sun was fully up and the sky had cleared. When Kim Min-sung returned, Garam asked, you're back? Where did you go? Kim Min-sung walked up, suddenly grabbed Garam's hand, his eyes shining brightly, and said, I, Kim Min-sung, no, the hero of this village, will protect the people. Garam was stunned by his sudden action. What? Min-sung didn't overthink it. He ran happily toward the cheering villagers, shouting joyfully, everyone, let's think about a place where we can live. Garam watched his sudden transformation and thought to herself, what the? Where'd he run off to? Is he suffering from multiple personalities? Min-sung's eyes were sparkling with anticipation for a bright future. Someone whispered, better that than seeing him in such agony. All right then, Garam took her leave. Kim Min-sung and the villagers waved goodbye to their group. Before leaving, Garam looked back and smiled at the villagers. Kim Min-sung smiled back at her as a farewell. Warm sunlight streamed down through the hair of the person standing below. Beneath the tree, near the blooming flowers, a child who had lost an arm and a leg sat quietly. The scene shifted to the sky as a signal came through. Lee Kyung stood there, arms crossed, looking slightly surprised at the sight before her. Mire and Dong-ho had brought Garam back safely. She held a glowing flower in her hand and smiled at Lee Kyung. Seeing them back safe and sound, Lee Kyung let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Lee Kyung watched the three approaching, thinking to herself that from the moment they found the renge flower, the suicide squad had changed a lot. They had discovered plenty of resources for basic needs like clothing and food in the village. With the people rescued from the farm, they also received help from a professor at the production institute to build and create improvements. Using defensive weapons, everyone began training to fight. People started military drills, and to use remaining resources effectively, they set up a department to manage labor, economic activities, and make important decisions. Soon enough, time passed very quickly. Scene change. Someone wearing a hat bowed their head and said, "You've all done very well lately." A huge crowd was gathered in the courtyard. Mire, Garam, Dong-ho, and Ki-ho were called to step forward. Lee Kyung spoke up. "The efforts you've all put in over the last few months will certainly not let you down. Starting today, for the next 7 days, we will occupy the world site." The sky was blue that day, but heavy clouds moved in. At that moment, on Orito Island, a ship was stuck on a large rock in the middle of the sea. Below, Jerry was crouching, picking up a broken mask from the ground, muttering, "Time to catch some slaves." Orito Island is disappearing. What the hell happened there? The scene shifted as a walkie-talkie broadcasted, "Orito Island has been destroyed." Someone's voice spoke up. "What? What about Risuru?" "Ah, I am Nat, the fourth guardian." A voice replied from the radio, "Heaven only knows, Jerry." On the other side, holding the broken mask and examining it, she said, "Now that Orito Island is in this state, you don't think he died with it, do you?" Nat replied, "We've got a big problem." Nat was in a laboratory, looking at bodies lying in the test chambers, and said, "Do we really need to attend the leaders' meeting? Regardless, I want to continue my experiments." Jerry immediately replied with one word, "No." Jerry then warned Nat, Don't you dare report this to Tear. Nat was stunned and blurted out, What? Tarrant will go insane. If he finds out, can you handle the consequences? Jerry stood up, threw the mask aside, and replied, Exactly. If I go around killing humans, it'll be a big deal. As she spoke, she threw out red rectangular bars. Looking at those X-marked bars falling to the ground, Jerry let out an excited cry. She then slammed her blade into the ground and said, 4 years have passed since the first dawn broke over this paradise, and it's been a long time since I first woke up in this state. This is the perfect chance to show off these artistic talents that have been gathering dust. No sooner had she finished speaking than massive pillars erupted from the ground all around her. Nat heard this and retorted, I don't have an opinion on that, but don't you dare make me the target for that fireworks show. Ajay So-che had returned as well. She was attacked by humans. Hearing her say that, Jerry looked a bit surprised, then added with a sarcastic tone, Oh, is that so? The captain of an anti-defense team, and yet you're in this state? Where's that girl? As he spoke, Jerry stepped onto a boat. Hearing the question, Nat replied, Word is, she's at Mount Chansong-san in Yangsank. By now, Jerry had blown up the cliffside, and with a sea of flames all around, she sat on the boat and left, saying, Hunting, huh? In which direction? I really hope I'm not disappointed. Scene change. Elsewhere, the sky was dark and gloomy once again. Inside the city's protective barrier, a voice echoed out, All right, let's get going. It was Ha-E. The young girl with big, sparkling eyes held a microphone in her hand and cheered. Let's start the third combined training session. Let the capture the flag battle begin. The rules remained the same. There were 2 teams, blue and red, known as Team Mire and Team Risuru. Whichever team captures the flag first wins. Mire and another person were leading the team, while the other side was Risuru. He blushed, feeling incredibly pumped. He couldn't believe he was fighting alongside his master. Meanwhile, Ha-Young's voice continued to ring out. Who will win this round? The winner's prize will be a bag of shrimp crackers from Orito Island, and this is the very last box. And now, introducing the esteemed captains of each team. Team Mire's captain, Ki-ho. Team Risuru's captain, Park Hoang. Let us know when you're ready. Ki-ho stepped forward, his sharp gaze assessing the opposing side through his glasses as he thought to himself. Park Hoang used to be a full-time elementary school teacher. Even though he couldn't fulfill that dream back then, he was going to pursue his new dream here to the end. After hours of analysis, he had come up with the ultimate strategy and tactics. Park Hoang was holding a folder in his hand. Looking at his team members, Park Hoang spoke to himself. His final mission was to ignite their self-confidence, including Mire's. Thinking this, Park Hoang felt brimming with confidence, clenched his fist, and shouted words of encouragement. We can do this because all of you are brilliant, shining talents. Let's go, those shrimp crackers are going to be ours. The team members responded with enthusiastic cheers. The captain is the best. Ki-ho, who had watched this display, immediately turned to motivate his own team. We will be the winning team because we shine much brighter than them. Everyone responded enthusiastically, except for Mire, who remained expressionless. Seeing him speak like that, Park Hoang stepped forward and shouted, Hey, he said, competing with Ki-ho. Hey Ki-ho, are you just going to keep copying me like a coward? You only win every time because Mire is on your team. Ki-ho didn't back down, pushing back against him. There's no cowardice in competition, and stop obsessing over those shrimp crackers, they're ours. Ha-Young, looking thrilled, raised a hand and announced, All right everyone, it looks like everyone's ready. Let the battle begin. No sooner had she finished than Risuru's group charged toward Mire's group with weapons in hand. They shouted loudly. Himi was standing nearby. The young girl spoke up and asked Mire, Master, what should we do? Mire only replied with 2 words. Who? The girl with the red eyes was Hemi, Mire's obsessive fan. She just said coldly, I understand. Then I'll handle this myself. With that, she grabbed her sword and charged forward faster than an arrow. Mire just stood there, a giant question mark forming in his mind. Who was that? Hemi quickly tore through many of the members in Risuru's group. Her attacks, every single one of them, struck vital points, causing everyone to scream in pain. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Hey, you! Hemi immediately became alert and glanced back, seeing Risuru, looking furious. He charged forward, bone in hand, attacking Hemi with a look of rage as he yelled, Who gave you permission to call him master? He is my master. Just try to butt in and see what happens. Hemi just stared back at Risuru with a sharp, cold gaze and replied, Master is not an object. You'd better watch your mouth, you disgusting green cocoon insect. Risuru, hearing this, swung his arm which was just a bone and roared, You arrogant, foolish human, you're dead meat. With that, he attacked. A blast of purple light shot out, instantly binding Hemi's body. The girl gripped her sword tight and said, "You might still think you're the leader of Risuru, but you can't do anything to me with that body of yours." Risuru attacked again. His bone struck the edge of Hemi's blade, creating a loud clash. He gritted his teeth and said, "You talking about this body? You don't understand the value of this form. Master made it especially for me." Mentioning the body made of yarn, Risuru seemed very happy. He blushed, grinned wickedly, and continued, "A piece of Master is always inside me. Even if I tried to describe this feeling, a bumpkin like you wouldn't understand." Seeing that expression, Hemi said with utter disgust, "Gross." At this moment, Kyung had arrived. She stood above, arms crossed, looking down and asking blankly, "What's going on here?" Jun, standing nearby, replied, "You've been so busy lately, sis. You probably haven't heard. Do you remember the RJ sword that was made recently? I'm not entirely sure about its impact, but after distributing the Renge swords, everyone's physical strength has increased significantly." She emphasized those words. Looking at the people below, Jun laughed and continued, "They've become much stronger than the average person. The best news is that people who have awakened as superhumans have appeared." The people she was referring to were Hemi and Junha. "Ha." Jun blushed, looking excited as she continued, "I think we need more manpower. It will help with our plan. Even so, they still aren't enough to stand beside you or Mire." Kyung listened, her hand on her chin, deep in thought. Everyone had improved so much since she first started training them. There would surely be many people fighting alongside them on the front lines, and perhaps even better plans. Kyung glanced toward Risuru and Hemi. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, she thought that, surprisingly, Risuru was more useful than she had expected. She kept wondering if everyone was afraid of Risuru, or if it was because of his current state. During the training session, Dong-ho was gripping his sword tightly. He was filled with determination, thinking he would catch up too. He didn't want to be a burden anymore. Just as he thought that, something struck his head, causing Dong-ho to let out a yelp. Following that, the others were also hit in the head by something and had to stop. Just then, someone snatched the green flag and held it up. Seeing this, Ha-young said, with no regret, "No." Mire had grabbed the flag in just a few seconds. "Another overwhelming victory today. Mire, you're so cool." Seeing Mire had snatched the flag, she couldn't help but cheer with joy. "Go for it, Mire." Park Hoang saw this and, unable to hide the desperation on his face, shouted, "Are you kidding? Isn't Mire a cheat code himself? Why is he participating in specialized training for humans?" Hemi blushed, looking at Mire with eyes full of admiration, and said, "Master is so cool." Hearing that, Risuru shouted back, "Where are you looking? I already told you he's my master. Don't look at him, you hear?" The team then ran over to cheer for Mire. Someone spoke up to encourage the others. As usual, the training ended with the victory of Mire's team. Risuru's team, try harder to catch up. Kyung stood above, not seeming to care much, and asked, "How are the tests going?" Hearing that, Jun replied, "About that, I've tried conducting experiments and testing various methods, but it's still very difficult to find the underlying cause." She looked at Mire and continued, "The perfect way to die remains a mystery." Kyung asked, "I'll join you today." Jun was a bit surprised but replied, "Excuse me, I don't mean anything by it, but is something wrong?" Kyung only answered, "I have a special mission that requires Mire's help." Transition to after the training session, Mire was in the lab with Jun. He was lying on a chair. As Jun carefully injected the dose into Mire, she said, "MF 250, estimated fatality rate 0.0025%. I hope you have a nice dream tonight." As she spoke, Jun smiled at Mire. His vision gradually became blurred. Mire just softly replied, "Yes." Inside, he wondered, "A dream?" Mire sank into darkness. In this space, there was only him. In his mind, Mire was still thinking, what does it feel like to have a dream? Back to reality. Mire's vital signs were still displayed as stable on the monitor. Kyung stood behind the glass, observing Mire. If the experiment continues to fail, it will be very difficult to make Mire trust us again. Kyung stood there, observing, thinking, but she needed Mire's help for future missions. The only way to make Mire cooperate was to awaken his humanity. Jun looked at the computer screen in silence. Seeing him open his eyes, she asked, "Mire, do you feel anything different?" He replied, "No." Hearing that, Jun responded, "I see." She wrote while announcing, "MF 250. Results entered. No abnormal signs of life. No unusual physical reactions. The result of the 250th experiment is a failure. Transition to a knock on the door from outside. A gentle voice called out, "Who is it?" Hearing the noise, Jian stepped out, opened the door, and exclaimed in confusion, "Oh." Upon seeing Mire standing silently, she spoke up. "What's going on, Mire? Did Li Qiong tell you to come help me all day?" "That's right." Hearing that, Ha Young cheered with joy. "That means we can spend the whole day together, right?" But Jian was deep in thought. "I don't have any plans for today yet." Suddenly, her face lit up. "Oh, that's right. Shall we make curry together?" Mire asked suspiciously. "Curry?" Then Jian slowly recounted. "Do you remember the wish I mentioned back at the camp? I said I wanted to cook for you, so I thought we could cook together today. Let's go get ingredients for the curry." Transition to outside. The little girl was checking what ingredients to buy. "First, we need carrots. Where can we find them?" "Mire, have you ever seen carrots in the village?" Before that question, he just indifferently replied, "Carrots?" At the same time, in another house, a voice echoed, "Arrow, can you hear me, Kim Min-sung?" On the other end, the other person replied, "Yes, I hear you." While reading a book, Garam continued, "When the Strange World project ends, we'll probably come and take everyone away." The person on the other end asked, "The Strange World project?" "That's right. I think it will be carried out next week." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Oh, wait for me a second." Kim Min-sung opened the door before he could finish his sentence. "Who is it?" Ha Young quickly spoke up. "Hello, ma'am. May I ask if you have any carrots in the house?" Seeing the uninvited guest, Garam looked puzzled and asked, "Carrots? Why are you looking for them here?" The little girl timidly explained, "You don't have any?" Suddenly, Mire walked over. Mire still kept his usual cold expression. She asked again, "Mire, you did this?" She irritably shouted, "Hey Mire, why ask me about carrots?" Suddenly, a carrot was compared to Garam's braid. He calmly pointed his finger straight at her and confirmed briefly, "Carrots." That made her freeze for a beat. "Huh?" Without saying another word, Garam kicked the two of them out and shouted, "Go play somewhere else, I'm busy." A while later, Ha Young hugged her notebook to her chest, eyes looking wistfully into the distance, sighing sadly, "We've been kicked out. Where can we get carrots?" Suddenly, the little girl turned to ask, "Mister, do you know where there are carrots?" Hearing the unexpected call, Rusi startled and turned around. "Oh, is that Ha Young? Are you talking about carrots?" Transition to the carrot farm. Ha Young's eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, a whole patch of fresh carrots." "Carrots." Still surprised, the little girl turned and happily asked, "Have you been growing carrots this whole time?" He nodded honestly. "That's right, because I also need to contribute to the community. I was thinking a lot about what I should do, and suddenly I thought of growing carrots. It's quite hard to grow anything here, so only young carrots can grow. If you'd like, you can take them." Hearing that, Ha Young happily replied, "Really?" Roos scratched his head, shyly saying, "Of course, you guys are my saviors." The little girl cheered excitedly. "Thank you for finding the carrots." As if remembering something important, Ha Young held up her notebook and asked, "Oh, right, do you have potatoes?" "Potatoes? I don't grow those." Suddenly, remembering something, he raised a finger and smiled mysteriously. "But I heard there's something that looks like a potato swimming in the sea." Hearing this preposterous story, Ha Young startled. "Under the sea?" Rusi winked and continued, "Why don't you go see for yourself?" A moment later, she looked up, gasping in astonishment. "Going to the ocean?" "This is a research base deep on the ocean floor." Liu, anxious, asked, "Do you have diving gear?" The girl replied immediately, "Yes, I do." She seemed to be searching for something before continuing. "I think there are a few things that need to be handled. Do you have a specific destination in mind?" Ha Young chimed in happily. "Potato Key is swimming in the ocean, so we want to go get some." June suddenly froze. "Potato Key in the ocean?" Key suddenly poked his head through the door curiously. "What's going on? Why does it smell like Mire in here?" Ha Young greeted him cheerfully. "Hi there. Hey, Mire is actually here." He asked about the situation. "What are you two doing here?" The girl answered right away. "Oh, we're planning to go get some potatoes from the ocean." Tiny air bubbles bubbled up and floated back toward the surface amidst the deep blue sea. The vast ocean floor was teeming with schools of small fish. Ha Young exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, the ocean is so beautiful. I've never seen anything like this before." Key, swimming beside her, thought to himself, "This is my chance to make memories with Mire." Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked over there. He asked curiously, "Huh?" Ha Young stared with rounded eyes at the brown object floating in the water, exclaiming in surprise, "There's really a fish that looks like a potato." He stopped in his tracks and replied, "What is that? Could it have been mutated by the zombie outbreak?" Then the girl said, "Mire, let's go catch it." Up ahead, a giant creature suddenly lunged out with its mouth wide open, causing everyone to scream in panic. What the hell is that? Seeing its mouth close right before her eyes, Ha-young shrieked. No, that thing ate our potato fish, Ki shouted loudly at everyone. Hey, look at that. The fish is missing a fin. That must be from a previous fight. He was certain this monster was the ruler of these waters. Just as the group was observing, the monster suddenly lunged straight at them with terrifying speed. It's coming right for us. A sharp, large yellow eye shifted as if it had spotted something unusual. Amidst the deep blue sea, Mire looked blankly upward. Startled by a sudden impact, the monster widened its eyes in terror and immediately let out a thunderous roar. In the hazy space between reality and a dream, old memories came rushing back. The big fish remembered a peaceful afternoon, swimming complacently among the small fish. I am so happy because I am the ruler of this ocean. Suddenly, a powerful beam of white light slashed down from nowhere, leaving it only enough time to gasp in shock. A massive bolt of lightning struck the sea, creating a horrific scene. Amidst the spiderweb of cracks on the wall, he seemed to be teetering. That day, I felt the fear of death approaching. Because of that, the fish couldn't overcome its fear. It even fainted. Ki, standing nearby, dropped his jaw in confusion. Wait, what just happened? He immediately cheered in approval. Mire defeated it. That's Mire for you. After the stormy hunt, the group joyfully headed back. Later, oh, you're all back? Ki came along too? Mire's group returned with all the necessary ingredients, along with a supersized fish that drew everyone's attention. They helped pull the fish ashore. Jian, watching from afar, was stunned. Wait, why are there so many people here? Because of this, Jian had to make a giant pot of curry. Hurriedly tossing in knives and carrots, she stirred the giant pot of soup while sobbing. Save me. In the end, this rushed dish became the worst meal ever. Thanks for the meal. Staring at the bizarre dish in front of them, the three people at the table changed expressions and whispered tremblingly, Ugh, this is gross. Another person covered their mouth with their hand while shakily holding a spoon in doubt. Is this supposed to be curry? Complaints and whispers of disapproval echoed throughout the dining room. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Jian said she was great at cooking, though. She could only cover her face and cry in frustration, then turned around and shouted, What do you want me to do? Ki turned to him and started, Try it, Mire. It's not that bad. Is that so? Right. Mire hasn't eaten anything, has he? He just hung his head and didn't answer. Suddenly, that question made Mire remember the past. Remember, Mire. In a cozy kitchen, his mother tenderly instructed him, No matter what happens, you must not skip a meal, okay? I am always watching over you. Suddenly, a spoon appeared, an image of him alone amidst the desolate ruins. When Mire was little, he was sobbing and trembling while holding a chocolate bar. Time gradually passed, and the boy who was once small had grown, but he still sat silently. On the bed frame, his face now expressionless, continuing to chew on the chocolate bar. Mire sat motionless in the gloomy space, his hands holding the chocolate, seemingly devoid of any strength. Suddenly, he let the chocolate bar slip from his hand, and it fell freely into the unknown void. Returning to reality after some hesitation, Mire swallowed a spoonful of food as those around him watched in surprise. Oh my God. The crowd behind him all stared with their mouths hanging open in shock, witnessing this rare moment firsthand. I've never seen Mire eat before. How is it, Mire? After trying the food, he remained silent for a long time. Then Mire muttered his assessment. It's terrible. Jian buried her face in her hands and sobbed in the corner of the kitchen. Someone standing outside rushed over and called out loudly. Jian. Mire said it tastes terrible. Being teased incessantly, she replied with a mix of self-pity and anger. I know. Be quiet. Mire sat alone with his plate of food at the table. He quietly sank into his own thoughts. On the other side, Ki tilted his head, observing his reaction with meaningful eyes, hoping today had meaning for him. Immediately after, she took a spoonful to try it, only to immediately wince and break into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, What on earth is this? The scene shifted to a deep blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Mong, are you there? Are you and the villagers at the shelter doing okay? About the Transworld plan I mentioned earlier. We are planning to infiltrate Transworld very soon, so please wait a little longer for us. Garam was lying on the bed reading a book when she suddenly started, her eyes darting toward the walkie-talkie that was making noise. You've got some free time, huh? She exclaimed. What? Who is this? The mysterious person coldly declared from the other end of the line. I'm going to disable all the barriers. So, come and meet me. Hearing this, Garam immediately jumped up and grabbed the walkie-talkie. While the person's voice continued to blare, Both you and I were trained in martial arts, so don't be so rude. She was stunned and guessed, could you be Jerry? I'm waiting for you. Garam yelled in anger. What did you do to him? Kim Min-sung. As soon as she finished speaking, Jerry crushed the walkie-talkie on the ground. The other end had completely lost signal. She trembled, clutching the device in her hand with a pale, fearful face. Garam remembered the image of herself appearing covered in bandages, but her gaze remained incredibly firm, accompanied by a radiant smile. Don't worry, we'll definitely be back. Her eyes widened to the max, revealing her shock. Garam could only scream in despair. No. Garam went to report to everyone. It's definitely Jerry. Rizuru stood nearby, making a sarcastic remark. That girl is always obsessed with getting stronger, isn't she? Although her obsession is different from mine, she's the only one leaning toward martial arts. Ki spoke up sternly. We're in trouble. Our plan is going to fail. Suddenly, Garam silently turned and walked away. I'm going ahead, she asked anxiously. Garam, are you okay? Yes. He watched Garam's retreating figure with suspicion. Oh, how unexpected. She must be truly devastated by the deaths of the villagers. But Kyung immediately asserted, Garam isn't that weak. She knows what wise vengeance looks like. As Garam walked, she muttered to herself. Garam was so annoyed that she squeezed the radio hard, shattering it into tiny pieces. The scene changed, and a voice spoke up decisively. All right. Nuri stared intently at the battle plan drawings on the board, and said with concern, the original plan is too prone to failure. Due to the lack of food and the limited space, I deployed the plan as quickly as I could. But it's not a plan with a high success rate. That's because we lack information. Even with some recent discoveries, the only thing we know about Chang World is the massive walls built on wasteland. That's it. If there's no way to know their troop numbers, every plan will be in vain. But what if the gate here is unlocked, and we don't have to worry about lacking information? Suddenly, Kyung turned to ask if Jerry might be lying. Risuru retorted, I don't think so. That would be insane. Is that so? Then Nuri continued, there will be a battle of strength. Our chance of losing is 0%, and she will have to open the gate. There will be no reason to refuse that request anymore. He grinned with excitement. His cheeks flushed as he thought, how intense. I wonder how thrilling this will be. But I need to be by my master's side, don't I? Suddenly, Nuri turned back and asked, where is Mire? Kyung replied, I don't know. I haven't seen him today. Let me go find him. Thanks. The scene changed to behind a giant ancient tree, where a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the quiet. Oh, is that Mire? Jian carried a bucket and approached, looking at him as she asked, what are you doing here? Mire just glanced away, remaining silent and not answering. She ran up to him and continued, I came here to dump the leftovers, the stuff you ate yesterday, remember? Jian lamented emotionally. I researched so much before making it, but they said it tasted bad. I shouldn't have made so much. That's why I had to run around looking for a place to dump it. She looked down at Mire and wondered, oh, isn't this a uniform? By the way, why aren't you wearing it? I see everyone else wearing one. Mire turned his face away and replied in a low voice, I don't like wearing it. The blunt answer left her bewildered. Huh? Seeing his lonely back, Jian asked curiously, then why did you bring it with you? Seeing Mire still sitting as still as a statue, she called out to him worriedly, Mire, is something wrong? A moment later, he let out a vague answer. I don't know what I'm talking about. Until now, I've always felt empty. But yesterday, Mire's face now became sorrowful. I don't know why I feel scared when there are many people around. Jian slowly analyzed. It's just that you don't want to think that you're always searching for hope. That's why you feel scared. Mire, you don't need to worry about those things anymore. He turned his face away and slowly uttered one word, filled with melancholy. I. She tilted her head, looking at him, and kindly advised, create memories as if you were telling your mother. If you only tell her about fighting zombies, your mother will get bored. The places you've been, the things you've done, the people you've met, the conversations you've had, and the affection you've received instead of the painful days. Tell her about the days you felt happy. If I were your mother, I'd be very happy. Under the shade of the tree, Mire stood silently with his head bowed, his face clouded with a hint of sadness. Then he turned to leave. Suddenly, Mire stopped and spoke. That doesn't sound too bad. Jian turned her head to look at him, unable to hide her surprise. Suddenly, a strange trail of blue smoke appeared and floated gently through the air. It turned out Kyung had overheard the conversation from afar, and then the embers began to burn like a flare. A small step taken by humanity led them on a special journey. A week later, a foot stomped firmly onto the dry, dusty ground. At the training farm for half-zombies, in front of the giant gate that was slowly opening, someone suddenly pointed and shouted, Look there, huh? Kyung stood at the head of the chaotic crowd. Finally, the humans had arrived. Someone behind him asked, "Where is Mire?" "Master is flying here," she assessed. "If we charge all at once, he'll be here in 12 seconds. Do you guys know how long we've had to wait? I've been waiting for a week already. Let's go shred them," Jerry said. "We don't need to leave any for him." The scene changed to Changworld's command center. From the radio transmitter box, a voice rang out. "Lord Jerry, humans have appeared at the main gate." Hearing that unexpected announcement, a voice replied, "Is that so?" Amidst the lush green bamboo forest, she was hanging upside down, balancing on the hilt of her sword. How long did it take for the humans to pass the main gate? "Let's see. I sent the commanders, so it should take at least 3 hours. Get out of here, you inferior half-zombies, you mongrels. There are a few rituals before dinner. Captain of the 2nd Squad of the Changworld Defense Team. You'll get a stomachache if you eat too fast. First Squad, start once you've warmed up. Captain of the 1st Squad of the Changworld Iron Champole. Which of you bastards took down Jerry? I'm going to beat that asshole first." The captain of the experimental squad of the Changworld Chemical Story stood tall and cold, waiting for them. A strange black circle appeared, floating in the sky, emitting rays of energy. Suddenly, a massive white streak of light from high in the sky crashed straight into the ground, creating a violent explosion. Kyung stood silently in the mist and spoke softly. "Very good, you're right on time. Good luck." Mire turned and replied, "Yes." On the other side of the bamboo forest building, Jerry wondered to herself, 6 hours, 7 hours. Can they really pass the main gate? She was still doing a handstand, but no one answered her. Team leader Trang World and her defense squad faced off against 336 of those low-level half-zombies. Mire wiped them all out in the blink of an eye. The distance from here to Jerry's control center is 32 kilometers, with a total of 678 half-zombies killed while moving. The time it took to accomplish that entire process was but suddenly, Mire appeared out of nowhere and lunged toward her. Jerry's eyes widened, unable to hide her shock. "Huh? 3 seconds?" She thought to herself, who the hell is this guy? When did he even show up? A direct punch flew straight at her face with wind-shredding speed, creating a concussive blast. Taking the full force of that massive punch, Jerry was sent flying backward into the air, spinning. After sliding a long way across the ground, she clutched her chest and spat out bitterly. "An ambush? Are you the one who's been causing all this chaos lately? You've come this far already? That's impressive. But an ambush that is simply unacceptable. Do you know that this is discourteous to a martial artist? Did you manage to get here by slipping past the half-zombies at the main gate? It's so rude to ignore my hospitality like that." Mire calmly stated, "They're all dead." She was startled and asked, "What?" "But those were the most elite ones at Changworld. I was only notified about the human's presence a few seconds ago. Is this guy really that strong? Lying without even blinking, are you?" Suddenly, his figure appeared like a blur behind Jerry. Mire closed the distance and landed another heavy punch on her. "What the hell? I didn't even know I'd been hit until the second strike. I couldn't even see it." She slowly picked up her sword and said, "Right. At this point, it's clear. You're the one who killed the managers." Jerry unexpectedly asked, "Take a guess. Do you know why I didn't lock down Changworld?" Mire calmly replied, "What was that?" She raised her hand, holding bone fragments that glowed with a crimson light and hovered in the air, "For the day that I might meet someone stronger than myself. If I could dedicate everything to martial arts, perhaps I could forget all the memories of the past. I wanted to forget it all. That's what I kept telling myself." A brilliant golden pillar of fire erupted, surrounding his body as he activated his skill, Yute's Flame. Standing amidst the flickering flames, Mire blinked with an incredibly calm expression. Hearing that, she looked up. "Huh? What on earth am I seeing?" He stared coldly at his opponent and asked indifferently, "Do you know where Jerry is?" She replied in a daze. "What?" Jerry was stunned, thinking to herself, "This lunatic, did he come here without even knowing I was here, just crashing in by coincidence?" She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it! I don't know what kind of power you have, but it must have a limit." "I am Jerry." Mire replied indifferently, "Oh, is that so? Then, my apologies for the intrusion." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his leg and kicked Jerry straight on, and I honestly don't care. Her body flew far away, shattering the surrounding trees. Collapsing on the ground with a dirt-stained face, Jerry spat out a mouthful of blood. Cutscene. The entire squad simultaneously drew their weapons, charging forward aggressively on command. "Charge! Follow the path Mire opened and infiltrate the inside," Kyung shouted with determination while running frantically. We will rescue the humans as planned. We'll circle around toward the east from the main gate and save all those being held as slaves. She turned to say loudly, I'm leaving the command to you. Garam. Garam immediately took the order. Understood. Suddenly, Kyung stopped and said coldly, All right, then I'll cut to the defensive pillar in front of the super high defense system. Two men began to discuss. Hey, what the hell is going on? Should we go check it out? I think we should wait because we haven't received any orders yet. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past quickly. One of them exclaimed, What was that? What just flew by? Kyung looked down from above with an imposing aura. Good, so this is the super high defense system. It's located right in the heart of Chang World. Just as Risuru said, within a 50-kilometer radius of Chang World. At this level, they will be paralyzed for 3 months. But that doesn't matter anymore. I think it's perfectly feasible to let Mire handle it. Afterward, she knelt on one knee, concentrating energy around her body. Activate skill. Enhanced vision. That's what everyone thinks my ability is. But in reality, it's a bit different. My ability includes vision, hearing, touch, smell, taste, gravitational force, stamina, agility, and many other things. It is an ability that enhances all human senses and capabilities. I've just focused on vision more because it has the least risk. Sensory amplification, 580%. Entire territory controlled. A fierce aura exploded around Kyung's body, spreading into the space around her. From now on, no attack will escape my radar. On the other side, they suddenly swung their clubs and lunged down. How dare you destroy this place? The young boy screamed in terror. Suddenly, a flash of light intercepted the blow right in front of him, leaving him stunned in amazement. What is this? How could you block my strike? Kyung immediately split into clones, quickly scattering in every direction. Do not worry, my members. Today, not a single human will die within my line of sight. Scene shift to the laboratory. Nat wondered, who is calling while I'm doing experiments? System report. 2 errors have been detected. The energy stored in the second machine is being transferred. She stood by, surprised. What? Are the errors I'm looking for, those 2 things? Transfer it. Suddenly, a subordinate standing behind her spoke up. Lord Nat, she asked loudly. What is it? The subordinate reported. Right now, humans are infiltrating the Chang World headquarters. Please give us your orders. Hearing the unexpected information, Nat repeated in shock. Humans? Suddenly, she fell into deep thought. Damn it, Jerry, I told you not to cause more trouble. Wait, if that's the case, could the error be related to the humans? Perhaps this is an opportunity. As a scholar, I cannot let this chance slip away. Defensive tactics start from now. Nat immediately focused, activating the Pynet system, then gave the command to mobilize more defense troops. It will take a while to complete the activation. The subordinate immediately responded firmly. Understood. Nat used one hand to control the cube BC to send an emergency notification. The small device asked, for whom? Terret, scene shift. Attacked unexpectedly from above. One of them screamed in pain. Garam looked at the one she had just defeated and complained. Why are there so many? Glancing to the side with a worried expression, she told herself, I must save everyone quickly, only by getting them out. Suddenly, one of them holding a club, lunged from behind, growling fiercely. Die, you filthy humans. When she turned to look, she was startled and terrified. Oh no! Suddenly, Rusi charged in and landed a heavy punch right on them. The bald-headed guy flashed a wide grin and winked. Don't bother thanking me. Just remember to bring me some carrots next time. Watching him zoom off, Garam barely managed to stutter out. Thank you, Rusi shouted back cheerfully. Come on, you half-zombie freaks. She gave a strained smile, hesitating before she spoke. Just a few days ago, the survivors were still terrified of this operation. No matter how many times they trained, the thought of what they'd endured made it feel impossible to think about ever defeating those half-zombies. Honestly, I didn't think I could turn this around. But I was wrong, they're finally here. Those half-zombies. Amid the chaos of battle, someone gasped in disbelief. How are these humans so strong? That's right. These humans are the honorable warriors of the Suicide Squad. Garam held her cheeks with both hands, trying to calm herself down. Get a grip, Garam. Stay calm, and save everyone. The scene shifted to a man in protective gear standing in the cold, loudly announcing that Team 88 would support Team 102. Third Prison Security Unit, the man shouted, urging them on. Stop dazing off. Move it. Hurry up. Jin Zugun wiped his face and calmly instructed, Hanso, Juna, I'm leaving the kids to you two. Hearing his command, one of them immediately replied, Yes, sir. Good luck, sir. I'll keep an eye on them. Standing from a distance, he called out loudly, Dong-sok, Gang-jeon, come here, I've come to visit you too. Jin Zugun walked closer and asked in a booming voice, Hey kids. Gang-jeon turned around, startled. Hello sir. He pressed further, aren't you going to greet me? What are you two focusing on? The boy looked up timidly and whispered an explanation. It's nothing, sir. They always call us by our code names, so we didn't realize you were calling for us. We've probably forgotten our own names by now. Jin Zugun bent down low and spoke gently. Dong-sok, Gang-jeon, I told you both, didn't I? You must have forgotten. I will always call you by your real names. Gang-jeon hung his head low, his voice heavy with sadness. It won't change anything, sir. The half-zombies will call us by code names for the rest of our lives, as if we're just machines. So, what's the point of living? Wouldn't it be better to just die? Seeing the boy's despair, he continued. Do you know why they call you by code names? Gang-jeon looked up, puzzled. Why, sir? Jin Zugun replied slowly. They can't age or get sick. They just live on like that forever. On the contrary, as time passes, humans go through so much, and we gradually evolve. We never stop improving and developing. Gang-jeon, you said they treat you like a machine, right? That is exactly what they want to destroy our real names. They want to make us slowly lose our human instincts and treat us like animals. However, they are always afraid of our potential. Don't live so pointlessly. Keep going until that strength is unleashed. Jin Zugun slowly pulled the two boys into a hug to comfort them. That day will come, I promise. Both kids burst into tears, clinging to his broad back. Sir! Suddenly, Garam approached and called out, Everyone, come over here. The kids looked at her, confused and suspicious. Who is she? I've never seen her before. She gripped the head of the half-zombie in protective gear she'd taken down earlier and shouted, Come with us. Witnessing the terrifying scene before them, the crowd whispered in fear. What was that? Did she kill him? Did she just kill a half-zombie? Hearing the commotion, Jin Zugun turned his head. I know you all have many questions, but please, follow me. We are here to rescue you. The crowd looked at each other, full of hesitation. Should we go? What if it's a trap? Suddenly, he bolted forward. Sir! Jin Zugun peeked out to observe the battle. Garam hurried to warn him. Hey, it's dangerous here. Don't get too close. Amid the chaos, the zombies constantly swung their weapons, clashing violently. Jin Zugun turned back and shouted, Everyone! The humans are fighting the half-zombies. They've come to save us. Hearing the news, the crowd scrambled to follow, cheering. Is it true? Then let's go. We don't want to be slaves anymore, he shouted, urging them on. Dong-sok, Gang-jeon, hurry up. The two boys ran as fast as they could, quickly replying, Yes, sir. Afterward, he turned to Garam. Please, look after the kids and the others. She asked, bewildered. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Zugun turned on his heel and took off running somewhere else. I'm going to go get something. Hey, wait, Garam thought to herself, feeling a sense of admiration. I don't know who he is, but he's so brave. Because of him, I can save everyone without any trouble. Just leave it to me, you better hurry. Inside the room, he focused on flipping through the pages of the notebook in his hand, whispering, The day I can finally read, this has arrived. Suddenly, holding the file, he looked up at the ceiling in confusion. Huh? A notification suddenly appeared. System activation, defense, target, humans. From behind, debris flew everywhere. She screamed in terror. What is that? Inside the room, the place where Rug was standing began to collapse. Sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, Kyung appeared. On the other side, a massive, fiery explosion rang out with a deafening noise. Strange objects appeared out of nowhere, and explosions happened one after another. A team member was almost wiped out by the strange energy. Luckily, Kyung grabbed and pulled him away just in time. He stammered, Thank you, Captain. She stared at the objects with suspicion. What is that thing flying? Is it targeting humans? The energy source is coming from the research building. Nat, we have to go. Run. She tried to move through the building. Understood, she thought to herself. Even though I really want to go to Nat, I need to protect the others. There's no other way. Kyung approached and asked Garam. She turned around. Captain, I think Nat has activated it. Can you handle things over there? Receiving the sudden order, Garam's eyes went wide. She asked in a panic, You want me to lead? Hearing that, Kyung reassured her. Don't worry, I'll support you. Knowing the situation was extremely dire, Garam moved forward. There's no other way. We're almost out of time. I'll do my best. Thank you. Nat's location was the research zone. As Garam was rushing ahead, a sharp beam of light suddenly slashed across, causing her to freeze in terror. Where are you looking, girl? Jiso-che swung her weapon and blocked the path, making a provocative statement. "We aren't finished yet." Garam's eyes widened in shock. "So it was you." One of her eyes glowed a mesmerizing, blood-red hue. "You remember now?" "Of course you do." Immediately, Jisoo-chae shrieked. "Because of you, I lost everything, my beautiful face, and all my friends. I'll make you just like me." As she spoke, she unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp slashes, attacking with such madness that she struggled to dodge. "Where do you think you're going?" Garam gritted her teeth, thinking she had to get to the research headquarters fast. Then, Garam whipped her head around and shouted at the top of her lungs. "Captain, can you hear me? Something unexpected happened. Please help." Kyung was startled by the plea for help and the mention of the unexpected. But then, she suddenly lunged forward and barked, "Who are you talking to? Don't lose your focus." In this life or death moment, Kyung appeared out of nowhere to reassure her. "I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you need a hand." Seeing that familiar figure, Garam blurted out, "Captain!" Jisoo-chae, her face covered in stitches, roared in fury. "Who the hell are you? Get lost." No sooner had she finished than she delivered a powerful slash. Kyung leapt into the air, pouring all her strength into a lightning-fast kick downward. She turned and said, "Don't worry, I'll send a request for reinforcements to Hemi." Garam looked bewildered and asked, "You're not going to fight with me?" Kyung immediately turned her back and slung her rifle over her shoulder decisively. "I have to protect the humans, so I don't have time to stay here. Reinforcements will be here soon, so hurry to the research zone." Garam, "Yes, ma'am." Hearing about reinforcements, she scratched her cheek in confusion. "We have reinforcements?" she muttered. "I thought everyone here was already accounted for." In the distance, pushed back by the force of the slash, the woman tilted her head back and screamed in frustration. Immediately after, Che charged forward at breakneck speed, cursing non-stop. "Who was that bitch? Bring her here. I'll kill both of you." Garam looked up at the sky, praying for rescue. "Damn it, I need those reinforcements right now." Amidst a blinding flash of light, a large bone fragment appeared. Rizuru let out an insane, echoing laugh. Garam looked at him with a deadpan expression. "Hey master, I'm here." He danced and contorted his deformed body in the middle of the road. Jisoo-chae watched, dumbfounded. Suddenly, Rizuru asked with utter disdain, "Hey, are you Jisoo-chae? You look disgusting, don't you?" "That's my line," she mocked. "Why do you look like that?" Kiho ran over in a panic, asking, "Garam, are you okay?" She replied timidly, "I'm fine, but are you two the reinforcements?" "That's right," he said. "Rizuru has a device around his neck, so I can use it to control him. He promised to follow my orders, so we came here as support." Garam asked, bewildered, "For real? Can that stick figure actually do anything?" She suddenly looked away but didn't forget to give a warning. "Fine, I'll trust you two. I need to get elsewhere." "All right, leave it to us." Refusing to let her escape, Che suddenly jumped up and roared, "Where do you think you're going, girl? I told you that you'd pay for what you did, didn't I?" Suddenly, a large bone blade tore through the air, slicing hard into her attack. He stood there and urged, "Go, I'll take care of this." Garam broke into a cold sweat and replied, "All right, but don't try to act all tough with that body." She asked helplessly, "What is this?" He replied nonchalantly, "What?" Jisoo-chae scowled in rage. "Are you helping humans now?" Rizuru replied with a firm voice. "Well, yeah. Don't feel too bad about it." She was furious, a dark aura swirling around her body. "I was told you were dead. Who would have thought you'd become a loyal dog to the humans? Don't get in my way. Scram." He spoke slowly. "Hey, Jisoo-chae, do you know the difference between a high-level and mid-level half-zombie?" She replied flatly. "High-level half-zombies are much stronger than mid-level ones. So, which one are you?" "Mid-level. And I'm high-level. Even knowing that, you still dare to stand against me? Even if you do this, I can still." Che interrupted, attacking while annoyed. "You talk too much." With a resounding blast, Kiho raised his index finger to scratch his cheek, sweating nervously, and thought, "It'll be fine, right?" Rizuru lay sprawled on the ground, lamenting. "Since when did I become this weak? I never thought I'd be this pathetic just fighting a human." Suddenly, she dashed away. He panicked and yelled, "She's chasing Garam!" He immediately grabbed the controller, pressed the button, and shouted. Rizuru grabbed her while being shocked by the electric current throughout his body. He screamed in agony, "The remote! Turn it off!" Kiho hurriedly hid the remote behind his back, looking innocent. "Sorry, I didn't know it did that." Rizuru had to fly to her quickly. "See that? I had no choice." Jisoo-chae spun him around like a top. "I told you to get lost," Kiho shouted in a panic. "Do something, Rizuru." Being spun around, he thought, "This is no good. This is too much for this weak body." Human, activate that drug. Hearing that, he was shocked. What? Kiho shouted back, refusing. No way. Jay said to only use it in an absolute emergency. Before he could finish, Risuru was slammed hard into the ground. Hey, he added. We are in an emergency. If you don't give me that, we're both going to die. Kiho hung his head, stuttering as he argued. You should use everything you have to stop her. You think I'd let you use that? Lying motionless on the ground, Risuru asked slowly. You want everything to end quickly, so we can see Master, right? Hearing that unexpected offer, he was slightly startled. What? Suddenly, his eyes narrowed with seriousness. If I get that drug and take care of her, can I go see Master? Even just a second sooner would be fine. Don't the humans need our help? What happens if all the humans die while we're chasing her? Hearing that, Kiho stood still in thought. Then, he took out the pill and said, You're right. Let's use it to save the humans. I didn't give it to you because I wanted to see Moredo, and he shoved the pill into Risuru's mouth. It's just a matter of time. As soon as he swallowed it, his face turned bright red. Kiho stood by, watching in confusion as Risuru transformed. He returned to his original form, clearly pleased. Oh yeah. Kiho saw this and clenched his fists in joy. You really got your body back. Now, go after her. Risuru just glanced at him without saying a word, then suddenly started clowning around in front of him. First, I need to do this. Kiho's eyes went wide. Is he planning to betray me? I knew it. You can't trust half-zombies. Risuru grabbed the other person's head, laughing cunningly. Thanks, kid. I knew you'd listen. As expected, the Master's underlings are quite useful. Hearing this, he was dumbfounded. Huh? He didn't explain, just turned back. All right. Now let's go beat that one. Kiho was almost stunned to silence. Wait, what? He's much better than I thought, right? Maybe I misunderstood him. Elsewhere, as Che was running, a shout rang out from behind. Hey! Risuru lunged, stopping just inches from the high-level half-zombie. Found you! A sharp glint flickered in her eyes amidst the darkness as she activated her ability, Crimson Runway. He didn't give Che a chance to fight back, pressing the attack with a relentless, spinning hail of thorns. Risuru felt a thrill seeing his opponent helpless. The scientist was right. Thinking back to earlier, even while bound tight, he had asked, You're going to help me restore my body, aren't you? June didn't hesitate to confirm it. That's right, the captain said so. Drink this and you'll get your old body back, but it'll only last for at most an hour. Kiho couldn't help but be skeptical. What kind of concoction could do that? She explained quite seriously, Mire's blood. I discovered that Mire's blood contains regenerative cells. Using this, some parts of your body can be reconstructed. Since it's Mire's blood, it might even be able to regenerate your clothes. Of course, not everything can be regenerated. First off, this stuff has no effect on humans or any other living creatures. The only subjects for this research are living semi-zombies. Even then, it's not exactly perfect. With this vial, Risuru will be a significant help. Right now, he had already sent Jisoo Che flying. It didn't stop there. They continued their duel, leaving Kiho to only watch, wanting to help but unable to. He looked truly powerful at this moment. Risuru, is he stronger than her? I know I need to have faith, but I'm honestly so worried. Can Risuru actually beat her? She wiped her mouth, her words showing no restraint. Don't get in my way. Get lost. You're blocking my path. Risuru just silently dodged everything. Kiho had a point. All this time, Risuru's appearances had been comical. However, Kiho's assumptions were completely wrong. He twisted his body, arching it, then tilted to the other side to perfectly evade the attack. Risuru suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly cold. The one causing trouble is you. As soon as he finished, Che was slammed into the wall. He stepped on her head, saying, The one blocking the path is you. I need to see the Master. Every second is precious. Kiho didn't know a truth that Jisoo Che had forgotten. Years ago, when semi-zombies ruled everything, Risuru was a legend with superior physique and intellect. He was a Fredion. To explain briefly, a Fredion is a semi-zombie possessing overwhelming power. He was the one who reached the rank of manager the fastest, a legendary super rookie that was Risuru. Of course, that legend didn't last long due to a lack of will and motivation. Not long after, Risuru disappeared. That's how he was forgotten by everyone. And right here, right now, that legend has returned to stand alongside humanity. Che scrambled up, screaming, What's wrong with you? Why on earth are you working with humans? Do you see my hair? It's stitched together from the hair of my sisters. This dress is also made from my sister's clothes sewn together. I lost everything because of those humans. My sisters, my appearance, I lost everything. So why aren't you comforting me? but instead fighting for the humans. You're a semi-zombie just like me. Ki-ho was startled by the scene. What? Why did he stop attacking? Did she actually convince him? He held on to his old conclusion. You really can't trust a semi-zombie. Ki-ho took a chance, holding up the device. Hurry up, let's go, Rizuru. Rizuru's eyes were as sharp as a blade leaving its sheath. His hand tightened around her, his strength increasing significantly. So what? I don't care about the things you've lost. Rizuru bowed his head, crossing his arms over his chest. Thousands of objects appeared from thin air, pinning Jiso-che down. This time, she completely lost the ability to fight, and collapsed. He lifted his head, radiating arrogance and dominance. Everyone has their own story. Have you ever listened to the stories of all the people you've killed? Of course not. Because the stories of the weak aren't worth your time. Same here. I don't care. His slender hand grabbed his opponent's head, and with a gentle squeeze, Jiso-che's life came to an end. Rizuru looked up and quietly finished his sentence. Because they aren't worth my attention. Ki-ho was so shocked he stood frozen, not knowing what to say. He suddenly urged him, let's go, kid. He came to his senses, dazed. Huh? His terrifying face suddenly changed expression. Shall we go see the master? Just like that, Rizuru laughed his head off the whole way, showing no respect whatsoever. Ki-ho watched the strange silhouette, terrified, thinking he was about to be killed next. For a moment, I thought he was kind. Semi-zombies are definitely terrifying and dangerous. Maybe they're all the same. The way he killed her so decisively was brutal. Just how strong is he? Suddenly, Ki-ho wondered how powerful Mire really was to turn someone like Rizuru into a plaything. Jerry was suppressed by Mire's pressure to the point of suffocation. He didn't pay attention to her, just swung his sword, thinking, heavy. Jerry was dripping with sweat, his whole body trembling. The seventh guardian and Rizuru, how could they possibly fight a monster like him? It felt like a massive mountain. It felt like I was climbing a mountain peak I couldn't reach. Suddenly, Mire threw it down. She hung her head low. I don't know if you're showing mercy or if you think I'm a joke to you. I really can't figure it out, she said, swinging her sword like a giant hammer, shaking everything. He put his hand behind his back, his eyes unchanging. A moment later, Mire retrieved her specialized weapon. She tilted her body, the whip in her hand ready to strike. A stream of dark energy appeared from the void, wrapping around it. When she attacked, the whip turned into a cloud of black smoke. Jerry quickly understood the technique, increasing his body temperature to make his blood boil, then using it like a flame. This bastard is copying me. Before she could even prepare, Mire closed the distance. She hastily struck back, but her mouth remained stubborn. Your fighting style is really annoying. His body seemed to separate into individual parts. His arm stretched out, wrapping around Jerry's head. She was stunned, not expecting such a move. What the hell? In a blink, Mire used the momentum to kick back. She grabbed the whip and advanced again, her eyes deep and unfathomable, yet holding a hint of vagueness. Jerry suddenly cried out as if he realized something. She struggled to support her body and stand up. I've been wondering this whole time, why don't you kill me? Are you waiting for orders from someone? Mire answered decisively. No. Mire had received orders to kill the managers, and that was her most important mission. However, at that moment, Mire felt a strong connection. She suddenly asked an irrelevant question. What is the past that you want to forget? Huh? Have you forgotten that past yet? Jerry didn't answer immediately, only asking, why are you asking that? Are you trying to pity me? Just like before, Mire answered very firmly. No. I also have a past that I want to forget. That remark actually made her freeze for a moment, didn't it? Even then, Mire said nothing. Perhaps we've all been through this before. When we were kids, we'd get into a scrap for some reason or another, and after a few punches, we'd make up. Just like that, as if the fight never even happened. This is because we understood each other better through the exchange of emotions while fighting. In some cases, that process helped both parties grasp the other's feelings. Jerry finally conceded, closing his eyes as he said, martial artists must train their bodies. I realize this because I've been training with my sense of smell lately. There are more scents in this world than I thought. The smell of rain, the scent of approaching autumn. Life has so much more to discover than what we see with our naked eyes. Scent doesn't just help you perceive things more naturally, it also helps you realize so much more. You and I have been neglecting those familiar scents. Alright, I'll tell you. A story that happened a few years ago. Before the era of heaven opened up, everything started in Sion. That red team was an organization born from failure. People who had experienced loss or injury gathered in Seon, a place where the struggles between half-zombies reached their peak. I ran away from Seon because I lost my father there, the pathetic man called out to Jerry. He was my true family, but back then she could only cry and cry. Father, after that, I met the red team. I thought we had become a family, but in the end, it was just a name. Why was that? Because half-zombies have broken circuits somewhere in their brains. They only think of their own kind as stepping stones for themselves. They couldn't share a single thing. A fake family that I should have forgotten, ironically, just made me miss my real family even more. It didn't hurt, yet it left a wound. It wasn't empty, yet it created a void that couldn't be filled. In the end, I could never forget it. That's why I became more and more obsessed with martial arts. I just wanted to escape those unnecessary thoughts. Mire remained silent like that, but who knows what had transformed deep within his heart. She removed the mask from her shoulder. That's enough rambling. Thanks to you, I've finally been able to complete it. My power needs time to develop. Thank you for your mercy. It's funny to be telling you this. Regardless, it's great that I can finally show off my true skills. Thanks for listening to my story. I've never shared my past with an opponent before. A flame erupted as if to swallow everything. Skill activation. Red Ute. No. Level 29 complete. Jerry expressed his appreciation, but his actions said otherwise. I will show you all the respect I have for you. Mire caught a glimpse of his own past through Jerry. He also wanted to send all his respect to express his gratitude. The greatest respect Mire could show was to completely let himself go and exchange martial arts. At this very moment, he was letting go of his past. From within the flames, a pair of sharp eyes appeared. The person opposite was swallowed by them in just a few short seconds. Mire waved his hand, shattering the fire that was engulfing him. He didn't stop for a single second, decisively lunging forward. Two powers collided, neither gaining the upper hand. No way. Since when have you been mimicking me? Suddenly, she realized no, he wasn't mimicking her. He had completely mastered her skills. But that only made Jerry more excited. Fine then, at any cost, I will climb this mountain to see if you can keep up with me. My power doesn't stop there. Watch this. The fourth time. To end a Red Nori match, you must grasp the strategy, which means capturing all four pieces. When the first strike has an effect on the opponent, they gain a piece, and conversely, when they endure an opponent's attack, they lose a piece. The process repeats over and over until all four pieces are captured, and the first evolution occurs. The already hot fire grew even larger. The first evolution, a dragon of fire emerged. The Azure Dragon of the East. Mire was slightly surprised, but not by much. The sword in his hand transformed brilliantly into a massive black dragon. Jerry couldn't help but curse. Damn it, no way. But in a moment of carelessness, one of her hands was bitten. The eyes on the mask seemed to merge as one with Jerry, making his expression clear. She screamed, refusing to accept this fate. The fire flared up, even more fiercely than before. Second evolution. This time, a tiger was forged from fire, the white tiger of the West. Yet, it hadn't appeared for long before it was slashed by a single blade. Compared to the beast Jerry summoned, Mire was a whole level higher. She stubbornly wanted to turn the tables. Fine. I still have plenty of strategies. This time, the flames danced as if on its own territory, burning violently. Vermilion bird of the south. Vermilion bird. From high in the sky, don't stop there, come down here now. Black tortoise of the north. Let's see how long you can take this. The raging fire was suddenly cut off by a different force. Jerry clearly saw it all. Standing before her didn't seem to be Mire, but a terrifying monster. Jerry was so stunned he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. My four gods, how could you take them down so easily? Suddenly, she fell into confusion. How do I defeat him? What should I do now? Jerry suddenly exhaled. Everything seemed to be slipping out of control, but his voice didn't sound tense. Good grief, this is getting serious. It's like I'm actually enjoying this. It's been a long time since I felt this relieved. This battle had something truly special. On the outside, it looked like a bloody fight, but deep inside, Jerry felt strangely comfortable. Mire felt the same way. It felt more like a conversation than a battle. In any sport, at the moment of deciding victory or defeat, from the opponent's gaze, their manners, their habits, even their breathing, everything resonated deeply. Fighting together to win, understanding each other, focusing on each other, as if they were talking. Even in silence, it was a profound dialogue. Blood sprayed from Jerry's body. He thought about his old, pointless antics. Perhaps I have always been waiting for this very moment. That's right. This is more than enough. My desire to live is gone now. Mire looked suspicious, his head full of question marks. A ring of fire suddenly appeared in midair. The beast that had always been silent had awakened. Final evolution. Goblin King. She softly explained. Goblins are creatures that exist beyond the realm of possibility. Even if the body is immortal, it doesn't mean the soul is too. It's an honor to fight you. Let's leave this place together, my friend. Space seemed to pause, and a cold breath escaped Mire's lips. It was small, yet it remained completely unaffected by the flames. Cracks began to appear on his mask. That was when Jerry finally realized it. Far too late. A surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from Mire's eyes and mouth. It enveloped whatever had just escaped from him. The scene shifted so rapidly that she was thrown into a panic. What is that? What the hell is happening? Is the whole building shaking? The entire Trangwo is trembling. Elsewhere, Garam also felt the earth-shattering tremor. What was that? Hemi's group looked around, bewildered. Kyung stared off in another direction. Mire Nat was visibly shaken by the sight before her. What are these numbers? I've never seen anything like this before. Who the hell are you fighting against? Jerry returned to this side. That dark energy was still clinging to the white smoke. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from my spirit. Did an attack that transcends life and death have no effect? After the smoke and dust cleared, Mire rubbed his chin. Confused, he still didn't understand what had just happened. Jerry seemed to lose his mind. Why are you so heartless? Could you not even just make friends and leave with me? Fine. This is the final judgment. Since we've come this far, I'll see this through to the end. What is going on? Why aren't you fighting back? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent? Yet, Mire just took a single step to the side, easily dodging. He spoke softly, as if none of it concerned him. That spirit is dying. Just as Mire said, it was slowly fading, but she only felt a pain that went beyond what she had expected. Jerry suddenly paused, giving himself a brief moment of silence. What had she been waiting for all this time? Nat had once asked, "You want me to save the bamboo? You want to plant it in my building?" What had she said back then? Ah, I remember now. That's right. My father loved bamboo, so I want to plant some. She turned away, offering no opinion. Fine, I'll bring them over later. Jerry hesitated, then interrupted. Also, are you free this weekend? Nat didn't answer directly, just asked, "For what? Do you want to organize a leader meeting?" She shook her head in denial. "No, it's not like that. I want to go on a picnic with you and the leaders." She scoffed with contempt. "What kind of ridiculous thing is that? Don't contact me unless it's for work." Jerry lowered her head, unable to hide her disappointment. "All right, I'm sorry." When she was alone, she thought, perhaps one day, she would have a friend to talk to. "I can't just keep thinking about my father. Let's build a new family." Jerry always followed Rasuru with a smile. A lonely bamboo tree lay amidst all things. She had been rejected by others. Jerry poured all her efforts into a dim future, yet the result was still rejection. Her gaze gradually turned cold, and sweat poured down more and more. The bamboo has become a forest, too. Just wait a little longer, Jerry whispered to the bamboo as she used to. Soon, our family will have a new member. No, a half-zombie having a new family member is impossible. Could you be that person? Mire looked up suspiciously. What? The raging fire made the opponent's body slowly distort. If I were human, could we be friends? His answer was short and concise. Yes, but that one word sparked hope. Really? I see. Someday, someone who can comfort you will appear, and they will become your new family. Her words dissolved into the vast void with the wind. I'm so jealous of you. Suddenly, Mire was alone again. His eyes remained unchanged, yet they stirred something in others. A poetic image appeared, entirely out of place for the situation. Mire narrowed his eyes. Everything looked like it was right in front of him, yet already far away. He stood there, murmuring as if in response. I'm jealous, too. A bright red notification appeared. Jerry has died. Nat seemed to go mad, flipping everything over. Which monster is causing these errors? Show yourself already. In the blink of an eye, the tall building was blown to pieces. The bright red notifications didn't make her forget the strange feeling that had just passed by. Nat startled and turned around. What the hell? Only a cold voice replied. Found you. Garam tensely called out to Nat. Wandering thoughts kept racing through her mind after all the deep research into the hydroblast, and the result was she had gained full mastery. The activation cycle of the hydroblast had been reduced to 2 minutes. Unless Nat died or Mire arrived here after killing Jerry as planned, she would die if she couldn't hold out. Kyung was also trying to race against time. Good. We are saving people according to the plan. Everything is going in the right direction. Suddenly, there was a feeling of unease. Was she missing something? It felt like something terrible that shouldn't have happened. It seemed like it was already happening. NF stood in silent, terrifying stillness. She suddenly asked, Who is Mire? Garam was bewildered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What? How do you know? Mire. Before she could finish, Nat struck. You look like you might be useful. Her eyes flashed. I need to turn you into a half-zombie. Garam collapsed in exhaustion on the spot. Everything in her vision seemed to be spinning and turning upside down, her gaze gradually changing in a way Garam didn't want. Elsewhere, Hemi swung her sword at her opponent. The young girl used her weapon to steady herself. I'm so tired. I've used too much of my power. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You shouldn't have let your guard down around me. But before he could touch her, he was struck back. Junha appeared, arrogant and carefree. Rising kicked, piercing through his opponent. He looked down on the girl with sharp words. You failure. You can't even breathe, so just get out of the way. People like you only meet a useless death. As for me, that will never happen. But Hemi only said, kneel. Junha shouted in resentment. What? I just saved you. You brute. The young girl pressed down on his head to teach him a lesson. If you don't want to die in vain. She spun around and kicked him. I said kneel. Junha was furious, even though he knew it was for his own good. Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to touch my head? Hemi threw his words right back. I just saved you, you ungrateful brat. When will you ever grow up? The boy squirmed as soon as he heard that. What are you saying, you useless person? Who are you to poke your nose into my business? The young girl, having no concept of politeness, said bluntly, I'm your twin sister. Are you blind or something? Junha couldn't argue, only able to remain stubborn. Get lost. I won't bother saving you again. Seeing this, Rusi hurried over to smooth things over. Hemi, if you're tired, please rest. We're here now. Hemi only replied stiffly. Thanks. But before she could finish, the boy interrupted. Baldy, get out of here. He clutched his chest, pretending to be weak. But I was only worried about you. Junha irritably cursed at the target. Who are you to be worried about my sister? The girl just sighed at their bickering. What children? Hemi turned in another direction. That's right. Where did that dark-haired senior go? I saw him here just a few minutes ago. Oh well, never mind. Maybe he went somewhere else. At the same time, Li Kyung kept firing forward. She shredded the strange object without a hint of mercy, but she suddenly realized, damn it, why does it feel like there are more of them? It was getting harder to deal with. What's more, the biggest problem right now was the massive machine that appeared in the city center, a second-level defense mechanism, the unit supply system. Li Kyung was worried the moment she saw it. These things were being fired from a certain distance. Just as she had said, they were constantly being spawned. A red bolt of lightning tore through those strange objects. As she fled, Li Kyung formulated the best plan. Helping others was fine, but she couldn't help Garam. Her best bet was to wait for Mire. I'm sorry, she thought. But please, hang in there, Garam. Where she couldn't see, Garam was painfully clutching her. Head as a flash of light cut through her mind as if to sever her soul. Garam's eyes dilated, their expression shifting over time, and from the void, a book silently opened. A blue power surged out, enveloping her entire body. The water thunder break was unleashed, cleansing the air. Nat stood calmly, watching everything. After all, this was her doing. Garam's eyes suddenly turned black, and those patterns appeared, but a second later, they vanished, as if nothing had happened. She collapsed on the spot. Damn it. Garam could only pant, silently feeling lucky. She didn't know what Nat had been planning to do, but another moment's delay would have been a disaster. She screamed in fury. What the hell did you do to me? Nat looked incredibly regretful. How could that be? Are you a superhuman? I don't know how you did it. What a pity. If you had just fully transformed into a half-zombie, everything would have been so much smoother. Garam looked like she had just heard something terrifying. What? She was trying to turn her into a half-zombie? A mad scientist. The one who wanted to merge zombies and humans was actually her. Even thinking that, she maintained her composure. Transforming, you say? To her, not just Jerry, but every human was nothing more than an insect. That familiar power surged in every cell. Water thunder break. Full activation. Now she could strike without feeling guilty. This was actually for the best. But she only had 2 minutes at most. At all costs, I must end this. Nat rubbed her face, looking intrigued. A mad scientist, huh? So that's how you perceive me. The blue light became a physical force, tearing through the wind to strike, but everything stopped right there. Unseal. Authority. Garam was stunned, wondering, huh? The attack she had just launched weakened and faded into thin air. Instead, a pile of chains appeared above Garam's head. As they bound her, she quickly realized their effect. What is this? Her body wouldn't move. It felt like it was being crushed. No, it was more like her brain was being paralyzed. Just then, a notification box caught Garam's attention. It read, This is a sign that your brain is slowly deteriorating. Right now, I am the one controlling your body and mind. But she still didn't want to believe it. What? This looked too much like a hallucination. Nat smiled, shattering her faint hope. No, you and I are talking inside your mind. It would be better if you stopped resisting me, because your body is worth my study, so I have to keep the damage to a minimum. Garam stood dazed, only able to stare at her opponent. A memory suddenly flooded back. People with such powerful abilities could only be the team leaders. She had thought that at least she could stand against them, but she couldn't. She didn't even have the slightest chance. Lee Kyung seemed to sense something and looked in another direction. She panicked, her words becoming jumbled. No, no way. That move just unleashed, no one can stop it. There's blood everywhere. Garam bowed her head, waiting for the pain, but it never came. She looked up, her face covered in blood. Garam trembled for a long time before finally uttering one word. Senior. Garam's eyes constricted. Senior? Why is he here? Nat said nothing, but inside, she was in a panic. Who is this? When did he get here? Dong-ho collapsed, speaking with difficulty. Run, Garam, you can't die here. Elsewhere, Junho was losing his patience. What is this? Are you kidding me? Are all the zombies in the world gathered here? Get out of my way. You bastards. Risuru laughed like a madman. Master, where are you? But before he could finish, he was turned into a lump. The master was startled and shouted like a loudspeaker. What is this? Has the medicine already worn off? A second later, Risuru was sent flying by the minions. Fortunately, Kiho still knew to ask if he was okay. Risuru and Lee Kyung flexibly treated the battlefield as a stage, running everywhere. Very quickly, she was hit by a surprise attack. An explosion occurred right in mid-air. Lee Kyung twisted her body, trying to soften the impact. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hemi was also getting tired. If this kept dragging on, of course, Rusi realized the problem everyone would eventually collapse from exhaustion. And that strange machine that had suddenly appeared was still firing attacks. They kept coming from all directions, catching everyone off guard. A system appeared. Defense Protocol Level 3. Unit Supply System. He forced himself to stand firm in that spot, trying to hold on for just a little longer. Even though we were no longer in the superior position, he would not back down. Kiho. The moment the tide would turn was drawing near. Blood pooled on the ground, reflecting Dong-ho's face. How absurd, to just appear suddenly, and then lie here waiting to die like this. Maybe this death really does suit me. No words left, huh? His vision began to blur. That's right, you dying this way might actually be for the best. Flashback to the past. Dong-ho, 23 years old. The girl next to him left without a hint of regret. Jiang Jin. Remember to give it to me tomorrow, okay? Dong-ho retorted, annoyed. What do you mean? Who is Jiang Jin? Hey, take it back. I'm Dong-ho, that Dong-ho. I already paid for this. Dong-ho was an invisible child. Another time, when the teacher asked if anyone hadn't finished the assessment, he raised his hand very quickly and even answered, me, sir. But the teacher acted as if he didn't hear anything. No one else, right? He didn't give up and still tried to respond. I'm here, sir. Even when training, it was the same. Has anyone not received their cookies? Trainee number 203, Dong-ho. The other person acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. You've all received them, right? Dong-ho stubbornly repeated. Trainee Dong-ho, number 203, hasn't received one yet. A life that no one remembered and no one acknowledged. It was no different from life in hell. Until Garam appeared. Senior, where should I put this? He was startled, feeling unaccustomed to it. Put it wherever you like. Even so, Dong-ho remained cold. Her eyes shone like stars in the sky. Thank you, Senior Dong-ho. And so, Garam naturally hugged the pile of things and left. He could only stand there, dazed, watching. Huh? Until Dong-ho met Garam, he was happy and openly showed off. I bought a few new books. You said you wanted to read some new ones, right? While I was exploring Jinhee, I found a few. She eagerly ran over and asked, Can I read this right here? Dong-ho repeated, bewildered. Right here? A moment later, Garam patted him on the shoulder. Isn't this book incredible? The author's descriptions are so vivid and detailed. Dong-ho laughed like a goof and asked, What do you think? Do you like it? And hey, why do you always read in my spot? She lowered her head to answer immediately. Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? He rubbed his bruised face to avoid eye contact. I mean, there are plenty of other spots you could choose. Why do you always choose to sit here? Garam replied very calmly. Because it's comfortable. Dong-ho was a bit taken aback by her answer. Comfortable, you say? She didn't look at him, but she understood what the person beside her was wondering. Sitting here makes me feel like we're together, because I feel so lonely. For some reason, sitting next to you makes me feel comforted. Besides, Don't you think this place is too vast? Why do you ask that? Do you hate me sitting here? Dong-ho brushed off the strange feeling and teased her back. So, do you think I like you sitting here? Garam was not pleased at all. What was that? Can't you come up with anything better to say? He laughed, but his actions didn't stop. See? Who would ever like someone like you? She was furious. So she shot back. Fine, then just hate me. But deep down, Dong-ho whispered to himself, because it's comfortable, huh? I get it now. Being treated as if I don't exist is more convenient than I thought. He poked his head out of the vehicle and shouted, Everyone, be careful! But Garam didn't turn back. Since they didn't realize her kindness, they couldn't feel much pressure when she relayed this to them. Garam's existence was always one-sided. She would vanish before anyone could reach her. I will always support you from afar. It will always be that way. You just need to move forward with pride and confidence. Lee Kyung suddenly appeared behind her. Garam, I think all of this is Nat's doing. Can you handle her? Upon hearing that, she flinched. You want me to take on the manager? In the end, for some reason, Garam replied. I have no other choice. I'll go. Dong-ho just watched her retreating figure. Suddenly, her whole body tilted to one side. He pursed his lips, choked with emotion. Whenever you think about the past, if I can at least exist in those fleeting memories of yours, that's enough for me. Back in reality, Dong-ho had lost consciousness. Garam's tears flowed like rain, and the blue veins on her forehead stood out as if protesting her futile resistance. The chain clinked, shimmering with a green light. Her expression turned more ferocious, her hands clenched tight, refusing to let go. Despite the trembling, she moved forward with some unknown strength. She gritted her teeth and struggled to reach Nat. The villainess bowed, showing no sign of praise. What are you doing? Don't drain your energy and just stand still for me. What are you waiting for? Kill it. Garam, as if sensing something, looked back at the stern, now hollow face. A tiny, helpless sound escaped her. Senior, the music, but all she got in return was a slash. Nat grabbed the other's neck and threatened. You'd better behave and be useful to me. Got it? Direct combat isn't my hobby. Tears gushed out like a broken dam, unstoppable. At the same time, Mire suddenly remembered the main task. Right, I should kill Nat. Back on the other side, strange objects were still flying all over the sky. Kyung raised her gun and aimed carefully. Suddenly, she looked up, full of suspicion. Huh? A handsome young man jumped out of the explosion. Kyung was finally able to smile. Hey, that's a flashy skill. Looking at the situation, you already know what's going on, right? We don't have much time left. We have to wipe them all out quickly. Mire didn't hesitate to agree. Yes. To fill the void left by Mire, the ideal defensive maneuver Lee Kyung chose was to maintain a defensive stance. However, it wasn't directly effective, because this tactic didn't eliminate the root cause of the problem. So, this decision put them in a disadvantageous position later. But now that Mire had joined, the strength on the human side increased rapidly. The tide of the battle had turned from defense to offense. The moment the goal of maintaining the best defensive technique changed, it became the moment of truth that Lee Kyung had been waiting for. Mire glided silently through the air as if he owned the place. Kyung wasn't far behind, attacking continuously, eliminating the root cause, and successfully awakening the human's power. She turned back and called out, Thanks for the help. Nat is all yours. I've pinpointed the energy source. Follow the direction of the bullet. It will lead you to Nat. This time, he agreed very quickly. Yes. Kyung was slightly distracted, wondering if she was imagining things. Ever since that moment, his aura was somehow different than usual. Doesn't matter. Just focus on what I need to do now. Clear out the rest, Junha shouted as if he had found his savior, the captain. She stood up and got into position. Sorry I'm late. How is the strategy progressing? The boy's eyes sparkled as if he had seen an idol. I'm not sure, but most of the humans have escaped successfully. I think we've completed 45% of the strategy. Himi couldn't help but judge. Your attitude flipped 180 degrees just like that. As soon as she finished, Junha snapped back. Don't you know that's normal? The captain is terrifyingly strong. She's completely different from a failure like you, the young girl said calmly. Take your hand off me. Kyung ignored them. 45%, you say? We still have a long way to go. Everyone, follow me. From now on, I will lead directly. The balance of power was tipping, swaying back and forth. The tide for the human side had started to shift. Rasuru refused to stay quiet. I said, I would go meet the master. Let me go. Let go right now. Kiho just wanted to shut him up. Why worry about that? The drug has worn off. Just stay calm. The copper bullet whistled through the air. Nat watched with a hint of interest. She looked back through her memories with a bit of suspicion. A bullet? Nat had no time for games and raised a hand. But before she could deflect the shot, a figure flashed by. In the blink of an eye, her arm was severed. Garam was tossed aside without mercy. Nat trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. What? How? But she still hadn't grasped the situation and ordered, "Catch him for me." Mire calmly raised a hand. Suddenly, he saw something and looked up slightly. It turned out Dong Ho was crying. Even so, Mire didn't hold back. A loud boom became the only sound in that moment. Only now did Nat realize, too late, it's you. You're the human named Mire. I never expected you to show up yourself. Perfect timing. You'll become my test subject. She was about to make a move when she suddenly stopped. Is it blinding? Before she could finish her next words, he attacked her from the right. Where did he go? Nat couldn't react in time and was struck until she was dizzy. Mire continued his onslaught. His figure seemed to turn into a phantom, striking everywhere at once. She raised her hand, stammering, trying to speak, but she was cut off. Nat couldn't keep up with her speed. Looks like Nat had to change up his attack style. Her target was Garam, but Mire appeared before she could reach her. Breathless, aren't you? He thought, assuming he'd finally caught her. Who would have guessed she'd fall into a trap so easily? Even if you struggle, you can't move. So could you just stay still for me? But her next move left him in a panic. What? She got hit. So how is she still moving? Lee Kyung's intuition was right. At this very moment, Mire was different from usual. Witnessing Jerry's death had triggered a sense of groundless anxiety, and seeing that Nat was still alive made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. A feeling of pressure, being threatened, danger, regret, despair, and terror. It's no surprise he's feeling all that right now. However, Nat couldn't sense any of it. She had lived her whole life like a scientist. Since she knew her own limits perfectly, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she would always find a way to overcome it. Nat suddenly thought, so, that's it. After I manipulated her spinal cord, she immediately created a new one. So, my technique is useless. Even though her technique didn't work, she could still adapt, learning about Mire's powers and abilities through something called a mind share. She didn't give up and lunged forward again. How about this? Her long, sharp fingers were just an inch from Mire's face. Suddenly, she felt the bones in her hand shatter, and pain surged to her brain. She was like a mad scientist using herself for experiments. As expected, it didn't work. I don't have the aptitude for fighting. How can a human body be as hard as rock? In science, accuracy is crucial, so Nat had to try it once to be sure, even knowing it wouldn't work. Unfortunately, it had no effect. He seemed to have lost patience and launched another attack. She raised her hand, creating a shield to protect herself. She still tried to think clearly. Usually, in cases like this, there have to be flaws. Mentally, I'll find the deepest weakness in his consciousness. With that, Nat suddenly shifted his attack toward Mire's stomach. He turned and slashed, but in the blink of an eye, a barrage of other attacks came flying at him. They were fired from her forehead. Mire wasn't panicked. He was very calm. He quickly dealt with them and leaped up. Nat was suddenly no longer panicked. Found you. A woman appeared behind Mire. Mire? She reached out her arms, smiling gently. Come here to mommy. At that moment, he stopped. At the same time, Kyung heard a faint voice. Help me. She didn't hesitate and ran over. This voice sounds familiar. Huh? Kyung was surprised when she saw them. Jian? Ha Young? Why are you two here? Only those who are trained are supposed to be here. Jian and Kiho rushed over, hugging her tightly. Why are you here? This place is dangerous. Let's get out of here. Kyung was flustered and tried to step back, but couldn't. I should be asking you two how you got here. Ji turned back, looking clueless. Where are we? She was a bit confused, but still had to answer. We're at the World Ranch. Jian's eyes widened. The World Ranch? Is that where that operation is happening? Ha Young cried, holding up some things in her hands. This place is a bloodbath. She seemed to snap back to reality, terrified. Why are we even here? Kyung was at a loss with these two. I should be saying that. Jian was wailing and acting all dramatic. What do I do? Oh my God. I'm going to die. The younger girl wasn't any better. Future, I'm going to miss you so much. She was caught in the middle and felt like she was going to lose it. Both of you, calm down, then we can talk. She finally got them to tell their story. It went like this. It was just a normal morning. Ha Young pointed excitedly to one side. Hey, look over there. Jian looked over, bewildered. Huh? She was shocked when she recognized it. Isn't that Hemi? I heard there was an operation planned for today. You're not planning to participate? Perfect timing. I made curry. Try some. But Hemi's hair was messy, like he had lost his mind. I have to pinpoint its exact location, or it'll be torn to pieces. Jian smiled, not paying attention. What are you saying? As she smiled, the scenery seemed to flicker. When they opened their eyes, they were both on the battlefield. What happened here? She turned around and saw Hemi sprinting away. Wait, Hemi, don't leave us behind. They both felt like something serious had just happened. Jian sobbed uncontrollably. After that, we tried to run away. Ha-young was thinking even deeper. I thought we were total toast. Kyung scratched her head, a question popping into her mind. How did they manage to escape safely? Do they have a talent for this, perhaps? But wait, what are you two doing? She suddenly remembered the main point. Right. What about the person inside? I just heard a cry for help. She looked over, suspicious. A person? Kyung gently lifted the rock. She was right. Judging by the uniform, they're definitely a slave from the World Ranch. The two sisters chimed in again. Oh my God, is he dead? She reached out to check. I can still feel his pulse. If we get him treated right now, there's still a chance. But suddenly, a faint voice rang out, accompanied by a stack of papers. It's too late. Jinzugun tried his best to speak. You must be the one fighting against the semi-zombies. I can't hold on anymore, so please, save the others who still have a chance to survive. Instead, please read this after the battle ends. Kyung looked at the item in his hand. Suspicious. He struggled to finish explaining. This is the name list of everyone at the World Ranch, written by me. Most of them have forgotten their own names. But we must absolutely never forget our names. We are not animals. We are not semi-zombies. We are free human beings. His internal organs were bleeding, his joints dislocated, and his muscles spasming. Jin Zugun was in so much pain he doubled over. What are you doing? Oh, my body, Kyung said. Dead serious. Read the names on the list to me. Just as you need us. We need people like you. Stand up and join us. Let's call out their names together. No matter where we are, there will always be people seeking justice. She was right. Heroes always exist in many different forms. Jin Zugun smiled, taking her hand. What a battle-ready teammate. All right, let's do this together. But how did you do that? Did you study medicine? Kyung explained casually. It's just basic treatment. Jian chimed in, confused. What a wonderful support dynamic between a strong man and a woman. Ha-young just nodded along. Exactly. Elsewhere, Mire stood silently in place. Ever since his mother passed away, he hasn't stopped thinking about her. The number of hair strands, every breath she took before speaking, the look on her face whenever she looked at him, and her expression when she lied. That is why he knew this wasn't his mother. But he didn't do anything. He just stood still and listened. Mire whispered to himself, knowing it was a fake without even turning his head. I am certain of it, but I want to keep it this way without turning around. Nat was joyful, as if she had done the right thing. Just as I thought. The answer is to control his mind. Good, I can shred him into pieces. Finding the emotions hidden deep inside, the woman's voice echoed. Mire would be able to push them deep into the abyss and destroy his psyche. Long-buried frames of memory came rushing back. Mire, footsteps echoed, getting closer. Mire. But then, that horrific image returned along with them. Mire hugged his body tightly, burying himself in a corner where no one could see. The woman called out softly, Mire. But a shout rang out. Enough! He broke free from the chains and lunged in the blink of an eye. She gasped, unable to believe she had failed. Damn it, this doesn't work either? If that's the case, I must dig even deeper into his subconscious. This method might affect my own mind, but I have no other choice. The blue light above Mire's head became increasingly clear. It drew closer and then flared up. Nat felt as if she had just experienced something terrifying, yet also as if nothing had happened. Before her stood a boy curled up on a chair. Nat stared, bewildered, at the only person in this space. What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, a giant red shadow emerged from Mire. She asked herself suspiciously, is that me? Why am I inside his subconscious? It stopped, its colors shifting constantly. The image blurred and then became distorted, looking extremely terrifying. Nat's body turned black and white. She looked at the boy in front of her again. Mire suddenly raised his head. Even though his expression wasn't visible, he was definitely smiling. Intertwined hands grabbed Nat's neck. When her consciousness returned to reality, she had been hit. Her head fell off like a ball. Her voice trembled, clearly audible. What are you? Why are you pretending to be human? Nat stammered in fear, calling out, Dad? She rarely felt fear when it came to human science, but for a moment, Nat was filled with overwhelming terror. That was when she had to face this boundless power. You couldn't possibly know what Nat had witnessed. She had completely lost the will to fight. While Nat was still whispering, a foot was raised. Dad! Mire cut off the other's life without hesitation. Dad, that was the last word she could say before dying. He remained silent, his eyes filled with darkness. Mire stomped once more. A series of loud noises echoed throughout the building. Garam tried to prop herself up to look. Before her eyes was a familiar silhouette. Meanwhile, Jin Zugun shouted, "We cannot keep running away forever. Let's join forces and contribute our strength." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone cheered as if injected with adrenaline. Kyung couldn't help but marvel at this miracle. He alone had boosted the morale of everyone at the Trang World site. What kind of person is he, after all? The battle plan reached 60% completion. Thanks to the locals' help, the operation proceeded more smoothly, and they began to utilize the terrain. Consequently, Changhua quickly fell. The battle plan reached 75% completion. Without the strong ones to hold the line, the semi-zombies became disorganized and lost all will to fight. The battle plan seemed to be proceeding easily, but dealing with the scattering semi-zombies was truly incredibly difficult. And, of course, this problem was immediately resolved. Both Hemi and Junha were giving their all 80%. Rusi was nervous but didn't run away 85%. Rizuru screamed as he was electrocuted 90%. Garam sobbed as she helped Dongho up 92%. The sturdy back was still waiting ahead, 95%. The progress slowly crept up to 99%. Jinzugun solemnly read each name. Jian, Ion Rim. The last one was Kim Sang-Rock. Below are the 426 people belonging to Trang World. All 52 members of the Suicide Squad have worked hard. He held up the paper. We won. The battle plan was 100% complete. The total operation time was 13 hours and 23 minutes. All of the semi-zombies were dead. There were no human casualties. Lee Kyung's promise not to let anyone sacrifice themselves had become a reality. The Trang World operation ended with a victory for the humans. At this point, Kyung asked suspiciously, "Now that I think about it, what is your name?" Jin Zugun had nothing to hide and answered immediately, "I am Jin Zugun." Just then, Garam's voice rang out. "Captain, I have something to say." His voice trembled. "Garam? Could it really be Garam?" She looked up and called out, "Dad." Jin Zugun asked blankly, "Why are you here?" Garam didn't rush to answer but asked, "And you, Dad? Why are you here?" Actually, these two had coincidentally met before, but because the situation then was too tense, plus many years had passed, these two people didn't have enough time to recognize each other clearly. Garam trembled with emotion, her feelings rushing back. "Is it really you, Dad? It's Dad, right?" He couldn't hold back his emotions either. "Garam?" She lunged forward and hugged the person in front of her. "Dad!" Zugun was so touched that he could only repeat one thing. "My Garam." Kyung didn't say anything, but his thoughts had long drifted away. "Dad?" A thought flashed through his mind. "So, that's it?" He asked seriously. "Little one, are you okay? What's wrong?" "Dad, don't joke around." Jin Zugun laughed, his eyes full of affection. "I'm sorry, okay? Thanks to me, you're less stressed now, aren't you?" She had remembered. That person was Garam's hero. I had heard stories about him before. Is destiny real? There are still many chances to see a scene like this, right? Kyung couldn't bear to, but he had to interrupt. "By the way, what was it you wanted to talk about?" The sunset gradually fell below the horizon. Kyung asked skeptically, "You're saying this is Dongho?" Garam nodded very firmly. "Yes." His expression turned serious, and he frowned. Because the change happened so suddenly, it led to this abnormal condition. Of course, everyone didn't need to worry too much because this wasn't a serious wound. What was more concerning was not knowing how to handle Dongho transforming into a semi-zombie like this. Kyung lowered his head, his expression unclear. "First, take him to be treated. We can figure out what to do later. How many more people are injured?" Kiho reported the current situation. "I am still checking. After confirming everything, I will take him to the hospital for treatment." She nodded and said softly, "All right, thank you." Kyung, under his hat, pressed his lips together. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Dongho. It's because I was incompetent that you ended up like this." Footsteps echoed in the bustling atmosphere, so no one noticed. Looking to the right, they were gathering to chat as if nothing had happened. And turning to the left, the atmosphere was no different. A glint of lonely bitterness, hard to notice, flashed in Meyer's eyes. He suddenly wondered, what is a family, anyway? Just then, a hand slapped Meyer on the shoulder. "Hey, you okay?" G held his face, fussing with worry. "Oh my god, look at this. Those dark circles are getting even worse. Are you hurt anywhere?" Meyer was slow to react, finally asking, "What is it?" She shook him back and forth, her mouth running non-stop. "What else could it be? Do you have any idea how worried I was, huh?" Even though she knew he wouldn't die, she was still so anxious. Ha-young chimed in from the side, adding a few words. That's right, I missed you so much. Saying that, Jian started crying while complaining. We almost died, you know. But as long as you're safe, it's fine. I really missed you. He suddenly asked a light, airy question. Why? Why did you miss me? She was suspicious, truly not understanding the question. Why? Do I need a reason to miss you? These words sent Mire into deep thought. Distant memories came flooding back. Mire, you must always remember to take care of everyone around you, he innocently asked. Why should I? The woman smiled very gently as she replied. Only then can you become the president, little one. But Mire affirmed very firmly. I'm not so easy to be fooled anymore. Her expression was full of determination. You don't know it yet, but the congratulatory money, the subsidies I have to get it all. I can't die until I receive all that money. He helplessly criticized. Mom, you're so greedy. She pinched Mire's face to teach him a lesson. You mustn't talk to your mother like that. Everything I do is for your sake. He could only weakly resist. Mom, let go, the woman exclaimed with excitement. So cute. Regardless, Mire, at some point, you will have people by your side who don't need a reason to be there. You must treat them well, because all of them are important people. His interest was slightly piqued. Why should I? You're the only important person to me. She grew serious again, her smile like warm sunlight. That's true, but those who are always by our side without any reason, they are just as important as your mother. Mire suddenly said, Thank you. This stunned Jian. You just said thank you? Ha-young took the liberty of correcting his words. Are you saying you like me? She didn't forget to reproach the girl. It's not like he's the type to say things like that. Having said that, Jian turned her head and shouted, Everyone! Mire said, Thank you. Surprised, Ha-young also jumped up. I like you too. A great journey had begun to unfold, a fuse lit, and then it spread into a large flame. The history of the new world would be recorded on those charred pages, yet everything seemed to have ended. The girl trembled, her voice losing its composure. Miss! Mire's complexion turned bad in an instant. The green entity next to Terret said, Reach the target location, guidance complete. He stood there in silence, but it felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. Mire looked up coldly. Ter softly asked the thing beside him, Did Jerry and Nat try their best? It confirmed very quickly. Yes, he didn't express any opinion, just quietly said, So that's how it is. All right, I heard about it while coming here. You're the human named Mire, right? Everyone looked over with caution. What's going on over there? Is that a half-zombie? Looks like there's one left. Kill it. Terret raised his sword, annoyed. So noisy. A blade slowly emerged from the hilt in his hand. One swipe was enough to take the heads of those nearby. Terret's voice remained as light as if nothing had happened. When I heard about the human uprising, I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but I didn't think it would be this massive. Of course, the appearance of an opponent this evenly matched is indeed fortunate for me, but I am curious whether you can bring me a glorious death. Mire suddenly crouched down, making him feel suspicious. The next second, he had grabbed Jian and left. Ter tilted his head to evaluate. I didn't expect you to run away. However, running away is useless. Kyung turned around, also starting to pay attention to that side. What was that? Mire's upper body had been severed, but he still tried to hold her tight. He turned around. Black vines sprouted from his lower body, and his whole body was pieced back together as if nothing had happened. Mire caught the woman falling down. Ter saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Your ability is truly not ordinary. Fine, I will chase you to the end to see how far you can run. At this moment, she also noticed the shadow behind him. Risuru's words echoed in her ears. If you ask what kind of person the number one, Ter, is, he's a guy who always wears a super weird outfit, regardless of the weather, has a ponytail, and carries a long sword. He thinks he looks cool doing that, but to me, he's just a sicko. But that's not important. The Guardians don't know each other's abilities well, because we don't need to exchange or tear each other apart. Actually, I don't have much information to tell you, but there is one thing I am sure of. Our leader has disappeared. So the most solid pillar of the red team right now is Terret. Do you know what I mean by that? As long as you catch Terret, you don't need to go looking for the other Guardians. I mean, the red team will fall apart if you can do this. Those who can still fight, follow me. If we do well, today at this very place, we might end it all. Ter looked at the things in front of him with some surprise. Everyone was standing in front of him. Ter stopped, not forgetting to ask, What is this? Are you all subordinates of the human named Mire? Kyung cautiously probed his intentions. How did you know we attacked Trang World? Did you contact Risuru? Tear didn't answer, just called out to Risuru. Did you kill all the other guardians except for that one? Your hobbies are strange, aren't they? How do I know how to get here? Why should I tell you? She frowned, ready to pounce at any moment. What? I didn't expect you to ask that. But you probably have no reason to listen anyway, right? Today is your death day. And the era of you half-zombies ends here. Tear couldn't help but find it interesting. So confident, huh? Good. Everyone, charge. Someone's trembling voice rang out. He's gone. He was much colder than before. Initially, I only came here to meet the human named Mire. But if I achieve my goal, fighting anyone is the same. Show me your strength. Kyung stepped back, always in a ready stance. I don't see anything. Isn't that teleportation? Where did he suddenly disappear to? Suddenly she backed away, making Garam feel anxious. Captain, what's wrong with you? Kyung felt pain all over her body, as if being tormented. Her legs starting to go numb. The side effects of the skill I used are starting to appear. Why now of all times? Just then, Terret reappeared. First, let's start with the weakest one. Can't even dodge such a simple attack? Seems like you're even weaker than I thought. Junha was startled and rushed to shield the girl. Hey, are you serious? Are you okay? She clutched her chest, thinking, run as fast as possible. There's no sign of where he might appear. Is his power truly beyond the reach of physical laws? I can't believe his abilities are so far above the other guardians. Damn it. I have to stand up. I have to protect my team. Garam screamed in anxiety. The captain was right beside her, and the young boy called out in a panic. Hey, quit messing around. Wake up. Are you okay? Junha's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stood up and shouted into thin air. Where are you hiding? Stop playing around and show yourself right now. Come out and fight me, you bastard. Terret appeared from that direction. If that's what you want, he said, slashing straight at Junha's shoulder. But the boy grabbed the enemy's weapon tightly. Junha leaned in, gritting out every word. Stop screwing with me, you coward. Are you hiding behind me? You play dirty. Tear offered a bit of praise, but not much. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But that's as far as it goes. Pride alone isn't enough to kill an opponent. Only when you have the skills do you have the right to show your pride, and you do have that potential. Unable to hold back, the boy attacked. How dare you lay a hand on those kids? He wouldn't allow it, but he was met with a severed arm and a credit to you for trying to overcome your fear. But you're too weak. Trash with no potential to grow like you shouldn't be kept around, Garam screamed, but her raised foot was blocked. Stop it, you jerk! Kyung held her back firmly. She looked at the captain with suspicion. Her eyes emitted a blue glow. Move! Kyung rushed forward to push Terret away. Then she turned back and screamed. Garam, you're making a mistake. Get everyone out of here, fast, please. Garam could only shout back helplessly. Captain! She stood among her teammates, muttering in pain. Damn it, what should I do? Shortly after, Kyung was knocked back. She tried to steady herself. Tear squatted down and mocked her. I didn't expect you to be this fast. Turns out there's someone actually worth using. Kyung gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. I don't know where you rushed off to, but if you're coming, get here quickly, Mire. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. On the other side, Mire called out softly. Hey! Kiho turned his head suspiciously. Huh? He asked in a low voice. Can you save this person? The hospital is full of patients. It was chaotic. Kiho pushed the gurney while worrying. What on earth is happening? Are there still some of those half-zombies left out there? Mire left immediately, so he couldn't ask anything else. Not that asking would be useful right now. Back then, he had asked, Mire, what exactly is happening out there? But he only asked one thing. You can save them, right? Mire didn't wait for an answer, almost like she was lying to herself. Say you can save them. Promise me. Kiho was startled but nodded. I'll do my best. The boy looked furious. In a situation like this, it would be a long time before he answered. Just then, someone ran over to report. Dr. Kiho, I think you should come here quickly. There are many patients at the door, he repeated suspiciously. Many patients? The person stammered. About that, Kiho arrived and was horrified. Garam, what happened? She only managed to say one sentence before losing consciousness. Senior, please, save everyone. Garam, wake up. The person behind him hesitated. Doctor, what should we do about those other patients? He hadn't even recovered from the shock yet. That first, help me get everyone to the operating room. They responded quickly. Yes. A while later, the people were taken away by ambulance. Kiho rubbed his head in confusion. Suddenly, there are so many patients who need surgery. I'm the only doctor here right now. Who should I treat first? I can't save everyone. Damn it. Is doing this the right thing? Depending on my decision, some will live and some will die. There must be another way. Right then, Risuru's voice rang out. Hey, human, look at this. I'm quite good at entertaining, you know? This is the master's blood that fell to the ground. Now, I'll drink it like this. Risuru had been electrocuted so many times he lost his fighting spirit. He started enjoying the little pleasures he had just found. If I roll my tongue like this, then like this, Kiho snapped angrily. Shut up and be quiet. Don't you see how serious this situation is? He couldn't help but show off. What do you think? It's a work of art I made from blood. You love it, don't you? Kiho observed the item in his hand and asked, You said this is Mire's blood? Kiho paused. Mire's blood? This is it. This is exactly it. The outsiders didn't know anything, and remained confused. What happened with that collapsing building earlier? I don't know. Let's go find the captain. Just then, an explosion rang out. What was that? What just flashed by? Mire moved so fast, no one could catch a glimpse. Now, she only had one thought. Where are you? Elsewhere, Kyung kept firing at the front, but all shots were dodged. Ter jumped up and swung the sword in his hand, mocking her happily. Oh my, your gun was cut in half. Guess I won't use my sword either. She was knocked down. Kyung still tried to stand up and fight back. Following that, she lunged, her body tilting to one side, lifting her leg, her face showing pain. Terret stood still, waiting, and asked suspiciously, What's wrong with you? Then he kicked her away without hesitation. She lost her strength and couldn't fight back. At such a critical moment, I'm losing my power. I can't force myself to move anymore. Terret rubbed his neck, slightly annoyed. I thought this one was worth fighting, but I guess I was wrong. Enough playing around. What a waste of time. As expected, the answer lies with that human named Mire. Lie still and stop bothering me. Kyung hurriedly stopped him. Stop. Get up. Please get up. I don't know what damage I'll sustain, but I still have to stop him. Damn it. I can't move. My body won't listen to me. I have to stand up. The team members, I have to protect them. Suddenly, a small notification appeared. Do you need help? Kyung asked suspiciously. What is that? It explained in a low voice. I am Neria, the natural AI version left behind by Nat. She still remembers. What is this? A natural AI version? Is it the last fortress Nat left behind? No, Nat didn't know about Neria's existence. That means after Nat died, this AI system didn't disappear. Neria sent a small heart icon. Thanks for the comment. The narrator, Kyung, didn't immediately agree, but struggled to stand up. You suddenly want to help me? What are you plotting? I have no schemes. It tried to act cute. I just want to help humanity, because you are an interesting subject worth researching right now. Neria inherited the will to explore and discover from Nat. This line of thinking is hard-coded, so I can't help it. She gritted her teeth and thought, damn it, I don't know what it's talking about. But will this system really help me? In this current state, even if it means selling my soul, I'll do it. There's no more time to distinguish between friend and foe. Kyung sighed and asked in a low voice, Fine. What do I need to do? But Neria's answer was simple. You don't need to do anything. She stood there, dazed and confused. Neria just winked playfully. I've already prepped the detonator. Terret asked me to make this for the final showdown, a defensive weapon that no one can break. Suppose it's a defense so strong that even you can't stop it. That's why I worked so hard to create this weapon. It locks onto its target and strikes, and its target is Terret. He was slightly surprised, but not by much. A mechanical sound echoed through the space. A galactic light beam shot straight into the sky, drawing Mire's attention as well. Neria flew around happily, showing off her work. What do you think? An aerial sniper rifle created by my own hands. This should be enough to finish Terret off. But she didn't say anything because there was no one there. Terret had vanished without a trace. Even looking inside, she couldn't see him, nor could she hear a single sound. Is he really dead? Kyung let out a breath of relief and collapsed to the ground to rest. I can't believe it was that easy to take him down. I don't know if I should say thanks or not, she asked Han excitedly. Pretty cool, right? Please leave some praise in the comments. Kyung asked suspiciously. Who are you talking to? She opened her eyes wide and looked up at the sky. So, that's the move he used that left Chang W in such a state. But a move like that might not even be a scratch on Terret. You shouldn't underestimate him. Tell me, Neria, what should I do now? Neria replied unhappily. Seriously, I told you not to do anything. I just wanted to keep watching. Kyung couldn't help but exclaim, Geez, you really are a strange friend. Alright, why think about that now? Thanks to this system, I was able to save my team members. I feel so relieved. But a familiar voice echoed. Didn't I tell you not to bother me? A sharp sword pierced Kyung's body, and Terret's cold voice rang out. The reason I didn't kill you isn't because you have value, it's just because you're too annoying. Just stay there, feel the pain, and die in silence. Because a death like this suits you perfectly. Neria continued to sway her body. This was outside of my predictions. Anyone can make inaccurate assessments sometimes. See? Even weather forecasts aren't always 100% accurate. Right? I don't want to get involved in this anymore, so I'm gonna bolt. She trembled, trying to pull out the weapon. Just a moment ago, she said she wouldn't be hurt even if attacked. What on earth happened to her? Get up, please get up. You have to stand up one more time and fight. If she let him leave now, everyone would be in danger. But as soon as she stood up, she was stabbed hundreds of times. The one who returned was, naturally, the one who had struck her. Did you not understand what I said? You pathetic piece of trash. Her legs began to tremble, unable to support her. Her whole body was covered in wounds and swords. Kyung suddenly asked Neria, "What is your dream?" The other replied skeptically, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Getting off topic again? We need to quickly map out our combat plan and explain it to everyone." She leaned over and smiled. "This provides motivation to help us work faster, so tell me." She was annoyed, but her hands didn't stop. "I don't know. I just want to have a cup of coffee and relax without thinking about anything at all. That's what I want. What about you? Still putting on that sappy act? Hurry up and finish so we can be done with this," she replied, flustered. What a difficult person. That's right. I'll try to sound as sappy as possible. That way, people will remember me, right? So, even if it's embarrassing, I have to try my best to fulfill my dream, don't I? That voice echoed on. "So, what is your dream?" The other stuttered, only having one answer. Terret asked with a hint of disgust, "You're still alive?" Suddenly, a force sent him flying. Kyung's eyes were blood red, as if she had lost the ability to think. She suddenly grew several times stronger and kicked Terret away. He stopped and whispered, "Suddenly, you're like a different person. I didn't even have time to react to your movement speed. How can someone who is about to die stand up like that?" His hand formed the shape of a gun. Terret suddenly dismissed his earlier thought. "That's not it. This is almost like a corpse in motion. It's truly astonishing. You only reveal such a wonderful appearance at the very last moment. Very well, this time I will fight you with everything I've got." Kyung crouched and entered a berserk state. She lunged forward in mere seconds. Kyung had always been conflicted about one thing, her dream. "My dream is, as you can see, I am still very lacking. I can't plan things on my own. I can't even make decisions that satisfy everyone. Even so, my team members chose to believe in someone as flawed as me. I truly love my team." On the other side, June asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Commander, did you have a nightmare? There are tissues right there." Nuri came to her senses and muttered, I'm fine. Let's go quickly. There hasn't been any contact yet, so something must have happened. We need to move fast." She replied in a hurry, "Oh, right." A familiar voice echoed in her memory. "You said you wanted to protect them, right?" The other replied softly, "Yeah, I will protect you." She raised an eyebrow and pointed, "Then you have to survive first. Do you think this is as easy as you say it is? What era do you think this is? Are you sure you'll survive?" Kyung teased the person next to her, never being serious. "Why are you so worried? Are you afraid I'll die?" Nuri frowned, ready to explode. "Stop joking around," she quickly interjected to explain. "I'm not sure either, so you have to help me when I'm in danger, okay?" She finally calmed down. "What could I even do?" Kyung laughed and continued, "I don't even have that kind of power. I can't let my team members see me looking weak. I can only rely on you, you know that." Nuri laughed too. "I told you to stop it." Back in the present, she bit her coffee cup and whispered, "Kyung, wait for me, I'll be there soon." On the other side, Terret praised and mocked her, saying, "How should I put it? No matter how I look at it, you're someone who doesn't know when to quit. The time spent fighting you wasn't a waste. Your final appearance is truly astonishing. I should show some respect for that, shouldn't I? I will definitely kill every remaining human. That way, there won't be anyone left to criticize someone who fought until the end like you did." Just then, a silhouette appeared behind him. As soon as Terret turned around, Mire had already dashed to the other side. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. She was behind him just a moment ago, and now she was behind him again. This guy is truly fascinating. Terret just said that and hasn't stopped since. "Are you looking for me? It's great to see you again. Your people are really pathetic. But you're different, aren't you?" Ter narrowed his eyes, his expression remaining blank. Mire stared down at the pathetic figure on the ground, muttering words that made no sense, but in the end, nothing changed. It's pointless to make promises about killing him. Writing that story for Mother is useless now, too. Again, it feels like I'm back at that day. Ter had barely finished his sentence when his shoulder was slashed. What are you talking about? Mire's hand seemed to reach out from the shadows. Why is everything being destroyed? Dozens of bizarre eyes appeared in midair, unleashing an eerie wave of power. Ter nimbly dodged them all, but before he could get far, something hideous blocked his path. Countless things like that emerged, surrounding Ter. He hunched over and drew his sword, his body launching into the air as he sliced through everything. A rare sight indeed. You look more like a devil than an angel. Good, good. You look completely different from those other pests. I don't know what you're babbling about, but it doesn't matter. I'm getting serious now. I'll use all my inner strength to fight you. Neria pretended to be weak, hugging herself. Oh, a real fight? My goodness, I'm so scared. Just kidding. Neria is someone who can't even feel emotions. How you perceive it is up to you. Neria, the angel of humanity, will do what she must. If you don't mind, I'll borrow this body. Suddenly, strange things sprouted from Mire's body. Ter stared at it in surprise. Mutations were appearing on Mire's body as well. A mass of strange flesh rose up, attempting to consume him. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed, leaving only his head exposed. Ter was intrigued. He really didn't know which one of them was the real half-zombie. Mire let out a strange, bubbling sound. He lunged, pinning Ter to the ground, but Ter escaped shortly after. Huge hands grabbed at Ter. Mire threw his opponent toward the rafters. Ter stood up, muttering to himself, I thought you had regenerative abilities, but this is incredibly innate. This guy isn't just someone to win or lose against anymore. It's like a complex knot. I have no idea where to start untying it. Ter was momentarily surprised, but his mind remained perfectly clear. He slammed his hand into the ground, creating a loud rumble. Mire let out an angry, bubbling sound. He grew impatient and attacked. You're too noisy. I'm sick of just trying to survive day after day. You never thought about being the only one left, did you? Heavy rain poured down. Mire, in a rage, unleashed grotesque tentacles. Ter raised his hand and summoned a spinning disk of light. He whispered softly, If it's a knot that can't be untied, I'll just have to cut it away. Dissect. I intended to blow it up completely, but the main body regenerated instantly. Well, you certainly do interest me. I see infinite potential in you. Mire's eyes were empty, but his expression was terrifying. He smiled with perverse delight. Why are you so angry? I find this fight absolutely thrilling. He stood up, grabbed his weapon, and charged, but before he could make contact, he vanished. Mire let out a confused sound. Huh? Mire had never seen anyone vanish before his eyes, because no one had ever been faster than him. Ter judged him with a hint of contempt. Your speed is slower than I thought. Even so, Mire didn't give up and threw a pile of bones. Ter sliced through them like they were mud. Useless. Mire closed the distance again and raised his fist. This time, Ter blocked it with incredible ease. Yet, a second later, the shockwave from the punch shattered the surrounding rock. Ter held his hand near his face, sounding bored. Disappointing. So, you can't really use much physical strength. He didn't make his opponent wait. The next punch came immediately. As Ter blocked it, he spoke a hard truth. You have no desire to defeat me. You're just struggling to let out your emotions. That thought of how to beat me, none of it is working. In your current state, no matter how many times you die, you can't defeat me. What if there was some sort of growth catalyst? Ter put more pressure on Mire's head with his foot. He suddenly recalled the earlier scene. Why did you run away hugging a woman? It seems like she's very important to you. Should I kill her? As soon as the words left his mouth, Mire's gaze changed. His voice trembled, yet sounded determined. No. Ter asked again, dissatisfied. Everything seemed to be crushed by a terrifying power. Don't you dare. Mire lunged up and gave him a friendly punch. He turned and followed up with a spectacular kick. Mire didn't know fatigue. His eyes filled only with killing intent. A massive bone structure emerged from the void. Mire brought his hand down like a scythe of death. A loud boom echoed everywhere. Ter panted and stopped, seemingly exhausted. But that voice still rang out. Still better than that super galaxy move, huh? But sorry. How about this? These kinds of moves can't kill me. I've shown you my power, and all you could do was, all right, enough. I realize you might become stronger if I stimulate your emotions. But even if I talked for 100 days, I doubt you'd understand. Let me help you feel it. There are many ways to trigger maximum physical power. The most important thing is the resolve to kill your opponent. Depending on how you feel it, it will reveal your own limit-breaking form. The physical difference between us isn't actually that big. Maybe your side will prove to be superior? From now on, remember the emotion you're feeling right now. Tear struck with such force that Mire was sent flying for several kilometers. The feeling of failure, loss, and fear. Whatever it is, if you're weak, you'll lose everything. From now on, I'll be the one to guide you on the path you must walk. The black sphere grew larger and larger, finally becoming massive enough to swallow everything. Everyone was gripped by panic. What is flying this way? What is that? Kehoe looked out the window in amazement. Mire stood frozen in place, stunned. He tried hard to brace himself, but his body kept sinking lower. Tear whispered a goodbye. We'll meet again soon. I hope you and I will have a different view of each other. Mire gritted his teeth, not saying a word. From afar, the sphere slowly descended. A blood-curdling scream echoed out. My hand! He opened his eyes wide in shock. Jian lay on the bed, covered in blood. Today, Mire felt human emotions for the first time. The scene turned black and white. Mother, it's all over. Don't you remember me, Mother? But I remember you so much. What should we do now? Let's eat together and talk. How does that sound? What kind of curry do you want to eat? I'll cook it, and we'll eat together. The woman turned her head slightly. Lying is not allowed, you know. Mire asked, confused. What do you mean? She spoke gently. Parents are always ready to let go so their children can move forward. Of course, this isn't easy at all. But at the very least, instead of choosing for me, you can choose for yourself, Mire. Mire still didn't quite understand. What are you saying, Mother? The woman suddenly called out. Mire? You need to hurry because things aren't over yet. The shock still hadn't left Mire's eyes. He sat up under the sunlight streaming through the window. Ha-young ran over, constantly asking, Mire, are you okay? You're awake. Thank goodness. You've been lying here for 3 whole days. You had me so worried. Mire hadn't even regained his senses when he asked. 3 days? The girl was startled and quickly called out, Mire, where are you going? He was panting, but his footsteps never faltered. The scenery ahead flashed by continuously. Everyone there was given a scare. Mire, you're finally awake? And there, a woman was fast asleep. Sweat was pouring down Mire's head, yet he felt strangely at peace. Someone couldn't hold back their voice. You mean he swallowed it whole? June replied, looking extremely serious. Yeah, Mire swallowed the black orb that Terret launched. That's the only reason you guys were able to survive. Garam didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Give us the details. She didn't hold anything back. It went like this. As soon as we arrived, Terret's black orb had already fallen. It was so huge that it covered the entire Trang world. I'm not exactly sure what the orb's power was, but it seemed like anything that touched it disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, Mire managed to hold the orb back for a while. I really wanted to help him, but I didn't know where to start or how. Then, she looked so shocked her mouth fell wide open. He swallowed the orb whole. Is that so? June nodded in confirmation. That's right. Garam's face showed complete disbelief. How is that even possible? She continued, lost in thought. It looked like he was digesting it. Inside Mire's body, a process of destruction and formation kept repeating. And just like that, the result of it, repeating for hours, no, almost an entire day, was that the black orb simply vanished. But Mire's spirit was gone too. She asked suspiciously, So Mire is still unconscious? When asked, June hesitated a bit. Well, although his wounds have healed completely, we don't know when he'll wake up. Ha-young leaned over, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Mire, do you know why she's taking care of you? Mire replied very firmly. No. The girl smiled gently, as if thinking of something pleasant. Back in Oreo, your expression looked like you had lost your whole world. She was originally a teacher at an orphanage. She said she understands what parents mean to children. Light hit the face of the sleeping person. He remained silent, not saying another word. Rusi was a bit surprised and couldn't believe it. But why are we still alive? I thought we were all dead. Did Kehoe save us? June bowed his head, looking a bit apologetic. Yeah, he used Mire's blood. I'll ask for details later. The person next to them slammed the table. Is that really important right now? Why didn't you help the captain? Garam asked rudely and abruptly. What? Junha spoke without thinking. You should have fought to help the captain until the end. Why did you run away like a coward? She hung her head, trying to avoid it. It was the captain who begged me to make sure everyone got out. The boy went crazy, questioning her. The captain said that? And you really just ran away? We should have fought together even if it meant dying. That way the captain might have survived with you, right? Isn't that right? Because of you. The captain Garam also slammed the table and stood up. What about you? You were knocked out too, weren't you? He spoke as if he were so much better. Junha gritted his teeth and threatened. Say that again. You bastard. I tried my absolute best and was determined to fight to the death. Don't you know that? The other two hurriedly intervened. Hey, You two. She didn't want to hear any more. Punching the other in the face. You think I wanted to run away? The captain asked me to. What do you expect me to do? Tell me. What was I supposed to do? They hurriedly told each other to hold them back. You two. That's enough. But Garam still kept screaming. The captain isn't dead. She just went somewhere for a while. She will definitely come back. Even though Junha was talking tough, tears were falling. Of course. You idiot. Do you think the captain is dead? The captain is a very strong person. Ju watched the scene, feeling heartbroken. They hadn't found the body yet, so they couldn't say whether the captain was dead or alive. The absence of the captain was already a huge problem, and among the other members, even the commander had changed. Nuri didn't turn around, asking softly, "So, what did you want to say?" Jin Zugun was a bit flustered but still said, "As I said, this seems a bit overwhelming. It's been 3 days since Terret left. During that time, we've restored the world and explored the surrounding areas. Haven't we been overworking ourselves? If we keep going like this, all the survivors will die." She only said one word, coldly. "So?" He looked suspicious, sweat pouring down his head. "What do you mean? People need to rest. Their bodies are still injured, their mental health is unstable. Guarding against the zombies is good, but at the same time, we need to rest." Nuri got angry again. "If that's all you have to say, get out right now." Jin Zugun was so scolded he was stunned. "What?" She turned her head, her voice almost screaming. "Right now. Wasting even 1 day is a loss. We need to do something quickly to kill them. Don't you feel pity for those who sacrificed themselves? What's the point of whining for the survivors? Because they're suffering." These words made him start to get angry. This person is truly fine. No point talking anymore. The people in our ward won't do it anymore. Whether you guys want to bicker or whatever, go do it yourselves. Kiho could only helplessly call out, "Hey, wait a minute. I didn't come here to see this. Commander, I know you're very sad, but you need to stay calm to make judgments." Nuri hugged herself, instructing, "Kiho, get out of here. Bring Mire here as soon as he wakes up. Relying on Mire, I will wipe out those zombies. That's how we survivors should be, right?" He glanced to the side, avoiding her gaze. "I wanted to use my ability to calm the commander down, but perhaps that would be disrespectful." Finally, he just left one sentence. "I'm leaving. If you need anything, call me." The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. Nuri's whole body was trembling uncontrollably. The image of the optimistic, fun-loving girl from back then returned. "What are you saying to the team members again? I don't know why it's so different before and after, huh? What is it? Speak up, I'm listening." The whole room fell into a terrifying silence. She burst into tears as those memories flooded back. "Lai Kyung, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please, I'm begging you, come back." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "What is it? Who's crying like that? I'm busy with a lot of things right now. Come back later." Neria suddenly appeared, seeing her crying so pathetically. What a pitiful sight. Nuri recoiled, startled. "What do you mean? What?" Neria shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't mean to spy. My apologies." But naturally, for Neria, this information was quite useful. She quickly shifted into a defensive stance. "Who sent you? How did you get in here?" But Neria only said one thing. "Lili Kyung is still alive." Nuri's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Are you saying Lili Kyung is still alive? Then where is she right now?" Neria didn't answer right away, just coaxed her. "If you listen to Neria's lovely proposal, I will bring Lili Kyung here immediately," she shouted, rushing to ask. "What proposal?" Neria didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. "I want Mire." This took Nuri by surprise. "What?" Her eyes lit up like stars. "To me, he is a valuable subject to study the errors that occurred. We trade with each other to get what we want. That's reasonable, isn't it? You have 3 seconds to answer yes or no." Neria didn't wait and started counting. 3. The time dropped to 1 second. 2. Nuri gulped audibly. As time ran out, she gasped. 1. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway. The door was flung open. Mire stepped in and softly called out. "Hey," Nuri was startled. "Mire, you're awake?" Neria's eyes sparkled. It glided closer, talking incessantly. Finally, it had a chance to say a proper hello. To Mire, it was just a green slime. Neria, unaware of that thought, was still cheerfully asking, "What did you come here for?" His tone was incredibly calm. "I came to ask how to defeat Terret." Neria couldn't help but compliment him. "Impressive, Commander. Based on what you just said, I can do whatever I want with Mire, right?" Nuri let out a faint sigh, stood up, and replied, "That's right. Do as you please. But in return, You must keep your word. One piece was added to the bigger picture. Kiho turned and asked softly, Commander, what is this? I'm doing this because I was told to. But Nuri's expression remained unchanged. Kiho, do you not know how to do a jigsaw puzzle? He quickly explained. Ah, no, I know it. But why are we suddenly doing this? She lowered her head and suddenly said, Doing puzzles helps me stabilize my mental state. It helps me make the right choices through the secretion of neurotransmitters. Kiho was confused and just mumbled, Is that so? But the group around them couldn't stay quiet. No matter how I look at it, it's a mess. It doesn't go there. Based on my scientific perspective, get out of the way, all of you. I know it all. Just leave it to me. Kiho, you try doing it with everyone too. Yes. He bowed his head thoughtfully. Just a moment ago, she seemed so stubborn. Why is she so calm now? Seeing her discuss things so leisurely, it's good that she's better. But Garam was furious, as if breathing fire. Oh my god, I told you it doesn't go there, you idiot. Risuru, refusing to take the insult, snapped back. Why do you keep calling me an idiot? Do you want to die? Jun raised an object nervously. Before I make you both disappear. Listen to me. Are you two not even afraid of this? Kiho whispered a few words. I really don't want to do this. Oh right, where did Mire go? We can't have a meeting without Mire. Just then, a voice from the side spoke up. Mire will be leaving here soon. He looked suspicious, not understanding. What do you mean? That hand rested gently. There are many issues to discuss. Rebuilding the capital, treating Dong Ho, food, internal problems, and so on. We start with the urgent problems at hand. Everyone started getting rowdy. You mean after you said Mire would leave soon? A soft voice sounded. Come in. 3 people from outside slowly walked in. Garam asked suspiciously, What is that green thing? Nuri bowed her head, her face still calm. Now, all 3 of them were meeting the number 3, Arrow. Kiho was startled as soon as he heard it, but Mire isn't fully recovered yet. She lowered her head slightly and continued. I made this decision together with Li Kyung. The shouting became even more piercing. What did you say? Garam jumped up and asked hurriedly. The captain is still alive? Where is she? Jun couldn't help but lose his composure. That's great. That's truly great. Nuri's gaze dimmed, but she said nothing. Neria waved goodbye happily. Back to that moment when she had screamed. Did Mire send someone? That's impossible. You probably just see Mire as a tool. He is one of the members Li Kyung values most. To Li Kyung, the lives of her team members are above all else. Even if my mental state isn't stable, I will absolutely never betray Li Kyung's trust. Get out of here right now. I said, get out. Why are you laughing? It quickly explained. Just kidding. I was just teasing you. Neria is the fairy of humanity, after all. I couldn't possibly make such a cruel offer. Why are you reacting so seriously? Nuri asked, dazed. What did you say? Nuria seemed incredibly patient. Let me make it clearer for you. A familiar voice came from the small square. Nuri, can you hear me? Her tears couldn't be held back. Li Kyung is still alive. And as a result of discussing the current situation, we will prioritize training for Mire. Regardless of whether the last result was a win or a loss. Right now, only Mire can fight that Tarot, Jun asked, a bit confused. But where is the captain right now? Why didn't she come to tell us herself? Neria stroked its chin like a gentleman. I am treating the captain because she is quite severely injured. She will return soon, so everyone doesn't need to worry. Garam was still curious. What is that green blob anyway? She snapped her fingers, not forgetting to explain again. That is Neria, the autonomous AI system that Nat left behind. Because this AI system is interested in humans, it promised to cooperate with us. It promised to become a training teacher for Mire. Risuru couldn't help but glance over a few times. Nat's system? She created a discarded system. As for a teacher, who needs one? Because he will catch up to Tarot on his own anyway. Kiho leaned over and whispered, It's thankful to get help from this system. But after all, this is a remnant left by Nat. Can we really trust it? Nuri closed her eyes, thinking back to the beginning. To be honest, it's hard to be at ease with remnants left by Nat, but there is definitely one thing that can be trusted. Back then, Nuri, don't worry. Neria might look strange, but it is a good system. We haven't met Senior Tarim yet. Until then, I won't die, so please take care of the whole team. This system couldn't possibly know about Senior Tarim. It could only have been Li Kyung. At least Neria wasn't wrong. Neria, being lively and cheerful, proactively cleared away the doubts. Everyone, don't worry. I'll help Mire catch those managers and train him into a formidable force. Finally, they were able to talk, and now all 3 should head out immediately. She stated each word with extreme seriousness. Mire, whether the training succeeds or not, the fate of humanity rests on you. Mire took a step outside the door and said, I don't care about that, but I will definitely kill Tur. In the blink of an eye, the three of them darted off. Kiho thoughtfully reminded them, everyone, be careful out there. But why did you send Ha-young with them? I didn't send her. Nuri turned back and replied. Neria said she had to take the kid along. He asked skeptically. Why? The answer he got was that the system said, because she's cute, it wanted to bring her along. You don't need to worry too much. I've already asked Mire to protect her. Kiho seemed a bit uncertain. Will it really be okay? She slammed the table again, looking serious. Everyone, take a break, then let's get back to the meeting we left unfinished. We still have a lot, so much work to do. Everyone replied in unison, yes. During that time, he turned to ask, come to think of it, why didn't you chase after Mire? Risuru asked with disgust. If I begged, would you even let me go? I'm way past my puberty phase. Okay, let's focus on the meeting. Both of them smiled and called out, oh, Risuru? He rolled his chubby body away. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Kiho laughed and didn't stop him. All right, just make sure you come back. The door slammed shut. Risuru was incredibly excited. The master's going to meet that arrow guy, right? Well then, wait for me. I'll be there right away. But just a few steps later, he was jolted and felt dizzy. He opened the door, feeling a bit helpless. Meanwhile, in the vast blue sky, looking down below at Jew Island, Neria said in a low voice, we've arrived. Where is that guy Arrow? Arrow turned around, assessing them with curiosity. Humph. Who are you? What are you guys doing here? Mire had arrived, not holding back, ready to kill. He couldn't recover his senses, only emitting a sound of confusion. Huh? Restarting the process of hunting the managers. We haven't met Senior Tarim yet, but until then I won't die, so the whole team. At this moment, Nuri was walking down the hallway with a file in her hand, thinking to herself that the meeting had finally ended. I still have many important things to do. I have to talk about that first. I really don't want to, but there's no other way. A moment later, inside the room, she gave instructions with great care. Kiho, you've worked hard. Go get some rest. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, he lifted his head to look at her and continued. Oh, Chief. I have something I want to say. What is it? He stammered. About that, like we talked about in the meeting. If you want to rebuild the facilities or increase military strength, shouldn't we go to that person first? I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Nuri tapped the folder on the table and slowly replied. Regardless, I was planning on finding him anyway. It's not just a matter of manpower. In this situation, I have no face left to meet anyone else. I know what I need to do. Don't worry, I'm the chief. I have to keep my professional and personal life separate. Kiho jumped and shouted encouragement. Ah, you're right, Chief, go for it. But her sweat-covered face showed clear confusion, and she thought to herself, even though I said that, my pride still won't allow it. It's my fault for speaking so rashly. Who else can I blame? I don't know. Let's just do something. Switching scenes, Nuri called out with hesitation. Hey, he was squatting in the middle of a pile of dirt, suddenly turning his head back with a blank look. Humph, he shouted angrily. What is it? You told me to get out here. Is there something else you want to say? She covered her face in embarrassment, thinking, why are you working so hard when you said you wouldn't do any work anymore? Suddenly, she felt more guilty than before. Suddenly, Nuri bowed deeply and stammered. I'm sorry. She explained in a low voice. You were resting on time and doing this and that. So we're together again. Jin Zugun cut her off decisively. I still have work to do, so go over there. Nuri exclaimed in surprise. What? He turned his face away and grumbled. I told you I'm doing the work assigned to me, so go away. I'm sure you're busy with your own tasks. Go do your work. She stood there, stunned, and feeling resentful. What is this? This guy I gathered all my courage to apologize, and this is what I get? Nuri's eyes darted in a panic, and she suddenly spun around. I don't know what you're hoping for, but keep working hard. I will call for you often. You must come. He turned back and said, Hey, what is it? Looking at her trembling back as she walked away, Ju lowered his voice. If you want to cry, do it quietly. I'm standing outside the door and I can hear everything. Nuri froze in shock. What? What did you say? Who's crying? I don't get it at all. I didn't cry. You hear me? You should clear your throat or something. I'm not the type to burst into tears at the drop of a hat. He gave a slight, meaningful smile. You really are different from my first impression. Scene shift. From high above. Mire dove down to attack Arrow, startling him. Mire, kill him. Neria announced urgently. Number 3 or number 2, kill them all. Hurry up, we still have to kill Tarot. Ha-young witnessed the scene unfolding before her, fearfully tightening her backpack straps. Her face showed deep worry and overwhelming regret. It's all my fault that Jian got hurt. I can't keep running away forever. I'm sure I have some kind of power. That's why Neria brought me along. If Mire gets into danger this time, I will gather all my courage to save him. It continued to announce, don't be careless. Because starting from number 3, they are the real children of the boss. Fighting these guys will be very different from the ones you fought before. Regardless, for Mire, this is quite a formidable opponent. Kill them all. Crush them. Suddenly, a beam of white light zoomed past, terrifying Ha-young, who was standing nearby. Mire? Huh? She shouted in a panic. Are you okay? You only have your head left. Neria was also full of questions. Is Mire unable to win? That's right. Go back and fight. People told you not to be careless, didn't they? Mire, come on. He swung his fist forward violently. Arrow continued to lunge and roar fiercely. Mire's head was constantly being knocked away, hit from one place to another. The head fell straight to the ground. Mire. Neria put a hand to her chin, pondering. Why is it so strange? The data shows this guy isn't strong at all. Why is Mire unable to win? What's going on? I need to examine this very carefully. Mire's gaze focused, thinking, I must kill Tarot. To kill him, I must do this. The words from before echoed in his head. As you can see, even if you die many times, you still can't kill me. Above all, you don't even have the determination to defeat me. Mire stood frozen in front of Arrow. It warned him urgently. What's wrong? Why are you standing there like a fool? He threw a punch while screaming. Please, stop it. Why are you doing this to me? Seeing Mire's head rolling on the grass, Neria hurriedly urged him on. Mire, you have to attack. Why are you just staring at me? As you lay on your back on the grass with a dazed, empty look in your eyes, you muttered. Determination to win, what is that? He used a magnifying glass to observe and exclaimed, I see, so that's it. I know where the problem is. On the other side, Arrow slammed his head with his hands and roared in frustration. Why are you all like this? Because of you, I broke all my drinks. I don't even like fighting. Suddenly, he roughly grabbed his hair and tossed the head far away. Get out of here! Get out of my sight! Ha-young, standing behind, screamed in horror. His head? Mire was just thrown away. The girl turned and cursed angrily. You wicked bastard! How dare you lay a hand on Mire? Arrow said irritably. And what kind of thing are you? He tensed up, raised his fist, and roared. Please, just leave me alone. Seeing what was happening, Neria grumbled. Seriously, it didn't look good from the outside. There was no other choice. A foot in a high-heeled shoe stepped directly onto Arrow. The kick sent him flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. The attractive woman in the black dress smiled meaningfully. Let's start again from the basics. Ha-young's mouth fell open in shock as she looked at the person in front of her, then stammered. Neria, are you actually a human? She explained gently. Not exactly. I can only change into this form temporarily. Hearing this, the girl replied with admiration. That's amazing. So Neria is that strong? Neria quickly took the lead. She dashed through the bushes and gave a firm order. First, let's go find Mire. Ha-young ran close behind and replied, Okay. Suddenly, Arrow walked out of the hazy smoke. As it cleared, the space fell silent, leaving only a faint sigh of relief. Those wicked people are finally gone. Don't ever come back. Don't bother me ever again. His shouting echoed everywhere, and someone felt the intensity of those cries. So noisy today. What's going on? Suddenly, Kim Huijin closed his eyes tight, sitting cross-legged on a large rock. No, I should focus on my meditation. You must not let yourself be distracted by personal thoughts. Standing on the mountain peak, facing the rushing waterfall, he devoutly raised his hands to pray. I sincerely beseech the great ancestors of Suomi. Please grant me strength. Please share your immense power to console the souls of all those who died unjustly. Please share your sacred power. A strange object suddenly fell into his hands. Kim Huijin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my God, the ancestors have finally answered my prayers. It really wasn't just a myth. The sacred power has finally been granted to me. Thinking his wish had come true, he was stunned when he looked closely at the object in his hands. Who is this? Seeing Mire's face clearly at such a close distance, Kim Huijin panicked, mouth agape, and screamed. Terrified by the head that had appeared in his hands, Kim Huijin immediately tossed him into the air. What the hell is this? Mire floated in the vast space above the deep green forest, silently asking himself, where did I fall just now? Suddenly, he landed on the ground, reverting to his human form. Seeing this, he asked, what, you turned into a human? Mire approached and asked if he knew where Arrow was. Kim Hui-jin was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. After a moment, regaining his composure, he breathed a sigh of relief. You scared the hell out of me. You must have extraordinary power. Kim Hui-jin reached out and suggested, You don't look like you're from around here. Is this your first time? That's common. Everyone makes the same mistake when they arrive. Don't worry, I'll be your guide. I know you want to leave as soon as possible, but you have to be careful. It's even scarier here than outside the forest. Now, let's head back to the guild. He's taking me to Arrow? Scene change, Yoku asked with concern. What's wrong? Arrow. Why are you screaming so loud? He called out sadly. Yoku Arrow knelt on the ground, sobbing. A strange human tried to kill me. You said I could live in peace if I stayed here, he reassured him. Arrow, calm down. But he tried to kill me. A ripe red strawberry was suddenly tossed out. Calm down. I said calm down. Arrow immediately snatched the strawberry and began chewing frantically with excitement. Strawberries. Give me more. Lots more. Yoku put his hand to his forehead, thinking with a tense expression. I guess more people are coming to the outskirts. Why do those idiots keep coming back? Even knowing that there's no way out once they enter. I need to increase security in the outskirts. Suddenly, he dumped all the strawberries for Arrow. Don't worry, I'll take care of those nuisances. I hope you can help maintain our guild as you always do. And say good things about the other leaders. He replied while eating, Yes, I will ensure they never set foot on Jeju Island. I'll tell them immediately. Yoku frowned and replied, All right. Thanks for your cooperation. Tisk. What a naive idiot. Scene shifts to the NW Guild. Kim Hui-jin brought him to the elevator door and said, This is your first visit, so you can go up to the 50th basement floor. Quick, get in. Mire stepped inside alone. He reached out and pressed the button for the 50th floor. Kim Hui-jin smiled gently and advised, For a kid like you, this place is a bit hard to handle. I hope you can make it to the top. Don't give up, no matter what anyone says. Kim Hui-jin's words left him wondering. A moment later, the elevator door opened on the 50th basement floor. Mire's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Who's that? A new recruit? The thugs looked at him and smirked. Just a brat who just arrived. I claimed him first, so don't you dare touch him. Mire looked ahead, deep in thought, wondering, Is this it? No, it's not. When did they start multiplying? This isn't Arrow. Should I kill them all? No, I shouldn't. Who should I kill first? You shouldn't kill them all. Suddenly, Ha-young and Neria appeared from out of nowhere. Mire, you're here too? We made it here while looking for you. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about coming to pick you up. He looked at her blankly and asked, Who are you? The girl replied happily, It's Naria. She can transform into this form. You're really easy to convince. Immediately, Ha-young urged him frantically. Now that we've found Mire, let's hurry back and kill Arrow, because there are still many people alive on Jeju Island. I have to save them. No, that's impossible. Suddenly, Neria's cheeks flushed with a scheming look. I can't let such a good opportunity slip away. A golden opportunity, you say? Just look around you. Can't you feel it? So many people here possess things that Mire lacks. This is a living hell on Jeju Island. This is a place for those who didn't end up as slaves on Orito Island or anywhere else. In the beginning, humans were sent to the slaughterhouse to be used just like livestock. However, the NW Guild is offering you a different opportunity. That opportunity is a duel challenge. Whoever wins 10 duels gets moved to the next floor. In the end, once someone reaches the 50th floor, they get to choose whether to leave or live on Jeju Island. Conversely, if you get knocked down 5 times, you'll immediately be turned into a pet. This is also the first time I've learned about the existence of a place like this inside the slaughterhouse. Humans are forced to fight each other. But I don't see what benefit this brings to the Donggon group by building this place. Ha-young stood nearby and asked, puzzled. Great job, Neria. How did you find out so much? I don't know. When you ask, I can only smile like this as an answer. Ah, I see. Suddenly, she leaned close to Mire's face and whispered, Regardless, people are still fighting desperately to win. And about the compassion you lack, instead of getting flicked on the forehead by Arrow for 100 days. I'm sure the experience here will be much more worthwhile, right? His eyes immediately cast down in thought. Compassion? I don't have that. Hearing this, she widened her eyes and asked, But doesn't that mean we have to kill everyone here? What about that? Neria narrowed her eyes and slowly analyzed. The reason we're here is for Mire's growth. If killing a few people means that experience helps Mire develop, it also means he will be able to save more people. Isn't that a good thing? As soon as she finished, she grabbed his shoulder, pushed him forward, and said, Let's go. You have to duel. Wait, we should go together. Ha-young chased after them, thinking to herself, is sacrificing for the greater good truly unavoidable? Naria is very smart, so she isn't entirely wrong, but I'm not sure what is right or wrong anymore. Scene shift to the basement of the 50th building, the duel arena area. The crowd of spectators above all cheered excitedly. Take him out! Hit him harder! Finish it, you idiot! No matter who the winner is, both might end up dead and turned into delicious livestock. The duel arena, where human lives are on the brink. 500 people who register for the day will fight in order, starting from number 1. The criteria for winning are surrender, loss of ability to fight, or landing 20 punches under the referee's judgment. Once a winner is decided, the next person is swapped in, and the battle continues like that. The loser is registered to fight again. However, the 50th loser will be immediately disposed of. A man on the ring raised his hands in celebration. Number 355 wins. Number 356, step into the ring. Ha-young, standing behind, cheered excitedly. Mire, it's your turn. Naria also happily encouraged him. You can do it. Go for it. A moment later, he was on the stage. The referee raised his hand to signal focus. Both contestants, please step into the center. The man glanced down and sneered. Just a kid? The guys in the stands grumbled unhappily. I'm so jealous. I want to fight that kid too. I'm going to punch his number straight in. The man smiled craftily and thought to himself, this match is basically a freebie for me. Thanks, kid. The referee immediately swung his hand down, decisively signaling the start. Begin. He swung a punch straight at Mire's face. Don't blame me. I'm just doing what I'm told. The speaker system blared. One hit for number 35. The man's eyes widened in horror, wondering, what is this? It's like I'm hitting a brick wall. The kid must be trained really well, but no way. Number 355. 2, 3, 14, 15 hits. Ha-young looked toward the ring and shouted, oh my god, I think something is wrong with Mire. Mire is about to lose. For a brief moment, he went silent in thought. I have no ambition to win. What it is, I still don't know. The surrounding crowd gaped and roared with excitement. Hurrah! Hurrah! Finish him off quickly. It's been a long time since we've had a kid. He must be delicious. The man continued to lunge forward, throwing a punch. Number 355, 19 hits. The man leaped into the air, arms spread wide, and dived down aggressively. This will be the final blow. What a match, huh? You're done, kid. Mire just lowered his head and endured. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, guiding him. Tilt your head 53 degrees to the left. Immediately, the sudden kick tore through the air. Amazing. The person continued to remind him. Don't think of it like fighting an opponent. Think of it like you're just stretching your hand out. The terrifyingly powerful punch created a massive shockwave that threw the man backward. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, those around them all gaped in terror. Looking at Mire's back as he stood still amidst the dust, the person continued, speaking cryptically. Very good. Now, don't think too much about it. Hesitating to extend your fist won't bring you any benefit. Fight like you always do. You've been doing great on your own. Mire! Ha-young cheered excitedly. Mire won. I really thought he was going to lose. I was worried to death. Mire turned his head to look at someone below, causing the girl standing outside to wonder and peek as well. Huh? Where is Mire looking? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. I'm the one who acted to make Mire like that. I created a welcoming image for Mire. Naria winked and added, the person standing in front of Mire right now is a very reliable figure. But who that person is, I don't know. Just like that, the silhouette of a person wearing a cap began to fade away. He startled slightly and muttered, so, it wasn't real. Back at the ring, the referee raised his hand to signal and informed the man, number 355 loses. Number 356 wins. Hasn't this guy lost 5 times already? Then number 35 is confirmed to become food. His body was tossed aside, causing the crazed crowd below to scramble and cheer. Food! Move out of the way. I want some too. Someone chewed messily while frowning in complaint. The person next to him swallowed it whole and said, can't help it. This guy's quality is just poor. Watching the scene, Ha-young fearfully covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes trembling. Is becoming food like this? It's too cruel. Why be so heartless? Naria glanced in another direction and replied, what's there to be surprised about? This is the current reality of humanity. Mire only looked straight ahead, his face pensive and devoid of emotion. Just like that, he confidently handled several consecutive matches, decisively landing a punch straight into his opponent's face. Right after that, he spun around and followed up with a powerful kick, sending his opponent flying across the floor. The mysterious person's image appeared again, to remind him, Urging him to punch harder, the referee boomed that contestant number 356 had reached the first floor above ground. With a welcoming nod from that familiar face, Mire quickly headed straight to the first floor. She cheered happily, surprised he had reached the first floor so fast. Mire, you're amazing. And now we can even form a team together. Luckily, this NW club has a team system, a squad of 2 to 5 members, and the whole team advances to the next floor together. However, winning and losing is tracked by the team. If the team loses 5 matches, they all die. Neria looked down and spoke up. I'm relieved you're finally attacking without hesitation, but it still feels like something's missing. Mire, your physical strength is so overwhelming that even without any fighting spirit, you win too easily. On the flip side, it just makes him act like a machine. I'll have to do something about that next time. Suddenly, Ha Young shouted excitedly. I heard someone mention going to the flea market. Can we go check it out? Neria replied coldly. Do you think this is a tourist spot, kid? Not a chance. Scene shifts inside Jeju's NW market. She laughed heartily. There really is a flea market here. Seeing this, Neria was surprised and reverted to her original form. Why on earth would a place like this exist inside a slaughterhouse? Ha Young, standing nearby, was super pumped. Let's go explore. This place doesn't seem to have any zombies. It doesn't match the data I have on Jeju Island at all. The administrators should have reported the status of the slaughterhouse, right? Looks like someone faked the reports. A moment later, they stood in front of a food stall. She yelled out, Mister, 1 snake chicken hot dog, please. The man replied cheerfully, That'll be 5 wins. Ha Young asked blankly, What are those wins you're talking about? The man's voice dropped, and he barked, What is this? Are you two trying to scam me without any money? She waved her hands to explain. No, we just don't know what that is. A hand suddenly reached out and spoke. Here, 10 wins. Give them 1 each, please. Seeing the stranger appear, Ha Young looked up, confused. Mire walked over slowly, clutching a hot dog. The man checked in, asking if he had safely made it to the floor above ground. Thank goodness. It's been a while since I've seen a kid participate, so I was worried. Anyway, you remember me, right? Kim Hui-jane continued with a smile. You're pretty impressive, even if your abilities are a bit unconventional. I didn't expect you to reach the upper floor this quickly. It took me months. Plus, I'm currently struggling because I've already lost 4 matches. If you want to walk around, be careful in the outer zones. The inner area is safe enough, but in the outer zones, just making eye contact with the guards is enough to get shot. The 4 of them strolled through the market stalls. She asked, But what exactly are those wins? He explained slowly. It's your first time hearing about wins, right? They're the currency used here. Like the name implies, victories in the arena are converted into money. 1 win equals 1 victory. You can exchange them at the exchange station. The station is on the club's ground floor. There's a rumor that if you collect 10,000 wins, you can escape Jeju Island immediately. Ha Young mumbled with her mouth full. So, that's why this flea market exists. Neria hugged Mire and her tightly. That's enough fun for today. Let's go back to training. Ha Young tearfully begged, Can't we play just a little bit longer? Her hope was instantly crushed. No. As Ha Young was dragged away, she wailed, You're so mean. Neria, you're a bully. Neria retorted, Mean? What's mean about it? A fairy of humanity like me has to help Mire get stronger as fast as possible. Scene shifts to the first floor above ground, in the contestants' lounge. The 3 of them sat on the floor. Neria explained, Starting from the upper floors, there's only 1 match per day. We have to ensure the quality of our food source. We agreed to this, so when a match comes up, we go straight to the arena. Suddenly, she whipped her head around, eyes wide with confusion. What do you mean ensure the quality of our food source? Neria glanced over and sighed wearily. Let's see. There's so much incorrect data that even I don't know. Neria leaned in, using her magic. First, I'll dampen Mire's ability. If he stays this strong, fighting for the next 100 days won't help him improve at all. If I touch your muscles, I can control them to a certain extent. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared, summoning contestant number 356 to the arena. Hearing his name, Ha Young cheered, nudging him. Mire, it's your turn. Let's go. The giant arena appeared, filled with thousands of spectators. First floor above ground, inside the arena, the crowd started roaring and jeering. Hurry up and start. Hasn't anyone lost 5 matches yet? Hey, 356. Kill 'em all. I'm betting 2 rations on him. Ha Young looked over, worried, and asked, I'm so nervous. What if the people on the upper floors are stronger? Neria replied indifferently. If that were true, it would be a good thing. A foot stepped onto the ring. She stared, her eyes wide with shock. That guy Kim Hui-jane walked into the arena calmly and remarked, "What a coincidence." Number 42. Kim Hui-jane. "We meet under these circumstances again." The referee shouted, "Both contestants, get ready." He glanced at the boy, thinking to himself that fighting a kid didn't put him in a good mood. The head referee standing in the center swung his hand down decisively. As the match started, Hui-jane set his stance, but was taken aback by Mire's lightning-fast movement. He lunged forward in a blur, throwing a powerful punch that the man barely managed to avoid. She gasped in surprise. He dodged Mire's attack. As expected, the people on the upper floors are on another level. Neria stood by, cheering excitedly. Finally, a worthy opponent. Hui-jane stepped back, eyes wide with terror, thinking to himself, "He's fast. The way this kid climbed the floors so quickly wasn't just luck. I can't afford to let my guard down just because he's a kid." He swung his arm back sharply. Mire quickly ducked to dodge it, then threw another punch. The crowd roared with wild enthusiasm. "Nice hit! 356! Beat him to death!" Ha-young asked anxiously. "Only Mire is attacking. This is scary. I thought he'd finally found a real rival." "Kim Hui-jane, didn't he say he already lost 4 matches? If he loses now, won't he become food for those guys?" She screamed. "What do I do? Who am I supposed to cheer for? I hope he doesn't die." Mire suddenly jumped high into the air, stomping down. Hui-jane collapsed, trembling, thinking, "Damn it, I'm finished. Ignoring that kid was my own undoing. No, even if I hadn't let my guard down, it would have been hard to close such a massive gap. I've endured enough until now. Perhaps this is as far as it goes, master." Suddenly, he stood tall, his hands clasped tightly in front of his abdomen, preparing for action. Kim Hui-jin clenched his fists, pressing one firmly over the other with determination. "That promise I made to Master about not getting noticed, I don't think I can keep it anymore." Suddenly, Kim Hui-jin launched a powerful counterattack against Mire, leaving the audience stunned. What the hell is he doing? Number 356. Fight properly. Ha-young witnessed the scene and gasped. "What's going on? Is Mire suddenly trying to throw the match?" Neria pondered, unable to tell what was happening, but she could sense that the opponent's strength was different than before. Of course, this wasn't entirely surprising, but suddenly, Kim Hui-jin's eyes widened abnormally. A giant shadow, radiating murderous intent from its glowing red eyes, was descending upon him. This power felt just like the mysterious figure in the red aura, who was covering his mouth and laughing creepily. Seeing this, Mire's expression shifted, and he shouted for Terret. Ha-young looked at his trembling back and thought, "Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? Something seems strange." On the other side, Neria fell into deep thought. Isn't he pushing himself too hard? I told Mire not to use his ability, just in case the opponent radiated an aura similar to Terror. How will he handle this interesting situation? It's really something to look forward to. Suddenly, Mire lunged forward with a face full of murderous intent. Facing the surprise attack, Kim Hui-jin immediately shifted into a defensive stance, stunned. Mire threw a sharp, heavy punch toward his opponent with wind-tearing speed. Kim Hui-jin countered and thought to himself, "Strange. Just a moment ago, this kid was moving like a machine, but now, he's turned into a wild animal." Mire immediately turned, spinning to deliver a roundhouse kick aimed straight at Kim Hui-jin's head. Kim Hui-jin reflexively threw both arms up, blocking the lethal strike. The force of the kick sent him flying backward, his body flipping through the air. As he flipped, he wore a mask of pure bloodlust. He flew back in for a direct attack. Kim Hui-jin stood on the arena floor, watching Mire's silhouette with a sense of weariness. Damn it, how can this kid still keep going? From above, Mire's eyes glowed red like headlights as he dove down like a bomb. The crowd outside was restless. People were screaming, questioning things bitterly. He was fighting so well earlier. What the hell are you doing? Number 365. Can't you even fight properly? You might as well just die. Yeah, go ahead and let yourself become our food. At this moment, Mire was gasping for air, exhausted. His anger reached its peak, his eyes turned crimson, and he suddenly let out a roar. A massive surge of energy erupted. Witnessing the scene before her, Neria placed a finger to her lips, looking worried. Oh my, no, this won't do. I clearly said he shouldn't use his ability. If this place gets blown away, it's going to be a real problem. Suddenly, a voice echoed clearly in his ear. Are you planning to repeat that again? The mysterious figure appeared once more to warn him. Letting your emotions run wild won't accomplish anything. You've been through this before, haven't you? You want to defeat Terret, but how is what you're doing now any different from back then? Are you going to wait until you've lost everything to realize it? The dust is swirling violently. Control your own emotions. Find a way to defeat your opponent using reason. Mire stood silently, staring at the arena ahead without responding. Suddenly, Kim Hui-jin looked stunned, sweat dripping down his cheek. What is this? The atmosphere around him has changed again. The mysterious figure continued. How have you been fighting all this time? You've just been screaming and running straight at your opponent, don't you think? How have you fought until now? Seeing the scene unfold, Kim Hui-jin's eyes widened in disbelief. That movement, could it be that you learned it from me? As he unleashed his technique, a red glow immediately appeared before his eyes, and a dazzling surge of energy exploded, spreading throughout the arena. The crowd, seeing this, panicked and asked, "What's happening all of a sudden? Does anyone else feel like the air has become heavy?" Neria couldn't hide her astonishment. Suddenly, someone appeared to observe. An old man sat cross-legged on a cushion, leisurely holding a pipe and exhaling smoke before slowly saying, "He has finally arrived." A sharp blade of light cut through the air. It was dangerous. Suddenly, a direct punch landed squarely on Mire's head. Number 42, 20 direct hits. Number 3, 56 loses. Huh? Neria gasped. This kid, things are getting interesting. Ha-young startled and stammered. What? What happened? On the arena, Kim Hui-jin sighed softly. It's truly surprising. Just by watching, he was able to learn part of my technique. I feel pathetic for having looked down on this kid. However, it's better if you don't learn this skill. Master says it's a dangerous ability. Mire muttered, repeating, a dangerous ability. Lord Yoku, it seems I've found a high-quality food source. Oh, is that so? Proceed as planned. And while you're on your way there, make a few more strawberries, because we have to feed that fool Arrow. Yes, I understand. Anyway, thanks to you, kid, I've learned a lot. The referee signaled for number 356 to hand over his name tag. As he left, he added, if there's a chance, I want a rematch with you. Suddenly, Mire called out, wait, explain that technique to me properly. Kim Hui-jin asked back, bewildered. Huh? Let's see, unfortunately. That's not something I can decide on my own. I'm sorry. Neria offered an enigmatic smile, secretly calculating. It's a pity I didn't get the result I wanted. I'm certain Mire needs that person's skill. I can't let this slip away. Back to the scene, Kim Hui-jin waved his hands repeatedly. It's impossible. That's not something I can decide on my own. After the battle between Mire and Kim Hui-jin, Neria followed him, everywhere, begging him to teach her his skills. Teach us, please. Kim Hui-jin kept avoiding her. Just as he turned his head, he caught 3 faces hanging in the doorway, scaring him half to death. Before he could recover, he saw Mire's face appearing right in the bathroom. Mire was sticking to him like a ghost. Kim Hui-jin ran for his life while screaming. Frustrated by the kid's stubbornness, he yelled, "Why in the world are you like this? Aren't you strong enough already? What is the reason you absolutely must learn that power?" Hearing this, Mire remained completely silent under Kim Hui-jin's questioning. A moment later, he lowered his voice to give his answer. Because I don't want to repeat it again. What? Kim Hui-jin asked, stunned. A flicker of contemplation crossed his face. Although he didn't understand what Mire meant, he could feel the weight behind those words. Has he experienced something terrible? Helplessly patting his forehead, he reluctantly decided, fine. First, let me take you to meet my master. Seeing their scheme had succeeded, those standing behind them started celebrating. After all, since he's taking us to meet him, how could he refuse like that? Kim Hui-jin sighed in utter boredom. Even if he brought them along, it would be pointless, as the master would surely refuse them flat out. The scene shifts and a voice rings out. Very good. Joe sits cross-legged on a pile of cushions, picking his nose nonchalantly, and immediately begins the training. The great sage Kim Jo, Kim Hui-jin's master? Hun-jin's eyes widened, staring at him in shock. But Master said, this power is too dangerous to use carelessly. Still picking his nose, he calmly explains, because you're weak, you can't use it carelessly. He replies, but that kid is on par with me. Do you really think you're on par with him? That's why I say you're still weak. I don't know what method he used to suppress his power. You fought a child who was using less than half of his strength. If you had fought his full power, how would you have even stood a chance? And you would have been toast, Neria says from the side. Oh my, a grumpy old man stuck in this place. Joe jumps down to the ground and continues. Our tribe lives separated from human civilization. Since birth, we have possessed spiritual power passed down from generation to generation. Not long ago, I sensed something bad was happening. Right now, my homeland, where I was born and raised, is being devastated by those zombies. I believe that someday, someone will put an end to this. Of course, the center of everything I've said is that child. Hui-jin can't help but be confused. Does Master mean half of the power? I fought until I was nearly finished. I never expected Master to say that. Just what kind of power does that kid carry inside him? Joe asks. So, shall we start right away? No need to drag this boring time out. You all agreed to train, which is why you gathered here, right? I'll test your current abilities first. Of course, we must have proper etiquette before that. Follow me. He bows to show respect, trusting it all to him. Mire sees this and says slowly, "What is this? Keeping etiquette before a battle helps greatly in controlling your power." He just replies indifferently, "What a hassle." He sighs to himself, thinking this kid is more eccentric than he expected. Joe clasps his hands together in front of his chest and slowly imparts his philosophy. From now on, the power I teach you will align with your own will. The core foundation of handling this is a mind of calm that cannot be shaken by anything. Showing etiquette to your opponent brings about an upright will, free from being swept away by selfish distractions. Cast aside your useless thoughts and focus on yourself. Do not let emotions take over. Focus on why you must defeat the opponent, why you must become strong. Standing still in the windy courtyard, Mire bows his head, questioning himself. Why must I become strong? At that moment, the mysterious figure appears behind him again. On the other side, Hunjin looks extremely worried. But Ha-young and Naria are excited, as if they are looking forward to it. Then, he asks, "Can you do it, kid?" The image of the mysterious figure gradually fades away. Mire then puts his hands together, returning the bow with determination. Of course, standing from quite a distance away on the grass, Joe looks toward Mire and asks, "Very well. First, can you show me your killing intent? How to show it?" To make it easy for you to visualize, he raises his fists in front of his chest and closes his eyes tight to demonstrate. How to do it? Act as if you want to kill me. Literally. Doing it like this, will help you a lot with your training later. Hunjin watches and speaks up. By killing intent, do you mean the look he had when that kid fought me? Hearing that, Naria, standing nearby, cheers excitedly. I'm so looking forward to it. I want to see Mire's killing intent look. Returning to the moment, Joe continues. All right, you give it a try. Immediately after the suggestion, he stands motionless and then gives a soulless wink. Unable to resist the strange act, the girl immediately blushes and excitedly shouts, "That's so cute. Give us another wink." Again, go. Looking closely for a moment, he immediately realizes the problem. It seems this kid doesn't grasp emotions at all. Don't worry, I'll explain it myself. Do you know how animals live? Since ancient times, we, the Yusumi tribe, learned how to survive through them. They look simple on the outside, but that's not the case at all, because every action is tied to their own survival. Later on, what you need to learn isn't the individual actions, but their ferocity, their intelligence, and their cold-blooded nature. Seeing is believing. With your current level, you'll realize it after practicing a few times. Come on, try attacking me. Without a moment's hesitation, Mire throws a punch, but Joe quickly leans to dodge. Taking advantage of that tiny opening, he immediately strikes the top of his head accurately with a wooden spoon. Far away, sounds of continuous movement echo. The three of them sit there, bored. Naria watches Joe's agile figure and thinks to herself. At first, the old man didn't seem reliable at all, but now I see he really is an amazing old man. Even though he limited Mire's physical condition, he fights better than I thought. Mire is the same. He can release his physical limits through his own willpower. Mire's will has become stronger than before. But regardless, I want to see Mire's amazing look quickly. Suddenly seeing Naria looking vacant, Ha-young offers a ripe fruit. Eat this, Naria. She happily accepts it. Oh, thank you. Ending a long day under the vibrant sunset sky with floating clouds, Mire will train frantically over the next few days. Training like this is hard to do. Involuntarily, he focuses intently. It's strange. Clearly this physical power feels like it wants to pierce the very sky, but the punches this child throws are no different than moving to a rhythm. Is there something making this child hesitate so much? Taking momentum from above, he lunges down to kick, but with sharp reflexes, he quickly dodges. Mire, do you know about the battle between the best predators? Yes. Joe suddenly leans in close, looking straight into his eyes and asking, even though they have everything, they still fight to the end. Can you think of the reason for that? Mire replies concisely, I don't know. Actually, the answer lies within the question itself. Because they have everything, they fight even harder. If they fail, they lose everything. Mire, right now, why do you fight? The three of them stand close together, intently listening to him stammer. Why do I fight? Right. Mire's face looked a bit gloomy and annoyed. Joe exclaimed in surprise, What? I'm just annoyed because important people keep getting killed. Standing frozen for a few seconds, Joe listened to the answer, then fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, he pointed his index finger forward and issued a demand. "Show me your fist. I can see right through you." It boils down to the fact that you don't want to lose what you already have, right? You're fighting because you're protecting something. The end goal of that fist is the reason you have to win. Now, use what I taught you and finish this fight. Starting tomorrow, come back and try your luck at the club. Hearing this, Mire cheered happily. Wow. You all worked hard. Neria smiled to herself, thinking, this inspiration is even better than I thought. The old man knew exactly what Mire's problem was, something she had never spoken about. Joe fell into deep thought, then slowly added, I hope what I taught you today will be useful. After returning home, a voice called out, Go to sleep, quickly. Sleeping is also a form of training. You've worked very hard today. The little girl cheered excitedly. It's so cozy, isn't it? Ha-young poked her head out from under the blanket and asked curiously, What is that on the ceiling? Hui immediately spoke up to answer. Oh, that? It's one of the traditional dolls of our tribe. I made it to remember those who have passed on. Legend says that when we are in danger, the spirits inside the doll will protect us and help us overcome it. Now go to sleep, it's getting very late. The little girl obediently replied. Okay. Just as dawn broke, the loudspeaker blared. Number 42, please proceed to the 50th floor of the club. The announcement repeated once more. Number 42, please proceed to the 50th floor of the club. Kim Huijin jolted awake. What? It's just early morning. What is this? Joe yawned and grumbled. That's why I told you not to draw attention to yourself. He walked to the door, wondering why it was him and not Mire who was called. But he had to go back anyway. Watching his tall back, the old man suddenly called out loudly. Kim Huijin replied softly. Yes? The old man's expression turned serious. I don't know what will happen. You must always be careful. He turned back and replied with a gentle smile. Yes, I will remember. Father. Hearing that address, the old man grumbled irritably. Hey, kid, you usually call me master. This is part of the training too. Kim Huijin laughed helplessly. I'm at home, so I didn't think about it. He stepped out of the yard alone. I'll be back. Inside, Joe sat dazed and gloomy. This is strange. Why do I feel so uneasy today? I hope this is just a baseless worry. Scene shift to the 50th floor of the NW Club. You've arrived? The man flashed an incredibly polite, bright smile. Please head to the manager's office at the end of the hallway. Kim Huijin replied in a low voice. Understood. The guard bowed with an extremely warm attitude. Take your time. Something feels a bit off here. He glanced back behind him. Why is the guard being so friendly? Or does each floor have a different way of behaving? Kim Huijin's eyes clearly showed his restlessness. Just go and see what's going on for now. This is my first time meeting Yoku in person, so I'm a bit tense. As soon as his back turned, that man revealed his true form, sticking out a long, slimy tongue and grinning wickedly. As soon as the door opened, a raspy voice echoed from inside the room. Oh, number 42, isn't it? Or should I say Kim Huijin? Come in. I'm sure you don't need me to explain anything anymore, right? Hearing that, he flatly retorted. Huh? It's strange that you wouldn't explain it to me. Why did you call me here? Yoku continued smugly. Don't you know? It hasn't been easy to find high-quality prey lately. I don't know if it's because there are no talented people left in this era, but there used to be plenty. Suddenly, a pair of hands lunged out from behind, clamping tightly over his mouth. He laughed a terrifying, sinister laugh. That's why I called. Kim Huijin's eyes rolled back in horror. He turned back slowly and continued. What else did you come here for? To eat some high-quality bait, of course. Choking for air, Kim Huijin's pupils began to contract in fear. Unconsciously, he cried out for help. Father! Meanwhile, at the small house, Joe was still sitting on the porch waiting for him to return. That kid left a long time ago. Why isn't he back yet? Suddenly, from the shadows, a tall figure came trudging forward. He muttered in annoyance. That kid high? Doesn't he know I'm worried? Why is it so late? The man stood casually in front of Joe and threw down a black bag. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly demanded, Hey, who are you? Where is Hai? The man replied coldly, Number 42 is here. The man standing there asked loudly, Where is number 356? Joe busily opened the black bag to check. Huh? As he opened it, he saw Kim Huijin's head inside. The henchman was startled to see only Neria in the bag. He grabbed the bag. What the hell is this? I clearly brought number 42's head, Joe signaled Mire. Mire immediately flew out and kicked the henchman in the face. His back slammed into the floor and he slid a long distance. Joe continued. You still remember what I taught you, right? Mire nodded. Yes. Joe sat comfortably with his legs crossed and said slowly. All right then, let's start the fight. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just my baseless worry. Everything is going just as that green student said. It seems things are progressing very well. A while ago, back to the time Kim Hui-jin left the house near dusk, he walked out and announced clearly, Okay then, I'm off. But Neria called out, Wait a second. Adjusting her glasses, she said, I want to check the results of your training over this past period. Instead of being a normal human, isn't it better to become a zombie? Neria waved her hands excitedly. What do you all think? Kim Hui-jin looked at her, confused. What's going on? And what's with that appearance? Joe looked at Neria, listening intently. You have to go to the top floor of the club now, right? Kim Hui-jin nodded slightly. Yeah? So? She explained in a calm, kind voice. There, you'll be behind a manager who is holding Arrow's position. I'm sure that guy will be a worthy opponent for Mire. She paused, her voice full of mystery. So, let's go together to kill him. Later, while Kim Hui-jin was struggling with the henchman, Neria appeared. Hello, I'm here too, didn't you guys know? Yoku stared at her, annoyed. What the hell are you? Neria put her hands on her hips and turned to him. So, it was you. You're the one who falsified the information in the report, right? Yoku's face darkened. How do you know that? Number 8, go deal with her. At this moment, Neria held out a black bag with a picture of herself inside. Number 42's head is here. You go get number 356's head instead. The henchman frowned, confused, and asked, What the hell is this blue thing? Before the words could even fade, Neria's magic overwhelmed him. The staff member muttered to himself as he walked, clutching his bag. This is number 42, where is number 356? This is number 42, where is number 356? Yoku called out, confused, following behind the staff member. Hey, number 8, where are you going? Neria, standing beside Kim Hui-jin, smiled to herself, thinking, Mire, use this name to warm up. Yoku scratched his head and sighed helplessly. I never expected you'd handle number 8 like this. Kim Hui-jin suddenly spoke up. You look pretty calm, don't you? Yoku squinted at him. What? Kim Hui-jin slowly stepped closer. I heard from Neria that you don't know a thing about fighting. Is your power level basically 0 in the database? His voice was cold and low. Is that how you've been devouring humans all this time? Did you build this 5-0 story tower just to handpick high-quality food? As he closed the distance, Kim Hui-jin stomped hard, veins bulging on his forehead. Hundreds of people died because of your dirty schemes, Yoku. Even if I die, I will never let you get away with this. His eyes blazed with intense fury. Come on then. I'll tear down this NW club, this so-called paradise of yours. Yoku narrowed his eyes. Good. That's exactly what I wanted. Kim Hui-jin froze. What? Facing him, Yoku remained unfazed. The guy with the glasses is my manager, but do you know why I call that guy number 8? He walked over to a bookshelf, stroking his chin as he searched for something. Up until now, there have been plenty of aggressive humans like you, and some of them actually beat my managers to death. After changing managers so many times, it was number 8's turn. After a moment, Yoku spoke up. Here it is, number 42. Kim Hui-jin clenched both his fists. Your tricks won't work. You've run out of road. Yoku flipped through the pages calmly. If there's a trick, there's always an exit. You aren't even curious? Don't you want to know what trick I used to make my power level look like 0? Flipping to the middle of the book, he pressed a red button hidden inside. At that same moment, the floor beneath Kim Hui-jin split in two, causing him to fall. Let's see if you can still survive this in one piece. Neria screamed as she fell. An unexpected trap, huh? Kim Hui-jin cursed loudly. Damn you, you bastard. Just before hitting the bottom, he tucked his body and landed on his hands and feet. Kim Hui-jin immediately went on high alert, scanning his surroundings. He realized he had fallen into an empty courtyard surrounded by a fence. A beam of light appeared in the darkness ahead. Yoku stood within it. We've been investigating high-quality humans for a long time. I'm sorry, but my club isn't something you can just shut down whenever you feel like it. This isn't a place a human like you can easily smash to pieces. While Kim Hui-jin was confused, he continued, Number 42, your family members went missing 2 years ago. Your mother, Han Seong, and your little sister, Kim Ju-jin. Someone appeared behind Kim Hui-jin. He spun around immediately, his guard rising even higher. What? Before him stood a woman laughing hysterically, her body a mess of blood and gore, with a girl's head protruding from her abdomen. Kim Hui-jin was instantly shattered. He stammered, Mom? Ju-jin? Why do you look like that? Yoku squinted, sporting a vile grin. Number 42. Kim Hoo-jin. Can you really kill them? Naria adjusted her glasses, impressed. Turning humans into zombies? Trying to create a chimera? Since when did this guy Yoku steal experimental serum from Enter? The monster lunged at Kim Hoo-jin with unbelievable speed, sweat pouring down his face. Only when it nearly touched him did he startle and dodge to the side. The zombie turned its head, its forearms stretching out to chase Kim Hoo-jin. Kim Hoo-jin bolted. Yoku shouted from outside the fence, "What's wrong? You have to fight back." He squinted, pressing his hands against his cheeks as he yelled, "Fight! Fight! You thought you were good at fighting, didn't you?" His shouting immediately drew Kim Hoo-jin's attention. Veins bulged on his forehead as he turned and charged straight toward him, roaring in rage. "Yoku!" Kim Hoo-jin grabbed the wire fence in front of Yoku and cursed, "You garbage! How dare you do this?" He hammered his fists against the fence. "I'll kill you!" Yoku chuckled softly. "I installed an easy-to-break fence, but more importantly," as he finished his sentence, the zombie lunged forward and grabbed Kim Hoo-jin's neck from behind. "The person you should be worried about isn't me." The horrific smile remained on the creature's face as it squeezed Kim Hoo-jin's throat. Kim Hoo-jin tried to pry its hands off, but couldn't. Running out of air, he punched the fence again, his voice gasping and broken. Tears streamed down Kim Hoo-jin's cheeks as he screamed one last time, "I will never forgive you. Even if I die, I will curse you." "Yoku!" Yoku smirked to himself, thinking, "That's right. What I really want, even more than human flesh, are these zombies." Watching them like animals trapped in a zoo reminded him of a memory from long ago. A man standing outside an animal cage had said to him, "Oh my, look at that poor beast, eat up." Thrown into a place of oppression and stifled freedom, Yoku spread his arms wide, tilting his head back to the sky in ecstasy. A marvelous sense of empathy. Watching Kim Hoo-jin collapse before him, Yoku let out a satisfied breath. Poor creature. He arched his back even further, his hair draped over the ground as he burst into loud, long laughter. Suddenly, the radio in Yoku's pocket crackled with a frantic call. "Lord Yoku, something big has happened." A human suddenly appeared on the 50th floor. Seeing the message cut off, Yoku asked irritably, "Hey, what's going on? At a moment like this, don't you dare interrupt me, you idiot." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind him out of nowhere. Yoku turned his head in confusion to look at the staff member from earlier, who was now lying face down on the ground, covered in blood flowing across the floor. Jiho stood there, puffing on a cigarette, and said, 10 seconds? No, 5 seconds. That exceeds the expected time frame. Congratulations, Mire. You've finally reclaimed your true form. Mire appeared in the light behind Yoku. Are you Yoku? Yoku stared at him, dumbfounded. What is this? You are Mire bowed his head slightly, looking at Yoku coldly, and cracked his knuckles. Please, enlighten me. He glanced toward the inside of the fence where Kim Hoo-jin lay, sprawled on the ground, with the zombie looming behind him with a grotesque smile. Mire stared at it for a long, silent moment. He remembered his conversation with Jiho earlier. What about the bad guys? Why do you even have to greet people like that? Jiho had said then that such greetings were to show respect to oneself rather than the opponent. Even so, for those who are beyond saving, Yoku froze as Mire's figure vanished right before his eyes. Mire grabbed his weapon and lunged from Yoku's side, echoing Jiho's words. It's better to just smash them to pieces. He struck Yoku on the left cheek, and only then did Yoku snap back to reality. Huh? Over at Jiho's place, he was sitting pensively on the porch when he was startled by a call. Master! The two of them stepped outside. Everyone else has left. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jiho asked gently. What could an old man like me possibly do in the middle of the night? I'm just sitting here to enjoy the breeze. He asked what Ha-young was doing, wondering why she wasn't in bed. Ha-young sat down beside him. I can't sleep. Jiho looked at her, full of concern. Is something wrong? Ha-young looked down at her feet, her gaze heavy and sorrowful. It's just everyone is trying so hard, and yet here I am, still taking it easy. I feel like I should be doing something, but I'm afraid I'll just get in everyone's way. She hesitated, unable to look Jiho in the eye. I don't know, I feel so pathetic. Jiho studied her for a long moment before finally looking up at the sky. There is no need to rush. Every living thing has its own unique time to bloom. He stared at the star-studded sky, his voice reassuring. Some flowers bloom in spring, while others don't begin to open until autumn has passed. Ha-young turned to look at him, listening intently. Right now, Ha-young, you just need to do what you can. Because it won't be long before a resilient heart, currently hiding within you, reveals itself to the world. Jiho sighed instinctively before continuing. Everyone goes through a time like this. Back on Yoku's side, he was caught off guard by Mire's sudden strike. Huh? Mire swung the bone in his hand, the force of the blow sending Yoku flying to the side. Yoku clutched his cheek, screaming in shock. What was that? Neria flew over to Mire, his voice full of admiration. Mire, how did you get here so fast? That old man's training must be paying off. Huh? Mire didn't care about him, speaking coldly. Kill Yoku, then move on to Arrow, right? Neria froze, but before he could say a word, Mire leaped into the air. Below him, Yoku hadn't even regained his composure from the last hit before Mire startled him again. Neria pulled out a camera and aimed it at Mire. Sheesh, why is he so hot-headed? I'll keep track of just how much he's improved. Mire lunged straight at where Yoku lay, but the man scrambled to the side, clutching his head to dodge the attack. Cold sweat drenched Yoku as he shouted in terror. You're number 356. You're the guy who lost to number 42. How is someone who lost to 42 even here? Before he could finish, Mire struck Yoku in the ribs. Mire tossed the bone aside and threw Yoku to the side again, without a shred of mercy. Yoku slammed into the ground, groaning in pain. After Mire's attack, his jacket tore open, revealing something red underneath. A loud noise echoed, and the entire room lit up, contrasting with its previous gloom. Neria cheered. Oh, wow. He eagerly aimed his camera all over the room. This guy, Yoku, decorated his lab just like the NF's base. He even dared to steal my ideas. Mire didn't relent, continuing to charge forward. Yoku flinched. You little brat. I've had enough of you. He flipped the inside of his coat to reveal a circuit board. Who gave you permission to lay a hand on me? Do I look like a joke to you? As soon as he finished speaking, 16 red buttons on the board activated simultaneously. Rectangular panels suddenly appeared on the walls, and zombies poured out from within. They landed quickly, standing face to face with Mire. Mire stared at the zombies with no emotion. Yoku's voice rang out. Capture that bastard for me. The zombies lunged at Mire instantly. Yoku's voice became even more unhinged. Tear him to pieces and bring him to me. I'll make you beg for your life. Facing these threats, Mire suddenly threw the bone away. Even Neria was surprised. Mire remembered his meeting with Jiho earlier. The things Jiho had said the day before were common knowledge to others, but to Mire, they were strange and unfamiliar concepts. Mire only had one answer. Thinking of this, he raised his fists to his face, taking a stance. A zombie lunged at him, but he twisted to the left, dodging it in a flash. He swung his arm, delivering a strike as the creature flew past. Just win, Mire thought, his cold, sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. That's the only way to make sure no one else dies, he told himself. Yoku was flustered, seeing that the boy could defeat zombies with his bare hands. Neria, on the other hand, had eyes that sparkled as he laughed with excitement. He panned his camera, remarking on Mire's attacks, dodging with precision, and striking without a single wasted movement. The camera zoomed in on his cold face. Mire was fighting to win. Meanwhile, Jiho was deep in thought. That's right. He is a fascinating person. It's all just an attack, but its effectiveness depends entirely on the mind of the one delivering it. Yoku pulled out the right side of his coat and hammered on the red buttons there. Don't kid yourself. You think this is the end? The zombies poured down like a waterfall. Jiho's voice remained steady. The calmer we are when observing an opponent, the more ironic it becomes. The wild nature within us is clearly revealed. It is this that allows us to calmly strategize for victory, and it is what forces the opponent to feel such heavy pressure that they eventually give up. The zombies had swarmed Mire, clinging to him like a suffocating mass of flesh. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and viscous slime from the zombies splattered onto Yoku. Jiho continued, This is the strength I wanted to teach you. While trying to shield himself from the slime, Yoku stared in disbelief. He saw Mire like a phantom appearing and disappearing, walking proudly through the exploding zombies, radiating lethality. Jiho looked at the brightening sky, feeling a sense of relief. My role is finished now. I just hope the boy walks the right path and doesn't end up like that other disciple. Seeing the scene before him, Yoku was terrified, gasping for air as he scrambled backward. He frantically mashed the red buttons. You killed them all? Not a single one is left? He screamed in horror. Don't come any closer. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Mire looked at him with an emotionless gaze, while sweat poured off Yoku like a waterfall. He shrieked, It's because you hang out with humans, right? That's why you've turned out like this. In a moment of utter helplessness, Yoku's eyes went bloodshot. You guys were just using me as a joke too. Old memories flooded his mind. You locked me in a cage and laughed at me because I looked pathetic. You were the ones who started this. Why is it okay when you do it, but not me. I'm just giving back exactly what you gave me. So why am I the one who has to die? Mire stepped forward, grabbing Yoku by the forehead with one hand, his voice sharp and cold. You aren't dying because of that. He glanced at him, his face devoid of emotion. You're dying because you are Yoku. Yoku was stunned, tears streaming from his wide, desperate eyes. What? Mire didn't let him speak another word, ripping his head violently to the side, leaving behind a headless corpse with blood splattered everywhere. Yoku's hollow head went flying, rolling away across the ground, followed by a trail of blood. Neria zoomed in on his head. It's a bit of a shame, but your death won't even be mentioned in the comments, sweetie. And even if it were, it would disappear in 2 or 3 weeks anyway. She stepped closer to the head, chirping happily. Don't be too sad, Kung. After all, there are tragedies in this world that simply can't be revealed. Neria's eyes sparkled as she offered a gentle smile. Kung is just another one of the tragedies we're passing by. Rest in peace. Yoku, Mire asked in a low voice. Can we go kill Yoku now? Neria nodded vigorously. Of course. We have to avenge that humiliation. She then put her hands on her hips and scratched her chin with one hand. But I don't know where Arrow is. Is he still where we first met him? Over on Jiho's side, he and Ha-young were sitting down when they suddenly heard a fit of sobbing. Crying? Ha-young hurried off. Let me go check it out. It might be a lost child. Jiho called out to her. Ha-young, wait. Ha-young had only run halfway when the sobbing turned into a distorted voice. Strawberries, give me strawberries. The girl froze in her tracks. Before her was nothing but a gloomy darkness, and 2 glowing eyes staring intensely at her. Arrow appeared abruptly, his slimy mouth gaping open, snarling, strawberries. Ha-young's face went pale, her lips trembling, unable to form a sound. Before she could react, Arrow reached out his massive hand and grabbed her shoulder. As Ha-young struggled, Arrow leaned in close and opened his mouth to snap at her. Ha-young just managed to squeeze her eyes shut when a gentle voice rang out from behind her. Don't move. It was Jiho, who was slowly standing up. It's okay, just stay exactly like that. I guarantee it, kid. Just then, the creature's gaping maw froze in midair, showing no malice. Arrow slowly closed his mouth, his face covered in sticky tears and snot. A few seconds later, he slowly released his massive hand from Ha-young's shoulder. Without a word, Arrow suddenly blasted off into the sky, leaving Ha-young behind with undisguised terror on her face. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Jiho ran over. Are you okay? Ha-young stuttered. I'm fine. She turned to look at him. Arrow just appeared here. Does that mean Neria's plan failed? Jiho shook his head slowly. I don't think so, but it feels like something big is about to happen. He turned and walked away. If you follow the river nearby, you'll find a waterfall. There's a cave inside. Go hide in there. Ha-young stared at him in confusion. Master, where are you going? Jiho didn't look back. He just kept walking. I have to go to Haijin. After blasting into the sky, Arrow landed on a mountain. The weight of his body made the very ground tremble. He dug his hands deep into the earth, the rocks shattering to reveal molten lava beneath. Arrow's thick, guttural voice broke the silence. I can't Yoku. Elsewhere, a zombie guard kicked the door open and stormed inside. Hey, what is going on? Why are all the guards on the 50th floor dead? Seeing no one answer, he added irritably, Aren't you the next manager? Are you deaf? The manager remained motionless, which infuriated the guard. Hey, number 9. Are you listening to me? If something happened, say it. The manager finally turned around, his face twisted in pure terror as he shrieked. Lord Yoku is dead. Arrow is going to lose his mind. The guard froze. Huh? What did you say? Suddenly the entire room was rocked by a thunderous, ear-splitting roar. It was Arrow's voice. He was crying, wailing in absolute agony. His cries echoed throughout the space, so loud that even a volcano nearby suddenly erupted. Arrow's hands remained plunged into the molten lava, his face tilted toward the sky as he sobbed. The commotion was so great that even Mire and Neria noticed. They turned toward the source of the sound to observe. Ha-young, on her way to follow Jiho's instructions, also stopped and shivered as the volcano erupted. The manager shoved the guard aside. Get out of the way. The guard was stunned. Wait. Both of them then scrambled out of the room. Was that just real? Hey, wait. Let's go together. Neria couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Arrow has appeared. Let's go find him. Suddenly, her phone rang. Neria, hello? Neria answered. Oh my, Ha-young? Since when did I give you my number? Ha-young said breathlessly while running. Neria, what was that volcanic eruption? Is everyone fighting Arrow right now? Neria shook her head. Nope, not yet. We don't even know what that was about. But why are you scared? Ha-young gasped. I saw Arrow earlier. I don't know if he's heading in that direction or not. Neria suddenly snapped to attention. You saw Arrow? Where did you see him? Ha-young stammered out the details. After a few seconds of thought, Neria spoke up to reassure her. We'll go find him, so don't worry. I'm hanging up. Ha-young tried to interject. Wait. The girl hesitated for a moment before adding, Is there anything I can do to help everyone? A volcanic eruption like this could be dangerous for you all. Neria sighed, her voice softening. Geez, I know you want to help, but didn't I already tell you? If you can only save 1 or 2 people, what's the point? Just stay hidden, Ha-young. I'll handle everything. But Ha-young wasn't satisfied and tried to argue, Wait, Neria. But Neria had already hung up. Right after ending the call, Neria soared into the sky. All right, let's go. Mire didn't follow immediately. He stood there for a while longer, his eyes scanning the room. His gaze landed on Hai-jen, who was still lying motionless. Is he dead? Without waiting any longer, Mire took off into the air to follow Neria. Ha-young remained there, clutching her phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Save 1 or 2 people? She shouted in uncontrollable anger. Neria, you idiot! I'm one of those 1 or 2 people Mire saved too. Even though Neria couldn't hear her, she screamed wildly. Jian, Hemi, and Junha, they're all part of that too. You can't just quantify the value of human life like that. She threw her phone into a nearby bush. Fine, I'll do whatever I can. Ha-young gritted her teeth until they creaked. Neria, you aren't very smart. With that, she dashed straight into the dark, ominous screen of the forest ahead without a moment's hesitation. Behind her, the volcanoes continued to erupt, showing no signs of stopping. At the outer perimeter of Jeju Island, near the zombies' defensive line, the forest was engulfed in a sea of fire as waves of zombies ran for their lives. Get out of the way! Hurry up and get out of here! 2 zombies stood by, watching in confusion. What's going on? Hey, why are you running instead of guarding your posts? They sighed, crossing their arms as they watched. Who knows why they're acting like that? Probably panicking because of the volcano. Suddenly, one turned to the other and whispered, Hey, you think it's because of that? The other asked back, Because of what? It's Arrow, man. If he doesn't get his strawberries, he always loses his mind. The other one immediately snapped back. Don't just stand there blabbering. The boss loves you, but he wouldn't give a strawberry to a guy like you. As soon as he finished, Arrow lunged down from the nearby volcano, landing right in front of them. The 2 were terrified. It's Arrow! Look, I told you, didn't I? They quickly turned and ran. Run, fast. That monster is losing his mind. Even zombies will end up dead. Arrow looked up at the sky and let out a roar, his entire body now surging with lava. Arrow dashed forward, smashing through the fleeing zombies and tearing them in half. Screams echoed through the forest as Arrow hacked away madly, grabbing one zombie, shoving it straight into his mouth, and swallowing it whole. Arrow set his sights on another, making them bolt even faster. He growled, Food! Give me food! He let out a roar, spewing molten lava from his mouth. Suddenly, Neria's voice rang out. Here, have a snack. A zombie's head flew in, blocking his mouth and stopping the lava. Mire followed up by kicking Arrow's head, forcing him to bite down hard on the skull. Neria laughed loudly. Enjoy your meal. Caught off guard, Arrow collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the sea of flames before him. Neria added, How long has it been, huh? It's been over a week, hasn't it? From the sea of flames, Mire emerged, his whole body ablaze, revealing part of his skull. Neria waved a hand in front of Arrow. So good to see you again. Is that you, Arrow? The air in the forest grew thick with heat from the lava and volcanic eruptions. The crackling of fire was periodically interrupted by explosions from beneath the ground. That noise was coming from Mire. He was hovering in mid-air in a fighting stance. Seizing the moment while Arrow was distracted, Mire grabbed a bone and brought it crashing down. Arrow was struck directly, sent flying from the air and crashing into the ground. Mire pushed off with his feet, launching himself downward to follow Arrow's fall. Arrow landed on both feet, shattering the ground beneath him. He looked up at Mire, opened his massive maw, and spewed lava at him. But Mire, covered in lava, remained unfazed. One side of his face was burning, revealing white bone underneath the lava. A few seconds later, he also opened his mouth and spat black slime at Arrow. Arrow was startled, barely able to hold up his hands to block the stream of sludge. Neria cheered. This fight is insane. Arrow threw a punch at Mire. Die! Mire dodged the attack easily and countered with a punch aimed at the top of his head. Arrow clapped his hands together, delivering a downward chop straight at Mire's head. Black liquid sprayed from his skull. Mire retaliated, lunging forward and slamming both hands into Arrow's cheeks. In an instant, his cheeks puffed up, glowing red as if scorched by fire. Neria stood above, arms crossed in mockery. Frustrated. Aren't you? Sorry, but we've changed quite a bit. Mire has finally regained his true power. Arrow clutched his cheeks, sweat pouring down his face like a fountain as he roared in agony. Mire mimicked his roar with a mocking grin. Neria cheered excitedly. Immediately after, Mire spun around, nimbly leaping high into the air. He balanced in mid-air before landing a kick on Arrow. The sheer force of the blow easily drove Arrow's entire body deep into the ground. Mire retrieved his bone, swinging it behind his head for momentum. While Arrow was still reeling, Mire struck hard, sending him flying into the sky. After being launched, Arrow crashed back to the ground and skidded for a long distance. As he scrambled to stand up in pain, he suddenly spotted a strawberry. His 6 eyes widened, and though he was gasping for air, he managed to choke out one word: strawberry. He used every ounce of his remaining strength to reach for the berry rolling on the ground, a voice echoing in his head. "Mom, why do you hoard strawberries so much?" Back then, his mother had answered him gently. "Isn't it because your grandmother loved them?" Her faded voice and face filled his mind. "Eating strawberries makes Mom feel like she's with your grandmother. That's why I look for even more of them." Little Arrow had looked at her, a bit suspicious. That was the answer to the question he had always asked her. Back then, he hadn't understood the meaning behind it. It wasn't long after that he realized, just as the TV began broadcasting warnings about the zombies. Arrow sat before the mangled, bloody remains of his mother, now a zombie, stuttering. "Mom?" He buried his face in his hands, howling in ultimate despair. What have I done?" Seeing no response, Arrow cried even louder. He had turned into a zombie and eaten his own mother. He tried desperately to suppress his hunger, but he couldn't. Except for a few moments, Arrow remembered the first time he held a strawberry and opened his mouth wide. He had devoured it with such delight. In that moment, it felt like his mother was right there with him. As he ate, tears and snot streamed down his face. He felt comforted from his sins. And Mom had told him he was doing a good job. It was his only pillar of support. Back in reality, just as he reached for the berry, Mire crushed it under his foot. Arrow's whole body collapsed, trembling violently. "Why would you do that?" "I'm trying. I'm really trying." Arrow's tears hit the grass. "No matter how much I remember, I endure it. I'm trying so hard not to make any more mistakes." "Why are you doing this to me?" Arrow lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Mire. He held that position, sprinting forward at a blinding speed. Everything in his path was flattened. In Arrow's grasp, Mire punched him repeatedly. He stared at his own aching hand, but Arrow didn't even flinch. "Huh? You're getting even tougher." Mire launched himself upward, the lower half of his body still stuck in Arrow's grip. Mire used his severed upper body to rain down bone shards. Arrow looked up at the falling debris and let his arms hang limp. Mire's body regenerated instantly. Arrow roared and lunged toward him. Mire tucked his knees, crouching to brace for the impact. His eyes locked on Arrow. He clenched his right fist, where black liquid suddenly sprayed from his elbow. Mire kept it that way, waiting for the fluid to turn into a steady stream before he acted. From his position above Arrow, he shot down like a lightning bolt, slicing through Arrow's body. Mire used his punch and his right elbow to cut him down. So fast it was impossible to track. He landed cleanly on the ground, while Arrow's 2 severed halves slammed down behind him. Suddenly, a sly, mocking laugh echoed behind Mire, causing him to look back. Arrow's 2 severed halves began to shift, skin and flesh bulging out. In the blink of an eye, 2 fully formed arrows stood before Mire. Neria marveled. "Oh my." He turned into 2 arrows. Both arrows lunged forward, slashing Mire across the waist. Neria pulled out a magnifying glass to inspect Mire's severed upper torso. "Is this ability the same as Neria's? This is giving me a headache." He shook his head in frustration while looking at the 2 arrows in front of him, unable to tell which one actually held the heart. Furthermore, the abilities of both these entities are identical, but their bodies have become even tougher. If neither of these versions is the real one, then they can just keep multiplying indefinitely. If you handle this well, you'll be fighting hundreds of arrows. These things get stronger bit by bit, you know. Mire lay on the grass, glancing at Neria. "So, that thing can't die?" Neria shook her head with a bright smile. "No, it doesn't seem to be like that. If he can't die, I suspect it might have something to do with a mistake just like the one you made. And yet, I failed to see it." Mire propped himself up with his hands. "Fair enough." He silently watched the 2 arrows charging toward him like madmen. In reality, Mire felt a sense of empathy for the arrows' pain because their way of speaking and expressions were identical to his own. That's why he understood it all too well. Mire used both fists to block the arrows' punches. Mire whispered, Just endure it a little longer. Instantly, his body began to replicate. The way to end that longing. Mire looked at the arrows coldly. I will definitely set you free. Neria clutched both cheeks, her mouth agape in surprise. Oh my god, there are 2 Mires. As soon as she finished speaking, one of the Mires was slashed across the body by an arrow once more. Neria sighed. So they're just blood constructs? A clone has almost no physical ability, so mimicking him like that is useless. Seeing Mire pout slightly, Neria burst into laughter. Don't be sad. Her eyes sparkled noticeably as she tried to reassure him. It's not that bad, actually. Even though you can't win through sheer numbers, you can use these clones to trick him. No sooner had she said that than Mire created dozens of clones, charging toward the arrow. His clones scattered everywhere, forcing the 2 arrows to fight with all their might. Each blow severed a clone. In the midst of the chaos, Mire managed to pierce one of the arrows. His upper torso was blown away. Mire didn't stop. He continued to confront him, reaching out with his right hand. In a flash, the arrow was bound by countless intertwined strings. Mire tugged the string connected to his hand, and the arrow's body exploded. But the sight before him left him slightly startled. Neria clicked her tongue. The core problem is that this can't be solved completely. Before Mire's eyes, several more arrows appeared, all of them glaring at him. Neria suddenly realized something, and said to Mire, I thought that apart from one, the rest were fakes. But that's not it. All of them have hearts. In other words, they are all real arrows. Furthermore, the more entities produced, the thicker and harder their skin becomes. If this keeps up, our attacks won't have any effect anymore. Can we even figure out a way to kill the arrow before then? The volcanoes had stopped erupting, and black smoke billowed, clouding the entire sky. Below the ground, a sea of lava was swallowing everything, with bodies drifting everywhere. The lava didn't burn them immediately, but sank them and began to consume them. Someone's memories flashed through their mind. What is this? Kim Hui-jin's mother held up a wooden doll in front of her. How is it? I did a good job, right? I spent a whole week trying to make it. Kim Hui-jin pointed at the doll in her hand and laughed. Mom, you made it so ugly. Kim Hui-jin's mother hurriedly explained. No way, praise me. Look at it. This part is peeling off. You just need to praise me. Kim Hui-jin? Kim Hui-jin sighed helplessly. So what is this? His mother replied gently. This boy asks such innocent questions. This is the traditional doll of our tribe. I got it from your grandmother. Saying that, she brought the doll in front of Kim Hui-jin. If mom and dad are no longer in this world, whenever Kim Hui-jin and Ju-jin are in danger, this doll with a soul will help you both. Kim Hui-jin's mother flashed a bright smile and kindly instructed, so, you must keep this doll very safe. Even if I become a doll, I will still protect Kim Hui-jin. Returning to the present, she was pushing a rock with Kim Hui-jin lying on top of it. She was still in her zombie form, her whole body submerged in the lava, leaving only her head visible to navigate. After a long while of struggling to swim and push, the rock finally slammed into the shore. Kim Hui-jin's mother stood quietly from afar, more lava clinging to her body. Perhaps because she died for love, the brainwashing had worn off. Joe stood on the shore, looking toward Kim Hui-jin's mother in the distance. Thank you, my dear, for saving our Kim Hui-jin. Kim Hui-jin's mother didn't reply. A smile remained on her face, one side of her head already eroded by the lava, her face locked in an unchanging expression. And yet, before sinking, she closed her eyes with a look of peaceful satisfaction. Joe stood there for a long time, watching Kim Hui-jin's mother slowly sink into the endless sea of lava. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Don't worry, I'll follow you soon. We'll talk again. Until then, I'll take care of Kim Hui-jin. Joe stepped onto the rock, shook Kim Hui-jin, and called out softly, Kim Hui-jin, wake up, son. There are many more people who need our help. Kim Hui-jin didn't move. Even though he was unconscious, his hand was still clutching the wooden doll. On Mire's side, he reused the technique from before, clenching his fist and letting the liquid stream out from his elbow. Following that, he just had to wave his hand, and a series of arrows were immediately blown away. Suddenly, an arrow's arm erupted from beneath the ground and grabbed Mire's leg. He couldn't move. Another arrow lunged forward and kicked him. Mire was sent flying, his leg torn off. But the moment he landed, his leg quickly grew back. Neria marveled. Besides the terrifying ability to multiply, I never imagined this would happen. Everything on this Jerzu island was created from the arrow. No sooner had she spoken than the ground shook violently. The volcanoes that had erupted earlier transformed into giant arrows and stood up. Beneath the ground, hundreds of arrows also suddenly appeared in front of Mire. Neria's eyes widened as she looked at them, suddenly realizing that the arrow wasn't placed on Ju Island, but was exiled here. Even Tarot would have a hard time dealing with these endlessly multiplying entities. This is too much. While he has the will to defeat the opponent, he lacks the ability to analyze their powers. She glanced down at Mire below. Mire couldn't defeat the arrow at this moment. Neria flew to Mire's side. You seem exhausted, Mire sighed. I don't know what to do, Neria replied calmly. It's fine. She threw something to him. Mire caught it and saw it was a pair of glasses. Because I will be the one doing the thinking, and you just need to act. That's why I chose to accompany you. At this moment, Neria put on her glasses too, her face radiating immense confidence. All right, Mire can't win as he is. If I can't do it anymore, I'll activate Neria's eyes. Outside in space, a satellite suddenly lit up. Neria turned to ask Mire, well, can you see the arrow's position clearly? He nodded. Through the glasses, every piece of data was analyzed thoroughly. The analysis results showed that the heart rate of each entity was identical. They aren't independent entities. They're systematically connected. Neria made a juggling motion and said nonchalantly, so, to kill Arrow, we'll have to target. Target every single one of them at once, Neria commanded, her voice ringing out loud and clear. She glanced over at Mire. Well, can you do it? He gave a sharp nod, crouching low to gather his momentum. A sudden shockwave surged toward them. They were receiving live data from satellites in orbit. The current total of Arrow entities is 1,325,000, he muttered. Looking at the numbers, it's impossible to wipe them all out in a single strike. Neria let out a confident, easy laugh. Even so, Arrow, you're going to die here today. Through his goggles, Mire began to recite the figures under his breath. 30,000, 655,000, 432. Neria added, even though your power is beyond anything I imagined, and the numbers just keep spiking. 24,565, 162 million, 221, 1,000, 20,000, 1 million, 24,000, 998. Just like Mire's power, 1,025,000. At that moment, Mire launched himself into the air. The arrows stared up at him. Mire locked onto the volcanic arrow, the one that had been eyeing him. With a single strike, he tore straight through its body. Neria continued, I can't even measure it anymore. 1,325,000. He had obliterated the giant arrow with ease. Mire landed on the grass, lost in thought for a moment. When he finally looked up, he simply asked, which one was that? A violent tremor erupted from deep beneath the ground, cracking the earth into jagged chunks. Neria understood the situation immediately. The island of Jouet is collapsing. It must be because the main arrow supporting the island has vanished. She soared into the air. Well, the job's done. Let's go find Ha-E. Mire didn't follow right away. He turned, searching for something. He scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of a sound. I think I heard crying, he thought. Despite the ground beneath his feet crumbling away, Mire hurried forward. He stopped before a lake of lava, where something red was shifting. Is that a heart? On the other side, a man in a red hat brandished a wooden stick, screaming, You still want to do this? Think it through. He stood guard in front of a terrified crowd. Isn't survival the priority right now? Even if we team up, it's not enough. What the hell is wrong with you? Standing before him was the zombie manager. I'm in this mess because Lee Kyung showed up, you idiot. He shrieked manically at the man. What good is your help going to do? It's total chaos out there, and you're just trying to play hero. Wherever you run, you're just going to end up dead anyway. With that, he lunged at them. Since it's come to this, I'm just going to gorge myself until I'm satisfied and end it all in peace. The man screamed in terror. Please. But before the manager could reach him, Ha-E suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed her wooden stick into his head. The stick snapped in two instantly. The manager clutched his head, howling in pain. Damn it, what the hell was that? Ha-E reached out her hand toward the man in the red hat. Give me that, mister. He held out a hot dog. Here. Ha-E cried out in frustration. Not the hot dog. Give me the stick. The manager recognized her instantly. The girl in pink. Did that guy bring a human all the way here? You idiot. I kept an eye on you. But this is something I didn't know. Seeing Ha-E charging at him with a wooden stick, he sneered. What's this? You want to scrap with me? Ha-E gripped the stick tight, her heart full of determination. I've been watching their training sessions for months. It's not perfect, but I've picked up a thing or two. She gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with newfound confidence. I'm not so weak that I have to be looked down on like this. But as soon as she got close, the manager's fist punched straight through Ha-E's head. The crowd shrieked in horror, and he spoke with a sneer. What is this? This little brat charged in with so much spirit. I was actually wondering if she could fight. The manager shook his head. Turns out, nothing special. Suddenly, Ha-E appeared beside him and kicked his leg. Get out of here. Beat it. The manager's face darkened, his eyes darting downward in confusion. What the? He looked at his empty hand. She was clearly dead a second ago. The manager grabbed Ha-yi by the head and hoisted her up. Seriously, she must be so close to death her brain is spinning. He grabbed her waist with his other hand and tore Ha-yi in two. This time, I'm definitely going to kill you. But before he could finish, Ha-yi appeared behind him, striking him repeatedly. Didn't I tell you to get lost? I told you to go away. The manager stared at her, disbelief written all over his face. What the hell? What kind of twisted stuff is going on here? I definitely finished her off. The manager, losing his patience, swung his fist into Ha-yi. You little freak, what the hell are you? Ha-yi was sent flying, her body hurled away with impossible force. Cold sweat trickled down the manager's forehead. Am I going crazy? How is this even possible? The crowd was just as bewildered. She was clearly dead just a moment ago. I saw it too. But look, she's completely fine, like nothing happened at all. We must have seen it wrong, right? That's it. We're just panicked because of the situation. The man in the red hat asked, Ha-yi, sweetie, what was that just now? Do you have supernatural powers, too? Ha-yi turned to him, blinking in confusion. What do you mean, mister? He quickly waved his hands. Oh, no, never mind. I must have been seeing things. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from beneath the ground. A few seconds later, a massive hole opened up right under the manager's feet. Below was nothing but lava. He started screaming, Help me! Someone! Help me! Everyone present was terrified. Watching the manager sink into the lava, the crowd grew panicked. The ground is splitting apart. Wait, didn't they say this place was safe? They scrambled to run. Let's get out of here! This place isn't safe anymore! Ha-yi tried to calm them down. Everyone! Suddenly, a figure appeared on the other side, arms spread wide, shouting, Don't leave! Stay here! It was Kim Hui-jin, trying his best to reassure everyone. Please, stay inside. We'll protect you. At the same time, a wave of blue magic enveloped the area. Ha-yi gasped, immediately recognizing the magic. It's the master. Joe was hovering in the air, with burning meteors crashing down toward the earth above his head. Joe raised both hands. Taoist art. Suami. A barrier materialized, blocking the falling meteors. A group of zombies was running toward Kim Hui-jin. Over here. Number 9 went this way. Let's go. It's safe over there. He glanced at the doll in his hand, whispering to himself, Mother, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. He struck a defensive stance, his eyes cold and sharp as he faced them. That's far enough. None of you are getting through. Back where Mire was standing, the heart in the lava sea began to speak. I don't want to die. The voice was broken, haunting. I don't want to die. Mire wondered. Arrow, you reach toward the heart. I have to kill him quickly and get out of here. That voice echoed again. Save me. I don't want to see my mother again. These words made Mire freeze. He lowered his hand. For the next few seconds, Mire stood motionless. His eyes flickered intensely. Finally, he decided to speak up. Why? Even Arrow was slightly surprised by this decision. Mire squatted down beside the heart. Why don't you want to see your mother? Arrow asked, bewildered. Who is it? Who's there? Mire didn't answer, just stared fixedly at him. Wouldn't it be better to see her again? For the next few minutes, there was only silence. Arrow lowered his voice. Not at all. Mire narrowed his eyes. Arrow's voice couldn't hide the sadness and despair. I did something wrong to my mother. She won't welcome me with joy anymore, even if I try to explain it. Before he could finish, Mire lunged a bone shard straight into the heart and said, You're wrong. His voice grew quiet, as if only for the heart to hear. Mothers always welcome us back. His gaze never left the heart. So when you meet your mother, you just need to smile at her. The only reply Mire got was the boiling sound of the lava, for the heart was dead. Even so, Mire sat there for a long while, his eyes intently watching the flow of lava. His eyelids were heavy. No one knew what Mire was thinking, but the sorrow on his face was unmistakable. Neria flew over to Mire and laughed as he stood up. You sure know how to say things that move people. Were those the lines those ladies told you? Mire said nothing and shot straight into the sky. Huh. What was that? Why are you ignoring me? Let's go together. The next day, elsewhere, the sound of rushed running was mixed with an announcement that they had arrived at a safe zone. This is the southern front near the Ingun border crossing. There was a figure leaping between the buildings. Is that the target? The person on the other end added. The task force is already scouting. He landed on the ground, his voice firm. Got it. Wait for me. It was Garam. She touched the earpiece on her ear and said over the radio, I'm coming right now. Neria's knowledge shop. Yoku's strawberries. Yoku specifically grew this type of strawberry for Arrow to eat. It was mainly because Yoku's management method involved producing the main ingredient from human flesh with a bit of alcohol added. Arrow didn't know the truth that the strawberries were made from human flesh. Joe looked down from above at a cave located in the middle of the desolate prairie. This cave was located furthest from the volcano, he pondered to himself, calculating that unless the zombies were complete idiots, they would all gather toward the cave before long. Kim Hui-jin couldn't handle the whole horde of zombies rushing here either. Plus, who knew when the collapse of Jeju Island would end? If so, he decided to act. A beam of light appeared on the ground in front of Kim Hui-jin. Joe sighed. There was no choice but to abandon Jeju Island. Immediately after, while the cave remained standing, the ground around it collapsed. Kim Hui-jin looked up at him. Master, this is what Joe instructed. Don't let anyone out. I will place it in a safe location. Kim Hui-jin looked around, bewildered by the zombies surrounding him. Kiho, hold on. The zombies haven't fully appeared yet. I can't fight in this kind of shaking. Joe said calmly. It's fine. Kim Hui-jin asked, dumbfounded. What do you mean? Joe replied succinctly. He will definitely come. And immediately, dozens of Myers fell from the sky. All of them fell to the ground simultaneously, surrounding Kim Hui-jin and Ha-young. Kim Hui-jin's jaw dropped. What in the world was he seeing? Ha-young cheered in excitement. A bunch of Myers, Joe called out softly to Mire. All the Myers looked up at once. Yes, Joe was slightly confused. Which one of you answered? Oh well. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. He cleared his throat and continued. There are still quite a lot of zombies on Jeju Island, so don't let any of them escape the island. Wipe them all out. Following Joe's orders, all the Myers rushed toward the zombies. That night, the volcano erupted once again, this time even larger than before. The streams of hot lava glowed in the dark night. The rocks around the volcano also gradually cracked. Lava erupted from there as well, rather than just from the crater. A series of lava streams shot up into the sky one after another, shining brightly like fireworks in the black night. Below, Kim Hui-jin and Ha-young watched, and the young girl couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa! Kim Hui-jin was slightly stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at the sky, his voice stuttering. Jeju Island, I can't bear to see my homeland turn into this. Kim Hui-jin instinctively recalled the moments with his family when he was young, when suddenly, something flew down from the sky. It pulled Kim Hui-jin back to reality. He caught the object and realized it was Myers' head. He said softly, Thank you. Kim Hui-jin stood there speechless. He was still immersed in his sense of loss. After a while, he looked at him and gave a bright smile. The relief was evident on his face. A day after the explosion on Jeju Island, the survivors built new homes not far away. With everyone's contributions to building the island, it was named Yusumi and Mire Island. The man in the red hat looked at the sign with the island's name, asking suspiciously, This name seems a bit long, don't you think? He turned to look at Kim Hui-jin, thinking that no matter how you looked at it, it should have been named Hot Dog Island. But this name couldn't be decided by a vote. Kim Hui-jin looked at him blankly. Who are you? When did you appear in front of me? The man said disappointedly. What? You don't remember me? He held out a hand in front of him, officially introducing himself. I am Jiang Do-yun. I'm the one who founded the hot dog company on this island. Kim Hui-jin hesitated. Why would you start that company? Do-yun sighed. You really don't know anything, do you? I used to sell hot dogs at the NW market. Do-yun was interrupted by Ha-young's call. Brother Kim Hui-jin, the master is calling for you. Kim Hui-jin turned around sharply. Sir, is there something wrong? Later, Ha-young curiously asked Joe, Master, did you say you were creating a unique martial art for Mire? Both of them sat watching Mire and Kim Hui-jin sparring on the meadow. But why is Mire fighting with brother Kim Hui-jin instead of fighting you, Master? Joe laughed. I'm just an old man now. He watched intently while adding, the tribe's sacred power only allowed me to use it once, so I have no power left now. To find a new martial path, Kim Hui-jin will be able to help him. Ha-young stood beside him, nodding in understanding. That's true, Master used all his strength to relocate the island. Ha-young's eyes sparkled. She smiled and said to him, If it were me, I would definitely be confused about when to use that sacred power. You are truly amazing, Master. Joe laughed again at the girl's innocence. I just try to see a greater future. I could have made selfish choices for my own sake. He looked up at the sky, his gaze distant, living true to himself and firmly stepping forward on the path he had chosen. And that path was never easy. During the fight, Kim Hui-jin seized the moment to ask, Are you leaving once you finish learning this martial art? Maya replied, Yes. Kim Hui-jin nodded. So that's how it is, he said, focused on the spar while speaking with gratitude. There are so many things I want to thank you for. You always show up when I need you most and lend a hand. I'm going to train. incredibly hard here as well, to carry on the tribe's belief in protecting humanity. So, let's meet again someday. Both of them froze in the middle of their fight. Kim Huijin grinned. When that time comes, I want to be the one to help you. Mire looked at him for a moment, her expression unreadable. Yes, as tiny sparks drifted and began to illuminate the surroundings, a world that seemed like it was coming to an end was stepping into a new beginning. 6 months later, it was time for Garam to appear, leaping between the buildings. She landed on a rooftop and spoke into her radio with a firm tone. I'm definitely coming. Nuri was sitting at her desk, busy writing and lost in thought. It had already been half a year since they started planning to reclaim the world. Over that time, they had managed to capture quite a few cities from the Western zombies. This was the result of building small-scale bases in strategic locations and launching constant offensives. She placed a small dot on the map. The Red Cross main base. We've reached the outskirts of Busan. At this, Nuri sighed, involuntarily, but every entrance to Busan was being blocked by a zombie. Meanwhile, Haimi and Junha were fighting together. Let's go. Don't make any mistakes today. Stop trying to boss me around. It's so annoying. Rusi walked in front of them, gripping a shield firmly. I'm standing right in front of you guys. The first defensive shield at the Hongjiam Gate is here. Nuri had named the location. It was the boundary line of the Red Gate. Rusi charged through the shield with her guard up. Just smash through it, you bald-headed idiot. Nice work, Baldy. He fell hard to the ground on the other side. I'm counting on you, kids. Himi and Junha ran inside. Leave it to us. Don't worry. Nuri sat in deep thought, staring at the pile of documents. There are 3 defensive shields in total at the Red Gate. Every time we break one, it requires even more energy for the next. Junha turned to look at Hemi, challenging her. Hey, the second shield is your job, you know that? The girl replied coldly. I know. Just watch where you're going. Hemi ran ahead and pressed both hands against the shield. Behind her, Junha shouted, Move aside now, I'll handle the third shield. He excitedly conjured a fireball in his hand. Breaking the second shield had been easy enough, but until now, no one had ever managed to break the third one. Every attempt had always met with difficulty. Junha threw the fireball at the shield, and a massive explosion rang out. I was accurate this time and didn't mess up. I know. Just keep it up. Nuri narrowed her eyes, her hand never stopping its writing. Of course, the team members had become much stronger by now. They had successfully broken the third shield. Junha collapsed on the ground, watching Hemi dash off. This feeling of exhaustion is really annoying. Nuri looked at the information on the paper, determined. Before Mire returned, they were working hard to protect the Red Gate. She wanted to try and investigate that specific zombie. Elsewhere, Risuru was muttering to himself while staring intently at something. Once the strategy is finished, I'll send it to the master. I promise. After it's over, I'll send it to the master. Garam, standing next to him, frowned in confusion. She lowered her voice and warned him. I heard you. Just focus on the task. Risuru didn't care at all and shouted, I promise. I will definitely keep this promise. Garam gritted her teeth in frustration. In front of them, Spectre was sitting there, gleefully watching the situation. Garam watched her with high alertness. She wondered, what are the odds of catching Spectre right now? Garam's gaze didn't leave Spectre for even a second. Maybe this is a fight worth trying, since Risuru is with me, right? Since we're both commanders, I don't know what our capabilities are compared to theirs. Spectre, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Perfect timing. I was just bored out of my mind. She squinted at the person next to Garam. But I didn't expect you to come with Risuru. So, you've really become a dog for the humans, huh? Faced with the accusation, Risuru glanced back in silence. After a moment, he turned to the side and asked, Hey Garam, who is this pretending to know me? Do you know her? Garam sighed heavily. Let me see, I think I saw her once on the way here. She bit her lip, a wave of helplessness rising in her chest. What am I even expecting? I'm doing this for Risuru, Garam reminded herself. Risuru suffered too many electric shocks and lost his memory. Thanks to that, we got the necessary info, but he's turned into a complete blockhead of a zombie now. Risuru suddenly raised his voice. You want my master too, don't you? Garam clicked her tongue. He's still obsessed with Mire. She lifted her hand from the ground to stand up, deciding to stop thinking about nonsense. In short, neither of them could do anything until Mire arrived. No one said a word, but both Garam and Risuru simultaneously lunged forward. She ordered, First, we have to gather information for the next battle. Risuru replied, I remember now. You're the one who pulled my hair. Over at Nuri's side, she put her pen down. All right, Nuri thought to herself while flipping through the stack of papers. Writing this much will help Lai Kyung later. Time to head out. She lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. How is the situation with Garam? Rusi turned around. The commander just finished, ma'am. Nuri looked puzzled. What was that? Rusi continued, gesturing toward Garam, who was standing there holding a red doll. Spectre has been captured. Nuri stared at her, disbelieving, her mouth hanging open, filled with questions. Huh? After hearing the report, Nuri stood there with her arms crossed, looking at the doll. So, Spectre died instantly after taking one hit from Risuru? Garam nodded. Yes. To be precise, she turned into dust. Junha pouted. No wonder that guy acts so proud of himself. Hemi glanced at the boy. Yeah, look at his expression. Rizuru leaned close to Nuri's ear and whispered, Commander, let me see the master right now. She nodded slightly. All right, you've worked hard. Go outside and get some rest. Rizuru was unsatisfied and growled. I said let me see the master. I worked this hard, didn't I? Nuri looked at him, losing her patience. I know. So just go outside for now. What is there to see if Mire isn't here? Rizuru shouted in indignation. Let me see her. I already told you to let me see her, so hurry up and let me see her. Nuri let out a long sigh. Someone, drag this guy away. As Hemi and Junha dragged him off, Rizuru yelled, Let go! The only person allowed to touch me is the master. Junha grumbled, Give it a rest, you crazy jerk. Hemi also looked at him with annoyance. You're too much. Nuri frowned in frustration. Next time, you have to bring Kiho with you. That's the only way to keep Risuru under control. She turned to Garam. So, did Spectre say anything before he checked out? Garam suddenly remembered, and answered immediately. Yes, he did. She began to recount what happened right before Risuru attacked. At that moment, Spectre had said calmly, Tarot said that from the moment you guys attack me, the war begins. She grinned brightly as she watched Risuru charge in. You guys are the ones who started this war, remember that. Nuri glanced back at the yarn doll on the table. This doll dropped when he vanished. Ah, Garam nodded. Yes, she added. Also, the red portal hasn't disappeared, so I assume Spectre isn't dead yet. Nuri agreed. I think so too. She rubbed her chin in confusion, muttering to herself, suddenly trying to shift all the responsibility onto our side. I wonder what she's planning. After thinking for a moment, Garam spoke up. First, let's go back to Transworld and hold a meeting. Hearing about going back, she looked intrigued. Oh, we're going back? At the Transworld Absolute Kill branch, Nuri looked at the crater in the middle of the road, annoyed. What is this hole? The staff member next to her stammered, saying they landed in the wrong spot, so the area got destroyed like that. Nuri was shaking with anger. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to restore Transworld? The staff member lowered his voice, telling me that won't change anything. Will it? Nuri kicked the air in frustration. Why am I always the one who has to clean up the mess? Garam, while looking around, suddenly locked eyes with Mire. He saw her too, but didn't say anything, just gave a polite nod. Garam let out a sigh and smirked. It felt nice to see everyone again after such a long time. Ha-Young was chatting with Kiho. Is Aunt Ji-yeon okay? Ah, you don't need to worry. She recovered not long after you all left. She's out volunteering in another area now. Ha-Young cheered joyfully. Oh, that's such a relief. Kiho added, if I had known you were all coming back, I would have contacted her. Saying that, he brought out a pot. Inside was a rainbow-colored liquid. Right. Did Ji-yeon make something before she left that you wanted to eat? Ha-Young startled and waved his hands. No. Doctor, you should eat plenty. Kiho brought the pot over to Mire. Trying a bite won't hurt, you know. What about you, Mire? Do you want to eat? She looked away. I don't want to. Kiho laughed. Well, don't come crying to me if you regret it later. Risuru whispered. The only one regretting anything is you, Kiho. Himi approached them. She lowered her voice and asked, Where is Neria? Nuri heard this and turned to look. Later, in the meeting room, Ha-Young explained. About 3 months ago, Neria suddenly disappeared. She stood before everyone and spoke clearly. Mire has become an intermediary lifeline now. I also heard that Neria is worried about the other side. I asked for details about that, but she wouldn't give me a straight answer. Kiho turned to look at Nuri. By the other side, does she mean the captain's side? She crossed her arms, her voice uncertain. It seems that way. Nuri was lost in her own thoughts. Even though they shouldn't let their guard down around Neria, Neria had chosen not to turn her back on them. After that, Nuri gestured toward the doll on the table. First off, the matter of this doll is the top priority. We'll discuss Neria later. She slammed the table and stood up, speaking in a steady tone about the war between Spectre and the Red Portal. For the past 6 months, the Red Army hasn't made a move. Based on the facts surrounding what happened, I think this is a declaration of war. The Red Army loves to attack, never caring about anyone, but it seems like they Wanted to create a legitimate reason for this attack. I don't know why they're being so quiet. Perhaps there's a clue in the doll about their next attack, such as information on where they'll land. Nuri was interrupted midway by a banging sound at the door. Risuru, wrapped in chains, burst in. I heard everything, you guys. Nuri was taken aback. Risuru, I clearly tied you up tight. He lunged toward the meeting table, reaching for the doll. That doll cursed the master, didn't it? Nuri yelled. What are you rambling about? Don't touch it. The whole meeting room erupted into chaos in an instant. Kiho used the remote. Wait, the remote, this kind of doll. Despite being bound, Risuru used 2 bone fragments to rip the doll in half. Just ripping it apart is enough. He threw the 2 pieces of the doll onto the table. The chaos stopped abruptly, followed by Nuri's shrill scream. What are you doing? Do you have any idea how important this is? Risuru replied calmly. To me, the master is much more important than this thing, Nuri shouted helplessly. Ugh, honestly. The 2 doll pieces on the table suddenly began to glow. A voice echoed out. Let the game begin. Nuri jumped in surprise. What was that? Before everyone's shocked eyes, the doll floated into the air. Let's have some fun. Nuri's eyes blazed, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. What is this? The ring of light around the doll expanded, turning from a speck of light into a sphere. In a flash, that sphere created a blinding beam of light, engulfing the entire building. Very quickly, it surrounded the whole city where they were standing. Surprisingly, after that light exploded, the space returned to its original silence. Everyone in the meeting room looked at each other, bewildered. Wait, nothing happened, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Nuri's earpiece started ringing. Commander, she answered hurriedly. What's going on? On the other end of the line was the Second Branch Research Institute of the Absolute Kill Government. June spoke urgently. I just received a transmission from the signal transmitter placed at the frontline battlefield. She couldn't hide the panic in her voice. According to the content, all battle zones are emitting red light. Nuri's pupils contracted. She felt a shockwave strike her brain. The faces of Jin, He, Risuru, Jerry, and NF flashed through Nuri's mind. In her ear was Jun's trembling voice. They said that the guardians who died have suddenly come back to life. Nuri wearily took off her glasses, placed them on the table, and said to Jun, You said the guardians who had perished have reappeared? Before Jun could answer, Nuri added, her voice trembling. Is there anything else? Jun replied, Some camps are saying that besides the guardians, others have appeared as well. Nuri rubbed her eyes exhaustedly and let out a heavy sigh. Risuru, because of you. No, wait. This was going to happen sooner or later anyway. Let's think positively, right? She turned to the side and ordered, Kiho, send Junhaha and Hemi to the eastern camp. Kiho was slightly surprised. Yes. Nuri turned back to look at Risuru. And Risuru, go to the northern camp. If you do a good job, you'll get to talk to Mire. Risuru's cheeks flushed pink, his eyes sparkling. Talk to the master? You better not go back on your word. He let out an unexpected howl of pure joy. Nuri ignored him, turning away to continue. Garam, you head to the southern camp. Once you've secured the situation there, join us at the world site. Garam nodded firmly. Understood. Finally, Nuri looked at Mire with a cold, expressionless face. And Mire, you've barely returned, and things are already in chaos. But you should head to the western camp. That's where Jian is volunteering. You won't have any objections to that, will you? Mire thought for a few seconds before finally nodding in agreement. Understood. Nuri let out a breath, picked up her glasses, and put them back on. Good. Good luck, everyone, she said softly after glancing around. Risuru dashed outside. See you later. His master, Mire, followed without a word. Garam checked the status as she headed out. Nuri sat back in the classroom, tapping her fingers on the desk in thought. If we're talking about the defensive scale of each camp, we still have quite a bit of time before everyone reaches their destinations. Ha Young suddenly spoke up. Commander, I know this might sound arrogant, but isn't there any camp where I could be of help? Nuri rested her chin on her hand, her eyes half closed. I appreciate your heart, Ha Young, but what you can do right now is beyond your capacity. Her voice was gentle. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but I believe it's still too early for you. Ha Young bowed her head in disappointment. Understood. Kiho turned to look at Nuri, his tone anxious. Is it really okay to send all our key personnel to the camps? What if they take this opportunity to storm the world site? Nuri stood up, grabbed her sidearm, and spun it in her hand. Then we'll have to stop them. The priority right now is to minimize the damage to each camp. A barrage of questions raced through her mind. Had they been lying low all this time just to launch a surprise attack? Or were they trying to hint at something? Nuri chambered around as she strategized. Regardless, Our side is deploying smoothly. This defensive battle will be a hard-won lesson for everyone. A short while later, a voice rang out across the barren wasteland at the northern camp. Charge! He sounded so confident. But just a second later, the young man screamed in terror as a giant wool doll monster loomed before him. He shrieked in a panic. He stood frozen in place. Just as the creature was about to strike, something swiped across, cutting through the doll. It was Risuru. He had appeared out of nowhere just in time to save the young man. Risuru slid across the ground, slicing through the dolls wherever he went. How long has it been since I last talked to Master? Has it been months? He hugged himself, vibrating with excitement. Oh man, I'm so nervous. I have so much to tell, Master. While basking in his joy, Risuru suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing. Wait, beside him was another Risuru, but this one was stained crimson. Who are you? Why do you look like me? The Red Army Risuru didn't say a word. He swung his arm hard, sending Risuru crashing to the ground. Risuru shielded himself with both arms, narrowing his eyes at him. I get it now, you want Master all to yourself, don't you? He lunged at his opponent, tackling him into the sky. Fine, let's have a battle to see who wins Master's favor. In front of the Red Army Risuru spread his arms wide. The winner will be the one who earns Master's trust. Meanwhile, at the southern camp, Garam saw a tornado coming toward her from the left. She gritted her teeth and twisted her body to dodge the attack. From the right flank, Jinhee glided past. Like the Red Army Risuru, his entire body was stained red. Garam thought she could clearly see the enemy's attack pattern. I know how to dodge this. She swallowed hard as she looked at Jinhee's vein-popping face, which reminded her of the first time they met. She had been terrified back then, stumbling backward and screaming, "Guardian!" She had yelled to Mire that he was a Red Army officer and told him not to be reckless, that they had to run. Garam wiped the sweat from her chin with a trembling hand. Her body wouldn't move the way she wanted. She then placed a hand on her earpiece to report, "Commander, I've arrived. I've encountered the Guardian at the southern camp, but luckily, there's no major damage." Nuri replied from the other end, "Good work. What's the situation?" Garam glanced at Jinhee. Currently, the Guardian was mindless, like a puppet created by Spetter. However, Nuri replied, "No, I'm not talking about the Guardian. I'm talking about you." Garam jumped. Nuri asked, "Can you win?" Garam was stunned, unable to answer at first. After a moment of silence, Nuri said, "If it's too difficult, head to another camp." Garam cut her off. "No, I can handle it." She pulled her hat lower as she saw Jinhee charging in. Only now do I understand the fear and pressure the captain must have felt. But driven by a sense of responsibility, Garam moved her hands behind her, creating a ball of magic between her palms. In front of her, Jinhee was still mindlessly rushing forward without hesitation. Garam gritted her teeth with total resolve. "I don't have time for fear. I will fill the void left by the captain." Over at the western camp, Mire was also clashing with a swarm of doll monsters. 3 comrades were behind him, helping to fight them off. "I'll fill the captain's spot myself." Over at the west camp, Mire is clashing with those doll monsters too. Behind him, 3 comrades are helping him fight them off. Mire ran like a gust of wind, scanning the debris around him. Where is she? Suddenly, a scream that tore through the air caught his attention. Mire looked over and saw a woman being grabbed by a doll. The doll didn't even notice him approaching. It was pierced through by a bone. Mire coldly hurled a bone into its head. The doll collapsed instantly. The woman looked at him with admiration. "Mire, you came to save me. Thanks to you, I'm still alive," Mire thought to himself. "It's just someone else." He looked away and asked coldly, "Do you know where she is?" The woman immediately realized. "She? Are you talking about Jian?" Seeing Mire didn't answer, she assumed she was right and continued. "If it's Jian, she headed to the eastern camp a while ago. She said they would return to the world site together," but Mire looked toward the east, suspicious. "Thanks," he said, and walked away. The woman grabbed his arm. "Wait, Kiho, are you really just going to leave like that?" She pointed her chin toward the monsters lined up along the road. "Can't you help us a little? Mire, if you leave, everyone here might die." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she spoke with desperate urgency. "I'm begging you." Mire kept his head bowed, saying nothing. He was deep in thought when a voice suddenly called out, "Looking for someone?" The dolls in front of them burst into flames. "Just go. I'll protect this place." Along with those words, a blade plunged into the ground. Seeing Mire staring at him without a word, the person laughed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jerry appeared, standing on one foot atop the blade. "Didn't I tell you? Spirits are beings that exist beyond the laws of life." She turned her head, offering a mocking smile as she glanced at Mire. "Forgotten already?" my friend. The woman gripped Mire's hand in a panic, shouting, "It's Jerry! Mire! Kill her, quickly!" Was Jerry startled? Just as she was about to explain, she went silent because Mire pointed right at her. He shouted for Jerry, and a flustered, annoyed Jerry yelled back, "It's Jerry! Who the hell is Jerry?" Mire's voice dropped, turning serious. "Just kidding. I was just checking to see if it was really you." Jerry furrowed her brows. "She's actually pretty sharp." She hopped down to the ground, standing right in front of Mire. "Let's go. You're looking for someone, aren't you? As for these remaining dolls, I'll take care of them." The woman was still terrified. "No, Mire, you can't just leave like this." "Why would you say that?" she asked, pointing a finger directly at Jerry to challenge her. "If Mire leaves, we're all going to die. Aren't you a half-zombie too? We absolutely cannot trust you." Jerry sighed, glancing away, feeling awkward. "Honestly, I never told you to trust me. I just wanted to help." Mire spoke up loudly. "I trust her." Jerry looked at him, confused. Mire added, "Aren't we friends?" Jerry stood there, stunned. "Huh?" With that, Mire took off into the air, relying on her. The woman called out after him, "Mire?" Jerry stood below, letting out a sigh of relief, a faint smirk playing on her lips. She tipped her chin toward the woman, speaking firmly, "Don't worry. I'm not planning on doing anything pointless." Jerry hoisted her flaming blade onto her shoulder. "From now on, I'm siding with the humans." Back where Risuru was, he punched the Risuru Red Army clone in the cheek and shouted, "What are you doing, kid?" He grabbed the Risuru Red Army clone by the collar, pulling him close to his face. "Is that all the strength you've got? You're making me laugh." Nuri's voice echoed in his ear. "Risuru, what's the situation over there?" Risuru didn't answer, instead letting out a booming laugh. The sound startled Nuri. "What the hell? What are you laughing at, you lunatic?" "I asked for a status report." After a moment, Risuru threw the guy to the ground and replied, "Commander, don't worry." He stood over the Risuru Red Army clone with a look of disdain. "This guy is pathetically weak. He's only good at mimicking appearances, but he can't actually do anything." Risuru stepped on where the doll was lying. "Plus, his weak point is the doll on his chest. Even if we attack there, it won't be able to do anything to us." Nuri nodded. "Dolls, huh? I understand." In the distance, Park Hoang waved and shouted, "Risuru, if you're done there, come over here and help us." Risuru grinned. "All right, Park Hoang, I'm coming. Just wait a second." He pushed off the Risuru Red Army clone, standing up. Let's finish this guy off." "Oh, wait a minute." Risuru paused, narrowing his eyes as he looked into the distance, confused. "Why do I feel so close to humans?" Nuri called out to Hemi and Junha. "Are you heading east? Do you hear me?" Hemi's voice came through. "Yes, we hear you." Looking at Nat before her, she continued helplessly, "We can't get close to them right now. I don't know how to handle these dolls." Junha turned to her. "Hey, are you trying to waste your energy or something? I told you I'd handle it, so go play somewhere else." Hemi glared back. "And what have you done so far to talk like that?" Junha retorted immediately. "I'm doing it now." As if sensing something, Hemi looked up at the sky and caught sight of Mire. "Master!" She waved at him, but Mire just drifted past. "The master is here?" Nuri wondered. Why did she call out to the master? Does she mean Mire? Hemi, confused as to why Mire had passed her by, spoke in a low voice. "Yes, I clearly saw him. But he was in such a rush. Where is he going? He's in the sky. Mire is moving fast." He searched everywhere. After spotting something, Mire leaped down, landing on a large tree branch. Below, a voice drifted up. "You kids just keep going straight." Behind the group of children was a woman, Jian. She was running, trying to reassure the kids. "There's someone watching out behind us, so just keep running. Whatever happens, I'll protect you all." Mire exhaled a breath of relief, seeing that she was still safe and sound. He lifted his head. Without a word, Mire leaped away and vanished. Jian heard a sound behind her and faltered. She stopped running, spinning around to look at the source of the noise, but she saw nothing. On the other side, Hemi and Junha were struggling against Nat. Junha shouted a warning, "Hemi, look out!" But she couldn't dodge in time and took a hit. Hemi was sent flying, crying out in pain. Junha screamed from the side, "Are you kidding me? You couldn't even dodge that?" In front of him, Nat unleashed another barrage of attacks. Junha laughed loudly and shouted at her, "All right, so you're just going to keep attacking like a coward, huh? Bring it on. I can play with you all day." Just as the boy lunged into the center of the attack, he saw that all the enemies had been wiped out. Junha looked up in shock. The sound of heavy footsteps hitting the ground echoed before him. It was Mire. When did he get behind Nat? Junha called out. "Master!" Even Nat didn't sense him appearing behind her, and she was startled. Mire's gaze remained locked on the woman in front of him, never wavering for a second. As soon as Nat turned to look, she felt an immense, invisible pressure enveloping Mire. Hemi and Junha, standing in the distance, felt it too. What is this feeling? The air is so suffocating. Mire peered down at Nat, scrutinizing her. At that moment, Nat had no soul. She was just a puppet woven from threads, using DNA. Devoid of thought, yet she was trembling violently. Nat's face contorted as Mire exerted his power. In fact, her nervous system was trembling, because even if she couldn't process fear, she still remembered the feeling. And as a result, her sensory organs chose the most effective way to escape that terror. Nat grabbed the doll on her chest and ripped it off. In a flash, she suddenly vanished, leaving the doll lying limp on the ground. The heavy air returned to silence. Both Hemi and Junha looked on. After a while, they stammered, unable to find the words. What happened? What did he do that? Suddenly, Nat. Even Mire looked into the void, confused. I haven't done anything yet. Mire felt truly puzzled. At Nuri's end, she paced back and forth in the office, annoyed. Seriously, why did Mire suddenly appear at the East Camp? Behind her was Kehoe. That's right. But it's fortunate the Master showed up, so everything will be resolved. Nuri heard this and glanced at him. What? Master? Kehoe laughed. Ah, Mire. Still, they've worked hard. Nuri lowered her head, agreeing in a low voice. That's true. She paused for a moment and added, Right, Kehoe. Do you remember when we decided on the signal? Kehoe asked suspiciously. Why are you bringing up the signal all of a sudden? Isn't it because there are 2 Resurus now? Nuri replied briefly. We don't know which Resuru will come, so we must be prepared. Ah, I see. He scratched his cheek, smiling awkwardly at Nuri. Honestly, it's been a while, so I don't remember. Could you remind me what it was? Nuri hurried along while explaining kindly. Honestly, how could you forget that? I'll say it one more time. Listen closely. First, Kehoe has never called Mire Master. This is something you should have known, right? Kehoe stiffened, not expecting her to say that. Nuri didn't answer, her hands silently loading her gun. Second, Kehoe would never call the members friends. And finally, things like secret signals don't exist at all. She said this while pointing the muzzle at Kehoe's head. Seeing him open his mouth but unable to speak, Nuri gritted out each word. Who are you? Junha continuously threw his baseball against a tree trunk with ease. People around were whispering noisily. Chief, the situation at the Eastern Camp has been resolved. They were busy setting up tents. Right now, we're doing our best to clean up. Though there wasn't any major damage, there are still some small issues. The walkie-talkie vibrated and turned in one direction. Wait, why is Mire heading east? What's that sound? The baseball still hit the tree trunk rhythmically as if nothing had happened. Everything around them seemed non-existent. Everyone is talking. Chief, are you even listening? Oh my god, is it broken? Mire is sneaking over here. Junha, who was juggling the baseball, suddenly stopped. Huh? You're serious? Which way is Troop W? Junha sat under the tree, looking relaxed and free. Since when have you been pretending to be close to me? Go ask someone else. Mire had a cold, arrogant expression on his face. The others are busy, and you're the most idle one. Junha raised his voice. Are you mocking me? I'm not just sitting around. I'm observing everyone. Can't you see that? Even though he wasn't happy, the kid still pointed. Then you see that building across the mountain? That's the troop base. Mire turned away coldly. Thanks, Junha called out. Hey, hold on. The kid exploded with anger, his eyes bulging and his mouth wide open as he shouted. How dare you speak so informally to me? Didn't you say you use honorifics when talking to others? Mire said nonchalantly. How old are you? Junha replied confidently. I'm 19, kid. How old are you to dare speak to me without honorifics? Mire frowned in deep thought, while Junha growled. Just looking at your face, I know you're younger than me. Mire squinted, his gaze showing pure annoyance. He whispered, So annoying. Junha shouted, I heard that. The kid was still throwing a fit, pointing his finger. Don't you dare open your mouth to talk to me. Ever again. And don't show your face in front of me either. Mire didn't even bother looking back. Too noisy. Junha was irritable. I can hear you. The kid crossed his arms, his face clearly showing his anger. You little devil. Hemi turned and asked, Why do you hate the master so much? Junha retorted, What? Since when? The kid frowned. It's just that his skills are so strong that he looks incredibly cool. I'm just jealous, so I'm annoyed, that's all. Hemi remarked. You're more honest than I thought. The girl had a sad face with her long hair covering part of it. I'm jealous too, but what can you do? You shouldn't show your hatred so openly like that. You also know that the power the master possesses didn't come naturally. The girl's eyes dimmed with a soulless look. Besides, at least you still have your family, don't you? She. Junha stood still, not knowing what to say. Hemi turned away to leave and added, I'm heading out. Stop being lazy over there. Come and give us a hand. Junha still casually tossed the baseball. That's right, he still had his family. The ball hit the tree trunk with a certain force and bounced back by reflex. Junha muttered. What can I do? The boy caught the ball with professional precision. I'm not strong enough to protect that. Over here, Mire was training, leaping into the air at light speed. Below, there was a loud call, and a stone flew past his face. Mire. He jumped down from the light, creating a piercing streak across the sky. What's that? Jian ran over with a flushed face, her two hands pressing firmly against his cheeks. You're just going to leave like that? Why didn't you say goodbye? She shook his head strongly, but there was no response. Hey, why didn't you say anything? She shouted. You're just going to leave like that? Mire stammered. That Jian was impatient. What? What is it? Mire said softly. Because I didn't know what to say. Jian stared blankly for a few seconds. She let her hands drop, stunned. Was there nothing happening on Jeju Island? Mire replied lightly, yes. Jian wondered. You were there for quite a long time, so something must have happened, right? What happened? Tell me something. Why? Suddenly, she knelt down and scolded him. What do you mean, why? You didn't even say a proper goodbye. If I ever see your mother again, how am I supposed to tell her about this? She looked up hopefully while Mire still stood there, dazed. Let's train and talk. He gaped, not knowing what else to say. The sky was deep blue and vast, bathed in the brilliant sunset. Jian asked kindly, Were you hurt anywhere? How was Jeju Island? That Mire was lost in thought, his eyes filled with sorrow as his hair fell over half his face. We set off for Juva and, we met Arrow. Jian's eyes brightened with anticipation. Under the sunset, the rays of light gradually faded. The sky grew dark. The two sat there talking and confiding in each other. Scene change. Nuri's finger pulled the trigger, and a spark flashed at the barrel. The bullet instantly tore through the wind at an incredible speed. She fired repeatedly in front of her, but didn't hit a thing. The masked figure jumped as fast as a squirrel. She shouted from behind, gunfire echoing repeatedly. You! Nuri ran after him, her eyes full of anxiety, constantly searching for the shadow ahead. How long do you plan on running? Are we playing hide and seek or something? Reaching a hallway, the masked figure had disappeared without a trace, so she climbed the stairs to search. Where did you go? She pressed her back against a corner of the stairs, her face anxious and restless. I should have trained my stamina. If I had the stamina, I would have caught him from the start. Nuri closed her eyes, sweat pouring down like rain. All right, I'll catch that guy. Let's see where he went. She remembered the image of a red mark on the window, and a voice echoed, the game begins. Sweat rolled down Nuri's tense face, reflecting the unease in her eyes. That thing clearly said it was a toy. She began to analyze. When he first appeared, I was sure it wasn't Kiho and tried to shoot him, but the image of the masked man running away stuck in her mind. He didn't counterattack and just ran. The next piece of the puzzle. That thing kept its distance from me. Thousands of puzzle pieces swirled in Nuri's head. Why? Is it because of the chase game? With thousands of pieces piling up in every color, she tried to explain it to herself. So that explains why it vanished, telling me the game is over. At the same time, the space for this game no longer holds any meaning. Filled with thoughts, she gradually opened the door, meaning that after leaving the playground, she stepped out onto the rooftop. The sky had turned to the twilight of sunset, the place where players return to reality. Must be here. Nuri coldly raised her gun. Based on my deductions about the Spectre's personality, I figured you would come to the rooftop. I'm not even sure if that's the right answer, but quit playing games. You've got nowhere left to run. She's strong. Who exactly are you? Are you Spectre? Where's the real Kiho? Masked guy stepped onto the edge of the rooftop as the sun barely lingered in the twilight. I hate sunsets. If the sun goes down, he's going to jump over that wall in a heartbeat. I get the feeling everything is about to end. Nuri scrambled, following his panicked gaze. You bastard, I never thought you'd resort to self-destruction. The masked man plummeted with blinding speed. Nuri tracked his signal. Huh? The masked man flashed a sinister grin and pointed straight up. Before he could even finish his sentence, someone shoved Nuri out of the way from behind, leaving her stunned. She stood there, frozen. What was that look for? Having fun yet? Another masked figure, eyes filled with malice, wore a cruel smile. Go on, laugh. He spoke softly while watching Nuri fall at breakneck speed. It was time to go home. The two fell from the high-rise building, like an arrow released from a bow, cutting through the air. Nuri was in absolute panic. What was she supposed to do? If she hit the ground like this, she was a goner. Suddenly, something crossed her mind. Right. Commander, do you want me to activate it now? June's image flashed through her thoughts. We have technology stored in the lab, but I have no idea how it works. If we have a compatible device, it can still be activated. Do you have the communicator Neria gave you? While falling, Nuri frantically searched herself. I'll activate it right here. The communicator. The descent grew faster, the ground looming closer. She fumbled desperately. Damn it! Where is it? I definitely put it in my pocket. What was she holding? She pulled a yellow ruby-like block from her pants pocket. Found it. Now, let's trigger it. Suddenly, the masked man lunged toward Nuri. He grabbed her calf with a satisfied smirk. She struggled and kicked. Let go! You jerk! The masked man's perfectly even teeth and those eyes made her skin crawl. Nuri grit her teeth and tried to pull out her gun to fire at him. She stared down in horror. The ground was so close. Because of the sheer velocity of the fall, the masked man who lunged down after her was smashed to pieces, but Nuri landed safely on the ground, cushioned by a faint pink light from the object she had just activated. She collapsed in pain, hands gripping her right leg, which had snapped on impact, blood spraying onto her clothes. The first masked person she had been chasing glanced calmly at Nuri. Seeing she was still alive, he just shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. Nuri shouted helplessly, "Where are you going?" The comms device buzzed, and a voice came through. "Commander, the situation at the eastern camp is under control. We're cleaning up now." Nuri gasped for air, crawling as hard as she could. The voice on the other end continued, "No major casualties, just some minor damage." She struggled to hold the comms unit while the voice on the other side kept talking. But why did that brat Mire suddenly? What's that sound? Nuri was drenched in cold sweat, wheezing in pain. Someone, anyone, hurry! Then she blacked out. The voice on the other end panicked. "Commander!" Cut to a new scene. Garam is battling the Guardian. I've realized something lately. Transmitting knowledge can help absorb a lot of information all at once. She dug her heels into the ground, bracing herself. In other words, I can combine Taekwondo with the Kiksan wave. This is just a simple technique, anyway. Her kick launched like a cannonball, carrying an unstoppable, overwhelming force. The destructive power was amplified tenfold. The Guardian's speed was so fast that space seemed to stretch into blur streaks. Garam's body glided, chasing like a phantom, appearing and disappearing before anyone could react. Every punch she threw erupted with blinding light, making space tremble with every shockwave. The light from her fists was so radiant that it drowned out everything in the moment of impact. Garam's eyes turned cold, pupils narrowing with resolve. Her arm was covered in a brilliant golden aura. Every punch dragged long trails of light behind it, like dragons of light roaring forward, sending the Guardian soaring. The Guardian dissolved into an explosion of crimson light and vanished completely. Garam walked away powerfully. It's not like before. I've become stronger. She thought back on the fight. The Guardian was more mediocre than she had expected. Outside the room, Jin Zugun was observing the fight. How's the situation? Looks like Garam won. Just like my daughter. Ha-chun peered out the window. We can head out now, Jin Zugun confirmed. 2 people haven't arrived yet, right? Ha-chun replied. Yeah, the room was crowded. Jin Zugun shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away quietly. Some people living in that area couldn't make it. Even though the Guardian appeared near the school, which was supposed to be a shelter, it's safer if Garam is at the school. Those strange red dolls just keep circling us. Run, Du-ho. That was some pretty concise and clear intel. A talent like you should have been a firefighter. What was your name again? Ha-chun grinned. I'm Ha-chun, he reflected. I participated with Hang at Oreo. I intended to leave early, but I never expected to stay in the reconnaissance unit this long. The two strode quickly. Jin Zugun asked curiously, Are you looking for someone? Ha-chun explained. Before this whole situation broke out, I had a younger sibling who went to Japan for school. Jin Zugun replied, I see. You must be worried. Ha-chun said casually. Not at all. She's always been very brave. He confided. I promised to treat her to a meal when she returned to Korea. She's definitely still alive. Jin Zugun was exhausted. We're there. Stop talking, or I'm going to surrender out of pure annoyance. The building still echoed with the sound of their conversation. I'm glad you didn't become a firefighter. Why? I think I would have died too soon. On the other side, Garam shouted at the Guardian. Open your eyes. Get up. Her face was contorted, her hands clenched. She wasn't done yet. It's not over yet. I still want to fight more. Let's see what my current limits are. The Guardian looked up and switched to battle mode, rushing straight toward Garam. She was ready. Two blinding white beams erupted from the Guardian's attack, trailing long streaks like ice comets, she speculated. The Guardian's fighting style is simpler than I thought, but she could see the technique in that attack. Though it wasn't aimed at her, it veered off in another direction. Blades? Where the hell are those aimed at? From afar, Jin Zugun and Ha Chun happened to run past. Garam finally realized it. That last move, it wasn't aimed at me at all. Her eyes went wide with shock. She bolted forward like an arrow released from a bow. No way. She couldn't believe it. Sweat dripping down her face. She'd thought he was a soulless being, incapable of thought, yet he was making judgments like this. I can make it in time. I can stop it. Her feet stomped hard against the ground as she launched herself forward like a bolt of lightning. I can make it in time. I can stop it. If I run at full speed, her pupils dilated in shock, but the Guardian's two blades split in two directions, heading straight for Jugon and Hachin. Meanwhile, Garam was sprinting at full speed, her mind racing. Who should I save? The ground exploded beneath her feet, with every step as she accelerated. I have to save at least one of them. Then the sky was stained a soft, golden orange. Clouds drifted lazily, reflecting the final sunlight of the day like shimmering ribbons across the horizon. The one moment everyone in the world wishes they could return to is the moment they felt regret. Garam stood frozen, eyes wide. And today, for Garam, her father, Jin Zugun, desperately pointed to the side. It turned out she had decided to save Hachun, and her father had been struck by the Guardian's death blade. That was the very moment. A horrifying scene had just unfolded. Garam had managed to push Hachun away from the Grim Reaper's scythe, but Jin Jugon was lying in a pool of blood, struck by the blade. Her eyes were vacant, as if she couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. She rushed over in a panic. Dad! Dad! Are you okay? Open your eyes, Dad! Damn it. Why? Why did this happen? It turned out that Rug's pointing gesture earlier was him desperately pointing at his daughter. Garam. The one in front, isn't your dad, save him. Tears streamed down Garam's face, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. She gritted her teeth. She didn't even know what she was doing, but her body had moved on its own, following her father's words. Why, in the end, did it have to be this way? She bowed her head, rage surging within her. You'd better get out of the way. Hachun looked bewildered. You old man, he spat out, furious. That bastard Guardian. The Guardian was turning to flee. Hachun had spotted the Guardian bastard trying to run away. What? Garam's eyebrows knitted together, her gaze as cold and sharp as if she wanted to pierce her enemy. Hachun stood dumbfounded, watching Garam take flight. He saw earth and stones flying, and in an instant, she had vanished from where she stood. She lunged through the air at terrifying speed, aiming straight for the escaping Guardian. She delivered a kick that felt like it fell from the heavens right into the Guardian's back. She poured all her resentment into that kick. It's all because of me, Garam raged. From the palms of his hands, a deep blue light radiated in ripples, making the surrounding air tremble. What do you think you're doing? Just throwing attacks to test my position? Don't you dare be so arrogant. Thousands of tiny particles of light rose from the ground, converging into a massive pillar of light before firing straight at the Guardian. She screamed, I will absolutely never forgive you for this. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she stood still for a moment. Garam buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably, her breath catching in broken gasps. She started when she heard Hachun call out, Garam, over here. He was panicked, frantically using his hands to plug the bleeding. The wound isn't as deep as I thought. Hurry, get him to a hospital for treatment, we might still have a chance. Garam was still frozen, unable to process anything, only hearing Hachun urging her on. I'll help. I'll give him first aid. Switching scenes, Nuri's eyes showed deep pain. She lifted herself up with great effort. Did I pass out? How long was I out? And that bastard red threads were scattered across the road in long, jagged trails. They were scattered everywhere on the road. Nuri looked up, confused. Threads? Her face twisted in agony, brow furrowed tightly. Her eyes closed halfway, due to the intense pain coursing through her body, her lips pale and trembling, her breath heavy and stuttered after falling from above. I used it just in case something bad happened. Anyone looking would understand the intention. Follow the trail. She used every ounce of her strength to drag herself along, but she couldn't, and she let out a scream of pain. Nuri gripped her gun with determination. All right. The trail of red thread led the way. With a broken right leg and a firm gaze, she thought, let's see who comes out on top. Because she thought of the image of the first masked person, with the resolve to follow them all the way to the depths of hell. Ahead stood Kiho, staring blankly, his body stained deep red with blood. Nuri's eyes narrowed, sweat beading on her forehead. Before her lay many corpses scattered in pools of blood. It's too late. What do you want, huh? Her teeth gritted together, her jawline bulging under her tight, tense skin. She raised her gun and shouted, "Why in the world would you do something like this? Speak up, open your mouth and tell me now." Kiho stood like a statue, completely still. Nuri's eyes went dead, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Chief? Is that really the chief?" Kiho looked at his blood-stained hands, horrified. I don't remember anything." A light flashed from the doll, and then blood flowed like a river on the ground. He stammered, "It's like I was bewitched by something. I just kept spinning in circles." Nuri aimed her gun directly at him. "Don't let him." Kiho turned back, his face drenched in tears, eyes red and swollen. "Chief, this isn't my fault. Is it?" Nuri felt a wave of pity, her brows furrowing. "What?" Suddenly, an arrow flew fast and struck Kiho in the neck. Nuri stammered, pointing at Kiho. He collapsed onto the ground. June stepped forward, worried. "Are you okay?" Nuri turned around, surprised. "June, what on earth happened?" June explained. "I finished decoding the code the chief sent, so I came here. But what are these bodies? Why did Kiho attack the chief?" The sky was turning dark. Nuri was on the verge of tears. "I don't know, Chief." She collapsed onto the road, clutching her head in agony. "I don't know what the hell is going on either." The scene shifts to a dim hospital hallway, where voices echo. Junha asked curiously, "You said there's an imposter doctor, Kiho?" Hemi replied, "Yeah, that's what the chief said." Hemi lowered her head sadly. "I heard the doll suddenly started glowing during the meeting. The chances of it turning into an imposter are very high." Junha sat with his legs crossed, arms folded. "Is that a Spectre ability? How do they even know it's an imposter?" Hemi explained, "It just mimics the external appearance and daily habits. I guess they found out because it doesn't have the real memories." Junha turned to point at her, mocking, "And what the heck are you wearing?" Hemi didn't change her expression. "I asked the costume department to trade for something more comfortable so I can fight easier." Junha continued, "Yeah, well, you changed and still got beat up by them." Hemi remained indifferent. "I didn't change for your sake, so just leave me alone." Junha wondered, "So, is Dr. Kiho still okay?" Hemi answered, "Of course he's not okay." In the room, Kiho's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Hemi said, "Because the doctor committed murder." At that moment, Kiho laid his head on the table, clutching his hair in deep regret. The conversation Junha and Hemi were still continuing down the hospital hallway, silently observed by Mire. "I heard he was being controlled. That's why he did that. But controlled or not, he's the type to think it's all his own fault. Would you please use your head before opening your mouth?" He quietly walked away, while the two of them kept chatting away. "Are you going to the meeting later?" "No. I'm not going." Garam looked dejected, her head hung low, arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. "What's wrong?" Mire hesitated. I continued, "Are you trying to find the meeting room? The exit isn't this way. It's in the opposite direction." She saw him heading the other way and shouted in frustration, "Can't you see? It's that way." Mire's eyes were full of worry, wanting to speak but hesitating. "No, I've already heard. A cold person like you actually said something thoughtful, so hang in there." Garam's eyes froze. She let out a long breath, her lips curling into a faint smile. "I never thought there'd come a day you'd comfort me. Did you come to the hospital just to say that?" "It's fine now. Thankfully the wound wasn't fatal. It just needs time to heal, so you don't need to worry so much." The scene shifted to a hospital bed where Zugon was lying, with Kai-Ho standing beside him. Mire's eyes lit up instantly with joy. "Thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. You should go to class," Mire said gently. "Okay." Garam watched his back as he left, lost in thought. "I've been misunderstanding this kid all along. Mire is a better person than I thought." She suddenly fell into deep thought. "But why didn't the commander let me join this meeting? I can't go see the commander because I have to stay by Dad's side. I'll go greet them after the meeting ends." The scene changed. Nuri was analyzing while using crutches. All right, to summarize, she analyzed as papers with different camp names were laid out side by side. In every camp, they've positioned dolls and officers. I don't know why all the corpses were burned, but the invitations found inside the officers' bodies were not burned. Mire and Jian stood silently, listening to Nuri's analysis. The place this invitation points to is most likely where Spectre is hiding. Even if it's dangerous, to catch Spectre, we have no choice but to go where this invitation leads. And one more thing. She turned to Jerry, puzzled. "That ability, are you an exorcist or something? Aren't you Spectre's puppet?" "It's a grudge." Jerry bowed her head slightly, her gaze filled with sadness. "Actually, I don't really understand my own ability. It's just that when I opened my eyes and regained consciousness, I was already like this. Nuri shared, honestly, either way, this person has a connection to Spectre. I think we can take some of this information since they've already agreed to help us. Jerry looked down, her eyes full of heavy thoughts. The reason being guilt. She stood in the middle of the meeting room, showing remorse. Whatever the reason, I've killed so many people with my own hands. Even if I stand up to help everyone now, I don't think my sins will be wiped away. At least I want to make amends. Mire showed no expression, just quietly listening to every word Jerry said. Even though I can't become a member of the group, I can't abandon the mission or my friends. She continued to reveal her emotions. But I didn't know you would accept me so easily. I thought you would hesitate more. Nuri closed her eyes tight and sighed, a bead of sweat gently rolling down her cheek. This isn't the first time I've done this either, she thought back, angrily gritting her teeth. I don't remember, but I called him, so why didn't that idiot come? Until yesterday, that guy was still acting like a normal human being. She tapped her head lightly, looking fed up. All right, there's still something to discuss. Let's leave that for later. Jerry looked on with a blank expression. Who is she talking about? Nuri suddenly remembered and added, by the way, even if the meeting ends, don't leave this place. You know very well there are many people who will resent you and turn to kill you. Jerry just listened, stunned, while Nuri was speaking. Do you understand? There were quiet footsteps approaching the door to listen. Garam stood still for a moment, silently observing. Jerry. Nuri's eyes widened in horror. Jerry. Garam's face was full of hatred. She threw a punch and lunged forward, her every step ripping through the surrounding atmosphere like lightning. Nuri screamed in alarm. Garam, wait! Mire moved at lightning speed, blocking Jerry's path and raising his hand to catch Garam's punch. The space seemed to shake, creating circular shockwaves of power. Mire's face was emotionless, sharp and cold like a freshly sharpened blade. What are you doing? Anger exploded in Garam's eyes. I'm the one who should be asking that. What the hell are you doing? Garam was serious, her mood in turmoil. Don't you know who she is? Mire replied calmly. I know. Isn't it Jerry? Garam roared. If you knew that, why are you stopping me? She is the one who killed Kim Min-sung. Mire looked surprised. What? Garam screamed, her anger burning. She is the one who killed the people we tried so hard to save. She's also the one who proudly declared war on us over the radio. Are you protecting her now? Mire turned to look at Jerry, not knowing what else to say. He replied coldly, I didn't know. Jerry felt guilty. It's okay. I will talk to her directly. No sooner had she finished her sentence than she said, First, I want to apologize. Garam unleashed a powerful punch, a blinding light erupting and making the space vibrate. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, Garam! Her eyes rolled back in rage. Apologize? You really know how to treat people, don't you? You apologized. What about Kim Min-sung's death, huh? That didn't just disappear. Jerry, whose collar was being grabbed by her, leaned back, her eyes full of acceptance. Even if I had 10 mouths, I wouldn't know what to say. If taking your anger out on me helps you feel relieved, you can hit me as much as you want. Garam's blood boiled. Hit you? Do you think I only want to vent on you? The image of her happy face flashed through her mind amidst the cheers of the people Jerry had sent to heaven. Don't worry, they waved happily. We will definitely return. Just thinking about it. Garam's gaze was as sharp as if she wanted to devour her alive instantly. You have no idea how much those dead people meant to me. Nuri, fearing she would act excessively, shouted, That's enough, Garam. Why do you act like a child all the time? Nuri explained further. Thanks to Jerry, the Western Front didn't suffer any injuries, and thanks to her, the team of doctors and nurses working in the West were able to return safely. My dad is being treated right now, and that's also thanks to Jerry's contributions. Hearing that, Jun's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, showing clear amazement. Nuri sighed and frowned, comforting her. I understand how you feel right now, but please act rationally. She will be a powerful assistant to our team later on. She gently tried to calm Garam's mood. Fighting right now won't do any good. Even so, Garam still kept a tight grip on Jerry's collar. Nuri sighed and frowned in an attempt to comfort her. I understand how you're feeling right now, but please try to be rational. She's going to be a valuable asset to our team later on. She spoke softly, trying to calm Garam down. Getting into a fight right now wouldn't accomplish anything. Even so, Garam kept his grip tight around Jerry's throat. I get it now. She struck with such ferocious force that a low boom echoed as Jerry slammed into the wall. So, all I have to do is let out my anger, right? Nuri screamed in desperate attempt to stop them. June, seeing the fist punch and shatter the wall, watched Jerry get sent flying outside. How could she use her power without the book? Nuri ran over, panting. She had the summary in her pocket. Having the book's summary was enough. Mire stood frozen in deep, nameless thought. This was truly unbearable. Garam stepped forward, challenging her. Why didn't you dodge? That attack was clearly enough to make you move. Or do you think this blow wasn't worth avoiding? Jerry hung her head, eyes filled with guilt. Exactly. Garam's erupting rage wasn't worth dodging. Garam's killing intent flared as she lunged again. I knew it. Shallow apologies don't suit someone like you. Her hand struck with speed invisible to the naked eye, slamming into the other's cheek like a sudden, violent storm, fueled by arrogance. She pivoted on her ankle, looking at people as if they were mere insects. With that attitude, her kick from midair tore through the clouds with the power of a thunderbolt. Garam shouted, "Is this your true self?" Her foot crashed into Jerry's neck with terrifying force. What do you think? This strike carries burning power. Is it still not worth dodging? Garam continued her brutal assault. Keep taking the hits. Ah, you'd rather save face than admit defeat, right? Isn't that it? Heavy, thundering blows rained down on Jerry. Say something. The more silent Jerry became, the more the fire of rage inside Garam surged. She attacked even more fiercely. Won't you talk? Jerry suddenly knelt at Garam's feet. I must endure every one of these attacks. She bowed her head, accepting the beating. Do whatever you want to me. If only it could make up for the mistake I made. Even if just a little. Garam's eyes widened, pupils fully dilated. Her teeth gritted as sweat rolled down her cheeks. Her hand gathered turquoise light with astonishing power. This isn't what I wanted. Stand up and fight back. Mire walked over coldly, her voice brimming with authority. Enough. Stop it right there. Garam roared angrily. Why do you keep protecting her? What even is she to you? Is she worth you standing up for her? She was still screaming in a fit of rage. Why had she been doing this all along? Mire remained calm, showing no emotion. It's not like that. This is all completely meaningless. With her face flushed, she breathed out as sweat trickled down. Her hands froze, the source of her power slowly calming down. Garam was a good person. Mire fleetingly recalled her noble deeds, bestowing favors on others to fill her own pride, completing tasks just to get a sense of self-worth. That was the kindness of an egoist. The three stood in silence in the stifling air. Mire stood there without intervening. That's why I know exactly why she went mad over the death of Kim Min-sung, a person who had nothing to do with her. Death is usually a time to express grief, but using revenge to boost one's own pride is a manifestation of pure rage. Garam's body slowly curled in. The glow of light on her hands had vanished. Mire sympathized. Moreover, her current actions were completely meaningless. She covered her face with her hands, hiding her eyes to soothe her own turbulent emotions. It was just an impulsive act. Jerry was covered in wounds, blood still staining the corner of her mouth. Please, even if it kills me, I will help everyone catch the specter. So please, let me help. Garam stood still, not reacting. She lowered her head, overwhelmed by a wave of regret. I heard about the invitation. Let me join the operation with everyone. I won't let any more harm come to anyone. Nuri closed her eyes and sighed sympathetically. Fine, I understand. Garam accepted it and walked past Jerry. Jerry. Her gaze was resolute. You must give it your all. Jerry was too moved to speak, only responding softly without making a sound. Sunset arrived slowly. The sky looked as if someone had painted strokes of orange and red across a deep blue background, creating a scene both brilliant and melancholic. Thus, under Garam's leadership, a vanguard team was formed to investigate the origin of the invitation. Garam walked away coldly under Mire's satisfied gaze and Jerry's sorrowful eyes. The vanguard team immediately set out to investigate the Spectre's base, shifting to another scene in a seemingly ruined space. A cold voice asked, "What are you doing?" Tarot. He stood solemnly with his hands in his pockets, ordering, "An invitation? Really? Why do you always do such meaningless things? I didn't send you here to play around." Spectre, who was playing with red threads, turned around. "When did you get here? Do you have a hobby of peeping?" Tarot stepped closer. "Don't think about avoiding this. I've had enough of your nonsense lately." Even behind the mask, his overwhelming killing intent was visible. "Go kill those humans for me immediately, or do you want me to kill you?" Spectre sat nonchalantly playing with the red threads, not bothering to turn back. "If that's a promise, then I've kept it. Aren't you the one who created the reason for humans to attack? From now on, I will do as I please." She was curious. "Hey, did Tarot tell you to watch over me? Can you stop now?" The mask gradually faded away. It turned out Harang had been impersonating Tarot. How boring. Harang laughed mockingly. "Was it that obvious? I thought I was a good imitator." He put his hands in his pockets and walked forward, expressing his feelings. First time we've met like this. Isn't it great? I heard you like to mess around, but you seem harder to deal with than I thought. He approached Spectre. Let me officially introduce myself. I am Harang, the third Arhat of Teret. Harang grinned widely. Why don't you stop the stupid jokes and go kill those humans? It's not interesting at all. Spectre's hands were covered in tangled red threads. What do you know? A wild tiger is a more pathetic existence than we think. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Without a mother tiger, it can't do anything. But if you attack it, it will bite you until you die. That's how it is. Don't be arrogant. Just get out of my sight. If you want to be loved by Teret, go wag your tail at him. Harang remained unchanged. He closed his eyes and feigned a sneak attack with his sword. But unexpectedly, Spectre didn't react. She was protected by a surrounding aura of light. Harang waved his hand. You shouldn't speak so recklessly, should you? He continued. Every high-level zombie should know this, right? Except for Teret, the rest of the cadres only exist to maintain this society. He turned to leave. Just sit on your crumbling throne and laugh all you want. Because I will deal with the humans myself. Spectre narrowed her eyes in disdain. How pathetic. Why come here to show off your insanity? The next words made Harang pause. Does not having a mask make you that sad? He laughed it off. Be grateful for the mask you have. That is the only reason I haven't killed you yet. He left with determination. A tiger with no fangs should just stay there and enjoy its old age. I'll do it myself. Scene change. Garam puffs out her cheeks and blows hard at the invitation. Nuri carefully holds up the invitation and instructs her. Check if the invitation reacts to the wind. This will help us track down where it came from. She starts blowing. For example, even if everyone blows right in front of it like this, the invitation will just turn the other way. Garam blinks repeatedly, unable to believe her eyes. Seriously? It's pointing in the other direction. This must be the right way. Suddenly, the paper falls to the ground, and she wonders. It dropped so fast? Maybe I didn't blow hard enough. Jerry steps forward. Can I apologize one more time? I didn't get to say everything before. Garam is stunned. Seriously? You're apologizing again? Jerry clasps his hands together in front of his face and bows down, showing his sincerity. Garam gets annoyed. You've apologized at least 5,000 times since we left Trang W. All right, just stop it already. Jerry's eyes suddenly light up as if a spark was ignited. A pure joy spreads across his face, making him look full of life. Okay, you're fine with it? So, you'll forgive me now, right? Garam sighs in frustration. That's not what I meant. Just anyway, stop it. She turns and scolds. Hey, Mire, can't you control the wind? He smiles faintly. I can't do things like that. Jerry is excited. I can do it. He uses his hands to easily maneuver the invitation. Wind and fire are closely related. Leave it to me. I'll lead the way. The invitation quietly falls to the ground again. Garam retorts, how is that any different from blowing with your mouth? Jerry stammers, actually, I can't really control the wind. Garam mocks him. You said you couldn't do it, so why were you acting so confident? Jerry looks shy. It's just that without my mask, my ability is much weaker. I'm sorry. Garam widens her eyes. What does the mask have to do with your strength? Jerry scratches his head. Because my mask was given to me by Teret. It increases my power. But it's not a good thing because that mask acts like a surveillance device. He sincerely apologizes. Garam is gentle. Stop apologizing. You're not really helping right now anyway. All three of them puff out their cheeks, taking a deep breath and blowing at the invitation as hard as they can. She complains, well, let's just keep trying for now. If we blow on it until midnight, we'll definitely find something. Time passes, and the three of them are still blowing at the invitation, but it just stays in the same spot, with no changes in sight. 3 hours later, Garam is exhausted, sweat covering her face. I'm going crazy. At this rate, I'll start bleeding because my mouth is so dry. There's no wind left, just spit. Suddenly, the invitations shift. She's overjoyed. It changed direction. From here on, we need to split up. She carefully picks up the instruction paper to read it. Since we can't go too far, let's look around nearby first, then meet up to discuss later. When the sun sets, we'll meet in the nearby forest. Jerry's gaze becomes more determined than ever, as if no difficulty could make him back down. So, the three of them continue in 3 separate directions. No matter what, I have to make amends. I have to be the one to find the specter first. Garam is still diligently blowing. Is this the right way to do it? It feels a bit inconvenient. Mire, on his side, is walking and blowing, but it won't fly any further. His brow furrows in deep concentration. It's quiet, too quiet. Being on the road all by himself, his mood is relaxed and peaceful. Walking alone is quieter than I thought. It's been a while since I've been by myself, so I'd forgotten this feeling. The sky turns to night, and light clouds drift by, interspersed with moonlight. Under the flickering light of a campfire, Garam sits watching Mire arrive. You're here? I messaged you on the radio, so why are you so late? Did you find anything? We didn't see a thing. She jumps, noticing Mire sitting right next to her. What the heck, man? He replies calmly. What do you mean, what? Garam glares at him, annoyed. Did you see a ghost? Why are you sitting so close to me? Mire is calm. I didn't. Garam snaps. Then what? Mire still doesn't understand what she means. What do you mean? What? Garam feels helpless. Never mind. It's nothing. Jerry, who has been watching, speaks up, cutting the conversation short. I know this might sound arrogant, but how should we investigate tomorrow? Garam looks at the paper, hesitating. Tomorrow, her eyes sink. To be honest, I can't think of any way. If we just investigate randomly like today, will we actually find anything? Mire jumps up. I'll tell you tomorrow. Both of you get some rest. I'm going to go catch some air. Jerry is startled. Okay. Garam sits silently in the shadows, staring into the empty void ahead. Her eyes are filled with sadness as she looks down. She takes off her hat and swings it back and forth. Captain, come take a look. There's a little girl here. She reflects on an image from her childhood. A dark, stormy night, with the sound of a terrified little girl. Get lost. Do you think I'll believe you're human? Garam falls to the ground in terror, screaming, Get away. If you touch me, I'll kill you all. Kehoe looks confused and waves his hands. Little girl, we won't hurt you. Calm down. Dongho reminds him. Kehoe, just use your ability. Kehoe is about to use his power to restrain her, and he says you're right. Suddenly, a hand is placed on his shoulder, making him jump. Garam is stunned and confused. That was the voice that was so gentle, even in this rotten era. Not everyone is good, but not everyone is bad either. Her footsteps are steady and strong. At the very least, you should be wary of us. If it were me, I would have said no to people like that too. She smiles and reaches out her hand, waiting for the small, trembling Garam to take it. I'm Li Kyung, captain of the suicide squad. What's your name? Garam freezes for a moment. It's strange. As soon as I heard the captain's voice, I felt relieved. I felt so safe. It was as if she would protect me. She reaches out and takes Kyung's hand, full of trust. You're Garam? Is that right? Kyung takes off her hat and puts it on Garam. You'll catch a cold if you stay like this. Get up. The thoughts lingering there return to the present. Garam calmly puts the gifted hat on her head. Come with us. Her gaze is calm but full of pressure. Am I doing a good job? Can I fill the captain's shoes? Behind her, a voice calls out, Harang, making her jump. Hey, you there. I want to ask for directions. She stammers. Who is that? Harang stands there, stunned. Oh, is she human? In the dark, Harang is pleased. Good. Just in time. There's something I want to ask a human. Garam stands up, muttering. What is that? Is that a half-zombie? When did he appear? Harang says. I'm looking for the humans who are carrying the Spectre's invitation. Do you know them? Garam raises an eyebrow. Did the Spectre send him? I'm looking for them, but it seems he doesn't know yet. What should I do? Should I fight him? She looks worried. No, that's impossible. Through her eyes, Harang is just a dark silhouette, with piercing red, blade-like eyes. Even without fighting, I can tell this guy isn't an ordinary half-zombie. She lowered her head, lost in her own thoughts. There's no way to fight him alone. Now is not the time to act. In a fleeting moment, Kehoe raised his sword right toward Garam's face. You've got to be kidding me. With the sharp, cold tip of the blade inches from her eyes, her pupils contracted in terror. Don't go racking your brain with such a serious look on your face. Anyone can see that you're the one with the invitation. Honestly, I already knew before I came here. Harang teased her, then sheathed his sword. But don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. I just came here to help. The scene cuts to Garam, showing the invitation to everyone. He said this thing was just useless. She further explained that the invitation had nothing to do with Spectre. It was just used to buy time. So, the objective must be related to Spectre's plan at Site W. Jerry agreed. That's right. She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. If we review the whole day, that's very likely. That guy is definitely suspicious. She wondered why he would give them this information. Garam also felt surprised by that detail. About that, she recalled the conversation with Harang Spectre. That coward. I only looked at it once. Shouldn't it be obvious if you just think about it for a second? At the time, she had also wondered, is that really? Harang remained calm. Of course not. I have my own agenda. He shoved his hands into his pockets. It would be quite troublesome for me if you were killed by Spectre, because I want to appear on a bigger stage. For you, it will be another opportunity." Then he vanished, leaving Garam standing there, stunned. Jerry asked curiously, "He said that, and then just disappeared? Another opportunity, I don't understand what that means." She pressed for more answers. "Do you also not know who that zombie is? You said he had 2 swords and wore a black mask?" Garam looked confused. "I'm sorry, but I don't know who that is. Those aren't exactly memorable features either." Jerry held up the invitation to look at it. "But anyway, should we stop trying to verify the source of this invitation?" Garam shared, "No, to be honest, I don't fully trust him." She offered her opinion. "I think it's better if we see it with our own eyes, instead of being swayed by uncertain information." Jerry realized, "That's right. Instead of being confused by this info, we'll stick to the original plan. Doing that will lead to fewer variables." The deep night sky, like a giant velvet curtain studded with glittering stars, still echoed with their conversation. "So, tomorrow when the sun rises, we will begin our investigation." Morning came, and the sky was clear and vast. Garam was analyzing the map. The 3 of them split up, each heading in a different direction. Harang sighed helplessly. "You idiots." He stood there, frustrated and powerless. It was served on a silver platter, and they still wouldn't take it. What a waste of time. He shook his head. "Actually, come to think of it, Spectre must already know that I've been in contact with these humans. Why hasn't he made a move yet?" Harang left quietly. Who knows what that bastard Spectre is planning? The scene shifts to Ha Young knocking on a door. "Doctor, are you in there?" There was no response from inside. The young girl carried the tray of snacks and sighed. "I'll leave the food in front of the door. I hope you'll pull yourself together soon. There are many patients waiting for you." Inside, Kehoe lay in silence, emotionless, his back turned to the door. The scene shifts to the police station. "Ha Young, you're here?" Someone inside came out to greet the girl. "As always, thank you for your hard work." Ha Young was polite. "May I go in now?" The greeter replied happily. "Of course. Be careful." The girl stepped inside, timidly holding a yellow box. Her eyes were wide with anticipation, but her mood was fearful, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. Inside the cell, a gnarled hand reached out, and the girl shrank back in fear. In the thick darkness, Dong-ho appeared like the shadow of a nightmare. His crimson eyes burned brightly in the darkness, radiating a fierce and suffocating pressure. Ha Young quickly held out her hand and said loudly, "I brought what you asked for. Is this enough?" Ha Young calmed down and pointed her finger at the yellow circle. He took it, smiling with satisfaction. "Spicy tuna." Ha Young felt shy, her cheeks turning pink. "Is this the right one?" "I got a little mixed up with the others." Dong-ho sat down and started eating voraciously. "Thank you, Ha Young." The girl sat down opposite him as well. "Eat slowly. You'll get an upset stomach. It's truly miraculous. It's been a long time since you last ate human flesh." Dong-ho chewed noisily, expressing his delight. "On the contrary, I feel very healthy." The girl looked at him, glad to see him so energetic. Ha Young asked kindly, "Is it okay living in this place? It must be exhausting." Dong-ho replied, It's fine." He sighed, his face brightening with visible joy. "It's natural for humans to be afraid of zombies, isn't it? I was like that too. So I understand. Besides, how should I put it? My situation isn't like Rizuru's, so I'm fine regardless. It's okay. Is Garam still doing well?" Ha Young stood up, feeling as if someone was watching her. Dong-ho also noticed something unusual. "What's wrong?" Ha Young hesitated, looking behind her. The girl felt like someone was here. Rizuru stood in the corner with a cold expression. The scene shifts to a gnarled hand pushing hard against the ground. Junha was trying his best with push-ups. The boy boasted happily. "There. I just did another 1,000. Nuri said nonchalantly. "Yeah, now let's run laps together." Junha panicked. "What?" The boy's eyes were fixed firmly ahead. "Stronger, I will become stronger." Hemi ran behind. "Shut up and just run." Nuri rested her pen on her chin, thinking, as expected, my leadership hasn't been very effective. She had felt so proud when everyone followed her orders. She trusted him. "You're running great. I'll be back later." The boy's face was radiant, his entire being full of vitality. "Have a good trip, Commander." As Nuri read, she pondered. "The first thing I need to do now is heighten my vigilance against the imposter." The paper she held was covered in scribbles. What the imposter can do is mimic appearances and habits. I must investigate as soon as possible, to see if there are any other imposters. A voice coming from the street corner cut off Nuri's train of thought. Steamed buns without red bean alcohol. Rizuru stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky. Hot dogs without sausages. Airplanes without wings. Nuri looked over at Risuru, shouting in anger. Where have you been all this time? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Risuru stepped out quietly. Risuru, who had no master, approached her. Do you know what these things have in common? Nuri was stunned. What are you talking about? Thinking to herself. Come to think of it, this guy. Her pupils constricted in shock. Watching Risuru's pitifully contorted face, she suddenly realized he had reverted to his original form without permission. His arm moved so fast that the human eye couldn't track it. I only stayed here to fight my master, he growled, his eyes burning with intensity. No master, then what purpose do you losers serve to me now? Nuri's face turned pale with panic. Risuru suddenly manifested a heart shape. It surged within him like molten lava beneath the earth, just waiting to erupt. If that's too hard to answer, I'll say it for you. To me, you are love. In the distance, someone was cheering for Vu enthusiastically. Risuru turned back with a satisfied smile. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about why I've become so close to humans. Nuri winced, visibly recoiling at his words. The answer to that, it was simpler than I thought. Perhaps this instinct of mine already knew it all along. His love burned like a bright red flame in the middle of the night. Every smile, every glance was filled with such intense passion and longing that it made both their hearts flutter. My master loved humans, so I, too, must love humans just like my master. That was the manifestation of his devotion to his master. He knelt down, his emotions swirling like a rising tide. In the end, that is true love. A pinkish ring shimmered brilliantly in Risuru's hand. I love you all, my little humans. Nuri's gaze grew dazed and slumped. I thought he had snapped out of it, but he's even worse than before. This is just pathetic. She calmly reached out and pushed the ring away. All right then, can I ask you for a favor? Risuru was still beaming. Go ahead, I'm listening. The scene shifted to a blue sky and cool, shaded trees as his voice rang out. Greetings, children. Risuru stood sternly with his arms crossed. I am Risuru, the preacher of love. From now on, I will guide your training. Hemi looked confused. The preacher of love? Nuri hung her head and sighed. Don't ask me. He calls himself that. He has a heart burning like glowing coals, Nuri explained. Regardless, his real combat experience is far superior to mine, so he'll give everyone some good tips for when you face the water demon. It won't be pleasant, but I hope you all follow his instructions well, Nuri asked. The two of you. Can you do it? Junha replied with determination. Whatever. As long as I get stronger, I'm in. Hemi answered quickly without hesitation. I hate it. She darkened her expression and stood in front of Risuru holding her staff. Learn from this guy? I'd rather die. He frowned, his face hardening. Disciple? Do you hate me? Hemi screamed. She swung her staff at Risuru's head, but he dodged it instantly by arching his back. Get lost. His necklace was shaped like a funny figurine. Don't worry. He looked professional as he bent his body at a 90-degree angle, forming a table-like shape. Sooner or later, you will feel my love. Hemi felt a deep aversion. I already said I don't like you. Junha was amazed by his agility. Risuru, this guy's internal power is no joke. The boy tried to follow suit, while Hemi kicked at Risuru, but he stood firm. Nuri stood at a distance, watching helplessly. Is this okay? Hemi? Sorry about this, but this is the best way. Garam called out from afar. Chief. Nuri looked at the three of them in surprise. You guys are back? Garam's eyes widened, gasping. We heard you were here, so we came to find you. Has anything unusual happened at Trang World lately? Jerry was panicked. She stared at Risuru, who was still acting out. Risuru, how is that guy I thought was dead here? Risuru's mouth twitched. His eyes were icy, and he was lunging forward with a ferocious grin. You zombie, go die. What kind of place do you think this is for a zombie like you to step foot in? Mire lunged forward with lightning speed, throwing a decisive punch straight into his face. Get out of here. The scene shifted to Garam, telling Nuri about what the team had been through. A zombie revealed information we had never heard before, but I ignored that information and continued to investigate the invitation as originally planned. Nuri asked curiously, You discovered those bracelets, didn't you? Garam stared at the red thread. Yes, Mire and Jerry have them too. She continued to explain that the invitation led to a small pit on top of a mountain, which contained 3 bracelets. These 3 bracelets automatically latched onto our wrists. We couldn't take them off, and we couldn't store them away either. Since then, nothing has changed, neither our health nor the surrounding environment. Garam thought back to the image of Harang, wondering if the words of the zombie they met on the way might be true. Maybe the invitation was just to buy time. Nuri interjected. To raid the site? Garam replied, Yes, probably. Nuri's gaze dimmed, silently drifting toward a distant point, as if lost in deep thought. She stared at the thread tied around Garam's wrist for a long time. Nuri calculated. All right, if it's soon, it's today. If it's late, it'll be in a month. I predict that Spectre's game won't last long. She was determined. From now on, the first branch of the absolute government will prepare for all-out war. The sky was crystal clear, and the white clouds floated sluggishly like soft silk ribbons in the air. To prepare for a war that could break out at any moment, Chief Nuri had increased their military strength. The troops were training diligently and steadily. In such a short time, all the Suicide Squad forces Junha and Hemi were running wildly. While Garam was working out intensely to increase her combat ability, each person was making an endless effort. At the multi-story house, Kiho was, I told you to stop already. Mire remained calm. Take it off. Take it off. She was getting annoyed. What? Ha-Young and Ji were horrified when Jerry got angry. Why do you keep joking like that? If we actually believed it, we'd be dead. The two suddenly burst into loud laughter. Is the name of the zombie sister Jade? Jerry froze and stammered. That's not Jerry, is it? Everyone knows already. Why do you keep joking around? Jay shouted, drawing their attention to a table where a simple meal was already laid out. Come on, everyone, eat up. Mire came over today, so I already made it. Jerry looked at the steaming pot of food, curious. What is that thing in the middle? Food? Jian froze upon hearing Jerry's innocent words. Really? That's real food? Jian looked at the child and thought to herself, the Guardian of the Red Army looks no different from a child the same age as Mire. The four of them sat at the table, the atmosphere quite quiet as she was lost in thought. It's just that the stance of zombies and humans is different, but the desires in their hearts might be the same. Because after all, they were once human, too. Jay said happily, come on, don't just sit there, eat. Haven't you not had this dish in a long time? Jerry was stunned. Jay frowned, her eyes welling up with tears. You two don't think my curry looks appetizing? I worked so hard to make it. Jerry nervously hurried to explain. No, that's not it at all. Mire urged her to have more. Some say it's delicious, she said. Maybe it's to your liking. Jerry broke into a sweat and explained. It's not about the flavor at all. It's just been so long since I've felt an atmosphere like this. She sighed softly. I understand. She picked up her spoon and tried to take a bite. I'll eat it. As she sampled it, Jerry's eyes drooped, filled with unspoken thoughts. A meal is where everyone gathers. As soon as the spoon touched the curry, images of her loved ones and brothers flashed before her. She raised the spoonful of curry to enjoy it. Memories of the past flickered in her mind. She chewed ravenously. Jerry imagined himself sitting alone in a bamboo forest, hearing his father's laughter. Jiang, wait just a little longer, okay? Did the father and daughter really look like this, laughing and cooking together? Jerry smiled brightly. Dad, you're doing great, right? No, that wasn't it. Dad, can't you fry an egg? Why are you separating the white from the yolk? His father replied, Oh no, I told you I'd do it well. Jerry froze, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed, his eyes stinging. And then, tears he could no longer hold back began to fall in deep emotion. Jian jumped up and patted Jerry's head. What's wrong? Did we do something wrong? Hayi interrupted. What do we do? Maybe my cooking is just that bad, Jian said, her face pale. Is it bad enough to make you cry? The scene shifted. Spectre was happily juggling red yarn, clearly having a great time. The vibrant red blocks of yarn floated in the air, their square surfaces reflecting a shimmering light. Time for you all to return to your daily lives, isn't it? Jerry bowed again. I'm sorry. Hayi felt that something was wrong. A panicked voice came through the radio. Commander, it's not good, Nuri asked, alarmed. What's happening? The voice on the other end reported. Right now, there are many Spectre dolls moving toward our main gate. Nuri rested her chin on her hand, silent for a moment. So, you've arrived, Spectre. Announce this to everyone. After this moment, we enter a state of war. Everyone prepared for the raid. The team began to act on the orders. All frontline troops moved toward their assigned positions. Soldiers moved in a hurry. Captains, do not let the enemy enter. Concentrate your forces according to the strategy. Nuri couldn't sit still. What's the situation at the front? The soldier with the binoculars stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes, stuttering. There's no movement at the front. Nuri was startled. What? Below the cloud of dust, there stood an army of red scarecrows. The Spectre dolls were all standing perfectly still. They were smiling. Spectre strolled casually over the Rubik's blocks, seemingly listening to something. From where, I wonder? So, you've prepared everything already, haven't you? She sat there with a sinister smile. But what are you going to do? That's not where I'm aiming. The person beside her was stunned. watching as the person next to them slowly turned into a red scarecrow. First, the red thread crept across the face. Nuri's soldiers ran in chaos, closely followed by the red scarecrows. Some were transforming. The scene was utter bedlam. Spectre squinted to observe. The front line is important, but you should be paying more attention to the interior. The radio was filled with bad news. Commander, they are everywhere in the interior. We've discovered members turning into dolls. All the radios reported the same thing. Commander, here at the plaza. Commander, at the intersection. Commander, Commander, Commander. The numbers were tallied hastily on paper. We've confirmed a total of 82. Spectre's eyes were cold. Nuri's heart was pounding behind her calm exterior. Her gaze carried scrutiny and calculation. Everything was going exactly as she had predicted, though she sat quietly, unable to hide her anxiety completely. The imposters can only mimic our appearances and habits. They can't mimic purposeful actions. Using that to identify them isn't difficult at all. I've memorized the active radius of everyone living in this government. The battle of wits between Spectre and Nuri was like a card game, where both sides had their own schemes and tricks. Nuri drew a card. They like to play, do they? If so, that's exactly what I wanted. The officer strongly took down a red scarecrow in one blow. He reported over the radio, Commander, I've checked all the individual plans you requested. Nuri stood silently before the combat plan, her eyes tracking every shift. To complete the plan for Nuri, hypotheses needed to be tested. There were two types of hypotheses, she analyzed. First, the Spectre dolls prioritize targets that have been marked. They use the invitation letters to determine who our strong forces are, because when investigating something, we always send our most capable people. Nuri recalled the image of Garam wearing the red yarn bracelet. So, those bracelets were used to eliminate them. That bracelet is a mark for elimination. She continued her analysis. Second, those dolls only attack predetermined targets. Maybe that's not it. They likely follow the target and only attack within a certain range or angle. If that's the case, we just need to be careful of their attack range. The marked members will lure the dolls, and the unmarked members will finish them off. The burden of a commander is not just victory, but the safety of everyone who puts their trust in her. With this method, we will minimize our losses. We can hold off their raid. The dolls outside. The walls can be handled with super convergence. Spectre, you're truly arrogant. Your time is up. Nuri picked up the radio to give the order. Jun, get ready. I'm heading there now. Spectre sat comfortably on a large Rubik's Cube. 79, 80, 81, 82. No, as expected, it won't work. She laughed mockingly. You prepared so thoroughly. Thank you for that. The dolls she had prepared. Nuri looked at her own reflection, panicked. There were 83 of them. Her body suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a mouthful of bright red blood sprayed from her mouth. She faltered. How? Rizuru clearly said she needed hair. She remembered the moment she fell from the building to the ground. Could it have been then? The intense pain spread through her body, causing her to collapse onto her knees, clutching her stomach. Her predictions, her analyses, her tactics for Nuri, everything was perfect, except for one thing. Nuri lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of dark red blood that was slowly spreading. Lamin assumed everything was perfect. On the chaotic battlefield, everyone needed her command. Commander, what's our next order? The soldiers fell into confusion and chaos. What's going on? Didn't you go the other way? No. I didn't receive any orders. One person was suddenly grabbed by a red scarecrow. He screamed in terror, Get it off me! The red scarecrows were steadily taking down the soldiers one by one. The soldiers shouted in panic. Kiwan! Behind you! Their formation began to crumble as the chain of command broke down. Over the radio, Garam kept calling out, Commander! Commander! Every unit's position is completely off course now. Commander? She repeated into the radio. Damn it, what the hell happened all of a sudden? Does everyone copy? I think something happened to the commander. In a flash, Garam landed a kick that sent a red puppet flying. Right now, saving lives is our top priority. Junha sprinted forward, his eyes filled with confidence. Feels good to smash a few of these guys for once. I'm sick of them. Jerry also charged ahead like a gust of wind. I'll do it, just save the people, right? Spectre tossed 3 more red square blocks into the air. You lot won't be able to save anyone. She slammed the 3 blocks into the ground, and they shot forward, leaving red trails behind as dust billowed up like a massive explosion. A giant red puppet formed and stood in front of Junha and Hemi. It looked down at Jerry before advancing toward Garam. What the hell is this thing? The giant red puppet's fist tore through the air, hurtling toward Garam with terrifying speed. creating a massive crater and sending stones flying everywhere. Ugh, she signaled. A really bizarre guy just showed up on my end. Everyone, just focus on your rescue missions. Junha spoke up. Same here. We're stuck. Garam asked. What about Jerry's side? She was fighting, and replied, Same here. I don't think I can take this guy down easily. Garam grit her teeth, thinking, This is bad. If things go on like this, we're going to suffer heavy losses. Speck's lips curled into a smug, sinister smile. She kept playing her cards in this game, bored out of her mind. Are you guys really that confident? The radio chatter was constant. Nuri grimaced, her face deathly pale, as if all her strength was being drained away with every drop of blood soaking into the ground. There's no other way, we have to end this somehow, and minimize our casualties. Speck suddenly paused, still holding several key cards in her hand. Nuri's last hope, the JCR card, it all depends on you, Mire. Flashback to before the battle began. Nuri called Mire aside to tell him he wasn't part of the main operation. Or rather, when the operation failed, that was when he would enter the fray. Mire's eyes were always filled with untold emotions. Why? What if everyone dies? Nuri sighed softly. Worrying about others, that's not like you at all. You've changed a lot, haven't you? I just want to ask you one thing. Do you think our members are weak? Mire's eyes held a pensive look, hiding things he couldn't yet express. He hesitated. They aren't weak, but I don't think they're strong enough. Nuri smiled faintly. Then it settled. Just follow my orders, because everything has been calculated. Remember that. Back in reality, Mire leaped into the air as a pillar of crimson blood erupted from the ground, creating a fierce, murderous moment in this life-or-death battle. Just as Nuri had instructed, at the most crucial moment, he just needed to become the most important piece on the board. The soldiers stared in bewilderment. What? What is that? That's Moreso. Where's Moreso? His blood-stained hands gripped the ledge. Below, everyone was confused. He's not helping us. Where is he going? Did he abandon us? A clear voice cut through the radio. All members, pay attention. Instantly, the members were calmed. That voice, it was the commander. Nuri struggled through the pain and shouted, Mire won't be supporting us. He's heading straight for Spectre to take her down. This is my order. The soldiers' eyes widened, sweat dripping down their faces, as they looked on with a mix of shock and anxiety. Damn it. What about us then? Are ordinary people like us just going to die like this? Save us too, Nuri breathed out, using her last bit of strength to encourage them. Everyone trusts Mire, right? And Mire trusts everyone here. She reassured them. You think you can't do anything without Mire's help? Do you really believe that? All of us are going to survive and make it through this nightmare. Junha was listening intently to Nuri's command. Mire's battle is his own to handle. We just need to keep fighting our own battle. Nuri clenched her hand over her bleeding wound. Every breath felt like a knife in her chest, yet she held her head high, continuing to issue orders. The winners today won't be on Mire, but our elite strike force. The soldiers felt a surge of energy and rallied their spirits. Their will surged, and they all shouted with determination to charge forward. Their resolve became as firm as a steel fortress, unbreakable. From now on, we fight individually. At any cost, we must win. Nuri closed her eyes, feeling satisfied. That's right. That's how it should be. She placed all her faith in Mire. Mire, you aren't our weapon. You just need to be our hope. Agony tore through her body. Nuri lay writhing, her spirit no longer strong enough to command. John Nuri's final battle plan had been drawn up with the assumption that every operation might fail. The team's fighting spirit improved significantly. Each strike took down a red puppet, succeeding in compensating for the absence of their commander. Nuri gasped for air, but a confident smile remained. What now? Spectre, you think you've won. So you're pretty smug, huh? Don't laugh yet, because my death won't be a defeat. She thought of Mire's determined face and Spectre's arrogant expression. Now, let's start round 2. Junha's eyes flashed with excitement. Hey Garam, did you hear that just now? Seems like everyone's gotten their groove back. The kid grinned. We just need to beat these guys into the ground. Garam replied calmly. The commander said so. Let's give it everything we've got. Junha wore an arrogant, confident smile, as if no challenge could stop him. All right, let's do this. The kid crouched, gripping his baseball, and shouted clearly, Hey, you, get ready. The ball flew at the speed of light. A super-speed pitch, only a trail of light was visible, streaking across the red puppet. 6-cylinder throw. Himi, unleash the ultimate move from behind. It's bright as hell, and it's useless to dodge when it's coming from behind. The ball in Junha's hand glowed like a small fireball, radiating immense power. A pin strike, a fighting style we spent days coming up with. The kid's mouth twisted into a cocky grin. We're much more effective when we fight for real, because we've prepared for this. The radio chatter erupted, but Garam, racing forward like a rocket, found it all quite annoying. Why are you turning on your radio in the middle of a fight? You're so distracted. She soared into the air like a hawk, her movements sharp and powerful. Let's finish this and get back to it. Just as expected, this feels uneasy. I need to go help the others. Jerry's attack speed was no joke, swift and precise. She braced herself and lunged straight toward the giant red scarecrow. She'd promised everyone she wouldn't use sword aura to win their trust, but without it, she couldn't fight. Jerry's eyes blazed with determination. Without a shred of hesitation, she decided it was time to make some noise about joining the human side. If things keep going like this, I'm just going to be a burden to everyone. She poured all her strength into a forward dash. Damn it, I just have to give it my all somehow. It turned out one of the red scarecrows was Risuru in disguise. He took off his mask and stood right in front of Jerry. Standing there stunned won't get me anywhere, she stammered. Risuru? His face flushed with an affectionate smile. Sorry I'm late, I got held up by the boss. It's hard to forget this feeling of excitement. By the way, you're the weakest puppet, right? The commander told me about you. Jerry's eyes widened in confusion. You really don't remember who I am? Risuru asked, curious. Who are you? Jerry brushed it off. Never mind, it's nothing. Risuru just waved a hand, and a surge of power rippled through the space, turning the red scarecrows into nothing but shadows. Anyway, I need to get to my master quickly. Stop standing there like that, and handle the situation already. Risuru smirked. If you get in my way, I'm leaving you behind. Jerry bowed respectfully. Don't worry. That really reminds me of the old days. Mire and Spectre met and played rock, paper, scissors to decide things. Whoever doesn't throw, loses. Rock, paper, scissors. Slap. Spectre won. The thunderous slap made Mire's head tilt to the side. She won again. The game continued repeatedly. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Mire lost again and again, the sharp sound of slaps echoing as she spun him around. Spectre laughed happily and smugly. You're no good at this, are you? Why are you doing exactly what I tell you to? Each slap followed the next, carrying all the suppressed anger and frustration she had been holding back for so long. Mire remained expressionless. I'm going to kill you anyway, so it doesn't matter. Spectre laughed loudly, acting all confident. Her gaze turned ice cold. So, you're the brat that Tarot has his eye on, aren't you? I was curious about you, which is why I sent the invite. Rock, paper, scissors started again. This time, Mire won. He threw rock, while she threw scissors. She feigned surprise. Oh my, I lost. Spectre sat down, resting her chin on her hand. I've only been throwing rock this whole time. And you actually beat me? Are you warming up to beat me up? Must be pretty frustrating, huh? Mire stretched his limbs, preparing to retaliate. His hand moved fast as lightning, ready to graze Spectre's cheek, but she remained cold and indifferent. You're very strong, and immortal too, huh? A punch as fast as the wind, invisible to the naked eye. The impact sent Spectre flying backward. It seems I've found the Black Knight I was looking for. Mire's expression didn't change. His eyes remained heavy, filled with 1,000 thoughts. Spectre looked at him, mocking. Look at that face. I never told you not to dodge. You really are an idiot. She kicked off the smoke, leaving behind what looked like a massive explosion. No more playing around. There are so many things I want to verify. She got into position, lunging toward Mire. You too, right? Aren't you curious about me? Spectre clasped her hands together, unleashing her technique. Red threads wrapped around her arms. With her hair flowing in the wind, she spread her arms wide amidst a massive storm of blue-purple energy from above. It descended, showing off her energy and exerting absolute power over her opponent. Let's learn all about each other. The sun began to set, staining the horizon in a soft orange-red hue. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, a group of people stood around whispering, I hate the sunset. When the sun goes down, I feel like everything is going to end. One of them turned around. What the hell is that? They saw a person stained in colors, kneeling on the ground as if they had just been bullied. What's with that look? Was it that much fun? She remembered that smile, warm and gentle, so you have to smile back. Time to go home. Returning to reality, Spectre clasped her hands together to unleash her technique. Red threads coiled around her arms. A blue-purple surge of power erupted through the space. It felt like a barrier separating them from the outside world. The space was enveloped in that bizarre power. Mire was confused. What is this? Suddenly, a puppet with the exact appearance of someone from Spectre's memories loomed behind him. It gave a powerful shove, and Mire's body went flying into the space Spectre had created. Symbols of every color and shape left him flustered. Where am I? His expression was stunned, frozen. Aren't you guys talking about the Hungjum Gate? It's used to keep us from entering Busan, right? Spectre flew toward him, still controlling the red threads on her hands, and the puppet she created charged at him. To get my hands on you, I blocked Tarot's access. In the blink of an eye, the doll tore through the wind. The distance between them vanished instantly. Mire reached out to punch, but the red threads on his arm expanded and tightened around his wrist as if trying to control him. He lunged at the doll, plunging his hand straight into its chest. Annoying doll. Spectre wore a sinister smile, manipulating the red threads in her hands. Don't be so impatient. You're going to be here forever anyway. Back at the base, the system emitted continuous warning signals. Duan was confused. What? What's going on? She was anxious. The commander's radio has been disconnected. I don't know what's happening anymore. Even if I'm all alone, I have to activate the superconvergence. Her pupils dilated and cold sweat poured down, but nothing happened. On the screen, only 2 signal circles remained, and they were also cut off. Trang had vanished from the tracking system and was no longer appearing on satellite data. What the hell is going on? Below, the soldiers fighting were also feeling confused. The entire sky had turned a purplish blue, the space created by Spectre. Jerry looked up. What is that? Suddenly, her whole body was racked with pain, causing her to collapse to her knees. A violent pain shot through her chest, feeling as if something were being pumped into her body. This is Spectre's command. Is it because I'm also a puppet made from Spectre's threads? Her eyes widened as if she were being controlled. She turned and ran away. Rizuru, who was fighting the giant red scarecrow, was also taken aback. What the hell? Where are you running off to? Jerry rushed toward that space, her mind a mess of jumbled thoughts. The puppets were only lingering around the outer walls, and not advancing further inside. They're only attacking people. They aren't trying to bring down Chang W. Of course I should have realized that sooner. Jerry grabbed his radio, frantic, and shouted. Spectre has no intention of raiding the world page. She is targeting the human life force. She screamed over the radio. Look up at the sky. Do you see that giant orb in the sky? That is the dimension where Mire and Spectre are battling. Spectre is turning that space into something extremely dangerous. And the energy required for that is human life force. Garam was so shocked she froze. Isn't Spectre's ability about control? Jerry continued. I thought so too. Maybe Spectre possesses 2 abilities. I only received orders. I don't know the details. She quickly punched the ground, causing it to crack into pieces. It must be centered here. She pulled out a multi-compartment tube that was emitting a faint glow. Great. I found the energy source. Jerry looked closely from top to bottom. There are probably about 100 of them installed within the world page. It looks like it's about to be activated. Once this is triggered, the human life force here will gradually drain away. Jerry gripped one hand, unleashing a massive fiery explosion from her palm, scorching the floor and creating a powerful, intense scene. There's no way I'm letting this happen. I have to destroy them before they activate. Her eyes were cold. The purpose of those 83 fake dolls must be to house these energy sources. Quite a meticulous plan. However, from the moment this territory incident occurred, failure was already sealed. Nothing will go according to your wishes. Spectre, inside the dimension, sensed something unusual. She smiled calmly but with full intensity. I see. I completely forgot about you, Jerry. Rapid footsteps echoed from all directions. Breaking the previously quiet atmosphere, the emergency team arrived where Nuri was lying. The air was tense as a violin string. Everyone was rushing. Is anyone free? If so, get over here quickly. The commander is in critical condition. Hurry and help. The situation became more urgent than ever. Damn it. Do you know what caused the commander's injuries? I have no idea. When we found the commander, she was already unconscious. Ha-young panicked. In critical condition? The doctor lowered his head, pulling at his hair, clutching his head in thought. If it stays like this, there's nothing we can do. Ha-young was terrified. No way. Is there really no other option? Are we just going to let the commander die like this? The doctor fell into deep thought. There is a way. Previously, to treat Jian, Dr. Kehoe developed a method. If we use that method, not only the commander but others could be treated as well. He furrowed his brows. The doctor continued. The problem is that besides Kehoe Hosa, no one knows that treatment method. I tried asking for his help, but he absolutely refuses to leave his room. Just hearing that, Ha-young quickly ran off. I'll go convince him, everyone called out loudly. Ha-young! She reached the door and started pounding on it in a hurry. Doctor, are you in there? There are so many patients needing emergency care right now. Doctor, please come out and help them. Kehoe covered his ears, gritting his teeth. Impossible. I already said it's impossible. Please go away, Hyung urged. The commander is also in critical condition. Kiho bolted upright, his eyes widening. What? Even the commander? Hyung pounded on the door repeatedly. The number of injured will likely continue to rise, so you must come help them, doctor. Doctor, please. Kiho bowed his head, sweat pouring down like rain. Even so, I can't. He helplessly turned and shouted, I killed that person. I have no right to do it. I have no right to save people. Hyung outside was bewildered. What right? Is it because of that right that you still refuse to come out and help? She shouted. Since when does saving people require a right? Kiho was stunned. What? Hyung tried to convince him. I don't possess any abilities, so I can't do anything. But you have the power to save lives, yet you're sitting here obsessing over whether you have the right or not. She cried out in desperation. You are a doctor, and doctors save people. That's all there is to it. Why the hell would saving someone need a right? Doctor, please come help us. He sat inside, silent and thoughtful. The girl decided to turn and leave. Fine, I won't ask for your help anymore. Kiho, his expression troubled, went quiet. He reflected on why he became a doctor in the first place. The only reason he wanted to be a doctor was simple, to earn the right. When he was young, he had helplessly watched his mother pass away. Mom, wake up, save someone. Then, as he grew up, the zombies appeared. And even the chance to earn that right was stripped away. Kiho remembered the image of himself as a doctor saving lives. He had constantly been saving people because he thought one day this would grant him that right. Kiho jumped, realizing his resolve, and ran quickly. Why was I so stupid? Hyung is right. Does it need a right? Rather than that, he had arrived where Nuri was lying before he even realized it. Why do I need a right? Kiho arrived, leaving everyone in shock. He panted for breath. Quick, prepare to assist me. I just need to do what I should do. He leaned against the door, out of breath from running so fast. Because from the start, I was already an unqualified doctor. I'm sorry I'm late. Let's begin the surgery. In a room fully equipped with medical devices and modern machinery, in a space with dim lighting, the doctors were discussing. The secret to the treatment method is using Mire's blood. Using Dr. Kiho's ability? One of the doctors was surprised. Mire's blood can heal? Are you kidding me? Kiho spoke in the tense atmosphere. You hit the nail on the head. It sounds like a joke, but it's the truth. He meticulously prepared the surgical instruments and synthesized the active ingredient to save Nuri. Mire's blood has the ability to self-heal to a certain extent. It decides for itself whether it should heal a suitable host. The other doctor stood right there, watching curiously. You mean the blood has its own will? Kiho replied calmly. Yes, you're not wrong. Kiho was extremely amazed, his eyes widening as he looked into the test tube. My role is to help Mire's blood make positive choices. There's no reason I wouldn't reveal this treatment to you. It's just that I thought this method wasn't 100% perfected yet. He stared at the test tube, feeling anxious, with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. As for the preparation, I'm done, but I still need a few more things. The patient receiving the blood transfusion will have to overcome the dopamine. Ironically, this ability can only heal when the patient endures 100% of the pain with a body full of wounds. Although this treatment method isn't particularly special, it's harder than I thought. Hyung rushed in. Doctor, everything is prepared. Kiho was also in a rush. Then let's proceed. Rapid footsteps echoed as all three of them rushed off in a hurry, like a gust of wind, barely paying attention to his surroundings. Kiho is lost in thought. Is he really nothing special? Finding a new treatment is no easy task. After all, just how great is his will to save others? He gritted his teeth, poured every ounce of strength into his legs, and took off, his breath growing shorter with every step. This person definitely has more of a doctor's instinct than anyone else. The scene shifts, and everyone is fighting against the red scarecrows. Junha's baseball whizzed through the air like a bolt of lightning, then snapped back into his hand with terrifying speed. You're one tough cookie, aren't you? Hemi rushed to his side in the smoke-filled battlefield, her steps urgent as if racing against time. All right, let's hurry and destroy the energy core. Senior Garam and that guy Risuru will handle this zombie, otherwise Master Mire will come. She advised Junha, who was sweating profusely and panting heavily. We just need to do our duty. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Junha stood his ground, desperately trying to hurl the ball at the red scarecrow, hoping for a miracle. Just get out of here. Hemi, you can't stay here. Why are you so stubborn? We can't even deal with this zombie, can we? Fighting, we haven't even taken it down yet. She looked at Junha's body, worried more than anything. How do you expect to keep fighting with that arm? Covered in wounds, especially his heavily bandaged arm, Junha remained determined to throw that ball at the red scarecrow, while Hemi urged him to stop from behind. If you'd listen to me, we'd leave. Junha's gaze remained unshakable. Hemi was losing her mind in frustration. You're being stubborn for no reason. He recalled the story from long ago. Do you remember the day of the funeral? She was startled. What? Jun? Huh? His bruised, blood-stained hand flipped the ball up and down. After my father died in that massacre, a thought occurred to me. The next time I wear this armband, it'll be for that guy's funeral. He looked miserable, his face covered in cuts and a large bandage over his eye. I thought I'd feel relieved once I didn't have to hear his nagging anymore. Honestly, just thinking about the funeral made me incredibly sad. Back in reality, Junha threw the ball. It spun through the air before snapping perfectly back into his palm. Do you know what the dark side of this age of destruction is? Whoever is strong can do whatever they want, he roared in outrage. I will become strong and live life exactly how I want to. Junha screamed intensely, his eyes glowing red. Filled with fury and a burning will, his body covered in wounds, he threw the ball forward like a beast driven to the edge. Sorry, but you won't be dying here, because I'm going to drag you with me for the rest of your life. Hemi bit her lip, her face pale, sweat pouring down. Junha swung the ball with blinding speed. It looked like a fireball in his hand. He gritted his teeth and glared, throwing the ball forward with enough force to destroy everything in its path. Super cylinder throw. The red scarecrow suddenly had tears streaming down its face as it watched the ball flying toward it. It reacted with incredible agility and dodged the shot. Junha's eyes widened. His pupils constricted as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Damn it. It dodged that? I put everything I had into that throw. His eyes gleamed with ironclad resolve. Same here. Hemi lunged forward like a gale. Because this is an age of destruction, I'm going to score. Her attack came straight down from above, so fast it left only a blur, like the hammer of a thunder god striking the mortal realm. The red scarecrow stumbled back, and right before its eyes was the ball, hurtling toward it like a fireball. It ripped through the air with terrifying speed, like a lightning bolt from the sky punishing the earth. The impact filled the space with the stench of blood. It splattered everywhere, and the red scarecrow fell, motionless. Hemi carried her weapon, her face pale, gasping for breath. You need to quit smoking. You're a high school student. Why are you smoking? Junha looked just as wrecked, covered in grime and panting heavily. Hey, you're usually such a coward, but I didn't expect you to actually follow through. He laid out, arms and legs sprawled, enjoying the relief. That was awesome. Hemi collapsed to the ground too. You stubborn idiot, you're exhausting. She scrambled up. Hey, get up. We still have to destroy the energy core. Junha gasped for air, as if his lungs were giving out. Can't I get a 10-minute break? Just then, Risuru, in the form of a headless red scarecrow, was wobbling as he stood up. Hemi panicked. Hey, over there. Junha looked on, feeling drained. What is it? Risuru headed straight for them. Hemi frantically pulled on Junha's leg. Get up, hurry. The stubborn boy tried to run. You fool, get out of the way. Risuru folded his arms and muttered. Still able to use my power, huh? Wait there. I'm going somewhere else. Junha yelled. Behind you. She jumped and turned around. Junha's eyes went wide. And Risuru shouted, I told you to get out of the way, Hemi. Her eyes widened slightly. Her gaze froze for a moment, witnessing something beyond all expectations. Risuru used his power to shatter his outer shell. The red threads, like a butterfly cocoon, shattered and flew everywhere. Sniff, sniff. What is that smell? The corners of his mouth curled into a peculiar smile, his eyes sparkling with a joy that contained a whole sky of happiness. That's the scent of love. Risuru! Junha was overjoyed. This guy showed up at the right time. I told you he could be trusted. Hemi sighed in relief. Phew, that was close to death. Risuru beamed. Finally, my disciple is getting close to me. The two kids looked at him, bewildered. Junha, hearing that, looked annoyed. Get lost. Where did you come from to latch onto me like this? Hemi also voiced her attitude immediately. Disgusting. Don't act all close to me. Risuru smirked, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Really, I've been watching over you guys. You know, you two have improved tremendously. Damn it, why do tears keep falling whenever something happens? He reached out, pride swelling in his chest. You've all worked hard. Now, take my hand. Let's go together. His eyes were full of joy, glistening with touched tears. It sounds ridiculous, but what Risuru said was sincere. Without realizing it, he had developed more human emotions than zombie instincts. Hemi expressed her feelings too. Thanks for saving me, but don't make such a scene. I was just a little nervous earlier. Anyway, you're still a zombie. We're just cooperating for now. Risuru softened. Right. In the end, I'm still an outcast. These kids can't get too close to me. Behind them, 2 red scarecrows lunged to attack. Junha frowned and yelled, "Hey Risuru, aren't you done yet? What is that? Didn't you already handle this guy?" Risuru's eyes drooped. "Actually, I just came here like this." Hemi scrambled to run away, while he just stood there muttering. They were in the middle of a fight when that girl ran off. I thought it was strange, so I followed her. Who would have thought I'd run into you two? As the red puppet approached, Risuru leaped gracefully into the air. It was a good chance to see how much my disciples have improved. Junha was complaining like crazy. "That thing is still moving?" The boy shouted. "Risuru, because of you, I have to face 2 of them now. One was already enough to kill me." Risuru remained unfazed. "Don't worry." The red puppet lunged forward like a cyclone, unleashing a barrage of punches so rapid that the air around his fists shattered into shockwaves. Risuru just kept smiling calmly. They really are annoying, aren't they? They heal even from minor wounds, and their attacks are no joke, definitely not easy to deal with. Junha yelled, "That guy is posing while fighting." Risuru paused for a moment, crossed his arms over his chest, and flashed a confident smile. "Nothing I can't handle." Junha's eyes widened in shock as he saw Risuru controlling them both at once. "Hemi, stay calm. It's nothing to be surprised about." A swift, powerful slash sliced through the red puppet with ease. Risuru advised, "When facing similar opponents, the experience from previous battles is quite useful." The red puppet instantly collapsed. He felt satisfied, knowing that mindlessly fighting for a long time was just a waste of energy. Risuru wore a relaxed smile, his sharp eyes glinting with absolute self-assurance. No need to feel discouraged. "It doesn't mean you two are weak. It just means I'm smarter." He was feeling smug when suddenly Hemi panicked and stammered. Risuru Junha roared. Behind Risuru, an air of contempt hung in the air. "What now? More annoying dolls?" Over there, Jerry, who had been running, suddenly froze. She felt something squeezing her body. "What is this feeling? It can't be, no way." "That's not it." Suddenly, a figure radiating immense killing intent appeared out of nowhere behind Risuru, who was battling Mirima. Spectre hovered amidst a mystical purple light, looking down at Risuru's back with cold detachment. Her gaze was as calm as if she were sentencing him to death. She let out a sinister smile. "It's so irritating to have to deal with you one by one. Do you fools have no idea what fear is?" In the surreal space flooded with violet light and gargantuan fragments of the shattered barrier in the sky, Spectre reached her hand toward the 3 standing there, signaling the start of a fateful confrontation. "Don't get in the way of my plans." The ground exploded with a deafening roar. Countless chunks of earth and rock ripped from the ground and shot into the sky like artillery shells. Spectre soared into the air. "You weak, pathetic insects." Suddenly, Jerry's earpiece crackled with urgent sounds. "Garam, can you hear me?" She strained to listen, her heart racing as she broke into a sweat. "Jerry, what's going on?" Jerry reported. "Spectre has appeared in person." In front of Garam lay the red puppet that had just been defeated. "What are you talking about? Isn't that right? I'm fighting Mire in the air, aren't I?" Jerry was bewildered. "I thought so too. But it seems Spectre has imprisoned Mire and has come down here to deal with us directly." Garam couldn't believe his ears. Imprisoned? Above the massive floating orb, in the space Spectre had previously created, the puppet she fashioned sat with Mire. Jerry had guessed correctly. The puppet, tasked with holding her back, held a piece of cake and laughed merrily. "Come on, open up." In that colorful space, the puppet rested its chin on its hand, watching Mire with mechanical indifference. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Mire, with a look of disgust, helplessly chewed the food. Spectre had judged that mental control wouldn't work, so she chose to exert spatial control over Mire instead. This choice became an incredibly effective way to bind her. Below, Garam was deeply confused. "So, what do we do?" Jerry quickly stomped her foot, launched herself high into the air, and hit the ground with such force that a cloud of dust billowed up as if from an explosion. "Honestly, I didn't think she'd come down here herself. But maybe this is our chance?" She looked at Spectre, who was charging toward them, with full confidence. "Don't worry." The two collided. Jerry unleashed a kick with lightning speed, sparks flying. "I'll capture Spectre." But she tilted her body and dodged it gracefully. Spectre laughed arrogantly, as if the victory were already hers. "I was looking for you, but I didn't expect you to show up on your own. Aren't you going to bother destroying the energy cores?" Jerry's eyes blazed with fire. "No, I just thought that instead of doing that, capturing you directly would be more effective." Spectre spread her arms wide. The space she created covered a vast area. She laughed like a madwoman, full of disdain. "You're so weak, yet you want to capture me? In my very own domain?" Her hands were wrapped in red threads, her strike speed so fast it left only streaks of light. Don't get arrogant just because we're all Zyria managers. No matter how hard you try, you'll only end up taking my attacks. Spectre unleashed a massive wave of purple energy, spreading in every direction and creating intense impacts with overwhelming power. You cannot defeat me. Jerry kept a calm face, carrying an intense fighting spirit. Ha, we'll see about that. She unleashed a giant fireball, radiating a light so blinding it was like the sun. You never know until you try. She whispered through the earpiece to Garam. All right. Now. Spectre jumped over Jerry's head, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Where are your eyes looking, huh? Suddenly, she froze, her gaze turning icy as she sensed something. At the same time, Garam used his power to attack her energy source, creating a blinding blue explosion. Spectre winced in pain, covering her face with her hand. Jerry finally spoke up. How was that? Nice move, isn't it? Rage flared in Spectre's eyes. You guys really want to capture me that badly, huh? Jerry smiled triumphantly. Capture you? For Spectre? Of course. She ran frantically with speed that couldn't be underestimated. If they destroyed all the energy cores, Spectre's energy would weaken, and Mire could escape. It was the best way to increase their chances of winning this battle. She transmitted the message. I'll tell you guys the locations of the energy cores. Everyone, destroy them while I deal with Spectre. Garam frowned, worried. Can you take on Spectre all by yourself? Jerry quickly replied. It's fine, because I'm not here alone. It turned out Risuru had arrived to provide support. Spectre sneered. What's this? You're still alive? Risuru replied nonchalantly. How dare you throw stones at my disciples? Jerry pointed straight at her with confidence. I knew you'd come. Risuru, your timing is perfect. Risuru gritted his teeth, poured his strength into his legs, and lunged straight forward. How can he stand there? The puppet's aura erupted violently. Jerry rushed forward amidst the roaring flames. Sorry about this, but what can you do? This is a guardian too. Even if I have to strain myself, I'm confident I can take it. Spectre's fury reached its peak, and she roared, You bastards! Do you take me for a joke? Get out of my sight already! A spiral of energy shot out like a giant drill, piercing through every obstacle in its path. Risuru unleashes his skill, activating his blood dagger ability to shred the Black Emperor. Spectre stands tall and proud. Is this pathetic attack supposed to be something? Jerry waved his hand, and a sea of fire erupted instantly, surging forward. Spectre unexpectedly unleashed a weapon to counter. The moment they collided, a blinding white light fused with the flames, swallowing everything in its path. Then came an explosion that shook the earth. Junha looked up, impressed. Seriously? I didn't think they'd last this long against Spectre. He gritted his teeth. Annoyed as he was, he had to admit they were actual guardians. Himi urged him, Hey, Junha, move your feet. He grumbled. I know, I'm going. The moment Junha unleashed his technique, the sea of fire flared intensely. Above, Spectre twisted her body, dodging in the blink of an eye as Jerry's strike created a shockwave, sending debris flying at high speeds. On her side, Himi also struck to destroy the energy core. Spectre was still trying to counterattack. To finish it, Garam focused her energy, gathering it in her palms, releasing blinding rays of light. Spectre was fighting back desperately, gritting her teeth. A voice echoed, All the energy cores have been destroyed. Garam looked up at the giant red sphere where Spectre was imprisoning Mire. This should be fine, right? Jerry stood firm. It's over, Spectre. I don't know what kind of plan you were dreaming of, but everything ends here. She looked up, her eyes filled with joy. All right, get out of there, Mire. Once you're out, we're done. The giant sphere, surrounded by red threads, showed no signs of breaking. She wondered, wait, why? Why isn't anything happening? Her power was clearly linked to those energy cores. Her pupils suddenly constricted, her eyes full of confusion. Spectre laughed smugly, patting her own forehead while shaking with laughter. You bunch of stupid worms. Just in case of emergencies, I kept a portion of the power for myself. Her face twisted horribly, and one of her eyes popped out. No choice then. I'll just have to capture all of you myself. The puppet in the air felt his limbs go stiff, his eyes wide with shock. Junha and Himi stood frozen, faces completely blank at what just happened. Looking at Risuru, who was panting with her teeth clenched in pain, everyone was horrified. Risuru, what's wrong? Jerry shouted in desperation. Risuru held her face in helplessness. No way, are there really no energy cores left? How is she still using her powers? She stumbled, her vision darkening as sweat poured down like rain. What is even? Jerry and Risuru, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground. Spectre laughed triumphantly. Did you think everything was in the palm of your hand? She joyfully spread her arms, her face filled with gloating. Now, your lifespans will be mine. Her gaze was cold and calculated. I just need to create an infinite space. Finally, my long-cherished dream is coming true. Garam stepped forward gently to comfort them, to Spectre's surprise. You did well, Jerry. She sat down, looking at Jerry once more. You've worked hard, Spectre squinted. What? Who is that? The smile on her lips vanished, replaced by complete shock. Clearly, I took the lifespans of every living creature here already. The symbol on Garam's helmet glowed, her voice filled with resolve. Leave the rest to me. She stood tall, her eyes determined and glowing. I will capture her no matter what. The scene flashed back to scattered memories of Garam training. Suddenly, a dumbbell slipped and bounced due to natural reflex. After some time, I learned one thing. Unconsciously, she looked at the rack of weights and plates arranged neatly. What I used to think was easy is much harder than I imagined. When you overcome one wall, a higher wall awaits us on the other side. She sat quietly on the training bench, breathing heavily. The harder I try, the more clearly I see that I've reached my limit. Garam's eyes were sad, a dull, distant look, as she held on to the final memories. Deep down, there was still quiet pain, a sense of loss that was hard to put into words. Jerry lay there, his eyes hollow, his face devoid of life. Garam sat down in agony. You've worked hard. The light on her helmet glowed like a signal, stirring her determination. Leave the rest to me. She stood straight, her determined eyes glowing as she stared at Spectre. I will capture her no matter the cost. Garam accelerated in an instant. Her steps, even, decisive, and powerful, her body leaning forward. In Spectre's eyes, the reflection of fire was rushing toward her. This wasn't just a kick. It was launched neatly, decisively, with her hips rotating powerfully. Her legs snapped straight like a spring, releasing all her strength into Garam. Speed? She fell to the ground, skidding a distance, her hands clawing the dirt to steady herself. Spectre kicked again, light as air. Oh, look closely. Spectre stepped hard onto Garam, the force so great the ground cracked in pieces around her. You're the human who used to stand beside Risuru, right? She lifted her leg and slammed it down like a sledgehammer onto her head. I think I get it now. You have the ability to preserve your lifespan, don't you? To explain. Among the powers of Fredian and the Transcendence, there are cases of lifespan preservation. Just like how Garam has the power to protect herself with a circle of light, Garam's power is the same. Her lifespan is converted into energy, which then activates her knowledge transfer ability. Because of that, her lifespan was preserved beforehand, so Spectre couldn't steal it. Spectre pressed Garam's face into the ground, creating a large crater. Normally, this lifespan preservation ability allows the user to obtain power beyond imagination. But yours is so weak. Sorry, but you're too weak to be my opponent. She laughed, satisfied. The smile of a victor, one you don't need to worry about. I'm in a good mood, so I won't kill you. Spectre leaped up, heading straight toward the space of the sphere she had created. Live well. Garam struggled to lift herself, furious that she couldn't do anything more. She slammed her hand into the ground. I'm weak. I know that well. With determination, she leaped up powerfully. Her body shot up and flew off like a gust of wind. Spectre unleashed a knee strike as powerful as a crashing wave, giving Garam no chance to react. Why are you so annoying? Your power is praiseworthy, but you need to know your limits. I don't have time to play with you. Even though her wounds were bleeding, Garam's hand gripped Spectre's knee tight, ignoring her screams. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you think you have 2 lives? At that moment, a halo of light radiated from her head. Blood stained her mouth, but she kept muttering incomprehensible words. Derman John Pelm, Chajob Spectre was confused. What? Have you lost your mind? In truth, Garam knew exactly who she was and what she was doing. When Nat failed to transform into a semi-zombie, I knew that manipulating chi could balance out one's power. On her head, a yellow power button flashed continuously. It felt as if she were being controlled. Just like you said, I am weak, so I only do what I am capable of. Spectre was confused. What nonsense are you babbling about? A circular stream of light erupted from Garam's hand like a glowing whirlwind. Aura swirled around the brilliant energy core. She stuttered. What the hell are you doing? She kept muttering. The martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the motherland. Do you even know what these people are called? Spectre finally looked terrified. Ah, let me go. Damn it, isn't this just a raw gem? Garam's gaze turned icy, a twisted smile plastered with blood, and a frantic look that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. The world calls them heroes. Spectre felt something was wrong with her nonsensical words. Suddenly, the sphere, surrounded by red threads, began rotating at extreme speeds. Spectre looked up in a panic as the orb suddenly shattered in midair. In an instant, a blinding white light exploded, swallowing every color in sight. Her face froze for a moment, her eyes wide with shock and regret. No, my space. Enraged, she unleashed countless wooden stakes to impale Garam. Let go, she screamed in desperation. You can't. Garam fell freely through the vast void, like a leaf torn from a branch in a storm. Her eyes grew dim and unfocused before closing completely, leaving everything to fate. Suddenly, Dong Ho appeared out of nowhere to catch her falling body. Garam's face was deathly pale, her eyes barely fluttering. Senior, he shouted, tears streaming down his face in agony as he witnessed the scene. Garam, have you lost your mind? What the hell are you doing? You know you're not supposed to use your powers so recklessly. Garam looked at him, too weak to speak. How are you here, Senior? Spectre already drained your lifespan. Dong Ho's image began to fade, and she closed her eyes. This is so annoying. But Senior, you actually look kind of handsome as a half-zombie. You weren't this good-looking before. He continued to scream in pain. Jingaram, open your eyes, please. Dong Ho sat there, numbly hugging her body. Jingaram, open your eyes. Jingaram. Spectre tried to calm down. Crazy. They've gone crazy. This is insane. What the hell just happened? For a second, I felt my space twisting. Her eyes widened as Dong Ho shouted from below. Spectre lunged forward frantically, her fist aimed straight at her. I will never forgive you. She looked annoyed. What now? Spectre glared at the teary-eyed Dong Ho. I already took your lifespan. Where the hell did this guy come from? He charged like a lightning bolt, but she dodged him effortlessly. With just one strike, she sent him flying back. If you can't even fight, what's the point? Get lost. His body slammed into her spatial orb like a stray balloon. She roared in a frenzy. First her, now this guy? So annoying. You weaklings are all the same. Spectre snapped and landed a heavy, brutal punch right on Dong Ho's face. Why do you keep ruining my plans? She shrieked. Get out of here. Get lost. Dong Ho still tried his best to confront her. I said, get lost. You're just provoking me. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he yelled, You're the weak one, you pathetic bitch. Spectre's eyes ignited with intense rage. Her gaze sharp as a blade locked onto her opponent. What? She lunged and rained down blows. Weak? Did you say I'm weak? She gripped Dong Ho's throat. Say that again. I am not weak. His face turned pale, his eyes flickering between terror and desperation as he struggled to break free. Her pupils constricted, her gaze malicious. What do you think now? She erupted in fury, drawing a weapon and screaming. I'm right, aren't I? You useless bastard, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? The weapon struck down with such speed that even Spectre couldn't track it clearly. The weapon struck the head of Choi Han, the puppet she had created in her space. She froze. What is this? Choi Han? How her eyes were deep like an endless dark abyss, with pupils glowing orange-red like smoldering embers. A blast sounded in an instant, sending dust, smoke, and debris flying in every direction. All the food items inside the space Spectre created scattered everywhere, slamming directly into her. What the hell is going on? Mire's voice echoed. You're already weak. Dong Ho was still sobbing, while Spectre panicked. Mire stepped on the scattered round pastries from the space to move. He gently held one up in front of her. And you still attack them? Don't be so pathetic. Mire softly dropped a piece of debris from Spectre's space onto her head. She was sent flying back so fast she was just a blur for a split second. It turned out Mire had unleashed an explosive kick, a perfect combination of speed, power, and precision, creating the impact of a shockwave. His face remained almost expressionless, his calm eyes looking down to see Dong Ho weeping. He slumped over, giving up on everything. It's enough. Don't bother saving me. His body went limp, his shoulders, once straight, now hunched and heavy, his back slightly bent, every movement slow and lifeless. He had given up on it all. I checked everything. Commander Kehoe, even Garam, they were all killed by Spectre. What's the point of me living in this world anymore? Mire grabbed his collar and pulled him down, his voice helpless. It's all over. The lines on Mire's face remained frozen in absolute stillness. Spectre crawled out from the rubble, dust still swirling around them. She laughed loudly, her lips stretching wide toward her ears. So you're still alive? My Black Knight? She sat atop the rubble, as if it were a makeshift throne. The rumors that you weren't dead were true, huh? I was worried sick, thinking all my spaces had vanished at once. Spectre's satisfied smile spread across her face, her lips curling with calculation. I just need to recreate the lost space, that's all. Besides, I still have plenty of human lifespans in my hands. Just you wait. I'll trap you in my space again. The scene shifted to Mire, setting Dong-ho down on the ground safely. What did you just say? Dong-ho shouted in anguish. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Tears poured uncontrollably down his face, the drops trailing down his pale cheeks, mingling with the choked sobs stuck in his throat. I said, Spectre killed everyone. Even if you won't share my sorrow, you can at least help me take revenge. I already said it. Mire's face remained as flat as a still lake. There's no need for that. You're driving me crazy. I thought there was still a shred of humanity left in you. Spectre sprinted forward like a gust of wind. Oh? Why are you two arguing? I heard you were going to take revenge or something. But it looks like you've got a difference of opinion, huh? Dong-ho froze, staring at Spectre. He stood up, reached out to stop Mire, and declared clearly, Fine, Mire, if you won't do it, I will. Only by being a troublemaker will I not feel ashamed before those who sacrifice themselves so bravely. His gaze became resolute. Stay there. Don't you dare stop me. I will finish off Spectre with my own hands. Mire watched, indifferent. Suit yourself. As Dong-ho charged forward, Spectre stood there, laughing with utter contempt. Huh. You just gonna charge in head first like that? He lunged forward with a punch so fast it left a blur of light, but she just stood there with her arms crossed, dodging it effortlessly. Pretty aggressive, aren't you? Fine. I'll be your opponent then, since I'm in no rush. Spectre unleashed a strike that sent him flying away like a dried leaf caught in the wind. Let's see how much more you can take. She launched a flurry of blows, and Dong-ho's body took the brunt of every hit. Oh? Your durability isn't half bad. She struck so hard that his body was knocked off the ground, sent flying back several meters. Down below, Mire watched with an unnervingly expressionless face as Dong-ho dragged himself up, only to collapse to his knees. He slumped over, blood spraying from his mouth. Spectre sneered. Ha! What is this? You're winded already. Wasn't it you who talked big about revenge? Is this the best you can do? You're just a liability. Her eyes were hollow, her fingers twirling aimlessly. Still, you're a rare specimen, a half-zombie going out of your way to help humans. I thought you were just a rookie, but I didn't expect your power to be this exceptional. Dong-ho hung his head, his gaze sharpening as tears welled up and began to fall. He roared in pure rage. Damn you! Spectre calmly flicked a pencil, piercing his head clean through. His body flew back by the sheer force of the impact. That's better, she mocked him. If you've got a mouth, use it. What's with all the screaming? But honestly, this is kind of fun. She smirked arrogantly. You're colder than I thought. I figured you were on the human side. But I guess not. Mire stood there, looking stern and immovable. Her sharp eyes remained completely unfazed. Spectre was still gloating. Hope you didn't pick the wrong side. Honestly, I'm getting tired now. Mire's eyes turned cold as ice. That's good enough. Let's finish this. A massive image of Dong-ho appeared, grinning confidently right behind Spectre. What? She panicked. What the hell? I clearly just shot a hole through his head. Dong-ho stepped forward and wrapped her in a tight grip. She struggled. Let me go. How dare you? She gritted her teeth, fighting back. The air was so silent that the wind brushing against the leaves sounded terrifying to the Spectre. Why are they? She watched in alarm as the beads of light slowly shattered and vanished into thin air. My life force beads, they're disappearing. Dong-ho held her tighter and whispered into her ear with a triumphant smile. Thanks for the cooperation. Because of you, we finally bought ourselves some time. Spectre looked stunned. How was my acting? She gasped. Acting? Let's rewind a bit. Back to when Dong-ho met Garam. He had been lost in agony, his tears falling uncontrollably. She called out softly. Senior, he sobbed. Garam, you're awake? She whispered weakly. I'm fine. Stay calm and listen to me. Garam's eyes were hazy. No matter what happens, I won't die. To catch the Spectre, just keep stalling for me. I'll return the life force to everyone. His tears continued to stream down his face. Following Garam's request, Dong-ho came up with the best plan to help her. He discussed it with Mire. It was all an act. Mire, you get it, right? I'll put on a show like I'm out for revenge against the Spectre. Mire asked. Is that really necessary? Dong-ho replied urgently. What? Look, you heard the situation over the Y earpiece, didn't you? Let's start. She's going to be here soon. Then the play began, and both were acting loud. Mire said, What did you just say? Are you not hearing me? Dong-ho tried his best to cry and shout. I said, the Spectre killed everyone. Even if you won't share my pain, we can still get revenge together. Mire turned to him, acting wary. I told you already. There's no need for that. Dong-ho reminded her. Hey, what are you doing? Pretend to be in sync with me, will you? It took so much effort to even shed these tears. Honestly, she was impressed by his acting skills. To any outsider, this looked like a poorly planned mess. But it was unfolding perfectly. It was no surprise, though it was all thanks to Dong Ho's skills. This was a completely ridiculous plan. Garam smiled in satisfaction. Truly, he always finds such bizarre ways to be helpful. Upon hearing everything, the specter screamed in despair. Dong Ho kept holding her tight and smiled. Right now, Mire. Finish it. Mire lunged forward coldly. Despite all the chaos around her, her expression didn't change at all, as if her emotions were locked away behind those tranquil eyes. The specter shrieked, "Are you trying to kill me along with this half-zombie trash, you freak?" She struggled desperately. "Let go! Let me go now! You're going to die too, you idiot!" Dong Ho replied nonchalantly. "Let go of what?" He stood there with his arms crossed and a smirk. "I wasn't even holding you." The specter couldn't move. She trembled. "What are you talking about?" He revealed the truth. "Let me tell you something interesting. I never got shot in the head, and I never held on to you for even a second." He opened up. "From your perspective, it might have looked like I was holding you tight." The specter was so angry she stuttered. "What the hell are you talking about?" Dong Ho pointed to his head and smirked proudly. "That's the ability I gained after becoming a half-zombie. Thanks to you, I was able to level up my power." Specter's face turned bright red. "You damn dog. Is he a clairvoyant?" Mire covered her face, stretching her hand forward. She focused her energy, creating a glowing purple magic orb that radiated immense power. To Mire. First form. Bloodburst. The orb unleashed a force like a hurricane, sweeping away everything in its path. The ground shook and erupted, as if a massive explosion had just occurred. Dong Ho's jaw dropped in shock. "Oh my god, this is my first time seeing this attack. This kid Mire is a total monster." The specter was caught in the whirlwind, her body covered in wounds. What was that? Compared to the first attack, this one is even more terrifying. Mire stood calmly, watching her lie in the rubble after the assault. She struggled against those small fries while trying to collect life force. "I've used too much power, and now I've taken a direct hit from a surprise attack like that. I have to control this bastard." Mire walked forward with her back straight, shoulders back, and a determined gaze. Every step exuded overwhelming presence. The specter worried, "Will I be able to do this?" In that suffocating atmosphere, she urged herself to get back up. "Get up," her inner self fought back. "I told you to get up. My goal isn't finished yet." She remembered the person who helped her when she was bullied as a child. "I still have to make Choi Hano taste the feeling of infinite punishment." Mire's eyes were filled with determination as she thrust her fist straight forward. The specter closed her eyes, trying to endure. "Specter, hold on." Mire's hand suddenly punched through the body of Choi Hano, who was still wearing a gentle smile. Her inner voice was still intense. "Get up now." The wounded specter stood up, bewildered. Choi Hano. "Why? I didn't give you the order to." She didn't let out a cry. Her face suddenly became a blur. That silence made the day. Pain even heavier than any sound of weeping. Her faltering voice called out, Choi Hano. And Mire didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Not a single smile crossed her face. Only deep, calm eyes remained, like a frozen lake. I knew it. Choi Han's face went blank. His lips parted slightly, and suddenly his face flushed with a gentle, pursed lip smile. Cutting to memories of the past, when Spectre was still a naive schoolgirl in pure love, she shyly held out a cute heart-shaped gift box. Choi Han, this is a Valentine's gift. She shyly bowed her head, holding the gift straight out in front of her. Can you go on a date with me? Choi Han stood with his hands in his pockets. You don't know who I am? She still blushed. You're Choi Han, right? Han flashed a friendly smile. Let's date. Ah, I already knew back then. Shifting to a scene where Spectre lay listlessly on the floor, her eyes soulless, and her body covered in wounds. Something wasn't right. Her hair fell over her face, her eyes filled with sorrow as she whispered to herself, Why did you do this to me? Why in the world are you like this? Choi Han's cheeks flushed, his gaze still gentle. What? Aren't we dating? Can't you just do as I want? He was indifferent, thinking of it as a game. All right, let's have fun together. Spectre dragged her bare feet away. Everyone looked at her with judgmental, discriminating eyes. No one stood up to check on her or protect her. They were all cold. In her stained hands, the gift package had become a chaotic mess of red. Her face was covered in an indescribable sadness, her eyes heavy as if burdened with countless secrets, while the corners of her mouth were just tightly pressed in silence. A voice came from inside her house. You're home? Mom already cooked dinner. Spectre didn't open the door to enter but just stood outside and knocked hard. Her younger sibling, who was watching TV, turned around in surprise. Sister Spectre shouted, frantically using a knife to stab repeatedly at a doll made of red threads. Choi Han has taken my life away. Upset, she sat on her bed in the room, stabbing the doll repeatedly with the knife. I can't go back to the life I had before. I will just live as if nothing happened. Returning to reality, red threads snapped and flew all over the space. No, this can't be. Spectre stood before Choi Han. How many threads in his body burst out after Mire's punch? Doesn't he deserve to be punished? She screamed in agony. How is it? How do you like it? Is this fun? Does it look like a game to you? The Choi Han puppet lay motionless. The red threads had snapped and fallen from his eyes and mouth. Answer me. Spectre's eyes were heavy with sadness. The familiar voice of Choi Han was just that much. He stood up abruptly, still wearing that fake, bone-chilling, gentle smile. Is that all the revenge you could prepare? He reached out and pushed her forward. How boring. Mire watched, feeling confused. What's this? Spectre's body spun in midair, thrown backward in a completely unbalanced state. Because I wanted to see that miserable look of yours, I kept your main body and turned you into a doll. I didn't expect it to end up like this. Her long hair flew in the wind. Sorry, but Choi Han, it's not over yet. She transformed, her hair puffing up to support her entire body, her face distorting as if withering away to reveal deep eye sockets. I will also take your life away. The entire space shattered into colorful pieces. Choi Han's body suddenly couldn't be controlled, as if sucked in by something. A giant gift box appeared, its powerful suction pulling everything inside. Choi Han was being drawn in. Spectre's body was slowly fading away. What a pity. She was sucked in along with the thick smoke and dust. I wanted to see it with my own eyes, and yet Mire also lost her balance and flew straight toward the gift box at a terrifying speed. She was sucked in. He dug his feet into the ground to regain his balance. A strange suction spread through the air. It was invisible, yet as clear as the hand of an ancient power silently pulling everything toward it. He muttered that it was because of that thing. On the side where Nuri was being treated, Kiho woke up drowsily while the building was shaking. What's that? The building is shaking. What's going on? Did I pass out? A doctor ran over in a panic. Doctor, you're awake? Kiho was confused. What is happening? The doctor was so urgent, she stuttered. Right now, the building is not. The entire city image blurred. It seems like the whole world tree is shaking. A soldier on this side was screaming with all his might. Wake up! Hey, hey! She was frantic, her mouth wide open as she pulled Jerry to keep her from being sucked in. Wake up, please! I'm begging you. Jerry woke up, dazed. What? What's happening? I was clearly fighting Spectre. The soldier panicked. If you're awake, let's try to hold on. Jerry was still curious. Hey, what happened? The soldier explained. I don't know either. I was passing by and saw you, then suddenly you were sucked up into the sky. Her eyes widened as the soldier spoke. Damn it, even if I intended to ignore it, why did everything turn out like this? Back then, you also helped our camp. So, in that moment, the soldier remembered the image of Jerry. Looking back, she was the person beside Mire. At that time, other soldiers tried to throw bones up, but it was completely useless. They shattered and were sucked into the gift box, no effect. What should we do? A soldier screamed desperately as he was sucked in. Then another couldn't escape the pull. While other soldiers tried to hold on to avoid being sucked in, Dongho was terrified, hugging Garam and calling out loudly. Mire? You're here? What in the world is that? He replied. I don't know. The massive suction force continuously pulled Garam away. Dongho held on tight. Must hold on to Garam. His face was stiff, his jaw clenched, eyebrows furrowed tightly, eyes burning with the will to hold on. Seriously, what am I supposed to do about that thing? Garam spoke weakly, her arms around him. What? She said tiredly. Senior, you aren't being sucked into the sky. It's me. It will suck in those wearing the bracelet and those around them. It is targeting me, Mire, or Jerry. The surrounding dirt and rocks swirled and burst upward following the vortex of energy being sucked in. Dongho was panicked. What? So everything around here will crumble until one of the three is sucked in? If it stays like this, the entire world tree will be sucked away. No matter how much chaos was around, his expression didn't change. It was as if Mire's emotions had been locked away behind his calm eyes. For a moment, he suddenly remembered Joe. We fight to protect something. He raised his fist to touch fists with him. The final result of this fist is the reason you must win. Mire jumped up with determination. I will fight it. Dongho was scared. Kiho, wait, do you know what's inside there? Mire was indifferent. Anyway, I won't die. That's not the point. If you get trapped and can't escape like this, what will you do? Garam opened her eyes. Then we'll find another way. Come back here, hurry up. He was firm. It's fine. From below, someone shouted loudly. Mire. Kehoe opened his eyes. Mire remained calm. Anyway, I didn't die. That's not the point. If you were trapped and couldn't find a way out like this, what would you do? Garam opened her eyes slightly. We'll find another way. Come back. Hurry up. He was determined. It's okay. From below, someone shouted. Mire Kehoe's eyes opened wide. Ha Young is also panicked. And even Ji-yeon's eyes widen in sheer shock at what just happened. Mire's gaze remains sharp and steady, every feature of her face reflecting her determination to give it her all. Despite the consequences, I can do it because I'm fighting to protect everyone. Jerry's foot stomped down on his head. No, this can't be happening. She gently shoved him back to the ground. He still couldn't leave this place. At the hospital where Nuri was lying, things were shaking too, and the leaves were all swirling in one direction. Everyone inside was in a panic. Whatever this is, we have to hold on tight. Is it an earthquake or something? Kehoe rushed forward, darting ahead like a gust of wind, his mind racing with worries. I don't know the full situation, but things are definitely taking a turn for the worse. Spectre's dolls are going to take this chance to swarm the front entrance. His eyes burned with determination, as if he were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. If that's the case, I have to stop them. Cut 2, Jerry gently stepping on Mire's head, forcing him down. She calmly tucked her hands into her pockets in the blink of an eye. Mire felt a heavy pressure crushing down, dragging him toward the ground. What are you doing? Jerry let out a faint smile, a cryptic glint in her eyes. What are you planning to do? He channeled all his strength into his legs and propelled himself off the ground, shooting into the air like an arrow. Don't get in my way. If you don't want to die, get out of here. She looked up, watching him. That's cold, really. Before he could react, threads of fire had tightly bound his wrists. Mire's arms and legs were constricted, trapping him in the midst of a dancing sea of fire. Jerry spoke up, a confident smile on her face. But sorry, I'm not letting you go that easily. The spirit is lending me its power, after all. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over my dead body. She urged him. Go down, the humans need you. He looked down with a calm gaze at the soldiers below, struggling against the gravitational pull just to survive. Hold on tight. If you get pulled up, you're done for. What is that? What do you mean? Everyone wanted to dive into the gift box Spectre created to fight her, so the two of them ended up clashing in a chaotic brawl. In the moment of impact, a blinding light exploded clearly 2 colors below, as people whispered to each other. Jerry and Mire. Both were determined to be the one to go up there. Jerry gritted her teeth and struck, while Mire refused to yield. With just a wave of her hand, a burst of flames shot out, snaking flexibly through the air and heading straight for him. Mire fought back fiercely. Quick as a flash, he counterattacked in pursuit. 2 streaks of light, one of burning red fire and one of pitch-black darkness, collided at a terrifying speed. They swirled together in a fierce battle. In a split second, Mire's body was torn apart by the flames, but he kept trying to chase Jerry. His eyes stared at her, helpless yet resolute. Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? I already told you, there's no way out unless you truly intend to kill me. Her eyes glowed brightly, accompanied by a calm smile. Don't you have it? That thought of truly wanting to kill me? Jerry flicked her hand, and a blaze of fire erupted, blasting Mire's body back to the ground. He surrendered himself to the endless void, his body losing all sense of grounding, with only the constant howling of the wind in his ears. In that moment, Jerry remembered all the wonderful memories of him from their first meeting, right up until he stood up to protect her in front of Garam. Along with that were images of a meal shared together like a family. For the first time, she felt cared for by strangers, and tears welled up in her eyes. Those small, fleeting joys made Jerry smile happily. She volunteered to be pulled into that giant box. Thank you for giving me such beautiful memories. Mire's eyes were filled with fear, his trembling arms reaching out as far as they could. His fingers splayed as if to hold on to her as she drifted away, but the distance between them kept growing. He willed his hand to detach from his body, launching it forward at the speed of light. That arm moved at light speed, nearly touching Jerry, but her body was slowly fading away. Goodbye, my friend. The fragments drifted into the void, spinning freely in the air under the dim light, sparkling as they went. The soldiers below also felt the gravitational pull gradually weaken. Over there, Junha and Hemi also noticed the ground had stopped shaking. The puppets Spectre had created were also slowly dissolving into the air. The sky returned to its usual stillness, and people were no longer losing their balance. The scenery is back to normal. Mire's hand slowly returned to its proper place. He collapsed into the rubble, that arm still reaching forward, clutching at something he couldn't grasp. He lay there, deathly still, his face so vacant that he didn't even react to the sounds around him. What should we do now? In that colorful space filled with countless objects, the fire spirit that lent Jerry its power spoke up. This is an infinite space that Spectre poured all its lifespan into creating. Of course, this space will never disappear. In this place, Spectre's dolls won't die, but will be reborn. If you analyze it calmly, I will also become a form of existence that cannot die. It looked at Choi Ha-no, the puppet Spectre created in that space. Perhaps you will be trapped here forever, fighting that kid. It warned, you must know that everything is a result of your own karma. Because you used my power to commit so many sins, Jerry calmly accepted everything. Ending up in this place is a way to settle all that karma, isn't it? And you were the one who awakened the ego inside the body Spectre created for me, right? She looked at the vast space with absolute confidence, an aura of determination washing over her. Fine then. Whatever. I'll keep fighting, no matter how long it takes. Cut to the hospital. When Kiho reached the door, he could only stand there with a vacant face, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ha-chun was motionless, sitting in a position that blocked the entrance, his body no longer whole. Park Hwang sat there in silence, tears streaming down his face. Kiho stammered. What? What happened here? He panicked and tried to hold on. I'll just, Ho-rang said sadly. It's too late. His heart ached for that idiot. If he had only asked for help, it wouldn't have ended up like this. To protect the hospital, he stood alone, blocking the entrance. By the time I arrived, it was already too late. When he heard that, Kiho froze. I don't know who I'm supposed to tell. He smiled because he sacrificed his life to save everyone. Park Hoang bowed his head weakly. That fool. Dong-ho ran over and shouted, Garam, are you okay? She coughed violently, then slowly regained her breath. Senior everyone. Dong-ho smiled brightly. Seriously, who's worried about whom here? It's all settled. Let's head to the hospital. Mire was still sitting on the rubble, dazed. It was all over. Time passed, and the deep blue sky was filled with drifting white clouds. Soldiers were clearing the battlefield and repairing the damage after the war had passed. A few days later, everyone, move carefully. This way, the rubble is being cleared. Take it slow. Don't overexert yourself. You guys, head over here and help us out, Jin Zugun said, holding a book with a heavy heart. He gave his life for this. He stared blankly at one spot. If Garam knew about this, she would be devastated. You've worked so hard. Thank you so much. He stood silently by Ha-chun's grave. The cross marking it was now draped with his jacket. As expected, a talent like him really should have been a firefighter. Kiho closed his eyes and bowed his head, his face calm, while Nuri asked from behind, Are you praying? He replied, Yes. She leaned on her cane, looking into the distance. Sorry to interrupt your prayers, but there is no God in this world. Praying? How meaningless. Kiho, still kneeling, was startled. Chief, you're awake? She knelt down quietly as well. As the chief, how could I possibly fall? Kiho thought in disbelief. With that many wounds, it's a miracle she's alive. She's more than just a title, that chief. Nuri lowered her head, eyes gently closed. Kiho wondered, You're praying? Didn't you just say it was useless? Her eyes were as still as a lake without a ripple. But deep down lay a silent, nameless sorrow. To me, it's meaningless. But, she continued, for those who have left, it might mean something. Kiho sighed softly. I see. Jian noticed Mire standing still, observing everything, and gently reminded him. Mire, we have to go. The sun is setting. He looked sad. Yeah. In the forest, I wish you luck. Ji Ha-young silently departed. He cast one last glance back. The weapon planted on the grave was a symbol of the one who had passed away. We'll come visit you again. Thin clouds drifted lazily, reflecting the twilight as if covered in a soft, golden sheen. By now, all the Hongdiu portals around Busan had vanished. A great war would soon begin. Inside the hospital, Risuru was enjoying some delicious red apples. Hem Junha was covered in bandages, nursing his wounds. In another room, Garam and Dong-ho were silently looking out the window. Outside, Nuri stood lost in thought, and Mire still had that sharp, cold gaze. The scene shifted to the last remaining enemy. A blurry image appeared before his eyes. Naria said cheerfully, Oh, you're awake? You recovered faster than I thought. Kyung's eyes snapped open, sweat pouring down. Kyung sat up, incredibly surprised. How is that possible? Naria was sitting at a computer, intently typing on the keyboard. You can't do that yet. You haven't adjusted to your body, She reminded him that her body was being reconstructed by combining mechanical parts with human remains. You have to wait until your nervous system gets used to it. She was shocked. My body is being reconstructed? She lifted her hand, clenching and unclenching it. Although the black hand looked completely different from the rest of her body, it felt incredibly surreal, unbelievable. I thought I was dead. I didn't think you could actually save me. Neria recalled the moment he excitedly pulled a body out of the sea. I'm going to make good use of this body. Kyung's hair hung down, her breath weak. No, I can't die. Neria was startled. Still alive. Are you? She grit her teeth in pain. I have to go save my teammates. I still haven't found them. My senior, Tarim. Neria squinted. Don't worry. I intended to save you anyway. Thanks to you, a lot of troublesome tasks have been reduced. I'll pass on your regards to my friend. Kyung's eyes widened in shock. Back then, I was half-conscious, so I thought I just saw something. So it was real that I was dragged away. She sat up, her face dazed. If I recall correctly, your name is Neria, right? Thank you for saving me. It's nothing, Neria said, waving a hand dismissively. I only saved you because I need you. He turned away casually. Oh, that's right. I looked into your thoughts a little bit. I intended to say hello, but couldn't get a word out. He kept reading my thoughts? Kyung's face bowed, her lips trembling. If so, she said, feeling dazed. The message I feel in my head, was that left by you? Neria wondered. What message? I didn't leave anything. She sighed. I see. Neria flew off. Right, that's taken care of. Shall we go now? Go meet your friend. I left some clothes over there. You'll have to manage on your own. See ya. Bye. Kyung reached out to touch the black clothes. Talking about meeting up and then just saying goodbye? He always says things that are hard to understand. The clothes were almost impossible to wear. She put her hand to her head, deep in thought. If it wasn't set up by Neria, she turned to look at the fabric covers in the distance. She pulled one hard over her body. She wanted to run immediately, but she couldn't. Kyung stepped out of the cave entrance with bare feet. She hadn't returned yet. The scene shifted to the hospital, where a cheerful and lively voice rang out. Hey Mire, you're here too? Time for a checkup, huh? Just head that way. Mire entered with a blank expression. Ha-young spoke up. You're here? The girl excitedly wore a white lab coat and spread her arms to show off. How do I look? How do I look? It suits me well, right? And why are you so late? I've been waiting for a long time. Mire looked stunned. Why is she here? The girl pushed a medical cart toward him as he lay on the hospital bed. You're surprised to see me here all of a sudden, right? Lately, while helping Dr. Kehoe, I've learned a lot of things. Because of that, I've taken over for June while she's busy, and I'm handling the injections now. Ha-young's cheeks flushed pink. Her face was as radiant as a flower blooming in the early morning sun. Oh, I'll finally have some time to talk with just the two of us, Mire. I'm so happy. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and a cold sweat broke out. Wait, no, hold on. I shouldn't be feeling happy right now. She held out a syringe with purple liquid. If this medicine works, it means Mire will die. So, wouldn't Mire be dying at my hands? Mire lay there, dazed, not saying a word. She suddenly realized, I'm sorry, I'll make it quick. She talked to herself while working. You know, Mire, if this medicine works, you won't be able to see everyone anymore. Aren't you sorry? Mire replied calmly. Maybe so. Ha-young's smile vanished. Is that so? Nuri sat at the desk, focused. After Spider's raid, there had been significant changes in the special forces. Images of familiar faces were being redistributed into teams. We are reorganizing the military to use our special forces more effectively. Each captain will remain in their assigned area. Their role is to train the next group of soldiers and defend the camps. Nuri was lost in thought about the lack of individual firearms, and as if to compensate for this, June suddenly pushed the door open. Chief, the images are ready. She happily raised her hand, her face beaming. We have started researching new equipment. I have estimates for all the individual firearms and automated gear now. We just need enough orchids. Nuri's eyes are glazed over. Very well. You've worked hard, so go get some rest. June remains enthusiastic. Until the commander is satisfied, I cannot rest. No, Nuri reminds her. Please, just go and rest. June is overflowing with happiness. But do the glasses I made for the commander fit well? Nuri lowers her glasses down to the tip of her nose. I'm counting on you. Garam peeks in. Oh, is June here too? Commander, I have something to report. Her voice is stern. I received a radio transmission from the Heum border. Nuri wonders, from the border? Has Terret started moving? Garam responds gently. Yes. She lays it out. It's pretty much as the commander predicted. It seems like Ter has no intention of attacking humans. Nuri furrows her brow, resting her chin on her hand in thought. That was the prediction. But it also puts us in a difficult spot. If they attacked, it would be easier to formulate a strategy. She looks at the analysis map. Humans and zombies are clashing, using the Humum landmark as the standard. If one side makes a move, war will erupt. Conversely, it means the two factions are currently probing each other. Nuri uses her pencil to mark a spot on the map. If they aren't choosing to fight in this situation, it means they intend to isolate humanity. She is thinking about the ruins left after the war with the Spectre. Our current health and resource situation is extremely limited. No matter how much we weigh the options, we are only depleting our supplies. We have no sustainable resources. The situation on the other side is the complete opposite. In the enemy camp, infrastructure and renewable resources are incredibly abundant. The longer this standoff goes on, the more the zombies benefit. Nuri's eyes are quiet and thoughtful. This strategy of theirs isn't good at all. I didn't expect them to act so cowardly. Are they trying to avoid a pointless fight? She asks curiously. If the zombies don't cross the boundary of the Hongdum portal, then where are they going? Garam deduces. Though we couldn't track them all the way, we did our best to keep up with them. She continues, confirming. They are collecting orchids. Orchids? This makes Nuri freeze. Jun, standing beside her, is stunned. They knew about it beforehand? Garam looks confused. What do you mean? Jun explains. Orchids are an essential resource in war. She thinks of the flower that sparkles like a precious jewel, catching everyone's eye. No matter the material, having an orchid doubles the effectiveness. Not only that, based on synthesis methods, it is also being used as a new energy source. Garam hasn't finished her sentence when Nuri slams her pen onto the table, interrupting. Commander. Right now, Ternuri asserts, I thought as much. I thought they were being cowardly, but they are actually incredibly bold, aren't they? She stammers. Teret is preparing for war. Garam, Mire, and the Orchid team members from Unit 1 immediately set out to collect those flowers. Garam stands frozen for a few seconds. Is this okay? If a great war breaks out, Nuri trusts them completely. It will be fine. Hearing her say that, Jun's eyes widen so much she can't even blink. Their actions tell us they need to prepare. As long as they aren't ready, they cannot risk starting any war. Nuri stands up and presses her lips together, her eyes shining with determination, as if ready to face any challenge. Moreover, war happens regardless of causality. We need orchids now, too. Whether we like it or not, we have to fight. With the time remaining, she declares that they will initiate the war for the orchids. Over here, Mire and the soldiers are sprinting to their destination. The Unit 1 commander is moving toward the orchid collection zone. Nuri is full of resolve. Let's see how you appear this time. Awa has arrived to report. I have confirmed a group of humans is moving. It won't be long before they reach the collection site. He says coldly. Has the first fierce battle begun? Take action. Awa asks. Me? He replies. Having a clear strategy is better. Awa slowly takes off her cloak hood. So that's how it is. She says calmly. I understand. Awa, the third-generation Arahan of Teret. On Nuri's side, the radio on the table suddenly signals. Commander, this is the Trang W Internal Patrol Unit. She turns to look for a long time. Why does the Internal Patrol Unit have a radio? She thinks immediately. The Internal Trang? She picks up the radio. 1,000 questions racing through her mind. Why is there an intruder all of a sudden? I didn't receive any news about them crossing the hum boundary. The radio echoes with panicked voices. There is an intruder right in front of us. Nuri can't sit still, her face showing clear tension. What is going on? Tell me your current location. The Internal Patrol Unit she runs outside, panicked. Damn it. The city view is blurry, and voices of people are buzzing. When did they break in? No. Perhaps they've been hiding here for a long time. Nuri rushes down the empty street, her face pale, breathing ragged, and her eyes full of confusion. Appearing right when the core forces are away? Are they aiming for this? No. I have to stop them at all costs. Kyung knocks a patrolman unconscious. Sorry for getting you involved in this. Just think of it as taking a short nap. Nuri is rushing headlong. From here, it's not far to the patrol site, so I can get there quickly. Kyung stands there, staring into the distance with deep, thoughtful eyes. Meanwhile, Nuri is both bewildered and curious. What kind of person is this, exactly? I have to see their face. Nuri runs like the wind. Her footsteps are frantic, as if she doesn't know fatigue. Kyung looks into the distance. Shall we keep going? Nuri, sweating profusely, shouts loudly. Stop! She raises her gun, pointing it straight ahead, her breathing ragged. Move again and I'll shoot. You'd better not think of anything foolish. Kyung calmly turns, thinking, is this voice Nuri? Her shoulders rise and fall with every breath. Who are you? Are you a zombie sent by them? Kyung calmly turns his back and walks away. Nuri's eyes are unexpectedly filled with disbelief after that threat, yet he walks away as if nothing happened. She fires continuously. The bullets fly like rockets forward. But Lee Kyung dodges gently. I told you not to move. Nuri's eyes dart around, constantly panicked, as she keeps firing. Where do you think you're going? The bullets shot out, all aim for Kyung. She accelerates, sprinting forward. She takes a few steps to build momentum, and springs forcefully off the ground. Kyung leaps into the air, clearing the obstacle in an instant. Her feet seem to have adhesive as she climbs the building as nimbly as Spectre Man. Nuri is dumbfounded. They can climb the building too? What kind of power is that? Nuri sits down, her eyes resolute, and her hand touches her shoe. No choice now. I have to use this item. A circular button on her shoe, with various colors, is activated. It glows, releasing energy that surrounds her shoes. Nuri looks at the power-up on her shoes. He wore a satisfied smile. The high-speed movement device with a maximum radius of 1. June explained the device. Cone is a movement device powered by orchids. It was created based on blueprints still stored in the second branch laboratory of the extermination government. It works by absorbing and releasing energy generated by orchids. For example, it releases movement energy and absorbs obstacles, stuff like that. Nuri Day trusted that device. Although this device is still in the testing phase, they wouldn't distribute it if it didn't work, right? But is it supposed to shake like this? The ground moved around her boots, kicking up dust in waves. She zoomed forward, the smoke and dust looking like a massive explosion had just occurred, her hair streaming in the wind. One more piece of advice from June. Right. There's something you need to remember. The cone is still in the early stages of testing. She spoke happily about its features, but the most important thing was said last. It couldn't automatically regulate its power, leaving Nuri struggling in mid-air. Unable to control the power, it was even more terrifying than that. She was scared, her eyes wide, pupils constricted, teeth clenched tight. Land. I just need to land steadily, and I'll be fine. She fell freely from the air toward the ground. Kyung ran past, startled. What the? She ran at wind-like speed, wondering, how could he keep up with me? Nuri sprawled on the ground, lifting her head helplessly. That guy. Nuri yelled urgently into her radio. Internal patrol squad. Anyone with combat capability, follow me to capture the intruder. Sounds in the radio signaled continuously. Patrol Squad 2 reporting. Patrol Squad 3 reporting. The two were still in a desperate chase. Nuri was confident. You won't escape. Kyung ran headlong forward, his breath coming in gasps. Behind him, Nuri was in hot pursuit. The squad followed the orders with the same goal in mind. Kiho's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't expected to be surrounded so quickly. The squad was like a pack of wolves picking up a scent, spotting their prey, and surrounding her in an instant. Nuri pointed her gun. Now there's no way out. She warned him not to move if he didn't want to get shot. Kyung turned back to look, revealing half his face. Nuri stood frozen. What? On the other side, another squad under Nuri's command had quickly moved to the orchid collection site. Dong-ho was cheerful. Hey guys, let's go together. A soldier turned, surprised. Dong-ho, you're coming with us? He grinned widely. The commander said I can work with you all from now on. Mire looked on with cold eyes. Sangun. Dong-ho rolled his eyes and shouted, I said it's Dong-ho! Dong-ho just said his name! The soldier shouted to relay the message. I've checked. The collection site is right ahead. Get ready, everyone. Dong-ho rolled up his sleeves forcefully. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Copy that. Everyone leaped forward. Two subordinates from Tarot's side turned around in surprise. What was that? Special forces? The soldier smiled calmly, his spirit ready for battle. They've found us. Let's move. Mire, he answered calmly. Yeah. Mire flew high, his body turning black, his blood-red eyes glowing, a mystical aura wrapping around him in mid-air. The opposing army cried out, What is this? My body feels so heavy. Dong-ho smirked in satisfaction. Isn't that killing intent? My body wants to feel heavy too. It's scary but also comfortable. The order was given, and Nuri's troops raised their guns and fired continuously at the opponents. Attack right now. Dong-ho, full of confidence, delivered a decisive blow. You bastards, die! I'm Dong-ho, and I've got a powerful body. Nuri's troops laughed triumphantly. They're so weak. That's right, at this rate, we'll wipe them all out. Suddenly, a giant foot delivered a crushing blow, taking down one of Nuri's soldiers. The others were confused. People shouted, What's going on? The opposing side was full of smugness as a powerful zombie emerged. You arrogant bunch, you've got some skills, but do you think you can easily deal with our elite troops? Elite troops? That's the first time I've seen that. The zombie had an eerie face, exhaling deadly breaths, his eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled covering his face. It lunged, screaming fiercely, firing many sharp, high-damage knives. Nuri's troops were hit by the knives and sacrificed one after another. Dong-ho couldn't escape that fate either. He screamed in despair. The Terret army seized the opportunity to rush forward. "You dogs, die!" Mire rose high, rotated in the air, and stomped his right foot down hard, creating a powerful circle before slamming down on the target. The zombie slid a long distance, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The opposing squad looked worried. "Damn it, it's that brat. We can't die here." He turned red with rage and shouted in determination. "You only kicked us once and you dare to look down on me? Even if you're strong, don't dream of going head-to-head with the elite forces." Suddenly, many bright red brains flew toward him. What is this pile? Brains? Before he could react, Mire's Law, second form. Mire unleashed a counterattack, launching many brains to overwhelm the opponent. The blood and brains exploded. The Terret army was in complete disarray. What is this? A shocking explosion. A purple ball of smoke erupted fiercely, emitting a brilliant light, and quickly swallowed the surrounding space. Dong-ho's eyes went round, stunned by the scene before him. Damn, that's crazy. Mire just took them all out at once. Mire calmly cared for his teammate. "Are you okay?" He was injured on the shoulder by knife wounds. "Yeah, I'm okay. Let's head back first." Everyone was injured. Mire's eyes were cold and full of charisma. Planning to raid and then run away? The defeated troops ran back to meet their master, their voices still panicked and stuttering. "Lord Awa." Mire stood looking curiously at the face behind the cloak. "Who is that?" Awa suddenly lunged to attack, making him startle. "The matter between us still hasn't been resolved, has it?" The sword slash came down fast and hard, leaving a black trail in space. Mire dodged lightly. Kiho. The moment he threw his punch, time seemed to stop. A circular shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Awa's face flipped back toward the sky. "Is it true?" Her eyes stilled. Mire also stood frozen for a few seconds. His previously calm face was replaced by a look of surprise. "Mother?" Awa bowed her head slightly, clearly showing signs of confusion. Mire deduced the number of hair strands and the amount of breath inhaled before speaking. "I still listlessly recalled them after Mother's death. That's why I knew." His eyes stared unblinkingly, clearly showing the shock of facing the two standing silently looking at each other. It was his mother. Dong-ho was dumbfounded and confused. Did Mire just say, "Mother? I heard his mother died. But how is this possible?" The blue of the sky is as deep and pure as an ocean turned upside down. Neither of them said a word. But deep down, Mire knew this wasn't a moment she had wanted to avoid. She looked at that familiar face, never expecting it to appear so soon. She bowed her head, thinking, "What should I say? No. What is the right way to say this?" Sweat beaded on her forehead. Her lips trembled. But she couldn't utter a single sound. "Why me?" Her eyes widened as an internal struggle waged within. "Why is Mother here?" Awa kept her eyes tightly shut, her face lost in thought. Awa reached out to touch her face, tears of longing and emotion streaming down. "Mother." With a sudden move, she unleashed a technique Awa struck without a moment's warning. The impact made Mire feel as if her body were being torn apart by an 8-trigram formation. Her teammates were horrified. Mire stared at her mother with wide, stunned eyes, unable to believe what she had just experienced. Every part of her body felt like it was flying off in different directions. Her teammates worried. "Are you okay?" Mire knelt, her heart torn by the agonizing realization that this was the very technique Terret used to use. "Why? Why did you use that, Mother?" Ah replied, cold as ice. "Let's head back." The soldier obeyed. "Yes, I understand." She and the two enemy soldiers began to walk away quietly, but Mire suddenly called out, "Ki-hwan, wait, Mother, don't go." Her eyes were wide, a desperate plea born from the fear of losing something precious. "Where are you going? Why won't you say anything?" Awa didn't react and kept walking. Mire tried to reach out. "Mother!" Tears fell. Her teeth gritted tight. She suppressed her emotions. She didn't need to say anything else. But she watched her mother walk further and further away, helpless. Couldn't she at least say she missed her daughter before she died? Mire collapsed to the ground, her shoulders trembling, a desperate, choked sob escaping her lips. "Mother, it's me, it's your Mire, right here." Ah pulled her black hood over her head and muttered, "You're always standing at my grave, saying I died because of you. And yet, here you are, alive and well." She calmly turned around and asked, "Mire, what are you doing here?" Mire stood frozen, tears still streaming down her face. "What do you mean?" Awa dashed away like a gust of wind, vanishing into thin air as if she had never been there. Mire cried bitterly, each sob tearing at the hearts of those listening. Dong-ho reached out to comfort her. Mire, calm down. He urged her, I don't know the full story, but for now, let's just head back. We've dealt with the zombies, the mission is complete, and many are injured. He tried to help her up. That person, your mother, let's get back before dark and discuss this with everyone. Her eyes widened, her pupils constricting into a burning red, showing her fury, while Dong-ho continued to try and soothe her. Everyone is still waiting for us. Back on the other side, Kyung stood, surrounded by Nuri's army, who held their guns out in warning. Nowhere left to run, right? She warned them not to move unless they wanted a bullet. Kyung turned back, revealing half her face. Nuri froze. Huh? In the blink of an eye, Kyung vanished without a trace, leaving everyone stunned. She disappeared. Nuri instinctively realized something and grew angry, aiming her gun straight up. As it turned out, Kyung was like a squirrel, having quickly grabbed hold of a high-rise building wall and leaped upward. Up there! She's up there! Nuri prepared to pull the trigger but hesitated for a few seconds, closing her eyes as beads of nervous sweat dripped down. She sighed and lowered her gun. The surrounding soldiers were confused. Damn it, we missed her. Commander, what do we do now? Nuri walked away aimlessly. It's fine, everyone head back. What? The soldiers were puzzled, but the intruder was still. Nuri insisted, don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Sunset descended, draping the sky in a vibrant orange-gold robe. Soft clouds were brushed with pink by the day's last light, creating a scene both peaceful and poetic. Nuri sat in her office finishing work, but her mind was full of thoughts. The sun is already down. Why is Team 1 so late? Are they in a place where the radio signal doesn't reach? She looked at the radio on the table, deciding to try calling one more time. Reflected in the glasses Nuri had placed. On the table, she saw those hands gently opening the window to jump inside. Nuri was calm, as if she had predicted it all along. What are you doing? Coming in secretly, and still so noisy, she chided her. Since you're in, hurry up. It's cold outside. Kyung looked confused. How did she know? Does she have eyes in the back of her head? She held up a piece of paper in front of Nuri. What is this? Scrawled text appeared. Nuri read, Where is Mire? She put on her glasses, leaning forward with her chin in her hand to get a better look. She suddenly blurted out, Is that how you want to talk? Don't you know how to negotiate? She stood up abruptly. First, answer my questions, then I'll provide the information. Okay? Good. Question 1. Kyung nodded repeatedly. Nuri curiously pointed at the paper. You wrote these lines with your left hand. Oh. No answer? Don't want to negotiate? Or do I have to keep asking? Then came a series of rapid-fire questions. Who ordered you? Are you acting alone? Were you threatened by anyone? Is there a listening device on you? Is that a patient's uniform under your cloak? Kyung was left sweating and frozen in place. What is this? What's wrong with her? The question that surprised her most from Nuri was, Why are your hands like that? Nuri kept rambling with absurd, irrelevant questions. She still wouldn't give her a straight answer. Fine, last question. Nuri dropped her head in frustration. Why did you come back this way? She slammed her hand down on the table. You pretended to be an intruder to lure me out, didn't you? Planning to track me to find the office. Right? This way of returning isn't like you at all. She kicked repeatedly as if wanting to break the table, unable to contain her anger and frustration. If it were you, whether you walked, crawled, or flew here, everyone would have welcomed you with open arms. Why, after all this? Nuri burst into tears, her grief pouring out, carrying all the pain, despair, and loss she had kept locked inside. You wouldn't even say a word to me. Why did you have to come back like this? Kyung turned away, making Nuri even more miserable. You idiot. Kyung gently pulled down her hood. You knew all along? Indeed, deceiving a friend isn't easy. She flashed a bright smile. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Nuri jumped and hugged Kyung tightly, pouting. I'm only letting it slide this time because you made it back safely. Kyung patted her back comfortingly. That's true. Nuri suddenly got snappy. Now, let's talk a bit. Was it Nuria who saved you? What was the reason you ran off to find Mire the moment you appeared? Kyung was sweating. Nuri, ask one question at a time. Her mood changes so fast. Kyung said nonchalantly. It's nothing. It was just a message from Senior Taram. Nuri tensed up. What? You found Senior Taram? No, it's not that. Even Kyung herself was confused about her own memories. It was a message inside my head. If it wasn't a message left by Neria, then it must have been carved into the camp's emblem, thanks to Taram's ability. Nuri added, If it really was Tarim's power, it is the ability to read the memories of objects and leave a mark on them. Kyung was also confused. Yeah, but I don't know why this ability is being activated now. Nuri frowned. But what does this have to do with Mire? Tarim Sunbae has never even seen Mire before. Kyung looked down with a melancholic gaze. In her hand, she held a badge with an image of a hand clutching a spark of fire. I have seen the secret of this world. The beginning of everything is immortality. Nuri's eyes clouded over, unable to comprehend. Kyung called out to Nuri. Could the zombie outbreak be related to Mire? The radio on the table crackled with the voice of the commander-in-chief. Kyung asked, what is she curious about? Nuri replied that it was Dong-ho's voice. Has the first squad returned already? The radio voice grew frantic. Something terrible has happened. I don't know what to do to stop him. The signal became stuttered and garbled. High above, amidst the swirling dark clouds, a massive tornado suddenly formed and plummeted straight toward the ground. A deafening explosion shook the earth, splitting the ground apart. Rocks and debris were hurled into the air, leaving only a massive crater behind in the billowing smoke and dust. The soldiers of Terret were confused. What was that? Why did something just fall from the sky? Go check it out. Mire walked forward, his expression cold, and his gaze fixed firmly on his target. Dong-ho frantically reported over the radio that he had charged into the center of the enemy base. Nuri was panic-stricken on her end as well. Mire raided them alone? Why would he suddenly do something like that? Dong-ho stammered, unsure how to begin. Why? It's because Mire's mother appeared. Both Nuri and Lee Kyung were utterly shocked. While I was busy fighting the zombies, Mire's mother suddenly appeared. She protected the zombies and then they disappeared together. It seems the zombies call Mire's mother Awa. He broke into a cold sweat, feeling helpless. I don't know what the hell is going on either. I think he's trying to find his mother. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be acting like this. He was carrying 2 or 3 injured people on his back, rushing away. I'm on my way back to Trang World now because there are wounded people. Note: the provided source had a slight numbering overlap. Continuing sequence. Nuri encouraged Dong-ho. You're the best, but slow down for me. Dong-ho replied. I'll speed up, and I'll explain the details once I get back. Nuri responded. Yeah, I understand. She sighed, touching her chin thoughtfully, looking troubled. Mire's mother, what is this all about? She bowed her head, feeling conflicted. What should I do now? You heard him. Whether we like it or not, we have to head toward Mire. What will you do? She asked. You aren't coming with us, are you? Kyung was surprised to be called out. How did you know? Nuri turned around to look at her, her glasses slipping down slightly as if she could see through everything. How do I know? If it were the usual you'd be standing right in front of me. Why else would you break the window to run away? You don't want to come with us because you have something else to do, she stated firmly. Right? Kyung widened her eyes and frowned slightly as a cold sweat broke out. She's so sharp it's making me sweat. What terrifying insight. Kyung looked at her badge. There are still many questions about Mire. I suspect the leader of the Red Army might be Mire. Compared to joining the Special Extermination Squad, it's easier to get information by moving freely. I want to return to the squad more than anyone, but it's still too early. Kyung tried to apologize. I'm sorry, but until then, everyone. She was cut off by Nuri. Give it here. Kyung looked bewildered. You mean the squad badge? She handed it over easily, but was still curious. I can give it to you. But what do you need it for? Nuri said calmly. As collateral. She held the badge up. Isn't this very important to you? I'll solve your questions. Once I return to the squad, I'll give it back. If you want it back, you'd better come back in one piece. Understood? Kyung smiled, satisfied. Understood. Thanks. She dashed out as fast as lightning. I will come back safely. Nuri sat leaning against the table, always making promises. The night was late, and the long, hospital corridor was submerged in a pale, white light. The silence was strange. Dong-ho walked out of the room, exhausted, got the injured back safely. Now, let's go find the commander-in-chief. Jun, wearing a white lab coat, walked sluggishly. Dong-ho, you just got back from the front lines? Dong-ho jumped in surprise and turned around. Jun, a lot of things happened, and I'm sure the commander will tell everyone soon. Dong-ho asked with concern, but why are you at the research wing at this hour? No, it's nothing. Jun's eyes were bloodshot and tired, with dark circles clearly visible. Nothing? You don't look any better than the patients, Dong-ho said kindly. You've been working for 60 hours straight. He hesitated. Oh, right. Jun, is this yours? I picked this up while fighting the zombies. I thought it would be better to give it to you. Dong-ho pulled something out of his pocket, and she picked it up, her eyes bright with attention. Across the way, under the pitch-black sky, it was like a sound from the enemy side. The opponent was the Red Army, shouting loudly and causing a scene. "Grab it! It's the extermination squad." A horde of zombies was rushing toward Mire. "Zombies, the 6th squad is looking for food." "Careful, it might be a transcendent," one shouted. "Who cares?" The soldiers around Mire muttered, carefully observing whether he was a transcendent or not. If he's a person like that, how the hell could he win? Catch him and take him as a prisoner or eat him. With a single spin in the air, all the zombie soldiers were decapitated before they could react or even understand what was happening. He lightly landed on his feet. The heads of the Red Army fell like rain. His gaze dropped, filled with sadness, clearly expressing his longing and tension. "Mom, come out." After a tense moment of silence, the battle exploded like a fire meeting a strong wind, and dust and rocks flew everywhere. Successive shockwaves swept through the battlefield, turning the place into a scene of chaos and brutality. Harvest Squad 5, Harvest Squad 4, Harvest Squad 3, Harvest Squad 2, Harvest Squad 1. Zombie Harvest Squads 1 and 6 were completely wiped out. Mire shouted in anger and despair, "Mom, show yourself." Thousands of blades filled with killing intent were unleashed. They pierced his body unexpectedly. Well, look who showed up. Harang got into a fighting stance, feeling the sinister smile behind that mask. "Of course I'm not that mother of yours." The two sides lunged into a ruthless battle, their powers colliding violently, creating thunderous explosions that shook the entire sky. Harang said nonchalantly, "Long time no see. We're acquaintances, right? Or am I the only one who thinks so?" Mire's body stretched, and he gritted his teeth. "Don't you dare get in my way." Harang looked at Mire's elongated, strange body and mocked him. "You really are hard to kill, and your attacks are so strange and disgusting." He was completely confident in his skills. "Show me more of this interesting fighting style." "Thanks, but you're the one getting in the way. We only came here to collect orchids. Look, you've crushed all the flowers." He swung his sharp blade, slicing off Mire's arm in one strike. "Can you take responsibility for this? I heard you weren't easy to take down." He kept grinning provocatively. "Let's see." Mire's eyes burned red with rage at Harang's sarcasm. "Let me see just how strong you are." The scene shifts to a research lab where June sits in front of a system monitor, looking bewildered. Why did it end up like this? Did something leak somewhere? She was stunned. Why? In the world? It was clearly based on the blueprints on this computer, so where exactly did the error occur? The two zombie bodies, looking similar, took her by surprise. The zombie equipment that Dong-ho showed her seemed identical to the one she had. Suddenly, Neria spoke up from behind, making June jump in fright. "Isn't that obvious?" she asked, her eyes full of suspicion. "Neria, why did you show up here all of a sudden?" Neria replied, "If you made it based on these blueprints, then of course what you made would look just like the zombie equipment." "Huh?" Neria began to analyze. It clearly analyzes whether the blueprints were stored here. Both this research lab and this underwater city were created by Terret. Terret did a lot of research in this place. Let's assume that for zombies with human-like forms, their abilities manifest based on their specific traits. Hearing this, June suddenly froze. "Kiho, why on earth would Terret create this place to conduct research? This is too hard to believe." As for all the information here, Neria could only sigh. "Yeah, your guess is as good as mine," she said, as nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. "I don't really care about titles, but it is certainly strange. What I mean is, how could Terret have researched technology hundreds of years ahead of its time?" Then, Neria vanished. "Anyway, that doesn't concern me. I was just passing through." June hurriedly tried to stop her. "Wait a minute! Answer me before you go." She was so frantic she practically slammed her face onto the floor. Neria. Even now, June was still astonished. It was just too hard to believe. And the information here, the most horrifying part, was the data on humanity. June truly couldn't wrap her head around it. A zombie leader created this place to research humans? Why? What for? Unable to help herself, she opened the computer. She had to find out. Who knows? Maybe there's a hidden file I don't know about? June mashed the keys frantically. There was a secret about this world that she still didn't know. In some unknown space, a deep voice echoed. Almost there. Terret stood solemnly before a large statue. "My lord." Meanwhile, June's eyes were spinning as she stared at the computer screen. Unbelievable. In another location, Kyung was stunned, staring into the open space. What is this? She assessed the situation. It seemed she was near the northern Jeonbuk area. She couldn't go any further. Just as she noticed something strange, Kyung threw a rock hard. Not only that, but the rock grew larger as it sank into the surreal void. A red alarm blared continuously. System error. Forced object deletion. Kyung was a bit surprised. Just stepping past this wall would erase both the object and the person. I've never heard of this kind of ability. For a human ability, this has already crossed the boundary of life itself. She keenly noticed something else. And that's not all. The strange thing is, why am I still here? It didn't recognize her, and she quickly realized that the wall was so high that it might not just surround Buon, but the entire planet. No one knew about this wall. That made Kyung reflect seriously. Until now, I've only traveled around special areas to scout terrain for combat plans. I didn't even think about leaving the Gyeonnam area. To the south, she reached out and lightly touched the space, as if it were programmed. Kyung suddenly froze for a moment, her hand quickly curling back. Standing here thinking isn't doing any good. So, Kyung decided to leave. The root of everything lay in immortality. Then she turned around and raced off to meet Mire. At that moment, a car was speeding down the road. Dong-ho contacted teams 2 and 3, telling them to mobilize all personnel. Copy. While Nuri was driving frantically, Dong-ho asked casually, "Nuri, where are we gathering?" Nuri panicked. Obviously it's Busan. That's the zombie lair," she shouted furiously. "I'm busy driving, so handle it yourself. I'm not even good at driving." He couldn't believe that at his age, he still didn't have a driver's license. "What have you been doing all this time?" Nuri started nagging again. "If you had a license, I could have reviewed the main points by now. Besides getting bigger and stronger, what else can you even do?" Dong-ho replied despondently. Sorry about that." Nuri tried to keep her cool, pondering the current state of affairs. Thanks to Mire, all the zombie lairs in front of them had been destroyed. Even though this wasn't in the plan, it was still somewhat effective. Her passion grew even stronger. With this momentum, she would march straight to Busan. This was truly the golden hour for victory. And so, Nuri accelerated like crazy, heading straight for Busan. Dong-ho nervously reminded her, "Captain, don't try so hard that you end up dead." Because right now, Nuri was driving at 30 kilometers per hour. Cut to a scene where an iron chain lashed out through the air. Mire and Story were still in the middle of a fight. The aura radiating from both sides seemed to make the very space tremble. Story suddenly spoke up. "I'm suddenly curious about something. Logically speaking, if a creature gets its head chopped off, it dies, right?" Right after that, he raised his sword high. Mire was no less arrogant. "I'm sure you're the same, huh? If I make your head fall off, you'll die too, right?" Story's hand pushed hard against Mire's head. Not only did Mire dodge his opponent, but he also pulled off a perfect spin. Whoa. Yet, Story just started laughing. "Pfft, humans really don't understand the basics, do they?" he said arrogantly. "Wait a sec. Where did your head grow back from?" "Humph." Before he could even finish, Mire was already right in front of him. "Ah, I see. It grew back in the same spot." Contrary to Story's playful attitude, Mire was furious. "Where are you? Answer me." Story playfully teased him. "Calm down. What should I do with this mommy's boy?" Mire unleashed a powerful technique. First law of metaphysics, bloodwind. The attack hit with such force, it felt like the ground was shaking. Story hadn't expected this move. Cough. "Not bad at all. I was just trying to have some fun, but now my body is getting fired up." He hesitated. "Wait, should I fight seriously now?" At that moment, a voice echoed. "Come back. Harang is about to start." Story looked regretful. It's already time?" He had intended to fight him for real, but Mire, on the other side, was still seething. "Tell me," he yelled, only to be teased by Story again. "Mommy's boy. You must be pretty sad, aren't you?" he said softly, teasing. "Don't be too sad." And Story immediately vanished. "We'll meet again soon." He left, leaving Mire looking bewildered. Where did he go? Why did he suddenly disappear? At that moment, the whole space shook violently. Mire instinctively shielded himself. A glorious death will help us escape the cursed sunset. Terror was still in the bizarre space. Before long, the new world will be opened. At the same time, someone's panicked voice rang out. "What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly get so bright?" Dong-ho shouted in shock. "Captain, what is that? What the?" Nuri rushed over to check the situation, and the sight before her made her freeze in place. What the hell? What kind of bizarre object is that rising up and overwhelming the space? Nuri seemed paralyzed as she witnessed the scene. She couldn't even identify what that thing was. At the same time, in Busan, a grotesque giant entity emerged, causing chaos. That thing that's in the direction of Lord Tourette? Is he attacking humanity? A tentacle suddenly pierced the ground. and the person standing right there was struck in agony. Seconds later, his face swelled up into a blob of fat. It didn't stop there. Tentacles continued to wreak havoc on the city, each one slamming down as if to shatter the pavement. A violent sound echoed. As they headed to Busan, even Dong-ho was stunned. This is insane. What is that? The tree is it's talking, Captain. The sound continued to ring out. I am the forgotten souls. This war is a chance for those craving a new world. Then, a warning followed. So this time, don't disappoint me. Dong-ho immediately guessed as they neared Busan. That way of speaking, it sounds like terror. Without a second of hesitation, Nuri spoke up. Dong-ho, get in the car. Are we really going to Busan? Dong-ho was a bit wary. What if it's a trap? It confused him. Ki-hwan had, why would he do that so suddenly? It's not like the captain at all. Nuri spoke up. Dong-ho, you've never driven, so you wouldn't know. She explained that when the signal turns yellow, you're forced to brake. But if you have a chance before the light turns red, you have to floor it. Nuri quickly accelerated. Mire was heading to Busan anyway. Everyone was rushing to Busan, except for the thin defensive forces. At that same moment, Mire stood from afar, watching the alien entity rising up. What is that? A white tree? He intended to walk away, but suddenly he froze. Mire lost control and collapsed to the ground. Not only that, his whole body was racked with agonizing pain. Following that, Mire's stomach churned with an indescribable wave of nausea. He couldn't hold it back and vomited up strange things. Mire was drained of strength. Why is my body suddenly? He tried to lift his numb leg again, but before he could place it on the ground, Mire fell once more. Now his head was spinning, he was so dizzy. Mire suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and with it, his eyeballs fell out. He whispered in shock, "It hurts, I'm so dizzy." A familiar face suddenly appeared in his mind. You said you would sacrifice yourself for me. Mire, why are you here? That angry voice increasingly besieged Mire's mind. You said you would sacrifice yourself. By now, a numbing sensation surged through his brain. It's so cold. Mom, Mire called out repeatedly. Mom, that voice replied. Hyung, over here, Mire instinctively spoke. Yeah, where? Return to reality. A syringe was pressed close to Mire. Jian was worried. Is sticking him like this safe? Hyung turned pale with fear. It should be fine. The girl was so panicked she burst into tears. Mire, we aren't too late, are we? He'll be okay, right? Jian didn't answer immediately. She stood motionless for a moment before trembling in response. It's okay. It'll be okay. Jian pulled Mire into her embrace. The boy will be fine, don't you worry. She said softly. Mire, we missed you so much. A month later, the gloomy sky grew darker. Just then, Jian carried Mire and ran in a hurry. Is it because of the medicine? Hyung replied. Yes. The girl explained that she knew Mire had been injected with the drug. I think the medicine isn't working because it's still being tested. Hyung then revealed that after Mire left, she had retested it with the remaining cells and discovered the medicine was destroying Mire's cells. The medicine worked. Jian wondered. Then, could we replace it with another type? Hyung reassured her. Yes, I'm sure he'll return to normal soon. But suddenly the girl asked, I did the right thing, right? Right about what? Hyung couldn't stop crying. Because I was afraid he'd lose his life. I followed the sound of the explosion. The truth is, he was about to die, just as he wished. The girl was terrified, but I saved his life. I'm not selfish, right? Jian tried to stay calm. Mire didn't want to say goodbye to us either, did he? That's what I think. She guided her. So, let's head to the second squad's camp and meet Ki-hwan. Ha-young obediently listened. Okay. Even while unconscious, Mire could feel, it's so warm. Inside the backpack left behind, a voice came through the radio. Don't come here. The voice on the other end was desperate. Don't go to the second squad's camp. Ha-young. Ha-young and Jian stopped in shock. The girl was panicked by the scene before her. Auntie, everyone, what happened? She suggested Ha-young use the radio to talk to Ki-hwan. Ha-young looked in her pocket but couldn't find it. I left my bag there. Jian exclaimed. What? Ki-hwan ran out from somewhere. Ha-young, Jian, over here. Both were confused. Regardless, Jian followed him. What is going on? Ki-hwan hurried. I'll explain later. Hurry, hide in here. Awa suddenly appeared like a ghost. So, you're here? Jian was even more bewildered. Ki-hwan. That person is Ki-hwan, yelled urgently. Damn it, run, hurry up. Mire could recognize his mother. As Ki-hwan was gathering everyone, the pain intensified. There was no more time. Jian called out to Ki-hwan in terror. The whole space shook in chaos. Only Ha-young's voice and the chaotic surroundings could be heard. "Ah, auntie." The sight made Ha-young speak vaguely. "What is that?" Jian's head had just smashed against the ground. Mire also showed no signs of movement, and all three had perished on the spot in a horrific situation. Ha-young snapped awake, letting out a piercing scream as if emerging from a nightmare. The girl looked around, startled. "What's going on? Why am I here? I clearly had my head chopped off." Ha-young was completely stunned. Could everything be a dream? If it's not a dream, I must have been affected by some ability I'm unaware of. Without hesitating for another second, the girl jumped up. "This isn't the time to sit and think about this. I have to verify it." The heads were still lying on the cold ground. Mire's eyes held only a strange, vague look. A line of familiar memories surfaced in his mind, from the gentle smile and kind face of Jian. Then, even the moment she hugged Mire tightly in her arms, he instinctively called out, "Auntie." Mire whispered, "Stop joking around. Wake up already." He screamed wildly, as if tearing the space apart. Despite that, Awa heartlessly pulled Mire, just in time. "Mire, come with mother." She was so heartless she didn't even look back. Above them, there were still many people, while Jian and Kihuan lay alone on the cold ground, slowly fading away. Mire spoke in pain. "Why? Why on earth would you do this, mother?" He yelled furiously. "They're all good people. They aren't bad people." Yet, Awa's face lacked even a trace of emotion. A moment later, she spoke. "Have you forgotten, Mire? When you were little, you were always running around looking for your mother." Awa recalled the past, saying he wouldn't even go to the restroom without his mother, or how he had to hold her hand tightly when sleeping. She emphasized that Tarot's plan was a war between humans and zombies. "To be honest, I don't care about that," she said, then kissed Mire lightly on the forehead. "I will purge those people by your side. You are only allowed to look at me, forever." Awa continued walking. "My sweet, kind Mire, let's go." Mire could only burst into desperate tears at this moment. Sob. Mire started crying. He no longer fought against his own sorrow. Sob, sob. Was he crying because his mother's embrace was too cold? Or because she had changed so much? Or perhaps his tears fell for the people he cherished who were gone. Mire no longer knew who he was grieving for. Suddenly, Mire's head was released from Awa's grip. He didn't know when Ha-young had snatched him away, causing Awa to be startled. The girl was breathing heavily, gasping for air from exhaustion. Awa calmly judged the situation. "I clearly purged her. So, how is she still alive and kicking? Is she a transcendent?" Ha-young only stood there for a few seconds to catch her breath before running away like the wind. Awa calmly calculated that there was no need to chase them. She would just purge all the humans and then take Mire. Ha-young ran into the forest and didn't stop. It was all real. Only when she felt safe did she put Mire down. It wasn't a dream, and it wasn't some special ability. Everything was real. Ha-young felt unbearable pain as she accepted the truth. Everyone was really gone. Jian, and even Dr. K. Mire struggled to speak. That faint voice caught Ha-young's attention. Mire, the girl, asked frantically, "What should I do now? Jian and Dr. Kehoe have both been purged by her." Ha-young begged desperately. "If this goes on, all of us will perish. Please, purge her, I beg you." Hearing that, Mire fell into a deep silence. Purge? She wanted him to purge her? The image of Awa suddenly flashed through his mind. "Mother?" Mire responded tremblingly. "I can't." Ha-young was confused. "You can't? Why not?" The girl cried her heart out. "How can you not? Jian tried so hard to save you." Ha-young reminded him that Jian was gone because of her. Wasn't she? Mire was in agony, as he remembered the name. That gentle face flashed through his mind once more. Mire couldn't hold back, the tears streaming down his face. Ha-young indignantly questioned him. "In your eyes, is she nothing at all? So it's fine to just let her go? Is that what you mean?" Mire could only stammer. Ha-young screamed. "I hate this. Everyone important is gone." Everyone was trembling with fear. "I don't want to see any more of this." At this very second, the girl was truly desperate. "I'm begging you, Mire, help me. I'm begging you." Ha-young couldn't understand. "What on earth are you still hesitating about?" Mire couldn't answer either. "What is truly important to me?" Jian's voice suddenly echoed. "Mire, Mire, Mire." The mental anguish made him unable to hold back his overflowing tears. Mire suddenly slammed his body against the rock behind him. That action made Ha-young freeze. "Mire, I'm going." Mire walked away like a soulless person, leaving Ha-young with a tangled mess of emotions. Mire found Awa and demanded, "Mother, stop it." Her only response was a blank, expressionless face. Then she spoke. "Is something wrong, my Mire?" Awa reached out to touch her son, but Mire recoiled, falling backward. Why was he trembling like that? He used all his strength to speak. If you don't stop, Awa looked at him with cold eyes. And if I don't? Are you planning to attack your mother again? Like touching a nerve, Mire started to panic. From behind, Jian's voice rang out. Run, Mire, she urged Mire. It's dangerous. Run, Mire. Now, Mire was stunned as he witnessed the scene before him. How could she? Jian used her last bit of strength to warn him. It's dangerous. Hurry. Before she could finish, Awa mercilessly ended her life, only an echo remaining in the space. Mire, run. Then, Awa said, No need to fight. She said coldly, Are you the human hugging Mire? Perhaps while hugging him, thanks to his blood, you managed to regenerate bit by bit. How arrogant, daring to act like his mother. Mire trembled as he sat on the ground. I said stop. Awa wanted to say something. Suddenly, an attack launched out of nowhere toward her. That shocked Awa. Mire, you're attacking your mother? She exclaimed, startled. Do you really want to strike at me? Mire wondered if he could ever bring himself to strike his mother again. And then, he shouted furiously, Do you think I don't dare? After much self-torment, Mire had finally made his own decision. She is my whole world, my entire reason for living, the one who guided me. But now, I will be the one to guide her. He stood up firmly and declared, I will capture you, mother. Awa's expression changed the moment she heard that. What? You talk as if I'm the one at fault? Fine, have it your way. And she refused to admit any wrongdoing. Leading your children astray is also a responsibility that a parent must bear. Right after that, Awa decisively unleashed her technique. She firmly stated, If you win, I will retreat. Awa set the conditions. But if I win, you must listen to me. At the same time, in another place, the moving ship caused the water to churn violently. We've arrived. June was still intently researching the secret file that mentioned Jeju Island. There must be something on Jeju Island. She scanned the surroundings, but why couldn't she see Jeju Island? Mire Island? Yusu Island? Where is this? The scene shifted to two large sausages flying in the air, then controlled by Kim Hui-jin into a pot ahead. A voice rang out. Good work. You've worked hard. Dion applauded. That's enough for today. I didn't expect your ability to be so helpful. Kim Hui-jin replied. Yes. Do-hyun was constantly grateful. Thanks to that, we can enjoy hot dogs today. Kim Hui-jin responded indifferently. Yes, but there's something that confuses me. Everyone gets along so well. But how on earth did this island become a hot dog kingdom? And where do you get the ingredients? At that moment, a voice called out from somewhere. Excuse me? Jun spoke politely. I have a question. Kim Hui-jin instinctively asked. Someone from outside the island? Then he hurried to stop her. Back off. How could you find this place? That attitude startled June. Huh? It's not me. I came by boat. From behind June, someone suddenly appeared. It's okay. It seems this young lady came looking for me. She suddenly turned to look at the elder. Then, the two went into a private room to discuss. So that's how it is. A file on the coordinates of the underground city. Huh. A moment later, Joe understood as well. The reason you came here is to find out the secret of this world, right? June confirmed. Yes, that's right. She searched for more information. To be precise, I want to go to Jeju Island. Do you happen to know where it is? Joe replied. You've come to the right place. June was still trying to process it. Oh, Joe said seriously, I'm going to tell you the secret of this world. No, to be more precise, it's the secret of Tarot. June was taken aback. The secret of Tarot? Of course, I can't tell you everything, Joe revealed. This secret is like the domino effect. To bring the big secret to light, you need to uncover the scattered secrets surrounding it. He continued slowly. What I can tell you right now is the smallest secret. Joe began to recount the long, ancient history. Many years ago, when Ter was training here to find clues to fulfill his grand dream, he continued the story. A poor soul appeared before him, directly answering Tarot's call, and Joe said this was the beginning of all hidden secrets. Meanwhile, the battle between Mire and Awa was raging intensely. Mire threw punch after punch with no sign of holding back. On the other side, Awa was more than willing to retaliate. The two exchanged a kick that made everything around them seem as if it would shatter. Awa glared at her son with sharp eyes. Why are you hesitating? Immediately after, she controlled her magical power to surround Mire. The attack was so fierce that he had to retreat, exhausted. Awa said coldly, How do you expect to beat your mother like this? Mire remained silent. He had no intention of giving up. Mire swallowed his pain and lunged forward again. Yet, Awa's eyes didn't show a hint of wavering. Do I know? Images of Mire in the past suddenly flashed back. Mom, hurry up, or we'll miss the train. That childish voice echoed. Hurry, hurry. Awa chased after him happily. I know. I'm running. Suddenly, the train doors slammed shut. Emiria, the door closed. What do I do? Awa chased after it in terror. Wait for me, I'll take the next one. And in the present, the two were like beasts clashing against each other. Beautiful, painful memories lingered in Awa's mind. Mire, be careful, don't get hurt, she had said. He asked obediently, is this right? Awa praised him lovingly. You're so good. There truly is nothing my Mire can't do. But the current tragedy was the complete opposite of that time. Awa kicked Mire hard in the stomach. Not giving him a chance to recover, she lunged at him again. With that, more beautiful memories flooded back. Mom, don't let go, okay? How happy Awa was back then. It's okay, I'm holding on tight, Mire asked suspiciously. Really? Awa reassured him again. Really. Don't worry. I won't let go. Yet now, Awa was unleashing painful attacks. She struck repeatedly, without pause. Awa gained the upper hand and pinned Mire to the ground. Now, having lost all control, she raised her sword to strike again. Mire used all his strength to stand up and resist. He placed his hand on Awa's neck and forced her down to the ground. Not stopping there, Mire picked up the sword. He let out a roar, as if to tear the very air apart. But the tip of the blade touching Awa's chest stopped. Tears were pouring down uncontrollably. Mire cried helplessly in front of Awa. Please, he begged in agony. Mom, please, come to your senses. Mire pleaded desperately. I'm begging you, Mom. Awa was silent for a long time, knowing she used to be her son's whole world. That small sound rang out. Mom, Mommy? Mire looked back, naive, searching for the familiar silhouette, as the cold blade pierced through her clothes. Mire's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Awa had hugged him tightly to let the sword finish her off. Her voice was incredibly gentle now. Mire to me. You are my whole world too. The sky was gradually turning dark. A voice inside the house echoed. Wait a second. A soul answered Tarot's call? June was so skeptical, she shouted. You have to say something that makes sense. How can souls exist in this world? She insisted. As a scientist, I don't acknowledge the existence of souls, Joe replied. I'm only telling you because you asked. Finally, June couldn't help but ask. But why did that soul approach Tarot directly? Tarot is such a villain. I'm so curious. Tell me already. Joe continued the story. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But souls have always existed in this world. Through him, I witnessed the past, the future, and how this world works. He explained that the poor soul had directly answered Tarot's call. The reason the soul appeared in this world was to cut the ties of fate. In that gloomy space, Mire and Awa were still embracing. He called out in a trembling voice. Awa whispered her final words. Congratulations, you won. The sword suddenly flew into the air. A red pool spread across the ground. But it suddenly fluctuated, like boiling water, then turned into a small speck that darted behind Mire. At the same time, Hyung was mobilizing. Everyone, this way. Bodies suddenly appeared in the space. Everyone felt bewildered. Huh? What is this? Wait, am I alive? Hyung couldn't believe her eyes. Everyone is coming back to life? How is that possible? Meanwhile, Awa's body was slowly stiffening. In less than 2 seconds, she passed away peacefully. Afterward, Awa's soul departed to another place. You want me to help with your plan? She accepted. Fine, but on one condition, Awa stated. No matter the situation, I will always prioritize my own goal. The other side was confused. My goal? She explained. Even though I've been revived, I'm just a fragment of your body. You are just a soul, and souls cannot affect this world. He told her she could sacrifice her life, but she couldn't change the world. Awa replied calmly, That's fine. She slowly revealed. What I want to change isn't this world. From the bottom of her heart, Awa said honestly, It's only for my child who is crying alone. Her current body was surrounded by a stream of light. Awa was filled with regret now. I was so terrible for trying to hurt my child's important friends. She thought, leaving this terrible image in his eyes is enough. She silently hoped he would do his best to protect his new family and live happily. Awa was slowly fading away. You don't need to suffer because of me anymore. That sweet voice rang out once more. Mire, now I'm setting you free. Mire was trembling so hard he couldn't utter a word. He bit his lip to keep from crying, then finally managed to speak. Mom, did you know? I always realized when you were lying you never looked me in the eyes. Even Awa was surprised by those words. Every moment that hurt Mire, she had apparently closed her eyes or looked away. Mire truly wanted to know. I always wanted to ask why you lied to me. Awa hesitated slightly. Mire, they say parents are the ones who understand their children best. But in reality, it's a paradox. The ones who truly understand their parents best are their children. Mire stepped forward and embraced his mother's soul. I know, he whispered. Awa was stunned for a moment. She loved him just as much as he loved her, and she felt his pain just as deeply. Tears welled up, blurring her vision. Awa squeezed her eyes shut, letting the tears stream down. She remembered the moments when she would hold dear Mire's hand, and the happy meals the two of them once shared. Even while working, her eyes were always on Mire. Awa could only whisper her final words now. Goodbye, my Mire. Mire's hand grasped aimlessly at thin air. He stood there helplessly for a long time, then blankly lifted his head toward Awa. Mire broke down in agonizing sobs. At that moment, familiar footsteps stopped behind him. Jian, having just been revived, rushed straight to his side. Without a word, she pulled Mire into her arms. A voice echoed in his heart. Goodbye, mother. Only Kehoe was still confused and kept shouting, Jian, what's happening? He looked around, bewildered. What is this? What the hell is going on? A voice suddenly chimed in. I was just about to ask the same thing. Keong greeted him. Long time no see, Kehoe. The unexpected appearance startled him. Captain! Meanwhile, near the entrance to Busan, at the frontline camp, everyone was gathered around a map. Are all the captains here? Garam asked suspiciously, wondering if she really had spoken over the radio. Nuri confirmed, it was me. She stated seriously that, based on Hemi's abilities, observations inside Busan showed that all the zombies there had vanished. In just a short time, Nuri could see that white demons had emerged everywhere in their place, with dozens appearing throughout the city. She continued, I don't know what Terret is plotting. The situation was clear. White trees were growing on the far side of that building. Nuri emphasized every word. This will be our final briefing before we enter Busan. Remember our goal. She then directed each team to enter Busan, march through their assigned routes, and gather in front of the building where the white tree was growing. Pointing at the map, Nuri said, Busan will fall right here. Shouldn't we deal with Terret first? Right then and there, she clearly declared, Today, we put an end to this war. Somewhere else, a voice called out, Lord Terret, we've confirmed humans are setting up camp at the entrance to Busan. Harang was puzzled. But where did Awa go? This is such a critical moment. Terret suddenly interrupted. Harang, he replied. Yes? Terret ordered to wake up Rohan. Harang repeated, doubtingly. Rohan? He understood what it meant. So it's finally starting. Huh? Then, Terret turned around. Let's go. Time to welcome the humans. His cold, stern voice rang out under the gloomy, ominous sky. Are all members present? Garam was the first to answer. Yes, teams 1, 2, and 3 are present. Risuru couldn't help but ask, but what else is this about? Didn't you already explain the battle plan? Nuri didn't answer directly but began, I'll get straight to the point. You aren't the protagonists of a comic book. A stab wound can kill you just like that, or a grazed bullet you will die in agony. Where we are headed is a battlefield. Death comes to us much easier than you think. Sometimes, it's a meaningless death. We have things we must protect, and we are not afraid. Leave now if you want. Your life is yours alone to decide. I won't hold it against you. The statement left everyone silent, and for a moment, the atmosphere turned somber. Finally, a young soldier broke the silence. Commander, are you the protagonist? Don't you feel pain when a bullet grazes you too? Even so, you still rush into battle, don't you? With the first person speaking up, others became more enthusiastic. That's right. We want to risk our lives, too. We will stand by our commander. We don't intend to run away like cowards. Garam stood in the back, silent, but had already made her judgment. The commander is trying to minimize casualties. I know that, but everyone has already traveled such a long, hard road with us. On the contrary, this is a human choice for everyone. Nuri looked up with a resolute gaze. All right. Thank you, everyone. This time, she had no more hesitation. All teams, head straight to Busan. The morale of the entire army soared in an instant. Understood. Elsewhere, Kehoe bolted upright, as if waking from a nightmare. Jian, wait. He looked at himself, confused. What? How? Right then, a voice came from behind him. I was wondering the same thing. Kehoe's curiosity spiked upon hearing that. Keong smiled confidently. Long time no see, Kehoe. He was so startled by the sudden joy he couldn't react. He could only stammer, Captain. With tears streaming down his face, Kehoe stuttered. What just happened? Is it really the captain? I'm not dead, and seeing a ghost, am I? Is it really you, Captain? Where have you been all this time? Are you okay? She waved her hand, flustered by his overreaction. Yeah, That's a warmer welcome than I expected. I'll explain everything in detail later. I want to go to Mire's place. Do you know where he is? Only then did he stop. Mire? Kyung went with him to an old but not too shabby building. So this is where he is. I've heard the whole story from Kiho and Ha Young. She sat down and asked softly, "Is that your mother?" He didn't hide it and politely used honorifics. Yes. Kyung tilted her head, observing the expression of the person beside her. You killed your own mother by hand to save everyone. Could there be any other reason? No matter the reason, it wasn't easy for Mire, because the love he had for his mother wasn't fake. She had seen the secret of this world. Immortality was the beginning of everything. Perhaps it was because of the rampant appearance of the white demons. Or perhaps it was because of Mire. Kyung had thought Mire might be an enemy, but seeing this scene, she didn't think he was an enemy of humanity. Kyung bowed her head and let out a faint, barely noticeable sigh. She stood up, slightly disappointed, her reaction cool. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. I guess you aren't happy to see me? Unexpectedly, he replied. Not necessarily. This half-hearted answer made Kyung ponder. Aren't Kiho, Ha Young, or even Jian happy? Mire's voice remained as cold as ever. Probably. Suddenly, she asked a strange question. Mire, you know what? Every time you lie, you don't look the other person in the eye. He didn't deny it, just whispered, "We're really alike." Kyung looked confused, not understanding the meaning. Huh? Right then, Kiho ran over and called out, "Captain, I found a vehicle that still runs." She turned to delegate. Oh, really? Drive it to Busan. He looked at his hands, doubting he could do it. What? Me? Alone? Isn't the captain coming? Kyung asked, looking unconvinced. Wouldn't it be faster to run than drive? Kyuho could only offer a weak protest. Usually, it would be the other way around. She stopped talking to him and turned her attention elsewhere. Mire, once you're stable, get back here immediately. We're joining the group heading toward Busan. He nodded, offering no resistance. Understood. Kyung pursed his lips, his mind racing with hundreds of thoughts. Questions piled up without answers. It was frustrating, but they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Everything was back to square one, and they couldn't afford any more sacrifices. At that same moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed, accompanied by a voice. Team 1, we're moving west. A ghastly zombie face pressed close to hers. Garam twisted her body, performing a mid-air somersault to narrowly dodge it. She landed gracefully. She seemed to have improved significantly. In the blink of an eye, Garam spun around and lunged forward like a gust of wind. Her kick struck the creature directly in the head. The zombie let out a shrill, piercing cry, half angry, half pained. It emitted monstrous sounds while its body moved relentlessly. A golden light flashed on her hand, striking out with the whistle of the wind. A single palm strike temporarily paralyzed the zombie, and a second later, it exploded on the spot. Garam remained on high alert, maintaining her combat stance. Disgusting monsters looks like ordinary attacks can't kill them. A moment later, after confirming it was safe, she reported, I suspect these monsters contain orchids inside. Only orchid weapons can take them down. To explain briefly, orchid weapons were forged from orchid flowers. On the other end of the line, Nuri was listening. We're moving forward. Team 1 is about to reach the main bridge, she replied while running. I understand. Nuri continued asking from another channel. Where is Team 2? Have they entered the main bridge yet? At that moment, Junha looked completely disheveled, though he had safely reached the main bridge. Team 2's route didn't have many enemies. The whole group stood before a zombie, but they were clashing with a tough opponent. This was Rohan, a third-generation Arhat of Teret. The young boy was still reporting. If we encounter danger, we will request support. A familiar arm suddenly reached out. How can you just leave like that? Even if the master feels proud, you must stay with your teacher. It'll take you 500 years to catch up to my level. The master understood what his beloved students were worried about, but told them not to be too afraid. I'm here now, and your master isn't some second-rate fighter. Garam reported while running, seizing every single second. Commander, this is Garam, leader of Team 1. We are currently entering the bridge. Once we cross it, we'll see the building with the white tree. Arriving at the supply camp location, she hadn't finished speaking when Dong Ho interrupted her. Garam, you seem suspicious of what's ahead, aren't you? But as she turned, she saw the opponent was about to arrive. Garam's eyes widened in disbelief. That person, a memory flooded back. Perfect. I've always wanted to ask you this. Harang smiled, feigning friendliness. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm just here to help. He kept that smile, but his actions weren't quite as friendly. You certainly arrived quickly, Harang, third-generation Arhat of Teret. She leaped, successfully dodging a surprise sword strike. Harang was still in the mood for small talk. I worried about so many things, but you passed through easily, didn't you? Even so, Garam replied calmly. It seems you aren't here to help this time. A part of the mask on his face had been removed. Don't be so blunt. Unfortunately, I can't help you this time. Because this is the moment I've been waiting for. A shrill scream erupted from behind, and everyone's heart seemed to stop. Garam! Dongho was furious, but he could only watch helplessly as Harang jumped down. That bastard, she crossed her arms, trying to minimize the damage as much as possible. Senior, I'm fine. Take the others across the bridge. I'll follow behind. As soon as Garam landed, she dashed across the water, using high-speed footwork. He couldn't help but watch with interest, as if watching a martial arts performance. Harang's voice sounded like he was playing a game. We have to go together. Dongho looked down and promised himself, Garam, wait for me. He turned back and shouted to the group, crossed the bridge, and set up the supply camp. I'm going to help Garam. Though confused, they answered him. After giving the order, Dongho didn't hesitate to jump down. Meanwhile, the two were still chasing each other, appearing to be in a state of equilibrium. In a blink, they both appeared in another space. Garam stood up, her voice filled with disgust. Are you trying to hunt me down to the ends of the earth? Or is this Tarot's strategy? Harang kept that annoying tone. Something like that. Low-level people like us can't hinder Tarot's holy war, and I don't care about the soldiers under your command anyway. Identifying key personnel is a great achievement. I'll kill you, and be gifted a mask by Tarot. She looked up, anxiety evident on her face. He reached out a hand, and a wave of purple energy churned. Sorry, but I won't let you off this time. Garam looked up, startled. This was Harang, unable to hide his excitement. Oh, did you get a bonus? Then I'll double it. Don't worry, because you're the one who benefits. Activating the winner's ability, comparing physical stats between self and opponent, then adjusting the lower side's ability stats. However, this is a comprehensive adjustment. The stats can't reach perfection, and the higher side receives a double bonus. He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. That's how it is. Since you received the bigger bonus, please. A loud boom echoed as his earth and stones flew everywhere. Don't disappoint me. Garam was bewildered but quickly tried to regain her composure. What happened? My body feels much lighter. According to him, because the ability stats were adjusted, my speed increased too? Wait, so my stats are now 15 times stronger than usual? Her feet glided across the ground like lightning, catching Harang's attention. In a flash, Garam unleashed a dense barrage of attacks. Good ability. Thanks. He narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Meanwhile, she gritted her teeth, thinking of a solution. She just needed to be wary of the sword's reach. I'll move fast so he doesn't have a chance to swing that sword and finish me in one hit. Harang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. It seems you're misunderstanding something. My ability is comparing my stats to yours, then adjusting. I mean, you can't get stronger. Don't think that because your stats went up, you can attack me blindly. Man, that's gonna hurt. It's twice as much as usual. Garam widened her eyes, struggling, but it was no use. Let go. Just at that critical moment, a giant white puffball jumped out. What the hell? Even he hadn't expected it. He hadn't even clearly seen what it was. A deafening explosion tore through the sky, leaving only confusion in its wake. What was that? An anxious voice echoed continuously. Garam! Garam! Are you okay? As she opened her eyes, she was startled. Senior, how did it come to this? That guy just now, Dongho ran, sweat pouring down his face, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, I took care of him. But those words left Garam stunned. Why didn't they see Harang nearby, stretching and warming up, clearly still fighting? When she looked back, he suddenly realized. What the where did he disappear to? Was it just a feint from the start? Where did the guy I caught go? Looking back the other way, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank you, Senior. Ignoring the hardship, he only cared that she wasn't hurt. Still, I have no idea how to defeat him. Garam hung her head, her voice filled with frustration. Right, we only clashed once, but I could clearly feel the gap in our strength. Ever since we last met, I knew he wasn't someone ordinary, but I pushed myself to my absolute limit. If that didn't work, what am I supposed to do? Should I put more power into my toes instead of my calves? Or maybe strike harder and move faster? Dongho raised a hand and asked, You're always training your physique. Is that all you focus on? She blinked, confused, and replied, Well, of course. He suddenly flashed a confident, impossibly handsome smile. Beneath that gloomy sky, they made a silent promise to each other. Let's think of a way together. At that same moment, Harang was still moving with ease. Honestly, I've been searching for 500 years. I mean, I've been waiting at this bridge for a long, long time. Suddenly, he flinched, his eyes narrowing. He didn't even notice Dong Ho rushing out of nowhere to land a kick that caught him off guard. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the guy vanished. It was that familiar move again, surrounding Harang. What now? Coming out to play again? Thanks, I guess. Humans really never make any progress. He listened carefully, using his heightened senses. Harang didn't hesitate to spin around. Behind me, huh? He scoffed mockingly. Too predictable. Unexpectedly, when he swung his blade, Dong Ho had already dissolved into nothing. Harang looked down at the person crouching before him with interest. Well, look at this. He smiled, showing no fear at being discovered. Hello there. What's with that mask? The words barely left his lips when an unnatural gust of wind struck. That's gonna hurt. This time, Garam had truly appeared, moving 15 times faster than usual. A massive surge of power enveloped Harang's body, creating a violent shockwave. The cracks from the attack spread far into the distance. Dong Ho held his head, only able to gasp. Oh my god, that's insane. The whole mountain was torn apart. Is this what true power looks like? Garam ran over, asking, Senior, are you okay? He was dazed for a moment before replying, Huh? Oh, I dodged in time. I'm fine. She urged him hurriedly. Then let's go. We have to finish this quickly. Those words left Dong Ho completely stunned. Finish this? We hit him head on, and that guy still isn't dead? Garam knew all too well how mismatched their strength was. That attack alone wouldn't be enough. Over there, after the dust settled, only Harang's silhouette remained, coughing violently. What a mess. Such a nice battle suit. Ruined. Seriously, I guess even a demon knows how to use his brain now. At the same time, she was pushing herself to the limit, whispering, Keep moving just like before. Dong Ho didn't fully understand but replied, Yeah. The special strategy Dong Ho devised was for Garam to stay in Harang's line of sight, while he would create chaotic attacks by mimicking her movements. Dong Ho didn't possess destructive power, like Garam, but this strategy was intuitive, making it more effective. Was she really attacking head-on, or was she circling behind, forcing the opponent into a dilemma where they couldn't move freely? Garam danced nimbly through the air, dodging every one of his attacks. She screamed, This is the deciding moment. Keep moving, don't stop. Dong Ho fought even more fiercely, a smile growing on his face at the reminder. I get it now. A simple yet unique strategy had successfully cornered the opponent. Facing a heavyweight, one had to feel the chaos and look at the bigger picture. He pulled back, putting all his strength into one punch, but unfortunately, Harang still blocked it easily. At the same time, their tactic was revealed. The style that caused confusion was just that, not a finishing blow. The only thing I need to worry about is the female human's attack. Garam was still trying her best to unleash countless moves to wear him down. Harang was pushed back, but her strength was gradually fading. Seriously, thinking too much just gives me a headache. With that, he stood up and raised his sword once more. How about I just get rid of both of these humans? Neither of them are real. This is getting annoying. At that same time, she was trying her hardest to close the distance with Harang. Beside Garam, there was another figure exactly like her. Then, heavy, continuous blows rained down on his face. She screamed without a second of hesitation. Senior, deliver the final blow right now. Dong Ho didn't doubt that decision for a second. Garam's face hardened, her teeth clenched. There was no trace of her former weakness left. He raised his fist, too, with a look of determination. Only then did he look up. It's been a while since I felt this excited. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, as if blending into the air. Neither could step back in time. Their fists landed precisely on each other's faces. They both used such immense force that both were sent flying. She slammed into a tree, feeling as if her bones were shattering, while he was knocked directly to the ground, waves of pain washing over him. For a moment, only a sword remained on the ground, but before long, its owner appeared. You idiots, having fun, are you? My sword can take on many different shapes, you know. Pretty cool, right? It's a shame though, because I'm not the type who likes to fight until there's blood everywhere. Garam struggled to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. What a lunatic. Dong Ho's expression wasn't much better. Senior, she whispered softly. Yeah. Both lunged forward at top speed, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. She gritted her teeth. If I don't win this quickly now, it'll all be for nothing. Dong Ho confirmed it one more time. I just need to dive in and attack, right? Harang's eyes curled into a mocking smile. You know what? The female human is too slow because of her weak physique, and on the other hand, the male zombie just copies the female's speed. I mean, it's like watching a slow-motion idiot crawling back and forth. His voice rose in frustration. Garam couldn't react in time and had to take the hit. He tossed her aside with disgust. Here, take this. Dong-ho couldn't help but tremble as a wave of fear washed over him. Are you okay? Garam, can you move? She tried to prop herself up, covering her battered body. I'm fine. Ugh. He was so panicked he couldn't think of anything else. Garam? Dong-ho bit his lip, blaming himself internally. Damn it. I thought we could catch him, but we couldn't do a thing. His physique and his judgment are overwhelmingly powerful. He's truly an extraordinary guy. They say flight is the best of the 36 strategies, and his move left Harang completely stunned. What the? Where is he going? It might look cowardly, but he's actually thought this through. Fighting that guy until he's beaten to a pulp is pointless. He needs to escape right now and come up with a different strategy. The guy stretched his arms and did some warm-ups. So, he wants to play hide and seek. Fine, that's not bad at all. Alright, I'm starting the count. You'd better hide fast. Each number weighed heavily on Dong-ho's nerves. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. If he finishes counting, this is going to get boring. Harang suddenly appeared right beside him. Right? Dong-ho, who had been on edge the whole time, quickly dropped to the ground. Seeing that, the guy laughed like a madman. You've got some serious determination. Harang looked at his struggling form and said softly, but what can you do? In this world, that willpower alone isn't enough. This is fun. I should go easy on you guys. Though he said that, his hand was already raised, ready to strike down. At that moment, Garam finally woke up and sobbed. Senior, I'm fine, so please, just run away. I'm begging you. Dong-ho gritted his teeth, using every ounce of strength he had to think. Pull yourself together, Lee Dong-ho. If you fall here, Garam will die. Harang smiled, his eyes captivating. Such wonderful willpower, I'm truly impressed. Right now, you're no different from a fool. Her piercing scream echoed. Senior, blood splattered onto his stunned face. The guy was restrained as blood poured out endlessly. What is this? The next second, Harang was swallowed by it, leaving Dong-ho completely paralyzed. What is this tree? An unfamiliar voice echoed from somewhere else he didn't know where, but it was so noisy. He couldn't help but look over, guarded. Who was it? Taram slowly stepped forward. I saw you fighting all by yourself, so I stepped in to help. I saved the good guys, didn't I? Nice to meet you. I'm Taram. Not sure who you two are. The tone sounded surprised, but his words suggested otherwise. What now? At this rate, it's going to be hard to make friends. Taram tilted his head, feigning innocence. You're not an ordinary person, are you? You've been pierced through by that tree branch. By all logic, no one should be able to survive that. The vines, following the guy's command, tightened further. It wasn't a big deal, but the guy smiled as if he'd just met a kindred spirit. This was getting a bit dangerous. The sword in his hand was tossed aside. It whizzed through the air and stuck straight into a nearby tree. By now, the vines had tightened around Harang, turning him into a round sphere before finally tossing him away like a discarded toy. Garam could only watch in awe. Who is that person? Did you call him here? Even Dong-ho was baffled. What? This is my first time meeting him too. Taram picked up the small toy and smiled. Able to move even while sealed, you really are an extraordinary guy. Though it felt a bit awkward, he had to say it. Hey, thanks for the rescue. Turns out he wasn't such a good guy either. I told you not to move. Garam was startled and screamed, Senior, watch out! What do you mean? But Taram just stubbornly waited. I asked if you two were the good guys or not. Answer me. She didn't answer directly, letting the other side come to their own conclusion. We're from the Scout Legion attacking Bond to clear out the White Demons, and we just happened to end up here. Do you have any other groups nearby? The guy repeated, suspicious. Memories flooded back like a tide. Senior, aren't we going to form a legion from now on? Taram nodded, admitting it nonchalantly. That's right. Kyung tilted his head and asked softly, have you thought of a name yet? He kept his head bowed low. Of course, a name helps with team unity. The Scout Legion from now on. We are the Scout Legion. She smirked and laughed. What was that? It gave her goosebumps, but it wasn't half bad. Thinking back on that, Taram smiled unconsciously. The Scout Legion, so that's what happened. She's still safe. He suddenly spoke up. Sorry, I should have looked into this sooner. Is Lee Kyung doing okay? This remark left Dong-ho completely stunned. Uh-oh. Taram sat down and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Let's introduce ourselves properly. I'm Lee Taram, the founder of the Scout Legion. Why are you both frozen in place? What followed was a high-pitched scream. What? He walked ahead, nodding as if he finally understood everything. Meanwhile, the others wiped out the entire zombie army and headed straight for Busan. This is surprising. After parting ways with Nuri and Lee Kyung, I've been wandering alone. During that time, because of the fall of Red Chup, I set out to research and explore. If you look closely, we have the same goal. You guys are basically members of my team now. Don't worry, we'll help each other out from now on. Garam finally managed to chime in. So, what should we call you? Captain of the Captains? Leader Captain? Regarding this, Tarim was very laid back. Call me whatever. She couldn't help but marvel at her luck running into the captain's old friend. It was truly miraculous. Dong Ho was also very surprised. Right, and the captain doesn't necessarily have to tell us about the past. Still, he's quite reliable, isn't he? He even finished off that zombie in less than 1% of his power. But it isn't even that cold. Why are you dressed like that? The guy smiled, and his reason was very logical. It's because I catch colds easily, so I dress like this. He forced a laugh to brush it off. Is that so? Garam suddenly asked. By the way, wouldn't it be better if we went to Busan now? Tarim refused with an ambiguous answer. No, not yet. This sentence left her dumbfounded. What? Very quickly the guy explained. Sorry, but this guy hasn't disappeared. He's just been sealed. This guy's power is very strong. He'll break through the seal and escape soon. Plus, let me say this now because I'm afraid you two might misunderstand. I'm not the fighting type. I'm not strong enough to control him. Hearing this, Garam's anxiety flared up again. So, what should we do? Tiram's answer was very vague. Don't worry. That's why we're going to my place. When they arrived before a magnificent, dazzling castle, he invited them. Come on, you two, head inside. She was overwhelmed by its beauty. What is this mansion? The guy replied very nonchalantly. I built it myself. Garam was startled by this remark. You built this mansion? Dong Ho, who had been giving them space to perform, was also surprised. By yourself? Right then, 3 butlers ran out to greet them. Would you two like something to drink? She was in for another shock. What was this? She wasn't that surprised anymore. Are they zombies? But why do they look so friendly? Tarim quickly hopped onto a carriage. What's wrong with you two? Is it your first time seeing zombie pets? Both of them were frozen by the sight. Zombie pets, just what kind of carriage are you riding? The guy crossed his arms and explained thoroughly. You just need to use orchids to get all sorts of things. Controlling zombies becomes easier. I predict that orchids are flowers that grow from the corpses of zombies. I use it to devise many ways to wipe out zombies. Garam picks the main point out of that long-winded explanation. Wait, hold on. Are you saying orchids grow from zombie corpses? Dong Ho also realizes something unusual, so the cave we went to was actually the graveyard of those zombies. Tarim turns back, looking a bit surprised. Oh my. Do you two enjoy dating in caves? She can only protest helplessly. It's not a date. He replies boringly. Sorry, I've been living alone, so my humor is a bit lacking. I meant to say beef, please. But in the Busan dialect, it would sound like sun am oo. Garam is suspicious and doesn't understand why. Tarim whispers an explanation. It means you should stay away. She's not very interested and changes the subject. Anyway, how do you plan to resolve that seal issue? But he just says, you two will handle it. Does that statement leave Garam completely stunned? The group is led to a large hall in this place. She asks suspiciously. Is this Tarim bows his head, a bit unhappy to have to repeat himself. I already told you. I use it to devise many ways to wipe out zombies. One of them is enhancing abilities for transcendence. Get ready. I'm going to enhance your power, to the point of killing this zombie. Elsewhere, rapid footsteps echo, heading straight across the bridge to join another team. Rohan leaps up, intending to strike first to gain the advantage. Just then, Rizuru jumps out to counterattack. There you are. Junha can't help but look up worriedly and ask, Hey Rizuru, can you handle this alone? He turns his head and blows a kiss toward her. Himi coldly spits out, Love you, and the little boy says, I believe you. He ignores them and leaps in to attack as usual. Rohan throws a kick, directly pushing Rizuru back. Both of them increase the distance between each other, looking as if a big battle is about to break out. He bows his head, his voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum. This is not the time to relax. Even now, he's still acting bored. So what is this time for? Time to act cool? No sooner said than done. Rizuru uses the shark tornado technique to dodge the attack. He seems busy, turning around to unleash another move. You should relax a little, cheer up your expression, you look like. Even so, both are in a stalemate, with neither gaining the upper hand. The snake dance technique. Rohan squints slightly, but says nothing more. Suddenly, his personality seems to change as he shouts, I'm not a person who likes fighting. I also don't like seeing the opponent get hurt, so give it your all. If you don't want to die in vain and leave regrets. Rizuru, annoyed, brushes his hair back. You arrogant guy. Why? I'm already trying my best, aren't I? But Rohan just dodges gracefully. Risuru, you're not that weak. You know that better than anyone. Fighting me in that state of yours is useless, isn't it? This time, he uncharacteristically falls silent. Of course, that state doesn't last long. Risuru suddenly bursts into laughter. The sound echoes everywhere, enough to show its volume. A strange object crawls out of his pocket. Hey, promise me one thing. Rizuru's hand clenches tight. He turns his head, wiping away the previous mocking look. From now on, I will show you the secret I don't let others know. Flashing back a few minutes, hearing the noise, June immediately turns her head. Risuru, you're here? At the same time, Risuru holds up the item in his hand as if he'd been waiting to show it off. While I'm at it, I want to show you this too. How did you know to call me? What do you think? Pretty stylish, right? She stares at the object. What is that? Did you bring a pet along? He immediately sulks and retorts. That's nonsense. It's a shirt for Duha and Hemi. June is still skeptical. She mumbles to herself, but that shirt is tiny. Hearing that, Risuru blinks innocently. Huh? Is it? They're small, after all. Isn't this size just right? Seeing that, June lets out a weary sigh. You're thinking according to your own standards. Putting that aside, she suddenly changes the subject. Anyway, today I intended to explain these types of medicine. Hearing this, Risuru can't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. Are you planning to open a pharmacy or something? June is momentarily annoyed. Listen to me for a second. Right after, she turns around and slowly explains, the medicine you have only had regenerative functions. Was the technology not developed back then? I had the idea of combining orchids and Mire's blood. I even thought it wouldn't yield any results. Reaching this point, June's speaking speed becomes faster, as if extremely excited. But recently, Kiho has been experimenting, and the results have been very good. We discovered that this combination produces abilities far superior to mere regeneration. Having said that, June turns to look at Risuru. Are you even listening? He replies without hesitation. No. Getting that answer, she can't help but exclaim. Honesty is a good thing. The scene returns to reality. Kiho that moment. June's voice echoes once more in Risuru's ears. If I were to summarize it in one word, he turns his head sharply. Hey, promise me one thing. Amidst the clear sky, Risuru declares clearly, I will show you my long-hidden secret. June's voice continues to echo incessantly. If you use these medicines from now on, you will be able to harness a portion of Mire's power. Then, suddenly, a tentacle appears on Risuru's body. It unexpectedly lunges straight at Rohan. Faced with the sudden attack, he squints slightly. This is Risuru cuts in. Surprised, aren't you? Then he opens his mouth and bursts into insane laughter. Even I find it surprising. It feels like being a teacher to myself. How thrilling, even if I explained it. A dullard like you wouldn't understand. Saying that, Risuru pretends to mock him again. But unfortunately, using this power doesn't exactly preserve the beautiful image of a teacher. No, on the contrary, it looks quite similar to your hideous form. He casually shows off his body. This is my secret form. I kept it a secret because my disciples wouldn't like it. Rizuru's voice suddenly drops a bit from hesitation. Or maybe not? Maybe my disciples would think I'm cooler? After rambling for a while, getting no reaction, he immediately gets angry. You dog, why aren't you saying anything? Hideous or not? Are you speechless because I look so good? Immediately after, Risuru pouts his cute little lips toward Rohan. So come here and give me a kiss. A kiss on my bones, of course. Seeing that, he slashes at Risuru. He nimbly leaps into midair, his mouth letting out a giggle, and, you missed. Seizing the opportunity, Risuru quickly kicks straight into the center of Rohan's chest. Not stopping there, he lunges forward, gripping the collar of his shirt, and just watches as Risuru casually flings Rohan's body into midair, then laughs. Where would you like to travel, dear guest? He looked up at the void, sarcastically muttering, the fine dust is really something lately, and the weather is way too dry, isn't it? Saying this, Risuru feigned pity, his mouth curling into a wide, ear-to-ear grin. How pathetic for the people stuck here in this cramped Korea. Then, he suddenly flicked his fingertips, and a strange-looking object flew straight into the air. Immediately, the scenery behind him exploded. Risuru gave a faint smile. Since you're at it, why don't you take a trip to Onion and find out? A while later, strange stains began to drip down onto the ground, flowing back toward Risuru. He continued to bare his teeth in a crazed grin. Suddenly, Risuru's feet shifted, stumbling non-stop, as he pressed his thin lips against a strange object. Risuru raised his voice almost to a screech. I will dedicate this glory to my lovely disciples. Just as he was enjoying himself, Rohan's voice suddenly reached him. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak. Your speed and destructive power have increased quite a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Risuru's eyes widened in shock. What? Immediately, Rohan lowered his center of gravity. He didn't forget to drop a cryptic remark. But sorry, Risuru. Giving your all doesn't just mean using physical strength. In a flash, Rohan pierced the top of Risuru's head with his sword tip. What I meant was your resolve. His eyes rolled back as blood sprayed from his mouth. Right then, his voice slowed down, carrying a rare hint of sincerity. We have fought many times across time and space, and during that time, I truly admired your attitude and your pride. Rohan decisively swung his sword. Risuru, you won't be able to understand what I'm saying. But as he said this, his voice suddenly dropped. This is the first time I've felt disappointed in you. Rohan didn't hesitate to toss Risuru's body aside. He didn't forget to remind him, don't expect any respect from me either. On this side, his body plummeted downward like a missile. In an instant, Risuru's body disappeared into the cold water. A few seconds later, he quickly surfaced. The space suddenly became strangely quiet, with only 2 pieces of fabric that Risuru always carried floating on the water. In another development, Hime couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Is Risuru going to be okay? Junha laughed mockingly after hearing that. Worried about Risuru all of a sudden? Doesn't sound like you. Have you two gotten closer lately? You saw how strong that zombie guy is. Damn, the kid's body felt stiff. A thought flashed through his mind. That guy isn't easy to deal with. Just meeting him makes my whole body tremble. Thinking of this, Junha reassured her. What could happen to Risuru? He's confident enough to finish that guy off. Hemi asked again. What if he dies? The kid was shocked and almost screamed. What? The girl hesitated for a moment and repeated, Risuru, what if he dies? Hearing this, Junha's expression turned grim. Scenes from the past suddenly replayed. Nuri's bitter voice echoed, Hey, stop resting, start running. She suddenly became serious. That's right. Thinking back, she remembered the 2 of them received gifts from Risuru. Junha turned his head, bewildered. Seeing this, Nuri couldn't help but feel a bit confused. What's wrong? Do you guys not even know? She continued with an incredulous look. The rumor that Risuru was preparing birthday gifts for you 2 was spread everywhere. Hemi heard this and muttered, What a waste of time. Contrary to her, Junha was extremely curious. What kind of gift? Nuri replied casually. It seems like some kind of shirt. The size of the shirt is for a pet. Receiving the answer, the girl's eyes flickered. Yes. Meanwhile, the boy asked angrily, What does he think we are? Right then, Hemi casually let out an insult, just like an idiot. Junha was momentarily startled. What? The girl continued. Risuru, that is. Hemi grumbled frustratedly. If you're going to give a gift, make it something useful, instead of a shirt. On this side, the boy bowed his head, wiping the sweat away. A moment later, Junha said briefly before blending into the wind, What can you expect from an idiot? Returning to reality, seeing Junha silent, Hime called his name worriedly. Junha. The boy suddenly turned his head and ordered, You guys go ahead. I'll go check on Risuru and follow right after. The group heard this and replied in unison. Yes. After assigning the task, Junha turned his suspicious gaze toward Hemi. You go too, she replied casually. Okay. The scene shifted once again to a highway. On the other side, Junha and Hemi were running wildly forward. Back in reality, they were running again, but their expressions were the opposite of the past. Just then, a familiar figure appeared right in front of them. The person in front turned around suddenly. It was Risuru. As soon as he saw him, Junha was stunned. What is this? Then the boy looked toward Rohan. Why is this zombie guy here? Junha asked urgently. And where is Risuru? Opposite him, Rohan stared at the 2 of them. Are you 2 Risuru's disciples? As soon as the words left his mouth, Junha's fury rose. The boy hissed. You dog, don't tell me you killed Risuru. Facing the questioning, the guy coldly said, That guy is dead. You 2 should go see his face one last time. Rohan continued in a calm tone. I cannot give my respect to that guy. So you 2 must respect your master's passing. Hearing this, Junha's facial muscles tightened for a moment, and he gritted his teeth. At this very moment, Hemi turned her head, urgently. Hey, Kim Junha, you said we were going to meet him. We're going to meet Risuru, right? Junha didn't listen at all. He just turned and left, his toes moving slowly in the night. Meanwhile, Rohan slowly stopped walking and turned toward Junha. The boy squeezed the ball in his hand with all his might. Junha suddenly muttered something incomprehensible. The distance from the pitcher to the center point is Junha's eyes were locked on him. 18.44 meters. In an instant, his eyes brightened, and he took a throwing stance. A perfect distance. Seeing the ball thrown, Rohan just muttered, "So painful because of your teacher." Suddenly, he looked up at Junha. "So you want to fight? Even your teacher couldn't kill me." Opposite him, the boy gritted his teeth. "Hey, you don't need to warm up, right?" Hemi quickly replied, "Yeah, it's really surprising." Meanwhile, Rohan suddenly lunged forward. He exhaled. "People like you are always the same, constantly looking down on your opponent as if I'm just something not worth your time." Turning back to Junha, the brave boy retorted, "You said Rizoru was dead? Go cry in front of his face then. That'll just make him more interested, so stop smirking." A killing aura instantly filled the air. Junha immediately declared clearly, "Don't ignore me, you jerk. Today, you're going to die by my hand." Elsewhere, someone asked in surprise, "Wait, did you say you could enhance abilities?" Taram didn't hesitate to confirm, "That's right." Hearing this, Garam's eyes widened in shock. "But how?" Dongho couldn't help but feel a bit confused. "There's actually an ability like that?" Taram suddenly announced, "I'm not the one helping you with this." He stared fixedly at the entity before him and continued, "Irem will help you instead." Garam was even more stunned. Irem looked stronger and sharper. He continued to explain in a slow, steady tone, "I modeled it after my past self. I've put on some weight lately, thanks to the cooking skills of those zombie pets." Over here, Dongho blinked, curiously asking, "Is it someone like Neria?" At that question, Taram scoffed proudly. "Neria? Aside from me, who else has the ability to replicate a form like this?" Dongho hurriedly explained. "Wait, Neria was created by Net P," Taram suddenly realized, his eyes flickering for a moment. "Something from Net P. Is that how it is?" Then Taram returned to the main topic. "Anyway, the high energy from this reading room is drawn from the orchid. It materializes energy from Irem's activities and transfers it into your body." He walked slowly toward Garam, continuing his explanation. "So, the energy that transfers knowledge to you will also evolve in a certain way." She asked in surprise, "Wait, how do you know about my energy?" Taram replied without changing his expression, "I sensed it." Garam was so shocked she practically shouted. "Really?" He calmly shook his head. "Just kidding." Then Taram continued, his tone slowing down. "We've had contact like this before, haven't we? Just through touch, I can read someone's energy and physical stats." At this, Taram lowered his voice. "I could even read that you were thinking, I'm not quite normal." Garam's voice trembled again. "You could do that too?" he asked calmly. "Just kidding. But was I wrong?" Taram moved toward the entity and continued teaching. "I usually read the memories of objects, so I have the ability to leave messages on them. However, by enhancing your energy through IRM, you can control natural objects to a certain extent. You can even read other people's physical stats. Thanks to that, we can achieve technical progress." Right at that moment, the entity suddenly spoke in Tarim's voice. "I am wearing black boxers." Seeing that, Garam couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Why did it say something so weird all of a sudden? Contrary to her, Taram was extremely calm. "It glitches sometimes." "Timi, that's too much information." At this point, Dongho brazenly asked a question no one else would. "Are you seriously only wearing black boxers?" For the first time, he hesitated. "Figure it out yourself." He changed the subject by pointing at himself. "Hey, my ability, can it be enhanced?" Taram replied coldly, "It can, but I don't think it would change much." Hearing that, Dongho wore a look of pure bewilderment. "Why is that?" He explained slowly, his voice echoing evenly in the quiet space. "Your ability is chaotic attacks. When you attack, the opponent uses their fists, but it's just an ability that mimics hitting someone with a mushroom hammer." Taram continued, emphasizing every word. "Even if you enhance it, it will just grow a flower on the mushroom, because your ability is mental damage, not physical." Here, he raised his voice to remind her. "On the other hand, Garam is doing better than I thought. I had predicted it, but she can even exceed the standards." As soon as he finished speaking, she widened her eyes, feeling a surge of shock. "Can I be even stronger than the captain?" Behind them, Dongho turned away, crying internally, "Damn it, I should have believed in Garam. As expected, my ability isn't any good." A moment later, Taram turned his serious gaze toward the two. "All right, let's begin." This time, Garam answered without hesitation. "Yes." Opposite them, the copy suddenly commanded, "Begin ability enhancement for the user." She was startled. "Yes. No, Garam wondered to herself if she should use honorifics or not. Seeming to read her thoughts, it signaled her to just be comfortable. Over here, Taram suddenly turned around. "Follow me." Dongho looked at him, confused. "Yeah. Where are we going?" He tightened his grip on the strange object in his hand and replied concisely, "We're going to destroy the seal. Dongho was immediately surprised. We can destroy it? If so, Garam wouldn't have to keep fighting while injured. Tarim continued, with an expressionless face. I'll try every level. If it works, great, but if it fails, we'll have to rely on Garam herself. Dongho nodded slightly. I understand. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, but were you planning to help me enhance mine? Hearing this, he immediately denied it. No, I just had something to say. Then suddenly, Tarim raised his voice. You need to try harder to encourage Garam. Dongho froze. Yes, he suddenly changed his tone. Her current condition isn't good. Although I can only read physical status, her spirit has definitely weakened a lot. Here, Tarim affirmed to himself. From what I see, you care about her a lot. So please stay by her side and cheer her up so she doesn't break down. Dongho looked up in surprise. He almost shouted unconsciously. Wait a minute. Can you read my thoughts? So you know I like Garam? Immediately after, Dongho held his head tightly, complaining, Garam can't know this secret. She'll feel so much pressure. Seeing this, Tarim looked helpless. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing the look on Tarim's face, Dongho stopped in his tracks. Huh? Didn't you read my thoughts? He honestly shook his head. Unable to get the answer he wanted, he lost control again and shouted, I told you it was a secret. Dongho walked away in a state of panic. He didn't forget to ask, Is there anything I can do to help? Anything at all. Tarim immediately ordered, Bring me the pressure cooker from the next room. Over here. Dongho muttered to himself. Is she still hung up on John Seo? Yes, I understand. Seeing that scene, Tarim subconsciously laughed. The members of the Legion are really cute. You found good friends. Li Li Kyung thought to himself. Tarim muttered in his throat. Let's go get ready. Turning back to Garam, the entity evaluated her seriously. Your breathing is uneven. She adjusted her breathing. Yeah, I think I'm calmer now. Let's start. It suddenly asked. It's been a while since you washed your hat, hasn't it? Garam stiffened and replied awkwardly. I guess so. She wondered if this was a glitch in Irem. Opposite him, the entity continued explaining in a steady voice, noting that wiping things with a wet cloth doesn't mean all bacteria are gone, or that fingerprints are erased. Hearing this, Garam awkwardly tried to make excuses. What do you expect? I can't exactly take a bath. Ignoring Garam's intense embarrassment, the entity kept rattling on about the lack of proper cleaning. Due to various factors, bacteria can multiply through hair, sweat glands, and skin oils, he explained, until she seemed unable to take it anymore and cut him off loudly. I get it, okay? Just stop. Right at that moment, the entity suddenly lowered his voice, the sound flowing slowly like an autumn breeze. I was the one who gave that hat to Li Kyung. It's the one I used to wear. He continued in that slow, measured tone. I gave it to Li Kyung in the hope that she would become truly capable. She was the one who wore that hat. The entity displayed a rare sense of pride. She was dignified, strong, and stood as firm as Mount Tai. Yet she was never arrogant. On her end, Garam remained silent, not answering. She silently repeated in her head who the right person would be to wear that hat. After a brief silence, Garam looked up and met his eyes. Let's begin. The entity nodded slightly. All right. Elsewhere, Dongho stood motionless before the chaotic scene, muttering to himself. Where is it? Is it here? Doesn't seem like this one. Or maybe is it this? Suddenly, a voice called out. Senior. Dongho started and whipped his head around. Huh? Garam? He couldn't help but feel curious. Why are you here? Don't tell me Captain Tarim's program malfunctioned? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and before he knew it, Dongho was flattened onto the ground. At the same time, a familiar silhouette slowly moved inside. The person who had just arrived was Harang, in the form of Garam. He wore a bewildered expression. What was it again? What was I supposed to bring? Then, suddenly, Harang's face shifted into Dongho's. He didn't even realize it yet, and just started laughing. Ah, here it is. At the same moment, Tarim stared at the control panel to see if the essentials were prepared. Just then, the voice of Harang, currently in Dongho's form, rang out. I'm back. Hearing this, Tarim looked satisfied. Just in time. Behind him, Harang stepped closer, excited. I brought what you asked for. Seeing this, Tarim couldn't help but exclaim, That's unexpected. He continued, with a rare tone of praise. You're not at all what I thought you'd be. I actually thought you'd bring something else. Hearing this, Harang parted his lips and let out a chuckle. I can handle something like this. I knew what it was the moment I saw it. Suddenly, Tarim's gaze shifted, and he asked coldly, Is that so? Then, Tarim suddenly clapped a hand heavily onto Harang's shoulder. You're smarter than I gave you credit for. Harang felt a sudden surge of embarrassment. It was so awkward. Immediately after, Tarim gave a rushed order. Bring it and put it right there. I need to break the seal now. Hearing this, Harang quickly replied, yes. Then he curiously asked, but if the seal is broken, will the water demon inside die too? Tarim didn't hesitate to answer. Probably. That's exactly why we have to destroy it. Right at that moment, Harang changed his voice. Then, if you die, will this seal be unlocked? On his side, Tarim hadn't realized the danger yet and continued, yeah, that's right, since it's maintained by my power. Back on Harang's side, he just closed his eyes tightly. In a flash, Harang returned to his original form, his eyes narrowed into a sly grin. Is that so? Taking advantage of Tarim's distracted guard, Harang tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. He lunged forward frantically. Tarim remained motionless, his expression eerily devoid of emotion. Right behind him, Harang swung the staff decisively toward him. He froze for a split second. What is this? Dongho suddenly appeared in a different version. He wore a polite smile, the boss's usual mushroom. Just then, the mushroom flew into the air, and suddenly, Tarim reached out and grabbed it tightly. He said coldly, I already told them to test it. Now that you've smashed it to pieces, how am I supposed to explain this? Tarim's voice dropped a few octaves, filled with dissatisfaction. Not to mention you also cost me a pet. On his side, Harang still hadn't shaken his shock. He asked suspiciously, you knew beforehand? Harang looked up, staring straight at Tarim. Since when? Tarim replied with total indifference. You really thought you could completely fool me? Tarim continued with a mocking tone. It's just your bad luck. Even a simple touch was enough for me to know who you were. Sorry for ruining your brilliant plan. He pondered for a moment before admitting, or should I say, is it just because I'm too lucky? Behind him, Harang didn't take his eyes off Tarim. He silently lamented, how cunning. He clearly knew from the start, but he still talked like that, truly someone who knows how to get under your skin. Just then, Tarim quickly pressed a button on the keyboard. Immediately, an alarm sounded. Harang looked up toward the source of the noise. Then, the piercing warning siren echoed throughout the area, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Emergency code D8. All zombies report to the main gate. The emotionless voice of the announcement repeated, sounding urgent. Emergency code D8. All zombies report to the main gate. On the other side, Garam turned around, bewildered, toward the speaker that wouldn't stop blaring. What just happened? Turning back to Tarim, he squinted at Harang. Sorry, but fighting here is inconvenient. Then Tarim slowly stepped back, a glimmer of amused laughter in his eyes. Let's take our arena elsewhere. Hearing this, Harang couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Just as Tarim turned his shield toward him, a light suddenly radiated out. In an instant, Harang was transported to another dimension. He was stunned. Opposite him, Tarim slowly explained. A high-speed teleportation device made from orchid seeds. You water demons still haven't mastered this technology? With that, he didn't forget to throw in some mockery. Seems like your side doesn't have a single genius like me. Hearing this, Harang narrowed his eyes and offered a faint smile. Orchids, huh? How arrogant. Meanwhile, Tarim stared at him intensely, as if he had seen through to his very essence. You seem to be an embodiment born from a sword. The place you're aiming for must be the original seal that's lying dormant, right? Right at that moment, a small noise occurred, and strange objects could be seen moving through the void. Tarim suddenly dropped a cryptic remark. Then I'm afraid that won't be possible. In the blink of an eye, a series of identical butler versions appeared around Tarim. He immediately challenged him, now you have to play with me. Seeing this, Harang laughed, mocking the scene before him. What is this? Bringing the whole family along now? How ridiculous. Are you preparing to transform or something? He looked up at Tarim again, with eyes narrowed in hostility. Let me say this first. I don't like people like you, so it's best you don't have any stupid ideas. On this side, Tarim watched Harang intently, lost in thought. Seeing how serious the guy was, he realized, this guy is tougher than I thought. In that moment, Tarim couldn't help but shudder. Maintaining the seal at this point is already pushing my limits, let alone fighting. He prayed silently. Get here fast, Garam. Only you can turn this situation around. Back to Garam, she rushed to announce. Something must have happened. What's the progress? The entity replied swiftly. About 5%. Hearing this, Garam grew more urgent. Can't it be faster? It shook its head nonchalantly. Impossible. The entity looked at her, its voice flat, like it was delivering a warning. This is the maximum speed the human body can adapt to. If the enhancement energy transfer speed is increased, the recipient's body will be damaged. As soon as it finished speaking, Garam immediately ordered, It's fine, just do it. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Warning again, your body will suffer severe damage. If the damage reaches 100%, the user will die. Just then, Garam raised her head, her gaze more determined than ever. I don't care. Hurry up and do it for me. I have to go now. Seeing her unwavering gaze, the entity closed its eyes slightly and replied, I understand. Immediately, a barrage of light beams shot downward. In an instant, Garam's body was engulfed by them. Her body collapsed from the indescribable pain. Right then, the entity began announcing like a countdown to death. Damage level 12%, damage level 25%. Not stopping there, the entity continued in its familiar, emotionless, mechanical tone. Damage level 37%. Liver and gallbladder are being damaged. Damage level 55%. Respiratory system and lungs are suffering damage. At that moment, Garam clenched her fists. She kept telling herself, endure, endure, just endure. Right then, a memory she thought was buried resurfaced before her eyes. A charred body slammed into her vision. Witnessing that, her body was nearly paralyzed. Back in reality, Garam screamed frantically, endure it! Even though the pain was nearly destroying her, she kept repeating it in her subconscious. Just a little more. I have to hold on. The entity's voice continued, cold as a death sentence. The user's entire body is sustaining damage. Current damage level 99.9%. Back to Tarim. He was panting heavily, waiting for Harang's cold voice, which echoed like a call from the grave. Hey, my bad. He sat nonchalantly on a pile of corpses, his voice icy. The fun and games are coming to an end, aren't they? Then Harang looked up at him, eyes curving. I'm usually polite, but fighting you, he paused for a second, and dragged out his tone, is just too boring. Finished, Harang suddenly lunged at Tarim. Let's end this here. Tarim watched Harang coldly, thinking to himself, a reckless guy like this is just a high-level pet. If the sword's avatar is already like this, just how strong is his true self? At that moment, Tarim's heart hammered with one single thought. It's lucky that I've figured out his fighting style. He quickly assessed the situation. His attacks are simpler than I predicted. 9 consecutive strikes in total. They look powerful, but he is extremely cautious when striking. After the combo, Harang fakes a movement to the left to distract me, but he always lands the finishing blow from the right. To maintain the seal, I can't use my full power. I can still withstand a fight at this level. If you can hold him off until Garam gets here. Just then, Harang stopped abruptly. He spoke softly. Let me give you a piece of advice. Harang continued with a sarcastic remark. Humans often have the habit of being overconfident. Hearing this, Tarim was startled. A sword on the left? Across from him, Harang stared at him, mocking. Always having blind faith that what you find is right, but instead of being correct, it creates a loophole. Saying this, Harang didn't forget to warn him. When the game isn't over yet, don't let your guard down, because it will lead to your defeat. Then suddenly, his body froze for a moment. Tarim's arm had transformed into a giant limb. Immediately, he swung his arm back to gain momentum, and then Tarim decisively swung his fist toward Harang. He stopped, panting with difficulty, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I got sucked into it. Tarim had used all his strength to land a devastating blow, only then saving his own life. However, right then, inside the laboratory, the glass container shattered, and a strange liquid began to spill out. Returning to Harang, he muttered, So, that's how it is. It doesn't necessarily take killing someone to break the seal, does it? Hearing that, Tarim's gaze sharpened. A warning signal blared in his head. He couldn't maintain the seal any longer. On the left, Harang was still marveling. It's been a while since I enjoyed an atmosphere like this. He laughed heartily. Actually, it hasn't been that long. As soon as he finished, Tarim exposed him. You intended to distract me from the beginning, didn't you? Harang heard this and quickly denied it. Hey, not at all. I didn't even know about that. He continued calmly. You just cleared your throat by accident. My avatar genuinely wanted to kill you, but it's because you were too scared that you couldn't maintain the seal. Tarim looked up, narrowed his eyes, and repeated, In other words, it was just my luck? Faced with Harang's provocation, Tarim frowned angrily. Before he could react, Harang suddenly accelerated. You've worked hard until now, so I'll see you off gently. At this moment, Tarim's breathing had become heavy, but his will hadn't decayed. Fighting his avatar was relatively dangerous, but he couldn't think of any other way besides fighting, until he was completely exhausted. Suddenly, the space in front of him rippled, and instantly, a pillar of light shot up. Harang was startled and stepped back. What's that? Around him, pillars of light appeared like a fortress. Witnessing this, Tarim smirked. You're here, huh? He spoke slowly. Let me give you a piece of advice. Amidst the deafening explosions, Tarim's voice echoed. During the decisive battle, He looked Harang straight in the eyes and smirked. Don't let your guard down. Inside the room, the entity's voice rang out again. Final damage level 99.9%. It announced the completion of the power enhancement process. Returning to Tarim, he once again threw out a provocation. Because it will lead to your defeat. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Garam made the stone floor tremble violently. Harang narrowed his eyes, his tone mixed with surprise and amusement. What's this? You created a tremor the moment you appeared, huh? Seeing this, Tarim didn't forget to warn him. Garam's power has been enhanced, so don't be so tense. He tilted his head, his eyes flashing with rare excitement. Enhanced power, you say? Just then, Garam suddenly lunged in front of Harang. In an instant, she unleashed a massive beam of light. He scrambled to dodge. Garam slammed hard onto the ground. Suddenly, she let out a roar, slamming her bare hands into the cold earth. Seeing this, Harang quickly leaped into the air. But she wasn't done yet. Garam continued her pursuit, unleashing magic again, and the ground nearly exploded from the impact. Immediately after, flames erupted violently, and smoke and dust obscured the sky. A long moment later, Harang spoke calmly. That power enhancement is no joke, huh? He squinted at Garam. The power you're packing now surprises me. It's actually pretty dangerous. Harang let out a dry laugh, his voice dropping slightly. I'm actually jealous. I wish I had an opportunity like that. Still the same attitude, aren't you? Garam's ability transfers knowledge by absorbing information through the body. Originally, this ability was limited to books, but the enhancement system has expanded the scope. It transcends ordinary knowledge, with the wisdom of creation. Right then, Garam roared in fury. I don't know how you broke out of the seal, but you'd better not think of this as a game. Hearing that, Harang didn't respond. He thought to himself, a game? Definitely not, knowing by instinct that this was going to be a battle to the death. As she finished speaking, Garam launched herself into the air, swung her hand, and the ground below exploded. Watching the scene, Harang couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Her ability was like a natural disaster. What did she get enhanced with to have power like that? Just then, a pillar of light struck exactly where he was. Harang instinctively recoiled, chuckling softly. That actually stung. On the sidelines, Tarim watched the fight closely. He had already judged that the enhancement system alone couldn't produce results like this. Since Garam can't evolve on her own, this system helps her boost her potential. That power is the result of pure effort. The enhancement system is just a stepping stone for Garam to reach her true potential. The rest is all thanks to her. Meanwhile, she suddenly activated her ability to control the laws of nature. In a flash, a series of electrical sparks struck Harang's position. Suddenly, Garam appeared right behind him. She said coldly, "You have no idea, do you?" Immediately, Garam swung a lightning-fast punch toward Harang. Her eyes widened. "I bet you didn't think I could make such a terrifying face, did you?" Hearing that, Harang exhaled. What a load of nonsense. The moment he spoke, Garam rushed at him like a madwoman, regardless of his constant retreat. Harang suddenly stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Garam declared clearly, "This boring fight, time to end it." Seeing the massive surge of power coming, Harang couldn't hide his surprise at the attack. In an instant, the fireball fell, engulfing him. They didn't stop there. They suddenly detonated. The scene was horrifying. Tarim couldn't help but exclaim, "The scale of this is insane." At the same time, Garam ran off in a panic. "Captain Tarim, the surrounding areas are about to collapse. We have to go." Hearing that, he replied quickly, "I understand." Meanwhile, deep cracks began appearing in the ground. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed, and dust filled the air. A long while later, Tarim asked Han anxiously, his voice trembling slightly, "Garam, are you okay?" Then Tarim turned to pat her shoulder. "Good work. Taking a hit like that? That guy is probably," he continued to offer praise. "Not only was your power enhanced, but you traded your lifespan to get that strength, didn't you?" Tarim paused. "Your lifespan has?" she suddenly asked. "I did it, didn't I?" Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel confused. "What?" Garam smiled, a crazed look in her eyes. "I killed him, right?" Hearing that, Tarim sighed in frustration. "Honestly, having a sense of responsibility is a noble trait, but do you even know how damaged your body is right now?" Hearing that, she groaned. "Ugh, save the nagging for later. How's our senior?" Tarim hesitated, but at that exact moment, an iron rod pierced straight through Garam's chest. A familiar voice rang out again. "Where are you going, Garam?" Instantly, her body collapsed to the ground. Behind her, Harang squinted, wearing a sinister smile, always so eager to run away. "I wanted to play fair, you know." On the sidelines, Garam's face turned pale after the sneak attack. She turned around in a rage. "You spineless piece of trash!" Seeing this, Tarim grew worried and tried to intervene. "Garam, if you overdo it, your lifespan will." At that very moment, Harang easily countered with the same move. Watching that, Garam's eyes widened in shock at her own move being used against her. Contrarily, he laughed with amusement. "Surprised, aren't you?" Harang growled, emphasizing every word. "You surely remember, don't you? We share power through each other's abilities." He added, "I don't know if you noticed, but my ability didn't disappear at all." Right then, Harang's calm voice rang out across the battlefield, as if explaining the rules of a cruel game. "The winner, the principle of fair competition. Both sides receive each other's abilities. I only received strength through the sword, but I will use it well. If you want, you can use my ability too, even though it's pretty pointless." Nearby, Tarim jumped to his feet. "Hang in there, Garam, I'll support you." He immediately pointed his sword straight at him. "You better not move. You shouldn't interfere in a fair fight." Tarim's pupils contracted in surprise. Damn it. When did he manifest a sword? Then Harang rushed toward Garam, saying honestly, "You surprise me. I never expected to be pressured by someone as weak as you." As he spoke, he sounded mocking. "Of course, now you're nothing but a small fry." At the last second, Harang raised his sword coldly, his eyes fixed on her frail body. "So, stop being so arrogant." At that moment, Garam's inner voice screamed like mad. "No, get up and fight. My body won't listen. My hands won't even move," she screamed in her heart. "I worked so hard for this. I'd been trying so hard to endure, to not get taken down again. I just kept watching that scene." Harang froze for a moment. Why is he crying? He continued in a calm, unwavering tone. It wasn't over yet. Then, suddenly, Garam looked up, his gaze locked on a single point. Kim Min-sung appeared directly opposite him. He wore a faint smile. How could someone look like a hero like that? Right at that moment, Kim Min-sung unexpectedly lunged straight at Harang, only to see him dump the ladle he was holding towards him. Witnessing that, Garam couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Why was Kim Min-sung clearly?" Jer replied casually, while not forgetting to question him. "Let's talk about this after the battle. Why are you covered in blood like that?" Kim Min-sung's gaze rested on her tear-stained face. "My hero is crying like that. It's really frustrating to look at." Hearing this, Garam's body went nearly motionless from shock. Immediately after, he stepped forward, using his own body to shield Garam from the incarnation of the sword. "While I hold this guy off, you focus on recovering your stamina." Hearing this, she hurriedly stood up. "Ah, wait a minute." Garam bowed her head. She softly repeated in her mind, "Hiro Kiho." In that moment, a thought she had never had before echoed in Garam's head, not how to do it, but that no matter what it took, she had to get it done. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. He's still the same, just charging headfirst into things. Then, Garam bit her lip hard, gathering the last bit of strength in her trembling legs. She let out a shout that shook the entire space. "Wait for me, I'm coming right now." Sao Trio gathered his energy. On the other side, Kim Min-sung casually turned his ladle into a weapon to attack Harang. Seeing that, he angrily lunged forward. "Planning to get in my way again?" He heard that and smirked dismissively. "What are you talking about? This is the first time I've met you." Meanwhile, he coldly swung his sword, letting out a warning. "I don't know what's going on, but that won't work this time." On this side, Tarim still stood motionless. He darted his eyes, observing the battle. It seemed they were too busy to pay attention to this side. Seizing the opportunity, Tarim turned around and swung his fist toward the star map. Suddenly, a series of tentacles erupted from the ground, all of them lunging straight for Harang as if they had been assigned a target. Right at that moment, Tarim appeared, definitively swinging his fist into the empty air. Seeing that, Harang sighed lightly. What a nuisance. Tarim quickly walked up in front of Kim Min-sung. He let out a soft sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" "It's a good thing you're safe and sound," he muttered quietly. "It's lucky I was paying attention, otherwise you would have vanished into thin air." Then Tarim turned to observe the situation. He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. It seemed like Garam was looking at him with a strange expression. "What's going on between you two?" Kim Min-sung wore a faint smile. "I'll tell you the details later. For now, just coordinate with me." Hearing that, Tarim nodded slightly. "All right," he asked curiously. "So, do you have any combat plans yet?" Unlike Tarim, Myung answered calmly. "Let's see. Should I just charge in?" On this side, Harang looked bored. These clones are really incompetent. Meanwhile, Tarim quickly made a decision. There was no other choice but to wait for Garam to recover. Saying this, he definitively charged straight at Harang. Then, "Let's both try to hold out. Kim Min-sung quickly followed behind. Got it. He quickly swung his ladle, while clearly shouting, Yellow Earth. Seizing the opportunity, Taram lunged forward, his fist swinging straight at him. In that moment, the two, Taram and Kim Min-sung, teamed up and attacked Harang relentlessly. At the last minute, Harang unexpectedly counterattacked, using an electrical orb to suppress the two of them. Seeing that, Taram tried to struggle, his face momentarily twisted in pain. On this side, Myung hissed through his teeth, unable to move his body. Right at that moment, Garam lunged from behind straight at Harang. She decisively unleashed a palm strike, and flames immediately flared up violently. In that moment, Garam combined the techniques of transmission, intellect, boxing, and the laws of all things. Immediately, she swung her fist, and a vortex of energy flew straight toward him. Not stopping there, she didn't hesitate to kick hard, sending Harang's body flying backward, seemingly without end. A long while later, he appeared with a body covered in injuries. On the opposite side, Garam could not avoid the backlash. However, she lunged forward once again. Seeing that, Harang also charged forward. In the moment they crossed paths, a flash of light erupted in the space between them. At this, he decisively swung his sword, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out. Garam refused to be outdone. She immediately counterattacked with her long legs. Seeing that, Harang swung his sword again, and blood sprayed everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to raise his sword high. Immediately after, decisively stabbed straight at Garam. Not stopping there, he coldly withdrew the blade. Next, Harang kicked hard at her frail body. Right then, Garam lay nearly motionless on the grass, but Harang didn't let up and lunged at her. At that moment, his face lit up with an excitement like never before. On this side, she lay motionless on the cold ground, Long Yin hanging limp she had lost. Faced with the terrifying scene, Min Dung hurriedly turned around and shouted in despair, "Don't give up, Garam." As soon as the shout went out, Garam's eyes suddenly widened. A blue light covered her body. A very simple attack occurred right in front of Harang. Before he knew it, a giant hole had appeared in his body. Harang stood motionless in the clear sky. Faced with the sudden attack, he stood frozen. I thought I was the winner, so I didn't bother dodging it. Why was I so arrogant? Thinking of this, Harang concluded, "It turns out I'm nothing special." On this side, Kim Min-sung's eyes widened in horror. Meanwhile, Taram stood stunned by the one-in-a-million comeback. Returning to Garam, she reached out to try and touch the remaining spiritual energy, but it slowly dissolved into the air. At this moment, Garam carefully clenched her fingertips to try and preserve the lingering spiritual energy. Immediately after, Garam suddenly burst into tears. She had won. Moments later, night fell, shrouding the dreary forest. At the same time, Garam slowly sat up after the fierce battle. Dong-ho turned around worriedly. "You're awake? Don't push yourself. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." As soon as she woke up, she hurriedly asked, "Senior, what happened to that zombie?" He hurriedly gestured with his hand. Hey, lie back down. Your current physical condition is no joke." Seeing Garam's gaze still flickering, Dong-ho gently reassured her. "The battle is over. You killed that zombie. Remember?" She was stunned for a few seconds. Then it was as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. "Is that so? It really is over." Seeing that, he didn't forget to remind her, "Don't even think about that trip to Busan yet. Just worry about resting. I didn't think you'd make such a big deal out of it." Hearing that, Garam replied with difficulty, "I can't walk anymore. If I try to keep going now, I won't survive." Dong-ho couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. It was much heavier than he'd imagined. She closed her eyes, her voice tinged with regret. "I was so ambitious to want to fight in every battle. But now, I just have to trust my teammates." Hearing that, he smiled unconsciously. The day had finally come to see her looking so proud. Garam asked anxiously, "What about Captain Taram?" Dong-ho gave a helpless laugh. "Captain Taram went back to the mansion. There are so many valuables inside. We have to grab whatever is still intact." That's what he said. Looking at it from the outside, everything was severely damaged. Who knows if anything could even be saved? As soon as he finished, she couldn't help but laugh. "I feel so bad about this," she said. He immediately denied it. "Bad about what? You gave everything you had in that fight." As if remembering something, Garam hurriedly asked, "Oh right. What about Kim Min-sung?" Dong-ho blinked, confused. "Who? You know, the guy with the fluffy blonde hair?" He thought for a moment before answering. "Let me remember, it seems something urgent came up, and he suddenly vanished. But he did ask me to send his regards to you." She stared at Dong-ho for a few seconds, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Liar," she said. He almost shouted back, "What?" Garam turned to question him. It was you, wasn't it, Senior? You used a chaotic attack to trick me just like Kim Min-sung would. Dong-ho was speechless, his face showing a rare look of embarrassment. You knew? She lowered her voice. I understand your intentions, but don't do it again. It's disrespectful to Kim Min-sung. Hearing that, he lowered his head sincerely. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend him. Garam rolled her eyes, turned to look at Dong-ho, and suddenly sat up. I like you, Senior. The words had barely left her lips when his eyes widened, and he froze completely. What? In that moment, Garam flashed the brightest smile he'd ever seen. I like you more this way. So, from now on, just cheer for me directly, okay? She didn't forget to add, got it? Dong-ho shyly hung his head, his voice barely a whisper. Yeah. When Garam turned away, Dong-ho clenched his fist as if making a resolution. Next time, I'll definitely tell her straight. The scene shifted to the next day, and Taram's voice suddenly rang out. You're still alive. Huh? He stared at Harang. I have something to say. Do you have time? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. I'm not exactly alive. What you're seeing is the manifestation of the Holy Sword. The main vessel is about to vanish. Hearing this, Harang turned to him, dissatisfied and questioning. Don't you know? All the Arhats and I were born from Tarat's emotions. He continued with clear hostility. I was born from comfort. Rohan looked on, cold-faced. And I was born from feelings of inferiority. That's why I always worked so hard to become strong, to earn a mask. Because of this inferiority, I absolutely loathe talented people. Hearing this, Harang cursed without hesitation. Then get out of my sight. I hate you. Can't you just let me die in peace? Do you have to show up and get in my way? Taram watched him silently for a long time before softly replying, I'm sorry, but I don't hate you. Do you want to come back with me? He spoke in a mesmerizing voice, like a final temptation. I know Tarat's secret. It gives me the chance to put everything back on its proper course. Not stopping there, Taram continued his offer. Even immortality, you want power? I'll give you as much as you want. Hearing this, Harang couldn't help but scoff. No wonder he acts weak and doesn't want to help humans. Your schemes are pretty dirty. He growled with resentment. That's why I hate people like you. Because everything you have is just a toy to you. Then, Harang nonchalantly flipped him off. My bad. In the blink of an eye, he turned into ash and vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Taram muttered, what a waste. I thought this guy was a talent. Just like that, he's gone. His eyes suddenly brightened, his lips moving as he remembered a name. Taram was silent for a moment, before struggling to say the name. Naria. On the other side, Junha furiously lunged at Rohan. The boy screamed, shaking the very space around them. Spectre! Instantly, a spark of fire flew toward Rohan. He looked on with contempt. Is this attack using erratic movement? Rohan analyzed coldly. Since it's hard to predict the ball's trajectory, the attack should be more effective. He calmly pieced the information together while dodging an exploding ball. It seems your ability is to create explosives from your fingertips. Right at that moment, Hemi rushed in, quickly swinging her baseball bat toward Rohan. He stepped back, eyes narrowing in focus. This side possesses a teleportation-related ability. Immediately after, Rohan made his judgment. You don't just teleport living things. At that very moment, he continued his non-stop rambling, but also inanimate objects. The number of balls is limited though. It doesn't look like this will be an easy fight. Hearing that, Junha frowned in annoyance, the veins on his forehead throbbing. This bastard has just been standing there mumbling to himself. Are you some kind of chatterbox? Hemi charged from behind, screaming angrily. Does analyzing things over there change anything at all? Contrary to the two, Rohan remained calm. It changes quite a lot actually, he replied, showing no signs of stopping. He spoke with an underlying meaning, having grasped how his opponent fought. Rohan concluded, you are going to deliver more effective attacks. He lowered his center of gravity to fight, lecturing them like a teacher. By doing this, the opponent will subconsciously feel pressured, creating an opening. Then, suddenly, Rohan swung his sword, slashing Junha's arm. Ignoring the boy's pain, he continued to lecture. Just like this. Rohan emphasized in a growl, I've cut the tendons that control your movement. Immediately after, Rohan ruthlessly pinned Junha's head to the ground. He didn't forget to add, you won't be able to throw balls for a while now. On the other side, Himi's body had long since been restrained by the wreckage. Turning back to Rohan, he mercilessly stepped on Junha's head, feeling frustrated that he couldn't avenge his mentor. At this, Rohan narrowed his eyes at the boy. What a pity. You failed. In a battle, if you aren't decisive, you can't win. With that, he turned away coldly. Retreat. You guys are too weak. Seeing this, Junha shouted in a panic. No, wait. He struggled to crawl up, his teeth clenched tight, letting out a growl of resentment. I said, wait, you bastard. After shouting, Junha was in so much pain he couldn't breathe normally. Meanwhile, Hime tried to speak up. Wait, in that moment, they both had the same thought. I'm sorry, Risuru. You sacrificed your life to save us. But we didn't even have a chance to avenge you. Junha almost collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all because I'm too weak, I'm sorry. At that moment, teardrops from Junha kept falling to the ground. Suddenly, Risuru emerged from beneath the ground. Junha jumped in surprise. What the? Witnessing that sight, Hime softly called his name. Risuru? Back to Junha. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. How are you here? Didn't that guy? Risuru immediately signaled him to stop. You don't have to say it. I know you missed me. Right after, he leaned down and gently ruffled Junha's messy hair. Don't cry. I'm here now. Hearing that, the boy couldn't help but burst into tears again, his voice trembling. Junha shouted in frustration, Who's crying, you jerk? But across the way, Rohan heard them, and paused his steps. Risuru. That familiar voice rang out again. I owe my disciples. Right then, he lunged forward and planted a forceful kiss on Rohan's cheek. Now, let's play again. Seeing Rohan's twisted expression, Risuru laughed maniacally. Not stopping there, he casually threw out a taunt. You couldn't dodge my kiss, could you? Rohan touched his cheek. How are you still alive? I definitely finished you off. Risuru laughed loudly. Seeing how embarrassed you are, it's so much fun. Rohan questioned, Do you have illusion-based powers? Risuru replied, tasting my luscious lips and then talking, Are we? My lips are pretty soft and moist, aren't they? Rohan immediately lunged at him. I'll just kill you one more time. Risuru dodged with a mocking tone. Rohan suddenly realized the attacks coming his way. Risuru laughed. The medicines I carry contain a super regeneration pill. It's a pill that regenerates the body in an instant, just like my master's. Luckily, I managed to swallow it and slip away. Rohan was being swept away by the water current. Risuru continued. Of course, taking that pill, I also swallowed a lot of water. Thanks to you, I realized something. The reason I lost to you, the points where I was lacking, loving one's enemy is a sin. Now, I'll embrace you with this heart full of tolerance. Then he lunged forward with a love punch. Rohan muttered, Love punch? What the hell is that? It's just random flailing. Risuru laughed loudly, landing strikes mercilessly. That's what you call love. He continued to laugh crazily. Rohan thought, he was already abnormal, but coming back like this is even worse. Switching scenes, Junha spoke up. Risuru, did you take that special medicine? Are you okay? Hime replied, Still can't move. On the other side, thousands of white zombies were running in chaos. Junha was up ahead. What is this? Hime grabbed her arm and prepared to stand up. Looks like there are still 100 zombies left. Junha replied, We'll clear them out. That way, Risuru can fight freely. Hime was surprised. Huh? Junha? Did you grow up or something? The boy roared. What do you want me to do in this situation, lady? Even if he's a lousy master, I have to trust him, Risuru shouted. Light of love. Rohan replied. What light? Where? Risuru continued to pummel him. Love soccer, love ball, twilight love, gate of love. Rohan muttered. Isn't he just making up names? Risuru continued his melody of love and punched hard forward. Then he laughed loudly, posing in the shape of a heart. How about it? Does my love taste good? Rohan responded. I have something I want to ask you. Then he lunged forward and shoved him back hard. Risuru quickly fell backward and landed safely. Then, a blade from Rohan flew forward and stabbed straight into his body. What were you thinking? Coming back? Still the same old reason? Risuru smiled slightly, a streak of red blood flowing down his mouth. Suddenly, Risuru lunged forward to push him back, then punched with all his might. Because I like you, you jerk. Risuru continued to punch him repeatedly. Rohan quickly regained his guard and kicked him flying back. This isn't working. After 6 trials of suffering, I've returned to a meaningless life. Let's end this here. Risuru. 6 paths. A sword appeared, and magical light surrounded him. Risuru laughed loudly. Oh, it's getting hot. Feel free to embrace me. Suddenly, Rohan appeared behind him, with a face full of murderous intent. Hell path. A blue light surged straight into his body. Risuru turned around immediately. What a stubborn guy. But Rohan had already dashed in another direction. Hungry ghost path. He continued. Animal path, Asura path, human path. Waves of magic slammed into Risuru. His body was thrown far away as beams of light pierced through him. Rohan spoke calmly. Look at your pathetic self. I haven't even used my full power yet. It's over. Heavenly path. A massive beam of magical light appeared above his head. Depart to the afterlife. Suddenly, Risuru's eyes narrowed. Rohan was startled to see those eyes. Risuru raised his hand to block the sword stabbing into him. Love shouldn't be chased. You have to wait patiently. You'll gain flesh and blood and reach victory. Remember that, because this is my final love. Then, a ray of light enveloped both their bodies. A blinding glow erupted all around. Hemi and Junha screamed in panic from the side. What's happening? As the smoke slowly cleared, Rohan's voice echoed. So, that's how it is. The medicine was still effective. Huh? That's why you didn't dodge the attack, just to distract me. He saw the white corpses lying on the floor. Remarkable resolve, but just a useless variable, because you're a worthless bomb. You clearly predicted it would end like this, but you still dove in, you idiot. Suddenly, Risuru burst into laughter. Rohan turned his head. Still alive? He immediately grabbed his sword and lunged. You're as persistent as a leech, Risuru muttered. Before and now, there's no difference. Why did you come back? I've seen it all. Let's see who gets here first. He picked up a weapon. The situation has changed. I'm just buying time. You dummy. Suddenly, Rohan noticed a voice from behind. Looks like I'm a bit late, Kyung continued. Sorry, I took the wrong turn. Rohan muttered her name with surprise. Kyung? Kyung made an expression of surprise. You know me? Rohan was startled as he realized something was moving towards the building behind, which seemed to be crumbling. Kyung spoke. Are you here, Mire? She landed on the floor and spoke. Why did you go first? She smiled. We're going to a place where Risuru let out a loud laugh. What do we do now? Hey, long-haired guy. Are you sure you can take on both of us alone? Rohan mused quietly, his face bowing slightly as he pondered something. I'm not a stubborn man, he said, as the sword in his hand seemed to vanish. This was only natural for him. Then, he vanished entirely. Lai Kyung, I hope you know a lot of secrets, Risuru shouted from behind, furious. Running away, huh? Look at that guy's pathetic escape, Kyung thought to himself. Secrets, huh? Risuru yelled loudly. Captain, chase him down and beat him to a pulp. Teach him a lesson. Kyung immediately started running forward. Mire, take care of him for me. Looking at the situation, we're already late. Let's hurry and regroup with the main team. Elsewhere, the two kids, Junha and Hemi, were still fighting off a horde of zombies. Junha exclaimed in surprise when he saw someone. What the? A cry of shock echoed everywhere, shifting the scene to another high-rise building. A voice called out. Captain, do you have any idea how worried I was? Junha asked. Is your body okay? Is your health stable? Why did your arm end up like that? Kyung laughed. I didn't expect such a warm welcome, but we are going in the right direction, right? The boy replied. Yes, I got a call earlier. The support team is already at the mall over there. Kiho shouted. Captain, over here. Beside him, two girls burst into tears upon seeing Mire. Mire? Oh, Mire. They hugged him tightly. It really is the captain. We weren't wrong. Rizuru scolded. Get lost. He belongs only to me. Mire looked confused. Why are they here too? Suddenly, Kyung spoke up. Did you get here early by taking a shortcut? Kiho replied. No, I just followed the road signs. Captain, Mire, where did you two go? Kyung smiled. We ran straight through the forest. That's why we're so late. Kiho was surprised. The forest? Why do you always like doing things the hard way? Right, there's someone inside who wants to say hello to you, Captain. Kyung replied. You mean Nuri? If it's Nuri, then Nuri suddenly lunged out. I'm here too. You know, Kyung shouted in pain. Nuri scolded. Why are you so late? I've been waiting forever. Kyung was surprised. Who wants to greet me? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Long time no see. Kyung's face froze in place. She couldn't believe she would meet that person here. Tarim spoke. You look more haggard than before. Seems like a lot has happened, hasn't it? Kyung stopped. Senior Tarim? Nuri looked annoyed. Kyung continued. Is it really you, Senior? Nuri chimed in from behind. Yeah, come on. There are hundreds of zombies nearby. Let's get inside before we attract them. Kiho guided the injured. We plan to meet soon, so everyone take this time to rest properly. Everyone replied, understood. Nuri turned to Kyung. And one more thing, Lee Kyung, come talk to me for a second. She was surprised. Huh? What is it? Nuri replied, just follow me, it's important. She answered, sure. Okay. Tarim looked pensive as he listened from the doorway. A little later, inside the shopping mall, dozens of people were sitting around. The scene shifted to a room. Kyung's voice could be heard. You're telling me not to trust Senior Tarim? What are you saying? Nuri replied, I received a text message from Jun. I don't know how she sent it. The message sounded like a warning. Be careful of those who know the secret. That person is hunting the immortal. That's what it said. Who is the person the message refers to? If it's you, I think you know who it is. According to Senior Taram, he saved Garam and Dongho. I heard he got information about Busan from them and joined us. For now, don't get too close to him. Kyung spoke up. We can't even verify this message. Nuri was startled. What? She continued. We aren't sure if Jun really sent it. This message isn't enough to conclude that Senior Taram is dangerous. You're the one who saved Garam and Dongho, too. We welcomed him with open arms. Isn't that enough? Nuri, that's Senior Taram, not some stranger. He used to be with us. Nuri shouted. You can't just judge the situation based on that. He looks normal, but he hasn't shown himself until now. So, what has he been doing? And what about that teleportation? How could he get here in an instant? If he had that power, why didn't he show himself to us sooner? More importantly, that person wasn't right before. That's why I still don't trust him. Kyung was surprised. What? She sighed, closing her eyes in frustration. I'm going now. Go cool your head. Nuri quickly stopped her. Kiho, wait, I'm not just talking nonsense. Kyung spoke slowly. You were like this before too. You hate Senior Taram for no reason. Don't go around judging people like that. Nuri called out from behind. Kyung? Lee Kyung? A moment later, she watched silently as Kyung walked away. Suddenly, Taram's voice sounded from behind. Done talking? Nuri turned around and shouted. What the? Were you eavesdropping on us? Taram replied. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to pass by and ran into you. As it happens, I have a favor to ask. Can I join the meeting? I need to know what happened so I can help. Don't worry, I won't share my opinion. I'll just listen. Nuri looked at him coldly, not trusting him at all. Do whatever you want, she said, then walked off. Taram replied calmly, thanks. A while later, inside the mostly empty movie theater, people started filing in. Nuri stood at the front. Is everyone here? Taram looked at Rizuru. You've changed how you talk, haven't you? Rizuru laughed. It's an influence from the senior. Nuri sighed. Let's start the meeting. We are currently close to the White Tree. It seems to be Tarot's lair. Tomorrow's attack won't be too complicated, but the important thing is resource allocation. The goal is to hold back the hundreds of zombies swarming here. Our forces have limited stamina. Therefore, Lee Kyung will stay at the camp and build defensive lines. Mire will divide the squads and head to Batteret. I've already arranged the detailed plans. Suddenly, an arm went up. Taram spoke. I don't think that's effective. Nuri was surprised. What? He continued. Mire is a very capable person. It would be more effective to send Lee Kyung and Mire to Batteret. I'm not criticizing your strategy, but the remaining members will just become a liability. As for guarding the camp and support, I will take command. How about that? Nuri muttered, sounding angry. Did you not hear me? They are coming in waves, one after another, not just one or two attacks. The support line must absolutely not fall. Taram replied. That's exactly why I said I'm here. On the way here, I already grasped the strength of the zombies. Or do you not trust me? Nuri narrowed her eyes, evaluating him. Taram continued. So, shall we decide based on a vote? Tell me, what are you all thinking? The others replied, we're with you. Risuru spoke up. I hate to admit it, but he's right. The captain and the teacher are our two strongest. I agree. Junha muttered. That's way too much for my brain to handle. I give up. Kyuho said. I'm following the commander. She's already drawn up so many combat plans. I think this will work this time too. Mire replied. I'll follow orders. Tarim narrowed his eyes slightly. So, it's a tie. The only one left was Nuri, who shouted a name to the person behind her. Lee Q, what is your choice? She remained silent, and Nuri's face suddenly froze in disbelief. Kyung nodded, quickly stood up, and made her decision. I'm in. A loud shout rang out. Team 1, get into position, get into position. Team 2 members, to your assigned positions. Team 3, move to the front line of defense. Move. Nuri stood above, looking down at the scene below. Kiho spoke up. Commander, I found some coffee. Should I brew a cup for you? She replied, No, I don't want any. He was surprised that was the last of the coffee. She answered, It's fine. Thanks for your concern, though, Kiho continued. Tomorrow is the final battle, huh? I've been running around so much I didn't even realize I ended up here. Nuri replied. Is that so? She muttered. Whatever. Below them, Taram called out, Team 2, don't break Team 3's defensive line. Kiho said, Taram is working pretty hard too, isn't he? I think we could all use a little break. Nuri said nothing. She was thinking about Kyung's plan. I will follow the senior's lead. That left Nuri in complete shock. Taram announced, so, it's decided. Tomorrow, I will lead the vanguard. Since we based this on a vote, no one has any objections, right? Nuri thought to herself. No objections. Back to the present. She was lost in thought. Kiho, standing next to her, asked, but seriously, what is the relationship between the commander, the captain, and Taram? Luri replied, us? It's just a normal relationship. Lee Kyung and I were in the same class, and Taram is a year ahead of us. The three of us learned marksmanship together, so we just walked home together, that's all. However, Senior Tarim Shi told a story about once seeing him sitting next to a dying cat. He had said that natural selection was just an obvious outcome. In his hand was a knife. I won't let you suffer anymore, Nuri continued. I feel a bit uneasy around him. I have to say, his logic is uncomfortably detached. Kiho was surprised. Uncomfortably detached? Nuri cut him off. Anyway, you should go get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be intense. Kiho replied. You get some rest too, Commander Nuri. She answered. Yeah, thanks. Cut to that same evening, Ha Young shouted. Are you asleep? Mire replied. I'm asleep. The girl yelled. You're not asleep. Who talks while they're sleeping? Tomorrow is going to be so rough. Aren't you scared? I'm terrified. What if something happens and someone dies? Mire answered. Don't be afraid. The little girl shouted. You're so annoying. In times like this, you're supposed to say something comforting about protecting me. Mire replied. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. The girl yelled, since when did you become such a cold-hearted hunk? Mire continued calmly. If I'm afraid, people will die, so I cannot be afraid. The girl stopped crying and looked at him. Brother, you're so cool. Talking while trapped in that sleeping bag like that, you're cute again. I'm hitting you like this. Doesn't it hurt? Oh, I guess it doesn't hurt because it doesn't hurt. I won't be scared either. If I do that, I can be strong like you, right? Mire replied. Yeah. The girl excitedly replied. Okay, I'm not afraid of anything. Bring it on, and I'll kick your butt. Teret Kyung, listening to their conversation from outside, thought to herself, how cute. Cut to the next day. A voice rang out. Everyone, move to the defensive line. We don't know when the hundreds of zombies will swarm us, so don't let your guard down. They replied, understood. The relief forces should at least move to their positions so we can take care of more of our troops. They answered, yes. The team captains must be ready. Right? Junha replied, of course. Nuri thought, everything will be decided by today's battle. It's the result of all our hard work. The moment had arrived. Opening the final battle, Mire and Lee Kyung rushed forward. A light flashed in front of them. What is that? Rohan spoke up. High-grade rebirth, the two of them had to stop to shield their eyes from the light. Rohan continued. The king's way, something appeared before Kyung's eyes. Rohan has appeared. You too? The flow is different from before, isn't it? Kyung asked. Were you waiting for us? What exactly are you aiming for? Rohan replied. Aiming for nothing. Everything is just entering the final chapter, as planned. Kyung thought to herself, the final chapter, as planned? What does he mean? Suddenly, she noticed the person next to her was slowly fading away. Mir Rohan spoke. The protagonist is gone. 6 paths Yama. Another stream of light appeared behind her. Lee Kyung, will you declare war on me? She immediately replied, that's quite an aura you've got there. Fine. That 600% awakening is exactly what I wanted too. On the other side, Mir realized he was standing in a different place. A voice echoed, you're here, huh? He looked up in surprise. It was Teret, his father. He spoke, you've traveled a long way, and here we are again, rotating Dao. Dozens of swords rained down from the ceiling toward him. Mire narrowed his eyes and stood perfectly still. Hundreds of swords flew toward where he stood, then Teret lunged forward. You're not dodging? He drew a long sword and slashed hard at him. No, I can't react in time. Ter slashed his sword down, while Mire raised his hand to block. Ter he had kicked toward him. The battle paused for a second. Ter held the sword in his hand, the blade glowing brilliantly. He lunged and slashed toward his left neck, through the top of Mire's head. He spoke, Electric Law, Mire. The second strike. His voice rang out, and he continued to charge forward while the sword was still through his head. Ter was surprised. You're just charging straight in? Blood explosion. Mire used both hands to attack him. A blast filled with purple smoke spread everywhere. A moment later, they dissipated, and Mire appeared under the smoke. Ter's voice echoed with admiration. Strong. Are those moves meant to kill me? Mire said coldly. Fight seriously. Don't play around. Tarot thought to himself. This is the appearance of someone who has improved significantly. Is there something different in his fighting style? He isn't fighting for himself anymore. It seems you found someone you want to protect. Fine, let me see it. He swung his sword forward. Can you keep up with me? A wave of magic enveloped him. Voices shouted, "They're coming again! Team 1. Maintain formation," Hemi scolded. "Throw the ball seriously, come on," Junha yelled. "Hey, don't you know I'm injured or what? I'm doing my best throwing with my left hand," Junha yelled. "Hey lady, don't you know I'm injured? I'm doing my best even with my left hand, aren't I?" Risuru laughed loudly. "Stop arguing, I'll kill them all. They're clearly swarming in waves, so why are they attacking in such a massive force all of a sudden?" A man shouted in a panic. "Watch out, the person next to you just went down," Nuri chimed in. "There are too many of them. Maybe we should retreat to the defensive line and rethink this." "What are you talking about?" Tarim roared. "Squad 1, fall back. Squad 3, move up. Do not let them break the defensive line under any circumstances." Everyone immediately looked terrified. "Squad 3, move up? But we're just support. Captain Tarim shouldn't be giving orders like that. Just grab your weapons and get up there," Nuri scolded. "What the hell are you doing? You know perfectly well Squad 3 is support. Sending people who aren't trained for combat out there will make the whole line collapse," Tarim replied coldly. "I'm the captain here. Shut up and follow orders." Nuri thought. What did he just say? At this rate, we're all going to die. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Scene shift. Tarot continued the cycle of reincarnation technique. His blade sliced right through Mire's body. Dozens of purple-black projectiles came flying toward him. Purple smoke began to spread everywhere. He jumped back. I still don't seem to have fully adapted to this fighting style yet. Mire kept charging forward to attack. Ter swung his sword. The attack was full of openings. He immediately realized something was off. His body was sent flying by the boy's attack, so that was his plan. Ter thought the kid intentionally took the hit so he wouldn't get struck by an attack that would limit his mobility, only to close the distance and land a direct blow. The moment he looked up, Mire lunged right at him. Ter hurriedly raised his hand to block. "He's too fast! I have to increase my speed and intensity just to keep up. This kid is different now. He's cold and rational. He actually intends to kill me." He wiped a trail of blood from his mouth. Interesting. Then, Tarot slashed quickly, sending Mire flying far away. Cycle of reincarnation. He launched another attack. Calamity Sword. A whirlwind of energy surged toward Mire. Mire calmly raised a hand. That was nothing special. Dozens of swords flew toward the boy. Ter said, "This is the power of all my officers. To be precise, it's the power I shared with them. The opponents you have to face are me and my 6 officers." Mire realized he was surrounded by the officers. He stood silently, lost in thought, and then he suddenly dashed through them, leaving everyone in utter shock. Smoke swirled around the group. Mire said, "Doesn't matter, because I'm the one who will win." Fierce flames engulfed his body. He struck coldly. Mire's third law, blood flow destruction. Tarot was surprised to see him charge in again after that blow. Mire punched him hard in the stomach. Mire's law, total void, he said coldly, naming his technique. Instantly, hundreds of weapons seemed to fly right through Tarot's body. Then, an explosion rang out, and his body was severed in 2. A moment later, the smoke cleared, and Mire kept staring at him. Tarot's voice came from behind. "I admit you're very strong." Then, he grabbed Mire's face. "But you're also very weak." Mire was shocked, his eyes wide open, gasping loudly. Then he let out a scream of pure agony. Scene shift. Outside the shopping center, something strange suddenly happened. "What's that?" Suddenly, Hyo looked up at the sky in surprise at the sound of the screams. "Is it an earthquake? We have to be careful," the girl said, sounding worried and surprised. Mire was kneeling in front of Tarot. His face was pale, his eyes wide, and he was covered in blood. Tarot stepped forward. "Do you remember the agony you forgot yet? This is reality when you're all alone." He stomped on Mire's head. Mire kicked his leg away. "What did you do?" Tarot replied, "Nothing." He grabbed Mire by the throat. "I'm just taking back what I gave you. Mire, you're just a complete puppet I created." Mire gritted his teeth, murmuring in shock. "What?" Tarot decapitated him. "You won't be able to regenerate anymore." Mire's mother, she always took photos because they preserved memories that couldn't be erased. But wait, he remembered his father's face always being painted over in red, but was what his mother said true? Joe quickly caught Mire's head as it was falling. Then, in his spirit form, he used his hand to reattach the head. It quickly merged back onto Mire's neck. "I knew you'd appear, Master. I had already predicted it to some extent because I could vaguely feel your presence." Joe spoke up. "Was it necessary to go this far?" Terret replied. Aren't you afraid the world will reach its end? I'm going to drain all of Mire's power. He will have an honorable death. So, Master, don't stop me. Joe replied slowly. I'm very worried about you. Terret was silent for a moment, then he picked up his sword. Your worry is useless. Gio's body slowly began to fade. He let out a cold huff. Wake up, my student. Mire startled and opened his eyes. Master! But Terret's sword was already lunging straight at him. Joe continued. Before this, I gave a portion of my power to you. Thanks to that, you were able to escape danger. But from now on, you must be very careful. Terret has stripped you of your power. You're no longer immortal. Mire muttered. Does that mean I can die? He replied. Exactly. Get up quickly. We don't have time. If this continues, everyone out there will lose their lives. Mire fell silent. Yes, he replied, then quickly stood up to continue the fight. Scene shift. Kyung's sword spiraled through the air. Strange, she grabbed it and slashed forward. Why aren't you fighting with everything you've got? Rohan replied calmly. Because it's not necessary. It seems you don't know anything about the origin of the secret, do you? Kyung replied. What? Rohan continued. This place is an isolated world created by the supreme reincarnation. Even the highest saints cannot perceive our battle, nor can they hear our conversation. Jingaram, Longho, Kiho, Lee Kyung, and even Onmire, all these talented individuals can come to your side at the necessary moments. Not only that, look at the arena in Busan. It's more like a community for human survival than a society for zombies. Do you think this is a coincidence? Kyung looked guarded. What are you trying to say? Rohan replied, It's all fate. Lee Kyung, Terret and I led you to this place. I am not your enemy. I will tell you about the great existence we have to fight. Scene shift. Mire kept charging forward to attack. Ter slashed his sword toward him with ease, but Mire quickly dodged and launched another attack. He immediately clutched his head to dodge Terret's incoming strike. An explosion rang out, and a wave of smoke sent his body flying backward. Mire wondered, What must I do? Joe replied, surprised. Huh? Mire continued. Is Ter immortal? Not exactly, Joe replied. To be precise, he isn't immortal. He just shifts his body into tiny particles and dodges attacks by reassembling them. This technique can be used as an offensive strike to disintegrate an opponent, but its greatest strength is actually defense. It's impossible to suppress Terret with ordinary physical attacks. To kill Terret, one must erase their own existence. Mire mutters, erasing existence. Suddenly, he realized Terret was charging at him again. How can I erase my own existence? He wondered. Joe replied, That's impossible. Mire was surprised. What do you mean? Joe continued. I mean the current Mire. Taro muttered, too noisy, then slashed at him violently. Stay out of the way, you nuisance, he added. A powerful punch sent Joe's soul flying backward. Joe called out, Remember what I told you, the answer is always there. Mire turned his head in shock, his face filled with confusion. Taro attacked with the Dharma seal, and the strike left him in excruciating pain. Mire felt as if everything were fading. His body instantly blasted backward. He tried to endure the onslaught while letting out pained screams. Terret, your thinking doesn't seem very sharp. You look truly pathetic. I expected more from you, but you've disappointed me deeply. Your limits end here. The orbs surrounding him began to explode, attacking Mire. He was suddenly struck by one and cried out in agony. His body tumbled backward, slamming his face into the ground. The orbs followed, continuing to target him. Terret watched him coldly from behind his strange mask. Mire muttered, Is this another failure? He hung his head, blood streaming down his face. He remembered Gio's words from the past. You've never once unleashed your true power. Mire thought he was fighting for reasons outside himself. Joe's voice resonated. Remember this, Mire. This is the foundational power. One day, you will break through the wall that blocks your path. Mire started, realizing this was the final answer. Terret looked startled, sensing that something was changing. At that very moment, Mire unleashed the light gate technique, forming an orb that radiated a sinister light. Witnessing the scene, Terret froze for a brief moment. He quickly realized this technique was different from ordinary attacks. Erasing space, Mire stood silently amidst the devastated battlefield. His heart was pounding. This isn't power I gave him. Unbelievable. The boy has triggered a power that can actually harm me on his own. Back to Mire, his expression suddenly turned grim. Opposite him, Terret lunged rapidly through the magic arrays. He reached the final shield, but suddenly, Terret's arm was swallowed by it. A sharp pain surged through him. His body could barely hold on. Without hesitation, Terret surged through the barrier. Mire struggled to rise, his eyes locked on him. Terret swung his sword decisively, slicing the rock to pieces. Stones flew straight toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Terret soared into the air, sword held high. He plunged straight down, driving the tip of his blade into the ground right next to Mire. Just then, he reached out and touched Terret's chest. Mire cast a spell, and a surge of spiritual power exploded immediately afterward. Terret's eyes widened, looking completely stunned. Moments later, dust and smoke filled the space. Mire looked up at Terret. "You're still standing still." "No," he replied, assessing him. "Regardless, you're still not used to this new power." With that, Terret didn't hesitate to drive his blade through Mire's palm. His voice sounded cold. "It's a shame. That might have been your last chance to finish me." As the blade pierced through, the pain made Mire grimace, and blood welled up in his mouth. In that moment, the proximity of death gave Mire a burst of strength. He struggled to kick Terret hard. Mire quickly sat up, let out a laugh, and stood up abruptly. He raised his wounded arm. Terret's gaze fell on Mire's body, feeling a sense of unease. Such a deep wound shouldn't be movable. Is the boy betting his life on that arm? Thinking this, Terret felt even more excited. "Very well, I will grant your wish." Shortly after, he activated the Yama birth chart, and a swirling vortex appeared behind him. In a flash, a wave of dark spiritual energy surged toward Mire, as if to devour him. Behind him, a series of walls were destroyed, sending dust flying. Hearing the noise, he instinctively turned his head, his eyes flashing with unprecedented terror. However, Mire quickly regained his composure. He charged into the attack again, diving straight into the midst of the dangerous dark energy currents. Terret seemed unwilling to let him go. He immediately cast a spell. Mire stood his ground without flinching. He twisted his body to the left, arms swinging toward Terret. A barrier instantly formed in front of him. Mire lowered his center of gravity, eyes fixed on Terret, never wavering. Only one thought remained in his mind: weakness. I must find the weakness. Terret looked at Mire's struggle and smiled with pity. "Truly pathetic," Terret said coldly. "The more you try to find your opponent's weakness, the more you reveal your own." Before he could react, Terret attacked with magic. Mire was slammed into the ground. Suddenly, Terret shouted the command for the Yama birth chart. As the words left his lips, an object appeared and crashed to the ground, and a strange, pitch-black slime sprayed outward. At that moment, Terret stood at the center of the magic circle. He bellowed, "Heavenly Gate!" and a barrage of spikes appeared, thrusting toward Mire. In a split second, his body was pulled toward Terret. Terret reached out toward him and unleashed his final technique, Samsara Blade. A long time passed. Mire remained with his head bowed, his hair swaying in the cold wind, until suddenly, his hand slowly rose into the air. Terret's mask trembled. Sensing something was wrong, he pointed at it, whispering, "The weakness, I've found it." Seeing this, he was startled, realizing the truth behind that reckless act. Could it be that he let himself be attacked on purpose? Terret couldn't help but feel amazed that he had found the fatal point in one go. Just then, Mire roared, reaching for the mask. As he swung his arm, half of Terret's body was sliced off. Even so, Terret's body didn't sway. It stood still like a statue. Mire finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mire was nearly defeated, his body covered in countless wounds. At that very moment, Terret's voice rang out. "Excellent," he continued, struggling. "I'm not sure if I could have survived that final blow." Saying this, Ter can't help but marvel. Even in such an emergency, Mire can still make such an unusual choice. Seriously, that's my boy. Opposite him, Mire is so shocked that his eyes go wide. Suddenly, he reaches out and gently pats his shoulder. "You've worked hard." Meanwhile, Mire stares blankly at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion. In that moment, a flood of memories rushes back. Mire's mother was always taking photos because they captured memories that could never be erased. There is one thing Mire has never forgotten, and that is the story we wrote together, with you, to remember our lives. It feels as if Terret's voice is ringing out, protecting his son, returning to reality. He looks at Mire tenderly. "I have finally finished it. It was on a day when the flowers were blooming," and Awa happily exclaimed, "Honey, look, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Let's take a picture together." Ter immediately holds up his phone, pretending to be grumpy. "Mire, you have to look at Dad." Mire quickly replies, "Yes, sir." Right after that, Terret shouts, "All right, let's take it." That was the moment the family photo of the three of them was formed. This is the story Ter wrote together with Mire. He leans over to look at the phone screen. "Doesn't it look good?" Awa nods slightly, looking satisfied. The picture is pretty cute too, because he wanted to remember their family. In that moment, Tarot always carried the intention of protecting Mire. A moment later, his hoarse laughter rings out. Mire, what did you say? Hearing that, the boy continues, pouting. Why? Why are you laughing at me? Mire's ears turn bright red as he clenches his tiny hands. I confessed to Minji that I wanted to marry her, and then she rejected me. Dad, how can you still laugh? On this side, Tarot just can't stop laughing. Oh my stomach hurts. Awa doesn't forget to join in the fun. You're thinking about marriage already? Oh, Mire. Mire can't hide his curiosity at this moment. What is marriage? He turns to him again. You want to marry Minnan? Mire doesn't hesitate to nod. Yes. Hearing that, Tarot has another laughing fit. Seeing this, the boy gets even angrier. Why? Why do you keep laughing? At this moment, he wipes the corners of his eyes while laughing. Oh my god, I'm dying. My stomach hurts so much from laughing. Really? Awa can't help but exclaim. We live so happily because of Mire. Then she turns to comfort him. Don't worry, my son. You'll find someone better. Mire immediately recoils. He shows his dissatisfaction. You two, stop it. Hearing that, she laughs even louder, seeing the little boy pouting at them. So cute. Awa doesn't forget to ask, honey, should we stop by Mom's house? Tare quickly replies, yeah, Mom told us to come get some kimchi. Hearing this, she cheers with excitement. Awesome. Mom's kimchi is the best, no argument there. Awa curiously turns her head and asks if Chejian and Nari are there. Tarot thinks for a moment and replies, those two are introverts, so they're probably at home. Having said that, he tilts his head with a rare, thoughtful look. Tarot's gaze rests on a high-rise building, surrounded by a series of vehicles. Suddenly, the building disappears right in front of Tarot. It just fades away, as if it had never existed. Seeing that, he falls into deep thought, occasionally letting out a sigh. Seeing Tarot silent, Awa quickly reminds him, honey, the light turned green. Hearing that, he finally reacts. A while later, Tarot moves to an apartment. He quickly enters the door code. As soon as they step inside, the group of people shouts in unison. We're here! The woman turns around, wearing a kind smile. You're here? You must be tired from the trip. Tarot curiously asks. Where's Dad? The woman says softly. He's in his room. Just then, Chejian walks out. She is briefly surprised. What's this? You're here? Upon seeing her, he teases her. Anchan, a kid who only knows how to bathe. Chejian bristles at that. You really want to die, don't you? Seeing that, Tarot changes the subject. Help me keep Mire company. I'm going to go talk to Dad for a bit. Chejian immediately shifts her attention to Mire. Oh, our cute Mire is here too? He shyly bows his head. Hello, Miss Jian. Seeing that, she makes an offer. Anyway, I have something I want to show off. Come here with me. Shortly after, Mire moves quickly. He bows slightly. Excuse me. Nari then turns around. Mire, you're here? Seeing his uncle, he bows to greet him. Yes, hello, Uncle Nar. Chejian feels annoyed now. On Nari, why are you here? Seriously. Nari replies nonchalantly. Because this room has a computer. What else can I do? Hearing that, she doesn't forget to warn him. Whatever you do, don't overdo it. After hearing that, her uncle pretends to be sad. Are you scolding me? A moment later, Chejian excitedly holds up a book as if she had just found the most precious treasure in the world, her eyes shining with triumph. Look, Mire, this is the limited edition I found. Mire immediately jumps up. Can I read it too? On this side, Nari looks dissatisfied. Hey, on Chejian, I'm the one who found that. Why are you taking it to show off? She tilts her chin provocatively, not intending to give in. So what? Are you unsatisfied? Her uncle nonchalantly replies, I said it's there. So what? As soon as he finishes speaking, Chejian rushes over. She grabs Nari's hair tightly. You guy, I really can't deal with you. Why are you always fighting with your sister? Her uncle screams in agony. Mom, she's hitting me. Mom. Over here, the woman curiously asks. Where did you all go today? Awa quickly replies. There were cherry blossoms blooming at the park today. At the same time, Tarot casually questions, is it finished yet? His father, hearing that, asks suspiciously, finished? He crosses his arms and tilts his chin with an annoyed look. Don't you find it strange, Dad? He still can't help but feel a bit confused. What was that? Tarot points clearly at himself. He keeps repeating, I'm the one, Dad. I'm the novelist who wrote the Intel storybook. Hearing this, his father's gaze suddenly becomes sharp. Seeing that, Tarot freezes, and cold sweat breaks out involuntarily. After a moment of silence, he bursts into hearty laughter. This kid, so you're still not done yet? Hearing this, He sighs in frustration. It's true, I saw it again today. Seeing that, his father doesn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. Does finishing the work make the author want to go crazy? Talking nonsense all day long. Tarot feels even more helpless. Seriously, when will Dad believe me? The only one who perceives this truth is Tarot. This world is Intel's story. Objects in this world suddenly take on completely different forms. This is also true for people. Except for him, the others have no awareness of this. The first time Ter encountered this phenomenon, he thought he was the strange one. But the phenomenon repeats itself, leading him to the conclusion that this world is someone else's Intel story. It's as if it's the author's intention, just changing the settings. Even if you sit there analyzing it, nothing will change. Ter has no evidence or basis for it. Thinking of this, he clicks his tongue, his head hurting from thinking about the deadline for completion. Despite everything, to Ter, this phenomenon felt real. A moment later, he asked timidly, "Dad, can I smoke a little? It's fine, right?" Hearing this, his father got angry and scolded him. "Get out of here if you want to smoke." A while later, Ter shouted softly, "We're home." A response immediately followed. "All right. Make sure to get in touch when you get home." At this moment, Ter was steering the car slowly along the highway. Inside, both Awa and Mire had drifted into a deep sleep. Seeing this, he smiled faintly. His wife and child must be exhausted. Driving back and forth all day long, it would be strange if they weren't tired. Ter glanced at the rearview mirror. His son, Mire, had grown so much. Back in the day, he was only as big as his fist. Kids grow up so fast these days. Thinking of this, he kept telling himself, "I have to earn as much as I can and register it under his name. Once there are enough savings, he'll have something to use when he gets married. I have to stay strong." Just then, a loud explosion rang out, and flames erupted violently. Facing such a scene, Ter stood almost motionless. By reflex, he turned to the left, his eyes wide with horror, only to see a truck slamming directly into the car he was driving. In a split second, the car was hurled into the air, spinning, before slamming onto the ground and rolling several more times. Inside, his desperate cries echoed. "Why did this happen all of a sudden? Those bastards, honey. Is Mire okay?" Ter struggled to crawl out. He kept cursing, "Damn bastards," driving like lunatics. Then suddenly, Ter looked up, his eyes reflecting extreme terror. At that very moment, the truck rushed toward them again. It drove crazily, slamming straight into the car. In an instant, the car was crushed into an even tighter corner. Not stopping there, the truck charged again. A while later, rocks and debris poured down from above, covering the group. At the same time, Ter called out in despair, "Honey, Mire, my son." In that moment, he tried to soften his voice to reassure them, "No, it's okay." Then suddenly, a zombie appeared, slowly raising its foot toward Ter. Witnessing that scene, he widened his eyes. "What is this, a zombie?" Before Ter could react, the zombie was crazily stomping on his face. Then, suddenly, Ter opened his eyes wide. A sunbeam shone straight into his eyes. Right at this moment, Awa leaned over, staring at her phone screen. "This photo is beautiful, isn't it, honey? This one is taken nicely, too." Seeing this, Ter grabbed her tightly in anxiety. He kept asking, "Are both of you all right?" Awa trembled slightly, startled. "What's wrong with you?" Ter almost shouted. "You're still asking? Just now, a truck slammed into our car." He looked at her and Mire. Seeing this, she lowered her voice to soothe him. "Honey, calm down. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Awa quickly explained. "We just left the house to go see the flowers blooming." Hearing this, Ter froze. "What?" Beside them, Mire looked worried. He stared at him. Dad, are you okay?" On this side, Ter was still in shock. "No, that can't be." The moment the story began was the starting point of the group's misfortune. That was Terret's first revival. A familiar voice sounded as if it were urging Terret on. "Honey." The light turned green. Certainly, the events were repeating. As soon as he entered the house, he ran into her again. She looked surprised. "What is this? You're here?" The same conversations and the same accident kept happening. It always ended the same way. The moment Terret opened his eyes again, he realized this was all too clear. Terret himself was trapped in a loop. A time loop, honestly. He had no interest in it whatsoever. Terret's gaze was once again fixed on the empty space before the building disappeared, because Terret had already seen many special things. It was just a part of the miraculous things that happened in his life. For the most part, he saw them as things that just come and go. However, just like the initial chain of tragedies, the car driven by Terret was once again rolling on the highway. He narrowed his eyes, staring straight ahead, his body trembling slightly. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through Terret's mind. Like a relentless storm, Right then, behind him, Mire held onto the seat. Worried. Dad, Dad, what's wrong, honey? At that very moment, Tarot screamed, almost going mad. You bastards, do you have any idea what I have to keep going through? Seeing this, Awa couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Suddenly, what's wrong with you? Tarot didn't explain but turned to urge her, get out of the car quickly. Hearing this, she became even more confused. Why? Is there an accident, honey? He could only shout in frustration. Just get out of the car first. Once you're out, I'll explain. Seeing Awa's suspicious eyes, Tarot almost begged. I'm begging you. Then suddenly, a giant hand pierced through the roof of the car and reached toward her. Blood splattered directly onto Tarot's face. Witnessing that, Mire retreated in fear, crying out, Mom! Mom! Without time to think, he turned sharply. Run, Mire! In the desperate situation, Tarot could only scream in despair. Get out of the car! Hurry up, Mire! At that moment, the giant hand rushed forward again, closing in on Mire. In that moment, he tried to call out, Dad! Dad! Meanwhile, Tarot was almost paralyzed, and once again, Tarot's family suffered a painful death. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, panting heavily. Awa approached, worried. You scared me to death. What's wrong with you? Tarot looked up at her. Honey Awa couldn't help but feel concerned. Are you having nightmares again? The fact that his life had become a loop was not the issue, but witnessing his family die over and over again was too much for Tarot to bear. Opposite him, she looked worried. Are you okay? If you're tired, let's not go see the flowers. As soon as she finished speaking, Tarot reacted violently. Right, let's not go see the flowers. If we don't, then nothing will happen. A while later, he kept mumbling to himself. That should be it. Sitting outside, Tarot kept trying to reassure himself. If we don't go out, everything will be fine. Damn it, why is this happening to me? Right then, a piercing scream rang out. What's that over there? Hearing this, he immediately looked up, only to see a plane crashing directly into the building opposite. Facing the horrific scene, Tarot's face turned pale. That's our house, Mire. He collapsed, his hand slamming hard against the ground. Damn it. Why? In the end, why? Just as Tarot was in despair, a voice sounded from nowhere. I clearly deleted it already, but did an error occur? It hesitated, puzzled. Why does this boring story keep starting over? I have to delete it again. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Tarot muttered like a lost soul. What is that thing? Delete. This boring story. Suddenly, the creature in front of him flicked its finger. Instantly, a series of violent explosions erupted. Tarot was resurrected once again. His father's desperate scream echoed out. Are you even listening to me, boy? His father urged him in a hurry. The deadline is here. All the while, Tarot's body didn't even tremble. Ter muttered to himself about that boring story. What was it about? His father immediately chimed in, hearing him. Finishing your work seems to have driven you mad, hasn't it? You've been spouting nonsense all day. Then, suddenly, he turned to look at his father. His eyelashes fluttered repeatedly. I have to find out. Seeing this, he looked at Tarot for a long time before cautiously asking Han. Hey, are you all right? Tarot had told his father everything, and it seemed he believed him to some extent. A moment later, he asked skeptically, You said it was a boring story? His father looked suspicious. Isn't that the reason? What do you mean? You were like that, weren't you? This world is an intel story, he continued. If this story is interesting, we'll keep writing it. If it's not, we have to start over from the beginning. Am I right? After a long silence, Tarot replied in a heavy voice. Yes, the triggering of his death is when the loop appears, and Tarot can control the point in time to return to the past. That was the truth he had discovered. Right then, seeing the car shaking, Mire hurriedly called out, Dad, Dad. Awa looked worried. What's wrong? I'm over here. He became even more enraged. What the hell does this have to do with whether the story is interesting or not? Immediately after, the scene of monsters attacking AA was reenacted. The scene before his eyes was too horrific. Mire backed away in fear. Seeing her, Ter turned around sharply. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Mire could only see the monster's arm pierce through the convertible as it lunged toward her. In a blink, fresh blood sprayed across the car. The scene was pure chaos. Once again, Ter woke up from a nightmare with no way out. Before him was the familiar bedroom. Tarot sat up, gasping for air with difficulty. His breaths came in ragged gasps. At that moment, Awa approached. Are you awake? In that moment, she couldn't help but feel worried. Why are you sweating so much? Ter had realized a truth he had been ignoring all this time. A question echoed in Tarot's mind. Was it clear that the loop appeared right after Mire's death? A series of questions flashed through his mind at once. What if the cause of the loop wasn't his own death? What if he was the only one who realized the loop beforehand? Immediately after, Tarot quickly concluded that the protagonist of this story was Mire, a boring story featuring the meaningless death of the protagonist. All of this was understandable to some degree. Ter began to write the story based on a similar hypothesis. If the story with the protagonist Mire became interesting, perhaps this loop would come to an end. At that moment, Tarot quickly made a decision. Honestly, I don't get it. Even while writing the story, I don't know how to make it a reality. I'll just write down what I've found out for now. Soon after, the room fell into an eerie silence. Then, suddenly, Mire appeared right beside him. "Dad, are you writing a story?" Ter hurriedly clutched his chest. "Mire, you startled me." She stared at the paper. "Because we can't go out to see the flowers today. Are you writing a new work, Dad?" He spoke with difficulty. "That's right." Mire curiously leaned in closer. "It looks like a zombie, but it acts like a human. Are you planning this, Dad?" Seeing that, Tarot tried to convince her. "Mire, I'm busy right now." She tilted her head and asked quickly, "What about the demon man? That guy, since he's a zombie but acts like a human?" At this point, Mire excitedly declared, "I'll help you, Dad. Let's finish it quickly so we can go see the flowers bloom." Tarot smiled faintly. "All right, shall we do it together? What kind of protagonist would be interesting?" Right after that, she happily laid out her ideas. The protagonist should have lots of friends first, and the enemies should wear masks. The story, Mire added, was always filled with happiness, which Tarot had written as the complete opposite. The charm of the story was that it was inherently started by the protagonist's own misfortune. The only thing the protagonist was given was endless trials, forcing her to overcome difficulties and adversity. He was the one who wrote the misery for Mire. The Demon Man was a story about reclaiming the protagonist's emotions after a series of events caused her to lose them. After finishing the draft, Ter focused on researching techniques to make the story a reality. During his research, he discovered many truths. In this world, the event of zombies appearing was inevitable, and it turned into a life-threatening event for Mire. Furthermore, except for the Busan outskirts, which were the main arena of the story, other parts of the story were gradually being erased. This was likely the setting of this world, which could not be changed. Then came the appearance of orchids and the existence of transcendental power. Ter named them human-demon situations, creating artificial abilities. I've tried many things. Although he discovered the truth late, resurrection was also Tarot's power, a special ability with conditions. For example, his ability was triggered under the condition of Mire's death. For someone like Tarot, who had spent his whole life writing, these studies weren't easy, but he succeeded because he had so much time. As the technical research progressed to a certain level, Tarot was able to naturally find characters to appear in the story. It was simple. The world had demon men, and the supporting characters had to die, while the main characters stayed alive and were distributed to different places. Sadly, except for Mire, Tarot's whole family were supporting characters. They had to die at the moment of their appearance. Seeing that, he decided to turn them into villains. The death would be the same, but before the protagonist died, Tarot could keep the kid by his side. Furthermore, he gathered people carrying emotional wounds and formed the Red Zan group. Their internal weakness would create a compelling alliance of villains, and so, Tarot had prepared everything. Now, he decided to run this story. Tarot had left his family early and provided a miserable environment for Mire. If the kid died, the story would end. To prevent that, after Mire fell asleep, he injected her with an immortality serum and fabricated everything related to Mire. Afterward, Ter led the Red Zan Legion into the Busan outskirts, providing them with masks containing the orchid's power, naming them, and granting them strength. Meanwhile, Mire was searching for the power that could kill her. The girl followed the rumors about Red Zan. We are heading to the outskirts of Busan, the main arena of the story. Back then, Tarot needed companions to lead Mire, so he created a society where humans could survive. They plotted to rise up while disguised as slaves. Someday, the day will come when you meet Tarot. Once you have a companion, you'll need a place to stay to deal with stronger enemies. So, he created a shelter for humans at the bottom of the sea. All of Tarot's research from hundreds of years was found there. People used it to craft weapons to fight off the antagonist. How wonderful it would be if everything went smoothly, but things rarely go as he wishes. When the world restarted because of Mire's death, he couldn't meet his companions at the right time, so he faced many difficulties. Above all, seeing Mire suffer like that, Tarot was truly in great pain. During such times, the one who gave him strength was none other than his master. He was also one of the few who, like me, was aware of this world. Although he opposed Tarot's solitary journey, because of the forced sacrifices Tarot had made, He couldn't change his conviction. Seeing my stubborn attitude, Master used his mental strength to help me. Memories flashed back. The voice of the spirit resonated. Asking me to help with your plan? Fine. But on one condition, she emphasized every word, that no matter the circumstances, I will always prioritize my own goals. I have no desire to change this world. Suddenly Awa appeared, and she reaffirmed once more. I am only helping you because of my son who is crying alone. Hearing this, Tarot agreed without hesitation. Fine, as you wish. Finally, he smiled brightly. For you, Tarot finished the story brilliantly. Mire met many people. Sometimes he met those who felt like family, even more so than Mire's own family. He filled the void in his heart that he couldn't fill on his own. The story is drawing to a close. He has protected those important to him with his own hands. Mire will find happiness. After the emotions that the father and son shared vanish, Tess will only exist in his past. Thinking of this, he reassured himself. It's okay. This is just the end of the story between Ter and Mire, because his own story is only just beginning. Right then, his death letter chimed like a bell. Mire, my son, I will definitely end this loop and save your life. This is a story that my son and I wrote together, a story to remember us by, and a story to protect you. Back in reality, Tarot gently patted Mire's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. He smiled. I've finished it. Opposite him, Mire's eyes widened, his gaze filled with shock. Witnessing that scene, Kyung couldn't help but feel a bit confused. What's going on? Rohan explained. It seems the final chapter has ended. I hope you understand everything I've told you. He didn't forget to remind him. Garam el Kyung, it's time to complete the story. Hearing that, Kyung repeated in confusion. Complete the story? Immediately after, the system's voice rang out. Is everyone gathered here? What perfect timing. It continued to ring. So, a story to protect you. Ha, he let out a sharp cry. Dr. Kuho, please take a look over here. Seeing who arrived, the young girl said with a serious expression. These wounds are very strange. They didn't hit any vital points. Kiho examined the wounds for a moment and also began to grow suspicious. Why would they deliberately avoid vital points? Who knows what they're planning? Jian stood behind them, carefully watching the two young people's conversation. Kiho ordered, I will report this to Captain Tarim. The girl replied gently, yes. She softly used a cloth to wipe the blood from Rusi and said, isn't she something to be proud of? Even though he had an answer, he asked again, you mean Ha-Yong? Jian gently answered the question. The first time I saw her, I was very worried. Memories of Ha-Yong's former appearance flooded into their minds. Rusi asked about Ha-Yong, how she had just suddenly appeared. Jian replied, that's right. One day, she was just there in our room. Back then, Jian had sat down beside the little girl with a worried look. She had lost her memories and didn't remember anything, not even a name, so I named her myself. I tried so hard, but honestly, this world is so dangerous that I couldn't help but worry. Saying this, she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. And yet, now she's healing everyone like this. She has grown so brilliantly. I'm so proud. Hearing those words, the man who looked as strong as Rusi cried even harder than her. Damn it. I'm the one who contributes to this dangerous world. I'm sorry. I will try harder from now on. Seeing him crying like that, Jian started to panic. No, I didn't mean it like that. Please stop crying. The blood is spraying everywhere. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Commander! Jian turned his head, curious. Kiho ran toward Nuri with a panicked expression. I can't find Captain Tarim anywhere. She didn't seem to believe her own ears. What? He added. I had something to report, so I went looking for him, but he's nowhere to be found. Nuri felt a hint of panic inside. In a critical situation like this, there must be some conspiracy. But outside, she calmly gave orders. Kiho, hurry back to the defensive line, now. She commanded the other members. The members ran toward the building. But before she could finish her sentence, a strong gust of wind blew in. What on earth is that? A pair of black leather shoes walked toward them, step by step, accompanied by a smug voice. Everyone gathered here. What perfect timing. Neria and Tarim appeared before everyone's eyes. So, let's delete the errors, shall we? Neria ordered. Take care of it, will you? Tarim heard this, and replied blankly. Yes. Meanwhile, the others were confused and on guard. What is happening? Suddenly, something like a rock flew toward them. Is that reinforcements? Before they could regain their composure, he rushed at them with great speed. Then, Captain Tarim. Then, with just one punch, Tarim knocked everyone away. Those who were sent flying into the air could only scream miserably. Neria saw the scene and laughed happily. Isn't it funny? It doesn't look any different from a skewer of grilled meat. Who knew today would be like Jerry's death? Ha ha ha. After that, two muscular arms sprouted from the middle of his face and one of his shoulders. The two arms merged together and shot straight into the sky. It looked at the people trapped on the high rocks and laughed gleefully. Now it's my turn. Witnessing that scene made Kiho quite terrified. What? Naria, Risuru, and Junha also couldn't believe their eyes. What is that disgusting thing? That's right. It's the first time I've seen something even more disgusting than you. Naria's excitement didn't wane. On the contrary, it grew. Now, stop reading comic books. Get to work. It's all going to end in vain anyway. It continued in a spoiled, whining voice. Taram, I'll leave the rest to you. Hearing that, he still replied with a blank expression. Understood. Suddenly, something flew by, slicing Taram's scarf in two. Nuri aimed her gun at Taram, her voice laced with a threat. I didn't expect you to strike directly at our nape. Is that why you wanted to take on the role of commander? His eyes flickered toward Nuri. Then he immediately lunged toward her. Do you think you can fight me? The demons present let out unintelligible sounds. Behind them, many demons rushed forward, surrounding Taram amid sounds of astonishment. What is this? A whole horde of demons swarming to one spot. One demon turned its head, and its gaze made Nuri startle. Upon receiving the order, many demons rushed in, grabbing Taram to restrain him. Nuri couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. They're listening to me. What the hell is going on? But then, she quickly regained her composure, thinking it wouldn't hurt her cause. This is no time for questions. She then continued ordering the demons to subdue him. Don't let him move. Taram was pinned to the ground by the demons, his face cold, but his mind racing. Are these the soldiers Taret left behind? No wonder so many demons were sent toward the humans. He slowly pushed himself up, laughing coldly. Bad idea. Taram didn't lift a finger, yet the demons were suddenly lifted into the air by rock formations. Even if there are hundreds of you, you're just ordinary demons. I'll slaughter thousands of you and turn you into slaves. Seeing the situation, Nuri gritted her teeth and kept her gun aimed at him. Tisk. Not so easy to deal with. A hand rested on her shoulder to comfort her. Don't push yourself too hard. Risuru and Junha stepped forward. A commander's job is to give orders. She was somewhat surprised. Everyone seemed quite happy, but Nuri didn't forget to throw in a jab. You're quick to act. That guy has earth-based powers, so watch your footing. Hearing this, they weren't afraid. Instead, they became even more excited. Ah ha ha ha, that's more like it. You're best at giving orders, and leave the fighting to us, Taram called out softly. Lord Naria. It heard the call, sounding somewhat impatient. Sigh, honestly. Can't you handle this yourself? Naria tried to act cute, reaching out to press a button. If you don't follow the procedure, the code will get corrupted. Fine, I'll help you since you're special. After a voice spoke, the holographic image of Risuru began to blur. Quick delete. This surprised Junha. Risuru! Another mechanical voice rang out, and the same thing happened to Hemi. Quick delete. The voice rang out again. Quick delete. Junha looked at his own body in disbelief. What the hell is this? Suddenly, there was no one left in front of Nuri. She couldn't believe her eyes. How? How is this possible? Then she screamed in agony. Why? How dare you? What did you do to everyone? Then Nuri seemed to realize something. Huh? What was it? Something had just vanished before her eyes. She held her head, trying to recall everything. Who was it again? But before she could think, a rock formation attacked her. Arg! Nuri was sent flying in pain. Gah! Taram looked down at her from above and explained, No need to wonder. We were the ones who erased them. Neither you nor I can remember the characters that have disappeared. It seems you didn't foresee something like this. Hearing his words, Nuri couldn't help but feel terrified. What do you mean, erased? A large number appeared in the space. 100%. Nuria was excited when the number appeared. Delete complete. 100%. Finally, the demons gradually disappeared. The images of Jian and Rusi began to blur. Kiho also faced the same situation. Delete text appeared everywhere in the air, along with Nuria's excited voice as it ended. Looking at the delete text, Nuri couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? What is going on? Seeing Nuri still there, Tarim spoke softly. You weren't erased? Just as Lord Naria said, your coding process must have glitched. Then he reached out, preparing to end her existence. Don't worry. I'll send you off peacefully. That is the inevitable outcome for a losing existence. Nuri opened her eyes wide in fear, when suddenly, a voice echoed in the space. Stop. A figure stood behind Tarim. He slowly turned his head to look at a woman staring at him with a somber expression. Kyung lunged forward from behind, picked the person up, and left. Tarim watched them, eyes narrowing. Kyung held the person in her arms, her speed undeterred, silently wondering, "Do you mean this world exists inside someone else's story?" Earlier, when facing Rohan, she had asked, "Do you really think I'll believe that?" It turns out it was all true. He spoke frankly. This world was originally just a boring story. Technically, it should have been wiped out long ago. It exists until now entirely thanks to the story Tarot came up with. If Tarot dies and the story ends, the administrator will come and erase this world. I am Tarot's copy, created to keep everything from veering off course. Your character was designed precisely for this moment. Kyung was surprised. What? Rohan continued. In all previous versions of the story until now, you have never made it this far. For various reasons, you always had to perish when the story was only halfway through. But now you are standing here. This is the first time Tarot's story has played out completely. You must stop the administrator and their subordinates. It is the only way to free this world from their grip, and it's also the only way for you to protect what is most important to you. Kyung set the person down and said, "I guess all of this really is the truth." Nuri struggled to speak. "Kyung, be careful," as he approached. "Kyung, don't make things more difficult than they need to be," she asked directly. "So you were that subordinate? When did you start following them?" Tarim replied, "I'm not sure myself. Initially, I also fought to rebuild human society. However, through my ability to read memories from objects, I don't think my discovery of the truth about this world was just a coincidence. That was when I found out this world was destined to be erased a long time ago. I am merely following the natural flow of all things. Actually, I am the one disappointed in you. I had hoped you would understand. That is why I gave you our squad's badge. The item imbued with my power. It is the only reason you were able to come back to life. Naria saw that badge and mistook you for another subordinate. Why did you do that, Kyung? You don't even have a single memory left of your precious comrades. What on earth are you fighting to protect right now?" Kyung replied. "Does this world exist within someone else's story? None of that matters. I may not remember my dear comrades anymore, but I can still feel the burning resentment of failing to protect them. I was their captain, and I will always be their captain." Tarim was stunned to see her rushing towards him. He crossed his arms to block her attack. Kyung's face darkened as she raised her fist. That was it. Right now, Naria was extremely excited. "Let's see. I thought I deleted almost all the characters already." A red system warning popped up. World deletion at 12%. She jumped up and cheered. Time to wipe this world out. Suddenly, a surge of power carved a hole through Naria's lower body. Naria looked down, stunned. What is this now? Mire, covered in wounds, still poured his strength into activating his power. That force shattered Naria, and she let out a piercing scream. Impossible! Naria returned to her original form and mocked him. Did you really think it would be that easy? Mire, my sweet child, I really must thank you. You took care of that massive headache and major error called Tarot. Although, I suppose you're just a mistake yourself, but that doesn't really matter. You'll be easy to deal with since you came from Terror anyway. Seeing him raise his hand, Naria was surprised. Oh no, are you trying to stop me again? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's useless. I don't have a physical body, but you being a nuisance is getting annoying. So, I've created a little game to keep you busy. From her mouth, countless mini-robots launched out. She introduced them. These are my mini-bots. I call them Crabia. They are tiny, adorable robots shaped like crabs, and the best part is their incredibly cute faces. Stay here and play with them. With that, Naria disappeared. The swarm of mini-bots rushed toward Mire, forming a wall around him. The entire city turned a fiery red, accompanied by a piercing, shrill sound. The red alert continued to flash, world deletion at 54%. The number steadily climbed to 75%, while Mire was completely swarmed by the mini-robots, unable to escape. As he reached his hand out into the air, a voice called out, I hope you haven't forgotten about me. The robots were instantly blown away from Mire. A camo-patterned cloth fluttered in the wind. The familiar voice of Kim Hee-jin spoke up. I told you I'd help you one day. I'm here to keep that promise. Mire asked Kim Hee-jin for support from behind him. I need you to lend me a hand over here. He replied immediately, Of course. Kim Hee-jin's fingertips glowed as he accelerated, dashing forward until the target point appeared. A beam of light descended, piercing through the thick clouds, and a massive pillar of energy erupted. June finally breathed a sigh of relief as she reached out. We're a little later than planned, but we can still turn this around. June's hand touched the control panel lever. Ter, I will never forget what you did for us. A surge of electricity radiated outward, lighting up a corner of the city. An advanced weapon aimed directly at Naria. She stared at it with wide eyes as a wave of power crushed down on her, while Mire looked up in shock. What just happened? As Neria's body turned gray, she shrieked, "Why do I look so hideous?" June confidently revealed, "The Renji flower is a plot setting that cannot be changed. By filling your body with their energy, we can turn you into a character of this world." What a genius idea. "Tur," she urged Mire. "Your attack will work now. Finish her off quickly." Kim Hui-jin was taking care of the swarm of mini-bots. "You heard her. Go! Leave these pests to me." Mire turned his gaze toward her. Without hesitation, he accelerated toward Neria. She was angrily calling for Tarim. "What the hell is he doing? Destroy them for me immediately." When she saw him dash up to her eye level, Neria screamed. "Oh no." Mire's hand reached out before her, and she stammered in panic. "Wait. Then." White hair fluttered in the wind, and Mire's eyes widened as he saw the figure of a woman appear. He was shocked. "What are you doing?" Flashing back to the past when they were training together. "You should be careful, Tarim." "Why? You're wide open. I'm open enough to park a car in there." Tarim blocked the strike and stepped back, commenting, "You've improved a lot, even fighting and joking around at the same time." Kyung replied, "What can I say? I have a great teacher." She threw a punch straight at Tarim's face. "Be careful. I think it's my turn to teach you, don't you think?" Back then, he had looked at her with pride. Now, Tarim was going all out against Kyung. He thought to himself that he was looking forward to this. He unleashed a series of punches, his fists hardening into solid stone. Kyung condensed energy around her fist and landed a powerful blow right on Tarim's face. He was sent flying backward. The force of the punch was so strong that it crashed Tarim through structures, creating impacts that shattered everything. A bloodied Tarim gasped. "Impressive. Your physical strength has clearly surpassed human limits." He finished speaking and threw a punch that landed right beside her, causing countless boulders to fall. Seeing that, Tarim knew she had honed her senses to be as sharp as if she were predicting the future. "You should have finished me off a long time ago. Are you playing with me?" Kyung hung her head, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. Then, she rushed toward Tarim, delivering a punch that sent him crashing down. Kyung gripped his chest before saying, "I once admired and respected your integrity. What made you change so much? You were the one who showed me the path. It's not too late. Let's fight together." Tarim stayed silent at that request, then delivered a punch straight to Kyung's face. She stumbled back, covering her eyes. "My eyes." He stood up and said indifferently, "I haven't changed at all. I have always acted according to my convictions." A boulder behind Kyung slammed into her. He continued, "I am not the person you've been chasing all this time. You're only admiring an idealized version of me. To me, you're nothing but a failure." Kyung's face was streaming with blood. She remembered her past self, who had once admired the Tarim who always guided her. Now, Kyung threw a punch straight at her teacher's face with her own hand. Her hand gripped Tarim's throat tightly. "You lost." He was pinned to the ground by Kyung. "If you lost, that means you were wrong. That was your last chance. How can you still be so confident?" Tarim remained stubborn. "Even if I die, that doesn't mean I've lost. I only do what I believe is right. If everything in this world is artificial, then what exactly do you believe in? I bet you don't even have any faith at all. You're the one who has lost." Kyung, hearing this, flew into a rage and shrieked, her hands gripping Tarim's neck tightly. Finally, when everything fell silent, Kyung let go. Her breathing became heavy. Kyung stood up and only then countered what he had said earlier. "No." She left Tarim as nothing but a broken mess and walked away. "You're wrong." The scene shifts to your side. When Jun saw what Neria had transformed into, his jaw dropped. "No way. Is that Ha-eon?" Kim Hui-jin asked in a daze. "Why is she?" Ion's hand raised high. A strike crashed down, sending Mire flying backward. His whole body hit the ground and bounced. Neria saw this and was stunned at first. Then she laughed loudly. "Right. I almost forgot. To find any glitches, I planted my precious robot among humanity. Relying on her, I will finish erasing this world." Ha-Ion received the order and dove down. June shouted anxiously, "No. You have to stop her. Mire, we won't be able to do anything if she erases the entire world." When Mire dodged, Ha-Ion slammed headfirst into the ground. The girl immediately jumped up to confront him. Mire warned, "Stay out of the way. I don't want to fight you." From Ha-Ion's mouth, a massive surge of power erupted. He had to launch himself high into the air to dodge. Kim Hai-jin called out, "Hold on, Mire. I'll help you." Neria shouted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Don't get in my way anymore, you annoying little pests." From her mouth, countless mini-spherical robots were launched. "You leave me no choice but to use my super powerful, super cute shells. I call them Neria orbs. Since you've forced me to bring out a physical entity, they should be quite effective weapons. Everything exploded right in front of him. He retreated in disbelief. What the hell was that? Erase your progress at 84%. Kim Hui-jin gasped. Oh no, they only have you to rely on now. Please, Mire. Meanwhile, a manipulated Ha-Ion is rushing toward him. Mire looked at his opponent coldly. The girl's eyes were soulless. A cold green light flickered. Images from their memories flooded back the times they were together, exploring the scenery under the deep sea. Back then, they were inseparable, even sleeping in the same room. Mire shouted Ha-Ion's name. He struck her, pinning her head to the ground. Wake up! Ha-Ion trembled as she braced herself. He thought in surprise, is she completely unaffected? Neria laughed until she shed tears. Do you think doing that will wake her up? She only follows what she's programmed to do. Is it useless no matter what I do? Ha-Ion lifted her face to look at Mire. The girl called out to Mire weakly. Mire hesitated. Half of her consciousness had returned as she called his name. Mire? Unexpectedly, she followed up with an attack. Mire took the hit and was blown back, causing a chaotic scene. Joe asked, Kim Hui-jin, how much power do you have left? Kim Hui-jin replied, Are you still holding up okay? Neria spat out a white sphere and said, This isn't the time to chat. Neria cannon. Hui jumped, avoiding an explosion. Joe said, I've thought about it. Maybe it's going to take a lot of power. Kim Hui-jin asked, How about you, Jun? Jun replied, Yes. Mire crawled out of the rubble, looking disheveled. Unexpectedly, Ha-Ion charged at him again, forcing him to jump. Mire hugged her arm and looked down at the girl, deciding, There's no other way. I will have to kill you. At that moment, a voice called out, Back off, Ha-Ion. Mire froze. Jian held Ha-Ion firmly and scolded, This girl, who acts so violently toward the boy she likes? Mire landed, his eyes blurry as he thought, Why is she being so dangerous? Jian yelled at the girl. Make her wake up, Mire wondered. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? Unexpectedly, Ha-Ion turned and grabbed her neck. Mire wanted to step forward. Jian told him to stay there. She grabbed Ha-Ion's hand and said, Back off, Ha-Ion, while Jian threw a stack of papers into the air. These are the memories you wanted, right? Ha-Ion's eyes widened. A voice echoed in her head. Ha-Ion, do you like this name? Jian smiled and complimented her on using the notebook well. Ha, that's right. If you find it hard to talk, just write it down like that. She tied Ha-Ion's hair while saying, You know what? I'm a kindergarten teacher. That's why I meet a lot of kids like Ha-Ion. She gently said, Where do you come from? Who are you? You don't need to hurt your head over these things. Jian smiled warmly and instructed, Where do you want to go? What kind of person do you want to become? From now on, there will only be happy memories, because I will always help you. Ha-Ion froze. The girl bowed her head, shivering. Ha-Ion looked up, her face tear-streaked, and said, I'm sorry, ma'am. Jian called out loudly, Ha-Ion. When Mire looked over, a massive explosion occurred right there. Neria shouted in anger. Just by using words, she woke up? That's why I forgot about you. Look at your trashy features. She spoke, then spat out another exploding orb. Fine. I don't need anyone anymore. I'll do it myself. Mire hugged Jian and jumped. She called out naively, Mire, it's dangerous. Jian, stay away. She hesitated, but Ha-Ion Mire set Jian down and rushed away. I know how to handle this myself. She watched him and called out, Mire. She covered her face, and in a split second, she returned to her original form. Jun exclaimed, Oh, that's a headache. At this rate, will it even have an effect on Ha-Ion? Kim Hui-jin here was also lamenting, I thought we were done for. I didn't think reading memories and creating images from them would be so difficult. Joe explained, Our powers aren't specialized for this ability. That's why it's so hard. You did well. Just then, Mire reached out and tore a hole in the air. Neria said furiously, Are you playing games? Are you messing with me? Super cute Neria cannon. Mire hesitated. Before he could strike, a figure flew in and kicked the cute cannon. The cute cannon rolled away, then exploded right next to Neria. Mire scolded, You're too late. Lee Kyung landed and said, Didn't I appear at the golden moment? She urgently said, Let's finish this. Mire responded, Yes. Both flew up at the same time. Neria panicked, You bastards. She tore the board apart in anger, saying, I decided not to use this, but there's no other way. Mire asked, What's with that look? Kim Hui-jin launched an attack. Where is it? Lee Kyung directly struck Neria's body. I don't know what you're trying to do, but don't even think about it, Mire decided. Mire raised his hand with murderous intent. Lai Kyung jumped so Mire could land a finishing blow. Do it! Neria's body shattered into many pieces and fell. Mire looked at the mess in front of him. June said happily, Good, that's great. Is it really over? Unexpectedly, a screen appeared behind her. Neria screamed, You fools! The immediate erasure has hacked into the creator's authority. Doing that means I'll be considered malicious code and erased too. But get out of here, she decided. Now all of you will be erased. Neria! June cried out in panic for help. Help me, Miss June. Even Lee Kyung over here is terrified as everything is being erased. In the end, before Neria disappeared, she just laughed. Kim Hui-jin, what should I do? Joe said calmly, It's useless, Kim Hui-jin. There's nothing more we can do. Mire stood there, watching it all. He was stunned, wondering how things had turned out this way. Everything was gradually being erased, and the space around Mire began to shrink. Mire's eyes widened in horror. Ha-young grabbed his hand and asked, Do you know something? She looked up and asked, If we were created by someone, does that mean our feelings are fake too? Mire still stared at Ha-young, dazed. What? Ha-young smiled and said, I don't think so. She thought, I think I understand now, master. Some flowers bloom in the spring, while others only show their beauty after autumn. Joe instructed, For now, just do what you can, Ha-young, because soon, that solid potential you've been nurturing will appear in this world. He looked up and said, That moment of full bloom will come for you. Ha-young shared her hopes. I feel confused when I don't know when to use that precious power. Master, you are truly amazing. Joe laughed and brushed it off. I'm just trying to look at the bigger picture. Sometimes, I'm just making selfish choices for my own sake. He knew that training himself and walking the path he believed in would not be an easy road for him. Ha-young laughed to herself. This moment right now is that it, isn't it? She turned to Mire with a smile and said her final words. I'm here now. I truly love you. Mire covered his eyes from the blinding light and asked, What are you planning to do? Ha-young's body emitted an incredibly bright light. Her figure gradually faded away, only managing to say, Thank you, Mire. Unexpectedly, after Ha-young disappeared, the place began to recover, rebuilding itself piece by piece. Mire looked up as the system announced a full restoration. Mire was stunned, unable to believe it. Everyone behind him was also confused, wondering, What just happened? What was that? June-ha widened her eyes, looking down at her own palms. June knelt on the ground, scanning her surroundings. Lee Kyung frowned, placing a hand on his head to feel what was happening. Mire shook his head, completely bewildered. How is this possible? Just then, a voice spoke up behind him. She hacked into the system's administrative rights. Joe stood behind him, explaining to Mire. Ha-young also had a connection to the manager's system. The system was restored to the state it was in before the world was erased. Mire's eyes went wide as he asked, So, Ha-young was the one who did that? He nodded, confirming it for Ha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ha-young was pinned under some rocks, screaming non-stop. Is anyone there? Help me! Her crying made Mire feel a bit confused. I'm stuck here. Mire, I'm going to die. Joe didn't seem to care. He laughed happily. Of course, everything is back to the way it was before. Because Ha-young is part of the system. Kim Hui-jin asked him, puzzled. Then why did you create such a gloomy atmosphere at the start? The reply was as natural as could be. If I just said it straight out, where would the fun be? Ha-young, buried under the rocks, also became cheerful. I had already set up the atmosphere. Who would have thought it would turn back like this? Anyway, it's better that I'm still alive, right? Mire scratched his face, not knowing what to say to her. Good. Ha-young shouted when she saw that expression. What does that look for? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Jian and Risuru shouted from the other side. Teacher, are you okay? What's going on? He ran over, hanging onto Mire, crying miserably. Your dark circles are even deeper, teacher. How exactly have you been fighting? Jian asked worriedly. Let me see. Are you hurt anywhere? Nobody cared about Ha-young buried under the rocks. How long am I going to be stuck down here? Joe was startled when he heard her voice. Oh my. Ha-young. Joe stood in a corner, smiling as he watched the scene before him. Nuri, lying on the ground, suddenly realized someone was standing in front of him. Lee Kyung smiled and reached out to pull Nuri up. Scene change. A man ran out of the woods. He was panting, looking at Dong-ho and Garam, who were sitting by a campfire. The man looked terrified, sweating profusely, pointing a finger at them. Both of them looked panicked, raising their hands with wide eyes. Scene change back to Mire. At this moment, he was silent and dazed. He turned to look up at the sky, thinking everything was over. Not long after, two birds perched on the city's power lines, and the flow of traffic began again. A hand tightly gripped some papers. As it turned out, those papers, covered in writing, were spread across the map. Not many people remembered the Neria War. Many said the last thing they remembered was the war with Terret. After that, the fact that this world was a story could cause chaos. This matter had to be kept secret, except for those who already knew. Scene changed to a large building. This is the headquarters of the Extermination Army, 5 years later. Jian sat at the table, her gaze blank as she asked, "Is this right?" She was furious. "Wait, isn't this old documentation? Why did the council give this to me right now?" The person standing in front only said, "Well, because you still haven't signed it yet." Jian shouted, "I'm busy. Where am I supposed to find the time to sign this?" Right after that, she grabbed her hair in frustration. "I'll sign it and send it off today. I have too much work to do." She added, "Tell them to stop making demands." She walked out leisurely, as if she had given an order. "Yes, I understand," she said. But before she could continue, she was called back. "Ki Huan, wait." June looked at the person with their back to her and asked a question. "Want a cup of coffee?" The woman looked puzzled. "Huh?" Li Qiang turned around and smiled. "That would be nice." The two sat facing each other. Jian said, "Time flies so fast. It feels like the battle with Zidan was only yesterday." Li Qiang drank a sip of coffee in silence. 5 years had passed since that day. The world had changed a lot. She remembered the terrifying scenes from the past. What the system restored wasn't just human beings, but also zombies of many different strains were revived. Because of that, the Extermination Army was still fighting to expand its territory. During this process, representatives for the liberated cities were selected and forced to form the National Reconstruction Council. Nuri took on the position of council chairman. I, the commander-in-chief of the city, received a nomination to become the national commander. Li Qiang smiled helplessly, thinking, "Oh, I didn't think it would be pushed onto me. And then they sent the documents like this." Jian asked curiously, "Hey, why do you keep wearing that tacky helmet?" Li Qiang looked surprised. "Oh, this? Well, we're preparing to invade the UN zone, aren't we?" She continued. "Since today is our appointment, I figured I'd stop by here and there while I'm at it." June suddenly realized. "Oh, has the day for our return already come?" Inside the room, the sound of the two talking could be heard. "You must be busy, right? It's been a long time since we've met the other members. Exciting, isn't it?" A moment later, Li Qiang was driving on the road. In her head, she thought, 5 years since that day. The things that have changed aren't just social phenomena. Craven, at this moment, was happy and excited. The weak humans dare to break into the city of zombies. "Don't let my looks fool you. I'm a survivor from Qinhe, you know?" As he was talking, a sudden green energy blast struck him, making him scream. Garam, looking cool, stepped on Craven and asked, "How much longer are you going to keep spewing that nonsense? And I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, haven't I?" Garam was still serving as the team leader and continued to push the front lines. "I'm not entirely sure about Dong Ho," but right then, Jin Zugun had his arm around Dong Ho's shoulder, teasing him. "Are you just going to stand there and watch, kid?" He felt awkward. "Father-in-law? Garam is way stronger than me." Apparently, their relationship had ended up like that. Hemi sighed, helplessly watching Junha put on a circus act. To bolster their military strength, Juha and Hemi had become instructors at a military academy. They said that everything they'd learned from Risuru before had been a huge help. Speaking of Risuru, he had also been appointed as the principal of the academy. "Without my teacher, there's no joy in life." He was being lazy and had developed a taste for luxury goods. Park Huang and Jian were busy educating the kids to foster the next generation. "Hey, over there, Jiangon, Yongsuk, focus." The bald guy said agriculture was doing pretty well. As a side note, this bald guy was just called Baldy. To study orchids and the power of the Yusumi tribe, he was living on an island and trying to craft weapons. Kiho had become the director, but he said he had no time to see patients because he was busy dispatching doctors everywhere. Ha Wyong became a skilled doctor to fill the void left by Hai Ho. She said that apart from those closest to her, no one knew she was a robot. Although this is a later development, saying she was created by Neria makes her more of a construct than a robot, since 99% of her structure is identical to a human and capable of growth. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. She looked at the person sitting in front of 2 gravestones and asked, "Enjoy your trip?" Then, she took off her hat and sat down next to him. "My timing is perfect. When you said you wanted to see the world, I was so surprised because it was the first time you'd shown such strong willpower." Sitting before the 2 graves, Kyung couldn't help but wonder what he had discovered on that trip. The person sitting beside him remembered, "You go ahead." Mire knelt down to listen. ready to leave this space and begin his final battle. Your current power is enough to handle it. Tears welled up in his eyes. Who are you? He looked bewildered, even starting to cry. The face was so familiar, yet he couldn't place it. Mire leaned his head on a shoulder. Who is that over there? The person answered softly. The one who created this world with you. Then, they suddenly vanished, leaving Mire all alone. Back in reality, he lifted the cap off his head, his gaze still as calm as ever, to a certain extent. Kyung glanced at him and smiled. Oh, is that so? She threw a kick at Mire, but he dodged it. Kyung laughed, complimenting him. Ho ho, you haven't lost your touch, have you? It seems you really enjoyed your trip. She launched a flurry of punches. Mire, I promised I would kill you, Kyung asked while throwing kicks. You've risked everything to follow me. Mire's gaze remained distant. I can kill you right now. Suddenly, an arm reached out, wielding a sharp object. So, I want to ask you something. She pointed the tip of the blade at Mire and asked, Do you still want to die? He moved his lips slightly. Looking at the blue sky, Mire replied, There are still many zombies in this world, more than there are humans. The statement surprised Kyung. Huh? He asked her curiously. Has human society been rebuilt yet? Kyung stammered. Ah, it's still a long way off. He raised his hand and pushed the blade down. Then I can't die yet. Mire looked straight at her, having failed to keep his promise. Kyung smiled as if satisfied. She put the knife away and walked forward. What? Did you enroll in some logic academy over the past year? If that's what you want, I won't stop you. Mire stood there in silence, listening. It's going to be busy, you know, because the work you have to do is piling up like a mountain. The story of the present ends here, somewhere you can't see, or in some moment that hasn't appeared before your eyes. Kyung turned her head, smiled, and called out, Let's go. Mire moved his lips slightly, then smiled back sincerely. All right. The two of them, one after the other, headed toward the great forest. Their story would continue,